In the 21st century, the devoted fan of Naruto, Jiang Chen, finds himself transported into the world of Naruto, awakening a swordsman system that grants him the title of the strongest swordsman, known as Demon Blade. 8 years in Konoha, he cleaves a meteorite to save the village, becoming a legendary hero. Utilizing his freezing skills, he arrives in Naruto's era, living in the Hidden Leaf Village as Jiang Chen, while simultaneously embodying the Demon Blade to rescue Konoha from peril. With his dazzling swordsmanship, he overwhelms all adversaries. The true power of the Demon Blade, shrouded in mystery, is formidable indeed. Through fortuitous encounters, he awakens the original power of his sage body, merging sword techniques, physical prowess, sage arts, and would release into the embodiment of a perfect ninja, ultimately rising to become the most powerful sage. Jiang Chen declares, "My life is one that even the Grim Reaper cannot take. Let alone, you are not even the Grim Reaper." Chapter 1. Reborn in Naruto world, I choose the invincible mode. As the sun sets, the evening glow illuminates the distant colossal rock faces. They're so familiar, so vivid, almost dreamlike. Wasn't I just playing Naruto game? How did I suddenly end up inside it? Is this the game world? No, this scene feels too real. Could it be that this is truly the world of Naruto? Jiang Chen gazes intently at the rock face, where the visage of the first Hokage is prominently carved. Only one face. Is it the early days of Konoha's founding? He instinctively reaches for his forehead, finding it broad. I must be quite the handsome fellow. But wait, I don't even have a forehead protector? Who am I? I have no memories. Which village do I belong to? Everything is different from other transmigrations. Jiang Chen possesses no recollections and lacks an identity in this world, a brand new existence. Congratulations, host, on successfully entering the Naruto world. A mechanical voice echoes, and Jiang Chen lets out a sigh of relief, feeling reassured. Regardless, as long as there is a system, everything can be understood. System? I have no memories of this life. Who exactly am I? The name of your identity in this world is Demon Blade. You have successfully bound to the swordsman system. Jiang Chen's mind races. Demon Blade is the name he used while playing Naruto in the 21st century. Could this vivid imagery genuinely be the world of the Naruto game? System, is this really a game world? Is not this is the authentic Naruto world? Here, you have no relatives, but you can choose to become anyone's kin, entirely at your discretion. Jiang Chen smirks coldly, realizing the implication that he is utterly alone. How desolate and lonely. Shouldn't I have a cute younger sister at least? Or a mature older sister would suffice? No, you must create a relative for me, a little sister or an older sister, otherwise I refuse to continue this journey. You are deviating from a norm. Ahem, host, please don't rush. Following your command, I can arrange for you to acquire a sister. How about Hinata Hyuga? Instantly, Jiang Chen became excited, rubbing his hands together. Deal. Let Hinata be my little sister. Host. Hinata's father, Hayashi Hyuga, has not even been born, yet are you not making it difficult for me? Realizing that it is indeed the era of Hashirama Senju, Jiang Chen sighs. Can you send me to Naruto's era? I'm not fond of this time. I cannot do that, but you may choose to draw from the system. If you happen to draw the immortality attribute, reaching that era would be effortless. Jiang Chen's eyes light up. If such an attribute exists, he could survive until Naruto's time and showcase his abilities. Wouldn't that be splendid? Activate the lottery system. Congratulations, host. The beginner lottery system is now open. This lottery can only be used once. The wheel is spinning. Please call stop at your discretion. With his eyes closed, Jiang Chen clasped his hands together, silently praying to various deities. Stop. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the ageless attribute, which allows you to freeze your age according to your will, specifying when to unfreeze. During the freezing period, you will remain hidden from all in a different dimension. Though he did not draw the immortality attribute, this one almost fulfills his desires. Acceptable enough. Please choose the system type. Option 1. Upgrade type, allowing the host to gradually become stronger through the system. Option 2. Invincible type, where the host combat power directly reaches the pinnacle of this world, albeit without the joys of life. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen erupted in expletives. Joy of life? I reckon it's you, system, who lacks understanding of life. Who in their right mind would opt to upgrade when they could be invincible straight away? Do you take me for a fool? I choose the second option. That's unusual. Don't others typically upgrade? Why would you skip that and buy a max level character? Jiang Chen sat cross-legged on the ground, gazing at the sunset. That's because others weren't. Given a max-level character, imagine experiencing an invincible life with one. Look, little system, I'll be frank with you, this ninja world could be obliterated any day by a powerful shinobi, an Akatsuki member, or even someone stronger. If I can't protect those I wish to, if I can't act impressively, and if survival relies solely on luck and the protagonist's halo, do you think that's interesting? It's all nonsense. The system remained silent for a long time. Perhaps Jiang Chen's words were too starkly realistic for it to respond. Host, your understanding is too pragmatic. I am truly impressed. You're the first host in thousands of years to educate the system. I am an off from now on. I shall call you Big Brother. Deal. That's settled then, little brother. Brother, I still have work to do now. I will issue the first task. Jiang Chen stood up, brushing off the dirt from his clothes, hands on his hips, and declared, all right. Speak. Little brother, I am fully supportive of your work. Please choose tasks that offer rewards I need. For instance, I'm quite hungry right now. A task that earns me some money for food would suffice. Understood, brother. The system has detected that Uchiha Madara will activate the meteor skill in 1 hour, and Konoha will face imminent disaster. You must prevent the village from being destroyed. Jiang Chen initially thought his first task would be something mundane, like escorting a VIP. Instead, the first task is to shatter a meteor. This is nothing short of an SS-level challenge. Little brother, are you trying to set me up? How can I stop such a massive meteor with my face? Brother, your current power level is at the pinnacle of the entire ninja world. Please wait while I transmit all the skills you will learn to your brain. You will soon find this task manageable. Boom. In his mind, various skill names and images emerged, each more impressive than the last, flooding his consciousness like the endless waters of the Yangtze River. After a moment, Jiang Chen felt an overwhelming surge of power, and the entire situation in Konoha played out in his mind like a film reel. What? Why does this scene feel so familiar? Observation haki? Jiang Chen excitedly grinned, closing his eyes once more to absorb the surrounding environment. 1,000 miles away, in the Valley of the End, two figures raced at lightning speed, colliding. Neither performed hand seals, yet jutsu erupted ceaselessly. Jiang Chen immediately recognized these two titans, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. The tailed beast Madara enveloped the nine tails in a complete Susanoo, forming tailed beast bombs in the sky. Hashirama bit his finger, slamming it onto the ground, shouting, summoning technique. Five-headed gate of hell. Simultaneously, he activated the wood release. Great wall technique to evade the tailed beast bombs. Boom bang. The five-headed gate of hell was utterly destroyed, and the tailed beast bombs rained down on the surrounding mountains, causing the heavens to tremble and the earth to shatter. Chapter 2. The Mysterious Youth. Slicing the meteor emerging from the wood release technique, Hashirama stared intently at the complete form of Uchiha Madara, who erupted in fury. Have our efforts been in vain? Is this truly the end of our friendship and our village? Answer me, Madara. Madara, enraged by the mention of companions, unleashed his chakra, shouting fiercely. Are you lecturing me? Those are what you wish to protect, while I seek only to destroy. Perish, Hashirama. With no other option, Hashirama closed his eyes and clapped his hands together, declaring, Sage art, would release. True thousand hands. In that moment, the battle between these two titans reached a fever pitch, with true thousand hands clashing against the complete nine tails. The heavens trembled and the earth shattered. Ultimately, Madara collapsed, panting heavily, gazing at the equally exhausted Hashirama. A smirk creased his lips as he erupted into laughter. Activating his Rinnegan, he expended his remaining chakra on one final technique. Hashirama, this technique is my final gift to you. Despair. As he spoke, blood poured from his mouth, and he watched the dimming sky with a triumphant smile, a breeze brushing against his cheek. Madara had perished. Hashirama, clutching his chest, stood beside the fallen Madara. Observing his last smile, he quietly sat down, gazing at the meteorites descending toward the village of Kanagakur, aware that he was gravely injured and could not return in time. He feared his own life would not last a few days longer. Tobarama, the village is in your hands. You must stop those meteorites. With that, Hashirama collapsed. Tobarama, having witnessed the battle, inhaled sharply. Although he'd seen the brilliance of their conflict in the anime, experiencing it firsthand left a lingering excitement in his heart. The meteorites drew ever closer, casting a shadow over the village and instilling an overwhelming sense of dread. Tobura, the sky, the sky, shouted Jiang, his face twisted in horror. Stop shouting. I can see. Toburama's eyes fixed on the meteorites, his mind racing with strategies to prevent the village's destruction from such a colossal meteorite. There was but one solution. Utilize the flying thunder god technique to transport the meteorite far from the village. However, this plan was futile, as Toburama's flying thunder god marks were not far from the village, and given the meteor descent speed, even relocating it would still wreak havoc upon Konoha and beyond. Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and Danzo rushed to Toburama's side, gazing at the impending meteorites. Hiruzen leaned closer to Toburama and said, Master, could the first Hokage's would release withstand that meteorite? Hiruzen's naive question struck a chord within Toburama. Indeed, if only his brother were here, perhaps he could use wood release to support it. But now, he felt utterly powerless. Within the village, chaos ensued. Run. The sky is falling. Countless villagers fled in panic. Mom, I'm scared. A small girl, abandoned amidst the crowd, sat on the ground, her face covered in dirt. I don't want to die that a man, consumed by despair, knelt, his eyes filled with hopelessness. Toburama surveyed the chaos within the village, where all the ninjas had gathered. He issued a command. All Chunin and Jiang, evacuate the villagers as quickly as possible, save as many as you can. Jinin, flee on your own. In a blur, over 100 ninjas vanished before Toburama. A Jiang scooped up the crying girl and disappeared, only to reappear on a distant rooftop. Chunin, accompanied by children with some ninja skills, leaped onto rooftops, racing toward the village's outskirts. Jinin fled independently on the ground. Toburama's brow furrowed. He knew that no matter how they fled, escaping the meteorite's impact was impossible. He gazed up at the sky, his heart heavy with despair. Is this how Konoha meets its end? Yet, in that moment of collective hopelessness, a figure appeared before Toburama, standing atop a stone railing. Dressed in a black trench coat that fluttered in the wind, and with striking silver hair, the figure appeared remarkably handsome despite his youthful appearance, resembling a boy of perhaps 12 or 13, even younger than Hiruzen and Danzo. Who are you? Toburama stepped forward. That if I can help you shatter this meteorite, may I borrow your Thunder God sword? The boy turned to face the three men. Hiruzen was taken aback by the boy's demon mask, while Danzo's eyes widened in surprise, muttering, That mask is incredible. I must have one. Toburama approached the boy, producing the Thunder God sword and tossing it before him, declaring, If you are confident in your abilities, why not give it a try? May I ask your name, brave hero? Onakiri. The boy received the Thunder God sword and vanished in an instant. When he reappeared, he soared into the air. Onakiri positioned the sword behind him, closed his eyes, and enveloped himself in a shroud of dark energy. With a single move, frenzied blade slash. Countless strikes erupted like fireworks, relentlessly crashing into the meteorite. All eyes froze in awe as they beheld Onakiri's silhouette and the chaotic flurry of strikes in the sky. Crack! Bang! Boom! The once mighty meteorite shattered like a watermelon, breaking into countless pieces that cascaded down like a celestial display. Toburama stood in stunned silence, awestruck by the spectacle. Such a feat was otherworldly, yet the ordeal was far from over. The thousands of meteorite fragments still posed a threat to Konoha. Toburama leaped into the air, clapping his palms together, unleashing a tremendous wave of energy. Onakiri glanced back at Toburama, aware that he could utilize water release even in a dry area with devastating power. However, in a village, such a large-scale water release would likely bring destruction upon it as well. Onakiri extended his hand and shouted, Stop! Trust me can shatter these fragments. His voice resonated like a divine proclamation, reaching every villager's ears. Is this a deity? Could this be the legendary god? The crowd stood in stunned silence, illuminated by the setting sun, as Onakiri's figure radiated an extraordinary aura. Toburama ceased his water release, the mist dissipating around him as he watched Onakiri with unwavering focus. As the meteorites approached Onakiri, he readied the Thunder God sword behind him, channeling all his strength, an aura of death enveloping him. With the Thunder God sword spinning 360 degrees, a deafening sound erupted. Virum. Crack! Boom! Such a strike was akin to an atomic explosion, radiating outward from Onakiri and obliterating the meteorites above, scattering them to dust. Chapter 3. On the summit of the snowy mountains, the sky was engulfed in a tempest of dust and debris. The colossal meteor that had crashed moments ago now reduced to mere nothingness. Jiang Chen's silhouette gradually descended, once again standing atop the stone pillar of the Shadow Studio. Facing the swirling sands, his figure appeared ethereal and divine. Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze was fixed upon Jiang Chen, his hands clenched in excitement, venerating the name of the ghost blade as if it were a deity. Tobarama Senju stood with his mouth agape, allowing the sand to invade his mouth. Yet he remained unperturbed, his focus unwavering on the mask, vowing henceforth that this mask would become his unwavering faith. Tobarama stepped forward, extending his hand with a long-lost smile. Jiang Chen had observed the Hokage for an extended period and had never witnessed the second Hokage smile. Seeing Tobarama's smile for the first time was indeed a sight to behold, albeit somewhat unattractive, which elicited a chuckle from him. He tossed the Raijin sword towards Tobarama, spreading his hands and saying, "Lord Tobarama Senju, if you truly wish to express your gratitude, I would appreciate something more tangible." Tobarama stood frozen, pondering the notion of tangible. Dans approached Tobarama and whispered a few words. With a sudden realization, Tobarama exclaimed, "Ghost Blade Kuin, you have saved the entire village. I shall provide whatever sum you desire." Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled. Regardless of the world, money was an absolute necessity. The currency in the Hokage world was measured in ri, with 1 ri equivalent to 10 Japanese yen, roughly 6 cents in the 21st century. Therefore, requesting 300,000 ri for saving an entire village seemed quite reasonable indeed. Jiang Chen extended 3 fingers, softly stating, 300,000 ri. Tobarama nearly stumbled at the audacity of the request. This fellow was indeed asking for an exorbitant sum, shattering the once revered image of a hero. However, considering the price in light of saving the entire village, it was not excessive at all. Tobarama immediately arranged for the funds to be prepared. "Ghost Blade Kuin, may I inquire which village you hail from? Since you have saved Konoha, might you consider remaining here?" Tobarama's words were sincere. In his heart, he believed that with the strength of this youth, he could be groomed to become Hokage, undoubtedly the most formidable among the 5 Kage, thus transforming the village into the strongest ninja village. For the long-term development of the village, this youth must be retained. Jiang Chen, however, had no intention of staying. At this moment, there was not even a ninja academy, and he was surrounded by unfamiliar faces, with the exception of Hinata, whom he adored. Of course, his affection for her was not romantic. It stemmed from his innocent admiration for lowly characters, desiring merely a little sister figure. "Lord Tobarama, I am accustomed to solitude and dislike constraints. Moreover, the days ahead would be exceedingly dull. I cannot remain, but I do have a request." "Speak, hero. I hope you can grant me a fire headband. 50 years hence, I will ensure that my descendants join Konoha. Would you be amenable to this?" Upon hearing this, Tobarama felt immense joy. In 50 years, this youth would merely be in his 60s. If his descendants could join Konoha, it would mean they too would be part of the village, a boon for its future development. "Very well, I shall grant your request." Tobarama removed the headband from his forehead and tossed it to Jiang Chen, who caught it with gratitude. At that moment, a Jainin approached, carrying a chest full of money, which Tobarama opened and presented to Jiang Chen with a smile. "Here is 300,000 ry. Thank you for saving Konoha." Jiang Chen accepted the money and stood, declaring, "Well then, it is time for me to depart. Konoha will only grow stronger from here on. My grandson's name is Jiang Chen. Remember it well. I hope that, regardless of his talent, Konoha will afford him a place due to my legacy." With that, Jiang Chen leaped away, vanishing from the stone pillar. "Where can we find a hero like you again?" Tobarama cried out, rushing outside. 1,000 miles away, on the snowy mountain summit, Jiang Chen's voice resonated deep and long, heard clearly by all within Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Dans etched Jiang Chen's name firmly in their minds. After leaving Konoha, Jiang Chen deposited the money in the bank, retaining only 20,000 for personal use. Ding! Congratulations, brother, on successfully completing the mission. Reward: 1 ghost blade. Money: 100,000 ry. With a resounding crash, a pitch-black supreme sword appeared in Jiang Chen's hand, glimmering with an eerie green hue under the sunlight, as if the cries of 100 demons echoed through it. An exquisite blade. This sword is a perfect match for my name. Splendid work, young brother. Brother, thank you for the praise. What are your plans now? I shall indulge in a meal and then find a place to freeze my age, returning in 50 years. Brother, won't you revel a bit more? What is there to revel in? Uchiha Madara has fallen, and it won't be long before Senju Hashirama passes as well. The second Hokage, Tobarama Senju, has already led the village to victory in the first Great Ninja War without my assistance. Moreover, the subsequent ninja wars lack significance. Leaving behind a legacy of saving Konoha is quite splendid, wouldn't you agree? Brother, go ahead with your plans. Just remember to inform me when you start freezing your age. Done. Young brother, be on your way. I have a man's duties to attend to. System. Jiang Chen removed his mask and stealthily entered Konoha, savoring the renowned skewers and grilled meat of the street food scene. After a satisfying meal, Jiang Chen sought out a lively place, reminiscent of the haunts where Jiraiya often frequented. Ah, this is a splendid spot for inspiration. Onward. As soon as Jiang Chen entered, without uttering a word, he was unceremoniously thrown out by two burly men. The proprietress, wielding a paper fan and with her hands on her hips, scolded him. What business does a child have here? Hurry home. Jiang Chen gazed helplessly at the vibrantly colored sign and sighed deeply. Alas, this enjoyment has been stripped away. What is the point of lingering here? I shall cease my pursuits and commence freezing my age. Young brother, call forth. Brother, I am here. Jiang Chen strolled to a secluded area, appearing listless. Initiate age freezing. Understood, brother. Age freezing attribute is now activated. Please enter the duration for age freezing. Fearing he might miscalculate the time, Jiang Chen mentally recalculated. The Valley of the End had just erupted, meaning it was now the 8th year of Konoha, whereas Naruto's birth would occur in the 48th year. Naruto, Hinata, and Sasuke would graduate at 12 years old, which places their graduation in the 60th year of Konoha. To witness the most adorable little Hinata, I must unfreeze before the 60th year. Thus, it follows that I shall enter the Ninja Academy in the 58th year, being a year older than them, allowing me to embody the role of an elder brother. So it is decided. The freezing duration shall be 50 years. Received, successfully set. The host will soon enter the frozen state and will re-emerge in 50 years. As a chilling sensation enveloped him, Jiang Chen's vision gradually blurred until he could see nothing at all. Chapter 4. The Fear of the Nine-Tails Fox Konoha, Year 58. Jiang Chen slowly opened his eyes, stretching his limbs in astonishment as he discovered that he had been unaffected, not a single change to be found. He made his way to the riverbank, gazing at his reflection in the water, his smile widening. Ah, my handsome visage. Even after such a prolonged freeze, my skin appears even better. What a blessing. Ding. Brother. Long time no see. Ah, young brother, you emerge just as I unfreeze. What brings you? To welcome me back? Brother, I am here for work. A second mission is to be announced today, to enter Konoha and become a ninja. Jiang Chen stroked his chin. In truth, assuming the role of a ninja according to his identity was not particularly challenging. However, if he graduated early, he would miss the opportunity to meet young Naruto and little Hinata. No. I must follow the normal rhythm of a child's life. I cannot become the center of attention. To alleviate Naruto's suffering, I will become the bottom of the class, ensuring he does not finish last. Hey, young brother, is there a deadline for this mission? Can it be delayed a few years? Absolutely. As long as you accept the mission. Agreed. The system faded from his mind as Jiang Chen quickly tidied himself by the riverbank, donning his forehead protector and hastily making his way towards Konoha. At that moment, the gatekeeping ninjas intercepted him. Who are you? We have never seen you before. Did you register upon leaving Konoha? Jiang Chen exhaled deeply, removing his forehead protector. Indeed, the king of hell is easy to meet, but the little ghosts are troublesome. He raised the forehead protector high and proclaimed, "This forehead protector is a token given to my grandfather, the Ghost Blade, by the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama. 50 years later, I am to present this token to join Konoha. Do you too intend to defy the will of our previous Hokage?" Jiang Chen's brows furrowed slightly, his tone carrying an undertone of admonition. The two ninjas exchanged glances, their eyes widening in terror as they recalled the third Hokage's instructions. This year, a young man named Jiang Chen would arrive, and they must escort him to the Hokage. Are you Jiang Chen? One ninja inquired, his tone tinged with obsequiousness. Yes. How did you know it was me? Jiang Chen asked, puzzled. We've been waiting for you. Come, the third Hokage has instructed us to keep an eye on you. He has been eagerly anticipating your arrival. As they entered the village, The bustling atmosphere radiated a sense of peace and prosperity. The dango shop remained lively, filled with the sounds of children's laughter. The barbecue shop was alive with steam, and Choji, clad in a white shirt, stuffed his mouth with meat, his round face adorably comical. Uncle Irika continued to serve customers, though Naruto was conspicuously absent. As they passed a bookstore for adults, suddenly a child in a white shirt was unceremoniously ejected by the shopkeeper. Jiang Chen instantly recognized him as Naruto, leaping forward to catch him. At 10 years old, Naruto was undeniably charming, with his spiky blonde hair and big, innocent eyes staring up at Jiang Chen with a childlike wonder. Jiang Chen steadied Naruto and gently ruffled his hair, saying, "Little Naruto, you shouldn't frequent this kind of bookstore." Naruto, with his youthful innocence, scratched the back of his head and exclaimed, "Nisan, thank you. How did you know I'm Naruto? Don't you hate me because I'm the Nine Tails?" At this, Jiang Chen's heart sank. Indeed, at this time, Naruto had never been acknowledged by anyone, constantly labeled as a demon fox, resorting to mischief to garner attention. What a pitiable child. Jiang Chen affectionately patted Naruto's head, smiling as he extended his right hand, saying, "I am Jiang Chen. I will also be attending the Ninja Academy, and I am 2 years older than you, so you may call me brother." His words were warm and amiable, causing the two ninjas nearby to gaze at Jiang Chen in shock, unable to comprehend why he was so kind to Naruto upon his arrival in the village. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Naruto's face lit up with joy, his mouth agape in delight. "Brother Jiang Chen, this is amazing. You don't dislike me." Ecstatic, Naruto eagerly extended his small hand, and the two clasped hands tightly, creating a heartwarming scene. Inside Naruto, the nine-tails fox stirred in its cage, watching Jiang Chen with a single eye, exuding a murderous aura that was palpable. Jiang Chen sensed the hostility and shot an angry glare at Naruto's abdomen. The nine-tails suddenly stood up, drenched in sweat. Jiang Chen's mere gaze, devoid of any ocular jutsu, conveyed a powerful presence that instilled a sense of impending doom within the beast, rendering it incapable of resistance. "All right, little Naruto, I must go see the third Hokage. When I am less occupied, I will accompany you for practice." Jiang Chen once more patted Naruto's head, smiling as he turned to leave. Watching Jiang Chen's retreating figure, Naruto felt a warmth fill his heart. It was the first time in many years he experienced the beauty of familial affection. The two ninjas approached Jiang Chen, whispering, "Jiang Chen-kun, that child is the Nine Tails. You might not know this since you just arrived in the village, but it would be best to keep your distance from him." Jiang Chen lifted his gaze, glaring at the ninjas without uttering a word. The ninja, drenched in sweat, collapsed to the ground, while the other quickly helped him up, reproaching, "What is wrong with you? Why are your legs trembling?" "Nothing, nothing." As they entered the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, smoking a pipe, was engrossed in a letter from the Land of Lightning, his face marked with worry, his already graying hair appearing even more worn. Upon seeing Jiang Chen enter with the two ninjas, he merely glanced up before returning to the letter. "Hokage-sama, we have brought Jiang Chen." "What? Where is he?" The third Hokage sprang to his feet, the letter slipping from his hands and falling to the floor, forgotten. Jiang Chen approached the office slowly, the third Hokage scrutinizing his appearance. Flowing silver hair, a broad forehead, a prominent nose, and a pair of bright, expressive eyes, handsomely captivating. He excitedly grasped Jiang Chen's shoulders, nearly trembling with emotion, saying, "You have arrived. Finally, I have waited 50 years for this moment. How is your grandfather, the Ghost Blade?" Jiang Chen was taken aback by the third Hokage's fervent enthusiasm, never expecting such concern. "My grandfather is well, though he leads a rather elusive life, and we only communicate through specific means." The third Hokage sighed deeply, shaking his head. "No wonder I could not find him despite sending people to the Snow Country's mountains numerous times. Now it makes sense. Haha, I am truly delighted you are here today. By the way, did your grandfather instruct you on anything before you came?" "Oh no." Jiang Chen had not considered that question, leaving him momentarily flustered. Nothing specific. But he did share many thoughts about coming to Konoha during our conversations. It was a bit scattered, let me think." The third Hokage's face softened into a gentle smile as he said, "No rush, no rush. Whatever you need, do not hesitate to ask. I will fulfill all requests as long as I am able." Chapter 5. Joining the Ninja Academy. "Please take care of me." Jiang Chen's mind raced. He could not harness chakra, only possessing swordsmanship, so he needed to devise a foolproof plan to graduate smoothly. If he wished to train alongside Naruto and Hinata, he had to ensure he could keep pace with them. All right, it is decided. Hokage-sama. Both my grandfather and I only practice swordsmanship and do not possess the ability to gather chakra. I hope Konoha can grant me special permission to graduate. My grandfather stated that once I became a part of Konoha, its challenges would be his challenges too, and he would do his utmost to assist Konoha. He simply wishes for his grandson to live freely in Konoha. Jiang Chen's words sounded innocent, but a closer examination revealed a profound implication. It meant that Konoha should treat Jiang Chen well, accommodating his desires to keep him happy. For only then would the Ghost Blade offer his assistance in times of hardship. Conversely, if they failed to indulge this precious grandson, they could not expect his aid. Sarutobi Hiruzen, having lived for over 60 years, understood the underlying message. Ahem, since the esteemed Ghost Blade dotes on you so, how could I, as the third Hokage, not give you face? Jiang Chen, if you ever need anything, come directly to me, and I will arrange it for you. Now, I will have someone take you to the ninja village. The third Hokage smiled and called out to the door, Genma. Please escort Jiang Chen to the ninja academy and take him to Irika's class. Nara Shikamaru, chewing on a toothpick, entered the room, glancing at Jiang Chen with an expression devoid of emotion, maintaining his usual calm demeanor. Yes, Hokage-sama, Jiang Chen, please follow me. Jiang Chen trailed behind Genma, who was naturally cold in disposition, not exchanging a word throughout their journey. Jiang Chen carefully observed the toothpick in his mouth, knowing it was not a mere toothpick, but a type of blade known as Senbon. When Irika saw Genma enter with an unfamiliar child, his expression was one of confusion. Genma leaned in to whisper the details to him, emphasizing the child's significance before exiting the classroom. Irika wore a smile as he approached Jiang Chen, announcing loudly to the class, "Dear students, this is our new classmate, Jiang Chen. I trust you will all lend him your support." The classroom erupted into enthusiastic applause. Jiang Chen smiled warmly, bowing politely as he spoke. "It is a pleasure to meet you all. My name is Jiang Chen, and I hope to receive your kind assistance." Meanwhile, Chi-Wan, trembling in Inuzuka's embrace, gazed anxiously at Jiang Chen, emitting soft whimpers of fear. Inuzuka frowned, resting his chin on Chi-Wan while fixating on Jiang Chen. His heart filled with unease as he murmured, "Chi-Wan, are you saying he is frightening and that I should avoid provoking him?" Chi-Wan squinted and nodded vigorously, inching closer to Shino and whispering, "This guy, Shino, seems benevolent, but he is anything but simple." Just then, he noticed Shino, typically composed, was now sweating profusely and silent, devoid of the usual insects that accompanied him. "Shino, are you unwell?" Shino snapped back to reality, turning to meet Inuzuka's equally sweaty visage. Although the dark sunglasses obscured his gaze, the tension was palpable. Shino trembled, realizing that Jiang Chen, who instilled fear even in the insects, was a source of genuine concern. Observing the others around them, who seemed unfazed, he advised, "Let us keep this under wraps. Jiang Chen appears to be concealing his murderous intent. Perhaps he harbors no malice. But the innate fear animals possess cannot be easily masked. We shall observe him further, but do not provoke him." Inuzuka, aware of Shino's usual stoicism, felt a sense of urgency as he licked his parched lips and glanced at Jiang Chen, swallowing nervously. "Wow, this person is incredibly handsome, even more so than Sasuke-kun," Ino remarked, brushing aside a strand of her golden hair, her lovely face lighting up with a dreamy smile as her eyes fixated on Jiang Chen. Sakura, blushing, rested her forehead on the desk, lost in thought about Sasuke, completely oblivious to Jiang Chen's presence. Sasuke, arms crossed in front of his mouth, glared at Jiang Chen with the same intense murderous intent he always wore since the tragic demise of his clan at the hands of his brother, Itachi Uchiha. Naruto, with wide eyes, stared at Jiang Chen, exclaiming, "Nisan? Jiang Chen Nisan." Hinata, her Byakugan wide with surprise, fidgeted with her fingers, blushing as she murmured, "Is he Naruto-kun's brother?" Jiang Chen waved at Naruto, smiling and nodding. The entire class observed this exchange in bewilderment. What is happening? Naruto knows him. Did he just call him Nisan? Could it be that he is also a demon fox? "Everyone, quiet down," Irika instructed, tapping the desk while fixing his gaze on the empty seat beside Naruto. He continued with a smile, "Jiang Chen, please take a seat next to Naruto." "Sure." Jiang Chen strode confidently to the seat next to Naruto. Naruto gazed at him with admiration, and Jiang Chen turned to him with a smile, softly advising, "Little Naruto, pay close attention in class. The gentle tone enveloped Naruto like a warm bath, prompting him to nod vigorously and straighten up, pretending to focus intently on Irika. Seeing this, Irika's lips curled into a satisfied smile as he announced, "Today marks Jiang Chen's first day at the Ninja Academy, and I will now explain to you about our school." The Ninja Academy was established by the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, 8 years ago in Konoha and officially became the Ninja Academy 4 years later. The curriculum encompasses theoretical courses, physical training, and practical applications, comprising foundational education, drills, and applied teaching, culminating in graduation exams. In these peaceful times, the school operates on a 6-year system, and you are currently in the 4th year, having completed the initial years of theory and physical training. The upcoming years will focus on weaponry and ninjutsu instruction. Upon finishing, Irika glanced knowingly at Jiang Chen, recalling the instructions he received from Kakashi Hatake, who had specifically arranged for Jiang Chen to be in his class, as per the third Hokage's wishes, and had emphasized the need for special care due to Jiang Chen's unfamiliarity with the academy. Jiang Chen could sense the underlying intentions and thought to himself, "It seems that having connections truly has its advantages, as I have been informed of so many intricate details. I am genuinely taken aback." Clearing his throat, Irika continued, "This afternoon's lesson will focus on shuriken throwing. No one is allowed to be absent, understood? Especially you, Naruto." Laughter erupted from the class as they turned to Naruto, who was the center of attention. Jiang Chen smiled at Naruto, extending his fist in encouragement. "Go for it, little Naruto." Naruto stood stunned for a moment before breaking into a radiant smile, nodding enthusiastically as their fists met in a cheerful collision, both grinning sweetly. Chapter 6. I don't want to learn this. Ino scored an impressive 82 in shuriken throwing. Sakura, it's your turn. Irika, pen in hand, recorded the scores. The shuriken throwing event involved 10 targets, with students positioned 60 meters away, earning 10 points for each hit, totaling 100 points. Ino achieved 1 perfect score and 9 eights, totaling 82 points. Upon hearing Irika announce her score, Ino beamed as she approached Sakura, clenching her fists tightly. The rivalry between the two girls ignited once more. Sakura pouted defiantly, declaring, "What is so great about 82? I will definitely score higher. Just wait and see." Clad in a red skirt, Sakura tied her long hair up, grasping the shuriken and spinning it in her palm, her eyes locked on the target. "Go for it, Sakura." Naruto cheered, raising his fist and shouting excitedly. "Shut up, Naruto. You're making it hard for me to concentrate." Sakura snapped, causing Naruto to retract his fist in disappointment, puffing out his cheeks in a sulky manner. "Naruto-kun," Hinata said softly, her delicate hands fidgeting as she stole glances at him, her cheeks flushed. Sakura scores 82 points. She is currently tied for first with Ino. Irika's voice rang out. "TCH, you're not that impressive. Didn't you promise to surpass me?" Ino quipped. "Don't get too cocky. I'll definitely score higher next time," Sakura retorted, glaring at Ino. Had Irika not been present, one could imagine the two charming girls might have actually come to blows. Next up, Sasuke. "Wow. Sasuke-kun, go for it." Sasuke's female admirers squealed, their faces flushed with excitement as they cheered for him. Naruto shot Sasuke a disdainful look. "Humph." Sasuke glared at Naruto with a cold snort, picking up a shuriken effortlessly. After a few swift moves, 9 shuriken struck the target perfectly, with one slightly off mark. The class erupted in cheers, and Irika, as usual, was astonished as he announced, "Sasuke scores 99 points. Sasuke, if you weren't so eager to show off, you could have achieved a perfect score. How cool. Sasuke-kun, so cool. Irika-sensei." You can't complain about Sasuke. The enthusiastic cries of his admirers filled the room, some even expressing their dissatisfaction with Irika for criticizing him. Sasuke's gaze fell upon the one shuriken that had missed the target, his eyes narrowing as they landed on Naruto. That particular shuriken had veered off due to Naruto's distracting antics, and at that moment, Sasuke felt an urge to eliminate Naruto. "Next up, Naruto. Everyone, step back," Irika instructed, moving away from the target himself, recalling the last time Naruto had accidentally hurled a shuriken at a classmate, causing him to feel apprehensive. Jiang Chen, witnessing the scene, nearly burst into laughter but managed to stifle it, gesturing encouragement to Naruto. "Go for it, Naruto." Okay, Nisan," Naruto replied, taking a deep breath as he grasped the shuriken. With a swift motion, a shuriken whizzed past Irika's face, landing firmly 2 meters away from the target. Irika observed the shuriken lodged in the tree and exclaimed, Naruto, aim carefully before you throw. Do you wish to end my life, you fool? Everyone else, step back. Hinata furrowed her brow, pursing her lips, and gazed at Naruto in astonishment, whispering, Naruto-kun, you can do it. Jiang Chen, watching Hinata's adorable expression, shook his head with a smile. Naruto scratched his head and laughed heartily, once again focusing intently on the target. A shuriken flew forth, striking the target with a resounding thud, only just hitting it, scoring a solitary point. Irika, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, awkwardly shouted, not bad. At least you didn't miss the target this time. As the final shuriken hit the target, Irika sighed with relief and declared, Naruto has scored 7 points. A commendable improvement, 7 times better than last time. Keep up the good work. Yay! Naruto joyfully leapt into the air, rushing to Irika's side, clapping his hands, his eyes squinting with delight. Teacher, am I the one who has improved the most? Ahem, indeed. Keep pushing forward. Oh, Naruto nodded vigorously, his eyes wide with excitement. Kiba, with his arms crossed, sighed. Only Naruto scored in single digits, yet he's so pleased. You barely scored in the teens. The words from Shino made Kiba clench his fists, baring his fangs as he angrily retorted, Shino, don't get too cocky. I will surpass you soon enough. Shino calmly adjusted his sunglasses and replied, very well. I look forward to your performance. Kiba, once again infuriated by Shino's tone, felt his temper rise. Akamaru whimpered timidly once more. Kiba raised his eyes to the playground, where Jiang Chen stood in the center, his dark blade glistening in the sunlight. Kiba gulped, staring at Jiang Chen's silhouette, speechless with shock. Shino also turned his head, sensing Akamaru's trepidation, and curiously watched Jiang Chen. Irika approached Jiang Chen, handing him 10 shuriken. Jiang Chen, this may be your first time using shuriken, but fear not. Sasuke, please demonstrate how to use them. Without hesitation, Sasuke stepped out of line, gripping a shuriken, deliberately slowing his movements before launching it with precision, striking the target dead center. A wave of admiration erupted from Sasuke's admirers, and Irika sighed, wishing to avoid further demonstrations from Sasuke, as the girls were quite overwhelming. Jiang Chen, have you grasped it? Jiang Chen held the shuriken, feeling a mix of emotions. Hitting a stationary target with such an object seemed unnecessary, especially since he had no experience with it. He returned the shuriken to Irika, exhaling deeply. Teacher, I cannot use shuriken. I do not wish to learn this. Irika was taken aback. In his years of teaching, he had never encountered a student who couldn't even use shuriken. Even Naruto, the class underachiever, could at least throw them, albeit with poor accuracy. Irika awkwardly regarded Jiang Chen's calm demeanor, thinking, the third Hokage has truly put me in a difficult position. How can I teach a student who cannot even use shuriken? This is certainly a challenging task. What was wrong with Jiang Chen? How could he not even use shuriken yet aspire to be a ninja? It was rather laughable. Such striking looks, yet lacking even the most basic skills. It was a shame indeed. If he cannot use shuriken, he should be demoted. Why is he even in our class? The playground was filled with murmurs of discontent and derisive comments. Kiba leaned toward Shino, incredulous. What on earth is up with Jiang Chen? He possesses such terrifying charisma, yet cannot even throw a shuriken. Let's wait and see. Perhaps he is similar to Teacher Guy, Shino replied, fixated on Jiang Chen's back. What do you mean by that? Kiba scratched his head, looking puzzled. Chapter 7. One Blade. 10 targets. Naruto stood behind Jiang Chen, a worried expression on his face. Nisan cannot throw shuriken? The third Hokage sat beside the crystal ball, taking a deep drag of his cigarette, watching Jiang Chen's figure with exasperation. What a bother. If he cannot pass the basic courses, he will surely fail the physical tests and practical classes. Oh, Demon Blade, your grandson is quite the headache. It seems I will have to sacrifice my dignity and grant him special permission to graduate. With that, the third Hokage glanced at the pile of letters he had been perusing for days, taking another drag of his cigarette. The issues with the Land of Lightning and the Hyuga clan were also weighing heavily on his mind. Irika, holding the shuriken, surveyed the noisy students around him. Feeling truly troubled, Jiang Chen was a student under the third Hokage's care. If he allowed Jiang Chen to skip practicing with shuriken, how could he face the other students? Conversely, if he forced Jiang Chen to use them, he would surely be humiliated, leaving Irika in a difficult position with the third Hokage. It was indeed a burdensome task. Jiang Chen, sensing Irika's predicament, glanced around at the mocking classmates and calmly stated, I cannot use shuriken. I cannot gather chakra, but so what? Isn't hitting the target the goal? Using a blade achieves the same result. His words, though delivered in a tranquil tone, carried a striking impact. His assertion was undeniably true. Regardless of the method, as long as the outcome remained the same, what difference did it make? This revelation seemed to awaken Irika's train of thought. He promptly set the shuriken aside and exclaimed, "Classmates, I believe Jiang Chen is correct. Regardless of the approach, achieving victory makes one a winner. Some things are indeed beyond the grasp of many ninjas, yet as long as individual strength prevails, one can become a Konoha ninja." Just like Teacher Guy, he specializes in taijutsu and has achieved remarkable mastery in that discipline. Therefore, do not mock Jiang Chen. He may possess unique talents unknown to us. As he spoke, Irika's gaze fell upon the imposing black blade on Jiang Chen's back. It is clear that Jiang Chen is a swordsman. As a school exception, if a student excels in a particular area, they may be exempted from other ninjutsu to graduate. I believe Jiang Chen embodies such an exception. Then why don't we see him draw his sword? Wasn't it just said that using a blade can also hit the target? Exactly. Do you expect him to slice the target with his sword? If that's the case, I can do it too. Irika, you are being biased toward Jiang Chen. Why should he be allowed to succeed without any skills while we cannot? Initially, Irika had hoped his words would persuade the students, but it seemed futile. Instead of quieting the uproar, it only intensified, leaving him with no choice but to look at Jiang Chen, wishing he would do something to silence the students, for otherwise, he would find himself in a difficult position as a teacher. Haha, Irika, you have quite the task ahead of you, the third Hokage chuckled, taking a drag from his cigarette while observing Irika's dilemma through the crystal ball. His gaze shifted to Jiang Chen's formidable blade as he mused. I wonder how proficient his swordsmanship truly is. Can it rival the awe-inspiring prowess of the demon blade from the past? Jiang Chen exhaled, gripping the hilt of the demon blade at his back, a glint of determination in his eyes. I could slice the target, but I advise you all to keep your distance, lest you find yourselves in harm's way. This is the strongest demon blade left to me by my grandfather. Let me remind you of his words. When the demon blade is drawn, it slays gods and topples heavens. A collective gasp arose from the class at Jiang Chen's audacious proclamation. Naruto's eyes widened in admiration, fixated on Jiang Chen. However, apart from Naruto, the others responded with a chorus of ridicule. What an outrageous claim! Slaying gods and toppling heavens. One might think he is a deity. He seems to only be good at boasting. Does he really believe he can bring destruction to the world? Enough with the grandstanding. Just draw your sword. If you can strike the target from 60 meters away, I will eat my words. Jiang Chen's lips curled into a subtle smile as he took particular notice of the individual who had audaciously claimed he could perform a handstand while consuming excrement. However, the face was unfamiliar, a stranger to him. What is your name? The one who spoke of handstanding and eating feces. Jiang Chen inquired with an air of keen interest. His gaze fixed on the slightly plump boy, a hint of menace flickering in his eyes. The boy, intimidated by Jiang Chen's penetrating stare, trembled and took 2 steps back. Mustering his courage to stammer, I am Tianjing. My father is a wealthy merchant of Konoha village. You'd best not provoke me. Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback. The only individuals he recognized were the legendary Konoha 12. The sudden emergence of an unfamiliar face left him feeling somewhat disoriented. Since he was not acquainted with Tianjing, it was evident that the boy was not a formidable character. He could not allow himself to be lenient. So, Tianjing, it matters not whether you are a wealthy heir. This has no bearing on your claim of handstanding and eating feces. Should I successfully strike the bullseye while standing still, do not forget your promise. With that, Jiang Chen turned and fully unsheathed his ghost blade, positioning it before him. Bathed in sunlight, the blade glimmered ominously, instilling a wave of dread in Irika, who instinctively retreated from Jiang Chen, silent and gulping nervously, breath coming in ragged gasps. Inuyasha, standing beside Shino, felt an overwhelming sense of terror akin to that of Akamaru. Shino abruptly pushed Inuyasha away, whispering, "Do not touch me. The bugs within me have begun to stir, and I must concentrate on controlling them." Inuyasha, hiding behind Shino, licked his parched lips, trembling at the sight of Jiang Chen's ghost blade. What is it about this blade that instills such fear in me, causing my legs to weaken? As Inuyasha quaked in trepidation, Shino seized his arm and, without uttering a word, began to flee. "Hey, Shino, what are you doing? Cough, cough, it's unbearable. If I stay here any longer, I feel as though the bugs within me will burst forth. It's terrifying. The two sought refuge in a corner of the school, unwilling to return to the playground. The third Hokage, with a cigarette now devoid of tobacco, fixed his gaze intently on Jiang Chen within the crystal ball. Hinata instinctively moved closer to Sakura, hiding behind her. Jiang Chen's mind swirled with countless sword techniques. Yet in this ninja academy, even a simple technique could topple the entire school. Never mind, I'll opt for a simple strike and aim for minimal force. With a swift motion, he executed a graceful slash. A wide arc of energy surged forth, accompanied by a sharp sound as 10 targets were simultaneously cleaved in two. The students clasped their ears. I shut tight. Once the cacophony subsided, they opened their eyes, jaws agape in astonishment. The 10 targets had been cleanly bisected, precisely at the bullseye, without a hint of error. Chapter 8. The Ascension of Sword Intent. Irika gaped in disbelief, staring at the remnants of the 10 targets, his pen slipping from his grasp. Utterly oblivious. Thud. The third Hokage dropped his cigarette onto the table, exclaiming in shock, "This must be a trick." A prodigious talent in swordsmanship at such a young age. Truly a genius. Congratulations, esteemed brother, for astonishing the entire assembly, earning 20,000 coins and 10 sword intent points. Additionally, for impressing the third Hokage, you have gained 30,000 coins and 20 sword intent points. Little brother, didn't we say my prowess was unparalleled among the Hokage? How can there still be room for improvement? Brother, as of now, you are indeed the pinnacle, but should your strength stagnate, what if someone surpasses you? As long as you continue to amaze, you can accumulate sword intent, which will enhance your combat capabilities. Jiang Chen furrowed his brow in confusion. The system's logic seemed sound. Only through continuous improvement could he truly attain invincibility. Little brother, tell me, what is my current sword intent level? What is its significance? In response, esteemed brother, your foundational attributes are as follows. Sword intent value, 30, rank, first level, capable of instilling fear in others through killing intent. Upgrade progress, 301,000. Upon reaching 1,000 sword intent points, you will ascend to the second level. The higher the rank of your sword intent, the stronger the killing intent. Once you attain a certain height, you may use sword intent alone to cast illusions. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen's heart raced with excitement. According to the system, as his sword intent mastery grew, he could potentially conjure illusions solely through sword intent. Little brother, can sword intent indeed create illusions? Yes, brother, the stronger the sword intent, the more potent the illusions. Excellent. You are the most conscientious system I have encountered, providing clear explanations and monetary rewards. Truly remarkable. Jiang Chen emerged from his reverie, retrieving his bankbook from his pocket. And to his delight, the figures had indeed increased by 50,000 coins. He joyfully tucked the bankbook away, perhaps in his exuberance. Jiang Chen drew the attention of his classmates. His act of pulling out the bankbook left them utterly astounded again. Ding! Congratulations, esteemed brother, for revealing your bankbook and astonishing the crowd, earning 10,000 coins and 5 sword intent points, currently at 351,000. Wow, is this even possible? Jiang Chen felt an overwhelming urge to applaud the system for its astounding operations. Observing the astonished expressions of his classmates, he approached Tianjing and pointed at the now-have targets, stating, "Weren't you boasting about handstanding and eating feces? Shouldn't you fulfill your promise?" Tianjing lowered his head. His chubby face flushed crimson, wishing he could burrow into the ground. "I was wrong. I'll do anything else, but please, not that." "Haha, coward. A bet is a bet. Since you wagered, why are you trying to back out?" Jiang Chen challenged. "Tianjing, be a man and accept your loss." The classmates who had once looked down upon Jiang Chen now rallied to his side, chastising Tianjing. Tianjing buried his face lower, speechless, tears welling in his eyes. "Well, I didn't genuinely intend for you to handstand and eat feces. How about this? Since you're wealthy, treat me and Naruto to a bowl of ramen instead. What do you say?" Jiang Chen's suggestion sounded like a lifeline to Tianjing. "All right, I agree. I'll treat you and Naruto to ramen sometime," Tianjing replied, a wide grin spreading across his face. Compared to the prospect of handstanding and eating feces, spending a bit of money on ramen seemed a small price to pay. At that moment, Irika finally regained his composure, picking up the pen from the ground and marking 10 perfect scores in Jiang Chen's column. I hereby declare that Jiang Chen has scored 100 points, securing the top position in the class. Wow. Incredible. Even more so than Sasuke-kun. Ino exclaimed. Her gaze now fixated on Jiang Chen, her former Prince Charming replaced. Damn it. Sasuke seethed, his icy glare directed at Jiang Chen. Brother, you are amazing. Naruto cheered. Bouncing with joy. Not far away, in a secluded alley, Shino remarked. It seems it's over. Shall we return? Did you hear? That guy scored full marks. Don't shout. I heard. It matters not how many points he scored. If this continues, I will inevitably be terrified to death by him. The thought of facing Jiang Chen every day filled them with an unbearable dread. Irika cast another glance at the 10 targets, now reduced to halves, exhaling deeply, pondering. Perhaps this is one student I truly cannot teach. I must consult the third Hokage regarding this matter. Within the Hokage's office, Irika knelt before the third Hokage, unveiling his thoughts. Sir, I believe it would be prudent to allow Jiang Chen to leave the ninja academy and be instructed in swordsmanship by a master such as Moonlight Wind. The third Hokage, contemplating while puffing on his cigarette, considered Irika's words. Jiang Chen, lacking in other skills apart from swordsmanship, would indeed benefit from such a teacher. However, he remained uncertain about the extent of Jiang Chen's training under the legendary blade that cleaved meteors. It was impossible to discern how much he had learned or how proficient he had become. If Jiang Chen's swordsmanship surpassed that of Moonlight Wind, arranging his future would become another conundrum. Irika, just focus on your regular teaching. Jiang Chen's desire to join your class is likely for Naruto's sake. Do you understand? Upon mentioning Naruto, Irika could not help but think of the Nine-Tails Fox, a mental barrier he had yet to overcome. His parents perished at the hands of the demon fox, and since Naruto harbored this very beast within him, the villagers had long regarded him as the embodiment of the fox itself. The chasm between Irika and Naruto remained unbridged. Observing Irika's solemn countenance, the third Hokage understood the underlying reasons and exhaled a plume of smoke, remarking, I know you cannot let go of the memories of your parents. But Naruto is also an orphan, having never even met his own parents. He, like you, has engaged in foolish antics to seek the approval of others, desperately yearning for recognition. The third Hokage's words plunged Irika into deep contemplation, reminding him that he too had once sought attention in a similar manner during his childhood. Both were pitiable children. However, why does Jiang Chen pay such close attention to Naruto? What is truly going on? Irika inquired. Well, I am not entirely certain. Allow me to share something with you. 8 years ago, it was Jiang Chen's grandfather, the legendary hero Ghost Blade, who saved the entirety of Konoha from Uchiha Madara. What? Jiang Chen's grandfather is the fabled hero Ghost Blade? Irika exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment, his mouth agape as he stammered. Is this true, Lord Third? The third Hokage nodded solemnly, taking a deep drag from his cigarette. Indeed, this is why I must adhere to his wishes and place him in your class. Ghost Blade's contributions to Konoha were immense. How could I disregard his desires? You must understand, Irika. Understood. I will ensure Jiang Chen enjoys his time here, Irika replied. Chapter 9. Acknowledging Hinata as a sister very well, the third Hokage continued. Additionally, once Kakashi returns, I will have him keep a discreet eye on Jiang Chen. You two must monitor him closely. Do not allow him to engage in sparring with others easily. Jiang Chen's swordsmanship may far exceed our expectations, and we cannot risk anyone getting injured. The third Hokage spoke with earnestness, fully aware of Ghost Blade's formidable prowess, and wishing to protect Jiang Chen from potential conflicts. Irika nodded in agreement and departed from the Hokage's office. As he exited, the sun had begun to set, and parents gathered at the entrance of the Ninja Academy to collect their children. Irika busily escorted the students out, facilitating their reunions with their guardians. Naruto sat on a swing beneath a tree, his head bowed as he gazed at the parents and children streaming out of the school. Mom, why does that child sit there every day? A little one inquired, pointing at Naruto. The mother swiftly scooped her child into her arms, casting a disdainful look at Naruto. Do not play with that child. He is the Nine-Tails. Her voice was loud enough for Naruto to hear, causing him to lower his head further. His expression clouded with melancholy. At that moment, a pair of warm hands rested gently on Naruto's head. Startled, he turned to find Jiang Chen, his face lighting up with joy. Big brother, are you not going home? Jiang Chen smiled down at Naruto, bending slightly to speak softly. Shall I walk you home? From now on, big brother Jiang Chen will escort little Naruto home every day. Upon hearing this, a long-lost smile graced Naruto's face, and he dove into Jiang Chen's embrace, his expression radiating happiness. "You are so nice, big brother." At that moment, Naruto was slightly shorter than Jiang Chen, who took Naruto's small hand in his own and gently said, "Let us go home." Just a few steps away, Jiang Chen noticed Hinata looking around nervously, her cheeks flushed. "Little Hinata, did Lord Hyuga not send anyone to pick you up today?" Hinata, upon seeing Jiang Chen, felt a twinge of fear and shook her head. Her adorable lips pursed, her large, pale eyes glancing shyly between the ground and Naruto. Jiang Chen shook his head and gently clasped Hinata's hand, saying, "Come. I will take you and little Naruto home." Hinata was still processing when Jiang Chen had already taken her small hand and was leading her out of the school. Jiang Chen held both Hinata and Naruto's hands as they walked home, their shadows elongating on the road, painted by the evening glow. Jiang Chen paused beside a shop. "Big brother, are you buying something?" Naruto inquired, tilting his head in confusion. Jiang Chen entered the store and emerged with a carton of fresh milk, smiling at Naruto. "Here, hold this. Remember, do not drink expired milk, okay? Little Naruto must behave." A radiant smile spread across Naruto's face as he vigorously nodded in agreement. Hinata, observing Jiang Chen's smile, felt her initial fear dissipate, contemplating silently, "Big brother Jiang Chen is so kind to Naruto." Hinata's home was a bit farther than Naruto's, so Jiang Chen first escorted Naruto home before continuing with Hinata. Walking alongside Jiang Chen, Hinata's cheeks turned crimson. Jiang Chen gently released her hand and said softly, "How about I be your big brother?" I. Hinata stammered, at a loss for words, her face flushing once more. Jiang Chen shook his head, amused by her shyness. "I will protect you and Naruto," he assured her. Hinata stood still, not responding. Jiang Chen understood her bashfulness, but had not anticipated it would be to such an extent. To spare her further embarrassment, he allowed Hinata to walk ahead while he followed behind, maintaining a respectful distance. Suddenly, 3 boys, taller than Hinata, blocked her path, fists clenched. "Hey, you bumped into me. Did you know?" One of them growled, his demeanor aggressive. "Apologize to us now." I didn't mean to," Hinata replied, placing her small hand over her mouth, a hint of fear in her tone. It was not the first time these boys had harassed her. They had pushed her down several times before. "Why is it so hard for you to apologize? Do you want us to make you regret it?" One of the thinner boys shouted at her. The 3 boys were entirely focused on Hinata, oblivious to Jiang Chen standing behind her. Hinata trembled in fear, stepping back, her eyes brimming with tears as she shook her head. The boys reveled in her fright, enjoying the power they held over her, as they relished in the discomfort of those who dared not retaliate. The chubby leader of the group approached Hinata, fists raised, and bellowed, "You better apologize, or I won't hold back." Who are you going to scare?" Jiang Chen's voice interjected just as the chubby boy was feeling triumphant. Hinata turned her gaze back to Jiang Chen, murmuring, "Big brother." The word slipped out softly, almost inaudibly. The 3 boys turned to Jiang Chen, pointing and mocking him. "What? Are you playing the hero? You don't even know who we are." Jiang Chen regarded the trio of boys, unimpressed, and chuckled. "Oh? What grade are you in? And just who do you think you are?" The chubby boy, angered by Jiang Chen's dismissive attitude, retorted, "You're new here, huh? You don't even know who I am. I'm Tanaka Yuichi, a 6th grader. What about you? Have the guts to tell us your name." "4th grade, Jiang Chen." "What? Are you planning to settle the score with me?" Jiang Chen responded, a hint of amusement dancing in his eyes. Believing Jiang Chen was intimidated, the chubby boy laughed heartily. "You've got some sense to know that crossing me has consequences, but it's too late for you now. Let us show him what we're made of, boys." Upon hearing that Xiong-yi was about to strike Jiang Chen, Hinata, her brow furrowed in fear, shouted loudly, "Jiang Chen Nizan, you must flee. Do not concern yourself with me." A hint of sorrow adorned Hinata's adorable face, her lips pouting cutely, as a devoted admirer of youthful innocence. Witnessing Hinata in such distress tugged at his heartstrings, compelling him to wish he could cradle her tenderly and comfort her. Yet, he knew he could not indulge in such desires. Hinata could only be his little sister. The woman of his dreams had yet to appear. Jiang Chen lowered his gaze slightly, fixing his stare on the 3 individuals before him, and allowed a mere hint of his lethal aura to seep forth. Just as the trio was about to throw a punch, the overwhelming pressure of his killing intent froze their fists mid-air, sweat beading on their foreheads. In the next instant, all 3 collapsed to the ground, desperately pleading for mercy. "Big brother, spare us. Big brother, please. Chapter 10. What I must accomplish shall indeed be achieved. Witnessing the scene unfold, Hinata stood rooted in place. Astonished as Xiong Yi and his two lackeys fervently beseeched Jiang Chen for clemency, their instinct for survival kicking in. In that fleeting moment, the murderous aura emanating from Jiang Chen made them feel as if they were prey being stalked by a ferocious beast, ready to be devoured at any moment. Jiang Chen waved his hand dismissively, his tone cold. Get up. I have no time for your antics. Leave now. Xiong Yi hurriedly prostrated himself on the ground, incessantly pleading. Thank you, big brother. We will leave at once. Once he attempted to rise, he found himself unable to stand, instead crawling away helplessly, casting furtive glances back to see if Jiang Chen was pursuing him. Approaching Hinata, Jiang Chen gently patted her head and softly said, They've all fled. We can return home now. Thank you, Nizan, Hinata replied, nodding earnestly. Following this incident, Hinata's fear of Jiang Chen gradually dissipated, replaced with a burgeoning respect for her older brother figure. Within the Hyuga clan's estate, the events had transpired, and as the clan leader, I must lead by example and bear the consequences myself. Brother, as the clan leader, I am your twin, as a branch family member. I must take the blame for you. The Hyuga clan cannot be without you. What clan leader, what branch family? How could I allow you to take the blame for my actions? Brother, I am not only doing this for the Hyuga clan, but also for my beloved elder brother. I willingly accept this fate. Jiang Chen listened intently, finally understanding why the Hyuga clan had not arranged for anyone to escort Hinata. It was, in fact, a time of turmoil with the Land of Lightning. The clan leader, Hyuga Hizashi, had slain the ninjas who had kidnapped members of the Hyuga clan. In retaliation, the Land of Lightning demanded that Konoha surrender the murderer or else face war. Hyuga Hizashi planned to journey to the Land of Lightning to avert this conflict for the sake of his family. Meanwhile, his twin brother, Hyuga Hayashi, was desperately trying to replace him to save their elder brother. With a creak, the door swung open as Jiang Chen pushed it aside, startling both individuals inside, who gazed at him and Hinata in shock. Hinata's father, Hyuga Hizashi, bellowed, Hinata, how rude. Who allowed you to barge in? Terrified, Hinata quickly hid behind Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen stepped forward and stated, I opened the door. It has nothing to do with little Hinata. And who are you? Did you overhear our conversation? Hizashi demanded, his anger palpable. I am Jiang Chen, Hinata's classmate. Today is my first day at the Ninja Academy, and I heard everything you discussed. At this declaration, Hizashi and Hayashi's eyes narrowed, revealing a glint of hostility. Hinata, you may leave. I need to speak with your classmate. Hinata, fearful of her father's fierce expression, hesitated, tugging at Jiang Chen's sleeve. Jiang Chen gently opened her small hand, reassuring her, I am fine. You may go. Be good. Hinata nodded earnestly before departing. Jiang Chen entered the room, closing the door behind him, his expression shifting to one of solemnity. I have heard your conversation, and I understand the situation clearly. Hayashi's hostility surged at Jiang Chen's words, gritting his teeth as he replied, You are merely a student. I should not be so cruel to you. However, since you know what you should not, I cannot hold back. With that, Hayashi surrounded himself with chakra, veins bulging at his temples, extending his hands. Gentle fist. Jiang Chen unsheathed his blade, standing firm, his killing intent immediately palpable. Hayashi, be cautious. Retreat. Hizashi shouted urgently. In that moment, when Jiang Chen drew his sword, the overwhelming aura made Hizashi uneasy. Hayashi, charging towards Jiang Chen, suddenly felt as if a pair of colossal, predatory eyes were fixed upon him, deep and terrifying. He sensed that one more step forward could lead to his instant demise. He halted abruptly, leaping backward several paces, sweat trickling down his forehead. Who exactly are you? Hayashi, who had previously dismissed the child before him, was now utterly astonished, compelled to reassess Jiang Chen. Beep. Congratulations, big brother, for shocking the Hyuga clan. Reward, 20,000 coins. 10 sword and 10 points. Current progress, 451,000. The mechanical voice echoed in Jiang Chen's mind, causing him to beam with delight. He wished to converse further with the system, but knew he must first address the pressing matter at hand, hastily withdrawing from his thoughts. Who I am is not the crux of the matter. The essence lies in my treating Hinata as my sister, and as her father. It is only natural that I cannot stand idly by regarding your affairs. Jiang Chen's words were clear. All of this stemmed from his regard for Hinata. Hisashi and Hayashi exchanged glances, exhaling deeply, finally relaxing, realizing that as long as Jiang Chen was not an enemy, that was sufficient. Hisashi extended his hand respectfully, saying, Jiang Chen, please retract your killing intent. Since we are not foes, there is no need for conflict. Hayashi, take a seat. Seeing Jiang Chen settle down, they too felt at ease and sat down. Senior Hyuga, regarding your issues with the Land of Lightning, I believe the fault lies with them. You are justified in eliminating the kidnappers. There is no need for you to take the blame. Hisashi frowned, entirely unprepared for such words to come from a child of 12 or 13. Then, what do you propose we do? Hisashi asked earnestly. He could not afford to be anything but sincere. This had nothing to do with age, but rather Jiang Chen's overwhelming strength. Jiang Chen sheathed his blade, smiling as he replied, if you trust me, I can persuade the third Hokage and handle the troubles with the Land of Lightning. Hisashi listened intently, realizing that such a young individual possessing such strength must have an impressive background. Furthermore, Jiang Chen spoke with such conviction, suggesting he was confident in his capabilities. Hisashi nodded to Hayashi, offering a respectful bow to Jiang Chen. If you can indeed resolve this matter for the Hyuga clan, I will grant you any request you desire. Very well, then. I shall assist you in resolving this issue. My demands are rather modest. Having just arrived in Konoha, I have no family, but I earnestly wish to have a lovely little sister. Hinata, being 2 years my junior, would be perfect. Once this matter is settled, I would like to adopt Hinata as my sister and reside in the Hyuga household, as I currently have nowhere to stay. If you find this agreeable, I will attend to matters with the Land of Lightning tomorrow. Rest assured, I will accomplish what I set out to do. This condition was exceedingly simple. The Hyuga clan was a large family, and finding a room for one person was trivial. Moreover, having someone as formidable as Jiang Chen within the Hyuga clan would indeed be an honor, providing a solid backing for Hinata. Hisashi, delighted, stood up, bustling over to Jiang Chen's side, lifting him up with both hands, his face beaming with a smile. Excellent. I assure you, everything awaits the good news from Jiang Chenjun. No problem. Chapter 11. The Emergence of the Demon Blade, a journey to the Land of Lightning inside the Hokage's office. The third Hokage placed a letter firmly on the table, exhaling a long sigh. Has Hyuga Hisashi made his decision? Yes. Hisashi will replace his brother in going to the Land of Lightning, replied Nara Shikamaru, kneeling on one knee, his head bowed. Alas, it seems we have no choice. You and Inuzuka should secretly protect Hisashi and ensure his safe passage to the Land of Lightning. Understood. The third Hokage rose, glancing towards the door, and called out loudly. Since you have arrived, why not show yourself? Creak. The door slowly opened, revealing a figure cloaked in black, with tousled black hair and flowing silver locks. The demon mask added an air of mystery under the dim light. You are the Demon Blade? The third Hokage stood frozen in shock, his pipe falling to the ground, tobacco scattered everywhere, completely oblivious to it. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, his facial muscles twitching. You truly are the Demon Blade. I cannot be mistaken. It has been 50 years. I never expected to see you again. Xuanma suddenly sprang to his feet, instinctively taking a few steps back. He was well aware of the legends surrounding the Demon Blade, the mythical figure who cleaved a meteor to save the entire Hidden Leaf village. Who does not know of him? He licked his lips, swallowing repeatedly, yet did not dare utter a word. Jiang Chen's attire concealed his form, making it impossible to discern his true identity. This was also to shroud his identity. He lowered his voice, deliberately adopting a weathered tone. Such a simple vocal alteration posed no challenge for Jiang Chen. In the 21st century, he had effortlessly mimicked the sweet tones of young women without any sound card. A master at reproducing voices. Imitating an elderly person's speech was child's play. I cannot believe that after 50 years, you still remember me, the Demon Blade. What an honor. What a delight. Confirmed to indeed be the Demon Blade, the third Hokage was as giddy as a child, rushing forward to bow deeply. It is truly exhilarating to have you return to the Hidden Leaf. Might I inquire as to the purpose of your visit, Demon Blade? Jiang Chen flicked his cloak and sat down, smiling broadly. It is for my precious grandson, who, upon his arrival in the Hidden Leaf, has fallen for a girl from the Hyuga clan. I believe her name is Hinata Hyuga. He insists on acknowledging her as his sister. However, I have heard that the Hyuga clan has encountered conflicts with the Land of Lightning. He weeps and pleads for my assistance in resolving this matter. Are you aware of this, esteemed Hokage? Jiang Chen did not mince words. Given the influence of the Demon Blade in the Hidden Leaf, there was no need for subtlety. The third Hokage picked up his fallen pipe and took a couple of hearty puffs, forcing a smile. I am aware of this issue, which has troubled me for several days. I never expected that by some twist of fate, Jiang Chen would know Hinata Hyuga and be privy to this matter. If this were delayed any further, the clan leader of the Hyuga would have to personally travel to the Land of Lightning to apologize tomorrow. After speaking, the third Hokage looked at Jiang Chen, his face adorned with a faint smile, appearing much more relaxed. Jiang Chen understood the Hokage's intentions and spoke resolutely. Surely, you wish to avoid unnecessary warfare, correct? Alas, who could resist the pleas of a beloved grandson? There is no need for the Hyuga clan leader to go. I shall personally visit the Land of Lightning tonight. I will ensure they apologize to the Hidden Leaf Village regarding this matter. How does that sound? Upon hearing this, the third Hokage sprang to his feet, a smile gracing his lips. His primary fear of a war with the Land of Lightning stemmed from their formidable strength. Since the passing of powerful figures like Namikaze Minato and Hatake Tsukumo, along with the departure of the legendary three ninjas, the overall combat strength of the Hidden Leaf had significantly diminished. In contrast, the Land of Lightning boasted the fourth Raikage, known as the strongest current leader, with his brother Killer Bee as the most powerful Jinchuriki and the formidable Jonin Darui at his command. The Hidden Leaf was simply no match for the Land of Lightning and dared not engage them in battle. However, with the assistance of the Demon Blade, the situation transformed entirely, and the third Hokage was understandably elated. Haha, if the Demon Blade could mediate this matter, there would be no issue at all. How about this? Tomorrow morning, the Demon Blade, Schwanma, and Hisashi will all travel to the Land of Lightning together. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen realized that the third Hokage was indeed a clever and proud man. By having him escort Hisashi, it not only implied that the Demon Blade would resolve the matter with strength, but also conveyed to the Land of Lightning that the Hyuga clan leader was within their borders. Yet they lacked the capability to take his life. This would thoroughly subdue the Land of Lightning. Furthermore, even in the unlikely event of a mishap, Hisashi would still be in the Hidden Leaf, minimizing potential losses. One could not help but admire the wisdom of the third Hokage. Regardless of the outcome, Jiang Chen remained indifferent. His greatest challenge lay in reconciling the overlap between the identities of Jiang Chen and the Demon Blade. It would not do for the Demon Blade to venture to the Land of Lightning while Jiang Chen simultaneously vanished, would it? I have no objections. However, my precious grandson has a troublesome habit of wandering about aimlessly. Therefore, I hope to discuss a matter with you. Esteemed Hokage, Jiang Chen need not attend school in my absence. He is accustomed to a carefree lifestyle, and I would appreciate special consideration in this regard. As for Jiang Chen's safety, you need not worry. His abilities should suffice. At this moment, Jiang Chen could not conceive of a foolproof strategy and could only use this as a diversion. This way, regardless of which identity he assumed in the future, it would remain plausible. Very well, as your grandson, his prowess should not be underestimated. The Ninja Academy is hardly a place of instruction for him. Once this matter concludes, I shall arrange for the Hidden Leaf's sword masters to practice with him. What do you say? The third Hokage said with a sheepish grin. Excellent. That would be ideal. I shall not impose any further. Tomorrow at 8 a.m., we will convene at the entrance of the Hidden Leaf. Ah, by the way, Jiang Chen has already left the Hidden Leaf. Kindly inform his teacher. Jiang Chen stood up, tossing this remark as he prepared to leave. Agreed. The third Hokage was filled with joy, and such trivial matters regarding school attendance naturally did not weigh on his mind. As he escorted the Demon Blade out of the office. The next day, at the entrance of the Hidden Leaf, Hisashi and Schwanma stood waiting early. Hisashi donned a white brocade robe as usual, while Schwanma maintained his old demeanor, chewing on a toothpick like kunai. Hisashi leaned closer to Schwanma, whispering, "What is the relationship between the Demon Blade and Jiang Chen?" Jiang Chen is the grandson of the Demon Blade. Last night, the Demon Blade personally visited the third Hokage. Sent by Jiang Chen, replied Schwanma, his eyes filled with envy. You of the Hyuga clan truly have the fortune to have the Demon Blade assist you. Hisashi smiled awkwardly, remaining silent, unaware of the connection between the Demon Blade and Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's affection for Hinata might indeed be a blessing for the Hyuga clan. Without this connection, the issues concerning the clan would surely remain unresolved. In the distance, the silhouette of the Demon Blade gradually appeared. Chapter 12. An impressive system as the Demon Blade approached the two, his flowing silver hair, fearsome mask, and billowing black cloak made him appear extraordinarily dashing. However, when they noticed the sword slung across his back, they were utterly dumbfounded. It was a sword so ordinary it could only be described as a defective product sold by merchants. Xuanma remained silent, but Hisashi could not contain himself, stepping forward to point at Jiang Chen's sword. Demon Blade, is that sword on your back a last-minute purchase? Jiang Chen was taken aback. How could they recognize it so easily? This was indeed embarrassing. He could not be seen carrying the Demon Blade sword, as it would betray his identity as Jiang Chen. Clearing his throat, he replied, "A sword's worth is not determined by its quality, but by the skill of the wielder. Even with a wooden sword, I could still take a life." The utterance of those words indeed astonished both Hinata and Jinma, who felt acutely their own inadequacies and nodded in admiration. The swordsmanship of Senior Ghost Blade is truly unparalleled. We can hardly aspire to reach such heights. "Oh, come now. It is merely a matter of practice," Jiang Chen replied, his voice resonating with a sense of profound experience, though the pretense was rather excessive, leaving both individuals in a state of awe and admiration. Ding! Congratulations, elder brother, for astonishing Hinata and Jinma with your boast. You are rewarded with 2,000 coins and 5 sword intents. Progress bar, 501000. At this moment, the two walked ahead while Jiang Chen trailed behind, engaging in a dialogue with the system within his mind. "I say, dear brother, must you label my embellishments as mere boasting? Should I confess to them that I am merely a cheat?" Haha, elder brother speaks with such humor. Always so candid and transparent. I am simply straightforward, preferring clarity over concealment. By the way, last time you promised to create an opportunity for me to recognize Hinata as my sister, yet I found this opportunity myself, which is unrelated to you. Are you not indebted to me for an opportunity? Ahem, indeed, elder brother. Do you have further instructions? Ah, my perceptive younger brother. I must confess my particular interest in a certain maiden. I hope you can orchestrate a chance for us to meet. Who is it, elder brother? I assure you, I will make the arrangements. I wish to arrange a meeting with Shizuka from Fuzi Village. Understood. Searching for Shizuka from Fuzi Village, the pupil of the village chief. Age 12, destined to succeed the chief upon reaching maturity. Height 168 centimeters. Confirm? The system's operations truly astonished Jiang Chen, revealing future circumstances. This beautiful and well-proportioned female ninja lingered vividly in his memory. The system was remarkably efficient, providing precise information. Haha, younger brother, splendid work. That's her. That's definitely her. Elder brother, can we not be so exuberant? Control yourself. If it weren't for the mask, your drool would be visible. Ahem, low profile. Let us discuss serious matters. Arranging a meeting with her is crucial for my future happiness. Understand? I understand, elder brother. The system has detected that in 3 days, Fuzi Village will face a formidable enemy invasion. You can travel to the Land of Lightning and return in 2 days. Then you may proceed to Fuzi Village to assist them on the 3rd day. Upon hearing this explosive news, a smile blossomed on Jiang Chen's face, radiating joy like that of a child. Ahem, but then again, he was still a child. Excellent. Once I conclude matters in the Land of Lightning, I shall perform a heroic rescue and witness the splendor of the Land of Women. Ding. Elder brother, the system detects that on your way to the Land of Lightning, you will encounter ninjas from the Sound Village. Congratulations on triggering a fortunate random task. Defeat Kimimaro without killing him. Completion rewards 2 resurrection pills. Damn. A randomly triggered task? By the way, what is a resurrection pill? Replying to elder brother, the resurrection pill can be given to those on the verge of death, enabling them to revive. Such a remarkable item. With this pill, one could resurrect those near death. This is undoubtedly a divine medicine. Why is the task so simple, yet the rewards so generous? This is a random lucky task. It is not always triggered and is unrelated to difficulty. Splendid. How delightful. Jiang Chen's smile widened. For today the system was not merely beneficial but astonishingly powerful. Contemplating the imminent acquisition of the resurrection pills and the forthcoming heroic rescue, he envisioned a myriad of women surrounding him in gratitude, a vibrant tapestry of colors and fragrances. Alas, the feeling of happiness was overwhelming. Laughing exuberantly, Jiang Chen inadvertently drew the attention of Jinma and Hinata, who exchanged awkward glances. Senior Ghost Blade, are you well? Hinata inquired with concern, glancing back. Hee, I'm perfectly fine. Let us continue our journey, Jiang Chen hastily clarified. From Konoha village to the Land of Lightning, they proceeded northeast, passing through the land of sound, the land of hot water, and the land of moon. The land of hot water, a realm that cherished peace, posed no danger, instead providing a welcome opportunity for rest. The land of moon, akin to the land of hot water, served as a sanctuary for weary ninjas seeking tranquility, thus also a safe haven. Everyone was well aware that the most challenging aspect of their expedition to the land of lightning lay with the land of sound. Jinma, leading the charge, turned to the east and exclaimed, "Senior Ghostblade, we are just passing through the Valley of the End. Once we cross this, we will be quite close to the Sound Village, and we may encounter their obstruction." Jiang Chen understood this well, casting a quiet glance towards the Sound Village. "Orochimaru, is it? To be honest, I would rather like to meet him." Yet he was acutely aware that encountering Orochimaru was unlikely, otherwise, the system would have detected it. Orochimaru was notoriously elusive, and should Kimimaro emerge to intercept them, it indicated that Orochimaru was already aware of their presence and sought to seize the Byakugan ahead of time. "Hinata, stay close to me. I suspect our adversaries will soon make their appearance." As a member of the Hyuga branch family, Hinata, though not of the main house, possessed considerable strength. Had anyone else uttered such a statement, he would have scoffed, perhaps even engaged in a contest. However, before the legendary Ghostblade, a figure renowned for cleaving meteors, he felt genuine admiration and complied, reducing his pace to walk alongside Jiang Chen. As they traversed an open area, sounds erupted from the nearby forest. Jinma halted abruptly, shouting, "We are under attack." Chapter 13. Jinma and Hinata battle Kimimaro swoosh. Bang! 10 fingers, like missiles, penetrated Jinma's body. A wisp of white mist appeared, revealing a wooden stump riddled with 10 visible, finger-sized transparent holes. Substitution technique. Haha, truly not an ordinary ninja. His reflexes are remarkably swift. Kimimaro emerged from the thicket, standing alone before the trio. Hinata stepped forward, veins bulging at the corners of his eyes, activating his Byakugan. He remained silent, scrutinizing Kimimaro's form. Astonished to observe Kimimaro's bones quivering incessantly, the fingers he had just struck visibly regenerating. Is this even human? Seeing the astonished expression on Hinata's face, Jiang Chen approached calmly, stating, "Like you, he is also a Kekkei Genkai user. He possesses the Shikatsumiyaku. His entire skeleton can serve as a weapon, so you and Jinma must tread carefully. He may appear as a child, but you two should handle this. I will intervene when the time is right." Jiang Chen's words did not surprise Hinata. He understood that the Ghostblade's prowess would not necessitate action against a mere child. If he and Jinma could not contend with a child, it would indeed be rather embarrassing. Kimimaro's gaze locked onto Hinata, pointing at his eyes with a chilling voice that was entirely unfitting for a child. "My only objective is him. If you two wish to live, do not provoke me. And you, hiding in the shadows, if you know what is good for you, do not come out to seek death. You are one of Orochimaru's subordinates?" Hinata deduced Kimimaro's identity, blurting it out. Kimimaro's arrogance was palpable, and the usually composed Jinma's expression betrayed a hint of anger. Jiang Chen, however, remained unfazed. In terms of pretense, Kimimaro was but a fraction of his own. Such a level was inconsequential, and he paid it no heed. Finding a stone, Jiang Chen leaned against it, eagerly awaiting the unfolding spectacle. Junmaru slowly approached Nichi, his expression markedly indifferent. When he was merely a few meters away from Nichi, the latter spread his feet apart and raised his arms, his demeanor turning exceedingly fierce. "You have now entered my attack range. I should not be so ruthless, but since you are one of Orochimaru's, I cannot show mercy." With that, Nichi unleashed the gentle fist's 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Chakra surged throughout his body, gathering in his palms as he struck violently at Junmaru. At that moment, Junmaru stood within the 8 trigrams circle, too swift for him to react to the onslaught of the gentle fist technique. 2 palms, for palms, 64 palms. The technique landed continuously on Junmaru, producing crisp sounds like popping. Junmaru did not evade. He allowed the strikes to rain upon him without flinching. Once the 64 palms concluded, Junmaru bowed his head and remained motionless. Nichi withdrew his technique, deactivated his Byakugan, and sighed, "I cannot bear to kill you, child. You may leave." With that, he turned towards Jiang Chen. "Nichidano, watch out from behind." Xuanma leapt out from the shadows, his voice trembling with urgency. Just moments prior, he had witnessed Junmaru extracting his spine, a monstrous act that had left him utterly astonished. seeing the mark on Junmaru's face as he swung the several-meter-long spine towards Nichi. Xuanma could no longer conceal himself and leapt into the air. In that instant, he alerted Nichi and expelled a barrage of shuriken from his mouth, swiftly forming hand seals. Ninjutsu, 1,000 shuriken rain. As Xuanma completed the seals, countless shurikens rained down upon Junmaru like a tempest. The sounds of steel-piercing flesh echoed as Junmaru's body became riddled with shurikens, resembling a porcupine. At that moment, the spine whip in Junmaru's hand swung violently towards Nichi. Nichi did not turn back. With a resounding crash, the whip struck just behind Nichi's head, halting abruptly a meter away. Returning heaven, Nichi spun rapidly in place. Enveloped in a sphere of chakra that formed an impenetrable defense, deflecting the spine whip. A massive crater formed beneath him from the force of his rotation. This sight widened Junmaru's pupils. He had not anticipated that the Byakugan possessed an absolute defense akin to his own Dance of Willows. Activating his Byakugan, Nichi discerned that Junmaru's bodily meridians remained unscathed. Could it be related to the hardness of his bones? No, the bones were indeed on the surface. All his strikes had landed upon them. Nichi was astounded, fully grasping that this youth, while not exceptionally powerful, possessed a bloodline limit that was simply grotesque. This child's bloodline limit renders him impervious to any physical attack. Taijutsu is futile against him. Your shurikens merely pierce the skin without harming the bone. Through his Byakugan, Nichi clearly perceived Junmaru's anatomical structure, yet he struggled to accept it. Was this the hardness of bone attainable by a human? Xuanma shared the same perplexity. Clenching his teeth in frustration, his eyes narrowed. For a moment, both were at a loss for how to proceed. Haha. Junmaru laughed maniacally, the shurikens falling from his body as his cursed seal shifted. Iron wire flower dance. Moments later, Junmaru's figure became darkened, his marks transforming into a wild visage. In his right hand, he wielded the spine whip, while his left hand gradually morphed into a drill-like weapon formed from his hardest bones. He dashed forth, his speed so remarkable that Xuanma struggled to track him. Xuanma, fall back, Nichi shouted. But it was too late. The spine whip ensnared Xuanma. The bone spikes piercing through his tight combat attire, droplets of blood cascading down. Xuanma's eyes shut tightly as he emitted pained cries. It must be said that the second-level mark had granted Junmaru a speed and strength that was astonishing. Xuanma, being a special jounin, stood no chance. Nichi, relying solely on the gentle fist, found himself utterly helpless against Junmaru. Junmaru grinned, revealing 2 white canines against his darkened cheeks. Let us take care of one first. He raised the bone spear in his left hand, ready to plunge it into Xuanma's abdomen. Elder Ghostblade, save Xuanma. At this moment, Nichi had no other recourse but to place all his hopes on the ghost blade, turning to shout. Jiang Chen, observing through his mask, was fully aware of the situation. He had intended to intervene at their most perilous moment, and Nichi's cry came just in time. Only in a time of crisis can one's significance be revealed. Jiang Chen rose, teasingly stating, Hey, at least give me some face. Are you going to kill my charge in front of me without my consent? Little brat. Chapter 14. Request for silver tickets. Blade strikes the spine whip. The bone spear halted a mere half-meter from Xuanma. Junmaru turned to face Jiang Chen, his expression grave. From the outset, Junmaru had been acutely aware of Jiang Chen, the enigmatic figure adorned in a mask. Observing Jiang Chen's leisurely demeanor, he understood clearly that this masked man was formidable. Had it not been for this realization, he would never have ceased his attack on mere words. He recognized Jiang Chen as the ace among the three. If he could not defeat Jiang Chen, he would never acquire the Byakugan. Releasing the spine whip, he pivoted to face Jiang Chen. Oh, quite perceptive, little brat. Is it your turn to step up as the ace? Well, I've been prepared to fight you from the very beginning. I doubt I can win against you, nor can I seize the Byakugan, Junmaru stated flatly. As Jiang Chen unsheathed the long sword from his back, he replied, Indeed. Quite impressive. You're not just capable in strength, but in intellect as well. Haha. His words carried a teasing undertone, causing Junmaru to glare intensely, furiously swinging the spine whip towards the ground. Enough with the nonsense. I intend to kill you and report back to Orochimaru. Is that so? Jiang Chen's tone was laced with anger as he gripped the sword tightly, an aura of killing intent surging forth. Both Xuanma and Nichi stared in astonishment at Jiang Chen, overwhelmed by his terrifying killing intent, which felt as though it reached an apex. Unconsciously, they both recoiled, sensing the emergence of a towering, demonic figure before them, its eyes like black holes, and its fangs seemingly poised to consume them whole, casting the surroundings into darkness. Sweat poured down Nichi's forehead, his legs faltering, as he gazed incredulously at Jiang Chen, stuttering. This killing intent is several times more potent than Jiang Chen's. It's absolutely terrifying. What kind of power is this? Junmaru glared fiercely at Jiang Chen, his forehead slick with sweat, yet he showed no signs of retreat. Ding! Congratulations, big brother, for shocking Xuanma and Nichi, earning 5,000 coins and 5 sword intent. Current progress, 551000. The mechanical voice of the system echoed in Jiang Chen's mind, leaving him momentarily stunned. He had initially thought that Junmaru would be the one to be awed, but it turned out that only the two of them were affected. Little brother, what is going on? Why wasn't Junmaru shocked? His composure should not surpass that of the two Jounins, Jiang Chen inquired, replying to big brother. Junmaru idolizes Orochimaru and has long been brainwashed by him. A fragment of sword intent cannot astonish a desperate criminal like him. My apologies, big brother. Oh, I see. There's no need for apologies. This isn't your fault. I'll just continue to upgrade my sword intent. With this thought, Jiang Chen seemed to conceive a method to farm data. If he consistently released sword intent to astonish others, would he not quickly upgrade his sword intent? Ding! Detecting erroneous thoughts within the host, my dear brother, this notion of yours is unfeasible. Intentionally inflating one's shock value will result in a deduction of both sword intent and monetary rewards. Please refrain from such deliberate actions. Moreover, a single individual is prohibited from acquiring a third shock value enhancement within a single day. I see. It appears that even cheating adheres to certain principles. Haha. Let us proceed thus for now. I must first deal with this little imp. Understood, brother. Remember, do not kill Junmaru, for that would lead to mission failure. Agreed. Jiang Chen approached Junmaru, bursting into laughter. Little imp, you have not been intimidated by my murderous aura. I find that commendable. Therefore, I shall spare your life today. However, should you remain obstinate, I will ensure you comprehend the disparity in strength. Do not be pretentious. Do you truly believe you can defeat me with a mere broken blade? Such delusions. Junmaru raised his spine whip and struck fiercely at Jiang Chen, the whip slicing through the air with a swift whoosh. Jiang Chen did not evade, shaking his head in disappointment. How ignorant. The potency of a slash has little to do with the quality of the blade. At this moment, Gunma and Nichiraku had retreated several meters, observing the broken blade in Jiang Chen's hand. Lord Nichiraku, your soft fists and my 1,000 blades cannot penetrate Junmaru's bones. Can that blade of the Demon Blade Master accomplish it? It appears to be merely a merchant's broken blade. I cannot say for certain. Logically, it should not be effective. However, the confidence of the Demon Blade Master suggests he possesses his own methods. The two conversed anxiously, acutely aware that Jiang Chen's victory or defeat would determine their fates. Despite their trust in the Demon Blade's prowess, they held no faith in the broken blade. What if it shattered? How could a swordsman defend himself without a blade? Thus, the two were fraught with tension. Suddenly, the blade in Jiang Chen's hand turned jet black. Standing still, he casually swung it towards the whip in the air. A tremendous slash erupted from above Jiang Chen, surging upwards with a resonating buzz. Bang! Crack! The spine whip was cleaved in two midair, crashing heavily to the ground and shattering the rocks beneath. Gunma and Nichiraku gasped in astonishment. What immense force did he just wield? As they remained in shock, Jiang Chen's slash did not dissipate. It surged skyward until nothing was visible. Jiang Chen raised his long blade, pointing it at Junmaru with a smile. Little imp, do you still consider this a mere broken blade? To be frank, even a wooden sword in my hands could become a legendary weapon. Upon hearing this, Junmaru stared blankly at the remaining half of the spine whip, swallowing hard in disbelief. Ding! Congratulations, brother, you have shocked the fugitive Junmaru, earning 10,000 coins and 10 sword intent points. Current progress, 651000. I had thought I would not astonish this little imp. It appears he is one to only shed tears when faced with the grave. Recognizing Jiang Chen's might, Junmaru discarded the spine whip and glared at Jiang Chen. I concede your strength, but I shall not admit defeat. With that, he closed his eyes and suddenly roared, Dance of the Early Fern. In an instant, bone spurs erupted from the ground around Junmaru. Nichiraku sprang up, seizing Gunma, and fleeing into the forest, shouting, Hurry! The ground is littered with bone spurs. To remain here is certain death. Before Gunma could react, He glanced at Jiang Chen's retreating figure and said urgently, "What of the Demon Blade Master? We can save ourselves. The Demon Blade Master will surely have a plan. We must not complicate matters for him." While speaking, the two had retreated to the nearest thicket, standing atop towering trees. Gazing in Jiang Chen's direction, Junmaru clasped his hands and bellowed, "Die." Jiang Chen regarded the emerging bone spurs below, snorting dismissively. Overreaching. Chapter 15. One Sword Style. Great shock! All the bone spurs surged from the earth as Jiang Chen leapt into the air, drawing his long blade behind him, eyes closed. One Sword Style. Great shock. Buzz. The long blade swept across the sky, yet no slash materialized. Gunma and Nichiraku looked on in astonishment. They witnessed Jiang Chen swinging the long blade in midair, yet the slash was invisible. This was the first time they had heard him utter the name of his technique. In that fleeting moment, the spectacle before them utterly astounded all. Centered around Jiang Chen, the very air seemed to quiver, the distant scenery blurred by the vibrations. The bone spurs erupting from the ground were instantly engulfed by the wave of tumultuous air. Bang! Bang! The bone spurs crumbled as if crushed by a compactor, producing a resounding, crisp sound. Everyone stood in stunned silence, acutely aware that this technique, which even disturbed the air, was precisely the one sword style, Great Shock, recently proclaimed by the Demon Blade. This wave of air tremor halted less than a meter before Junmaru, who stared vacantly at the scene before him. The green grass had transformed into a sea of white bones. Swallowing hard, he gaped in shock at the Demon Blade, realizing that had the Demon Blade not shown restraint, he too would have ended up as mere sludge. As he observed the Demon Blade descending from the sky, he involuntarily murmured, "Is this the power of humanity? It is simply beyond comprehension." Ding! Congratulations, brother. You have shocked Junmaru, earning 10,000 coins and 10 sword intent points. Current progress, 751000. Excellent. I thought this little imp could maintain his composure, yet it seems he too cannot withstand such a revelation. Huh. Jiang Chen descended gracefully, a smile gracing his lips as he landed atop the pristine bones, producing a crunching sound. Little imp, do you still believe you can kill me? You must understand that had I wished to end your life with that last strike, it would have already been done. Return and inform Orochimaru that as long as the Demon Blade, am present in Konoha, he would do well to refrain from reckless actions. Otherwise, there will be no mercy. With that, Jiang Chen's expression turned cold as water, his overwhelming murderous aura shattering Junmaru's resolve. Following the recent events, Junmaru relinquished all thoughts of resistance against Jiang Chen, bowing deeply and saying, "My inadequacy in skill is my own failing. Thank you for sparing my life. Farewell." Junmaru, with a newfound determination, lifted his head and glared fiercely at Nichiraku before turning away. Ding! Congratulations, brother. You have successfully completed the lucky random task, earning 2 soul recovery pills. Nichiraku and Gunma hurriedly descended from the trees to stand beside Jiang Chen, their eyes radiating admiration. Nichiraku, bowing earnestly, exclaimed, "Demon Blade Master, your swordsmanship is truly breathtaking. I am in awe. My previous claim that my blade was inferior was a reflection of my own blindness. Indeed, even a stick in your hands could become a legendary sword. It is a privilege to encounter such an extraordinary master in my lifetime." Gunma stood awkwardly beside them, smiling yet silent, his heart brimming with admiration for the Demon Blade as he gazed at the long blade behind Jiang Chen, contemplating how fortunate it would be to become the disciple of such a master and diligently study the art of swordsmanship. Jiang Chen watched Junmaru's retreating figure, a smile playing on his lips as he shook his head, reflecting, "What a once innocent child. Orochimaru truly is a master of brainwashing. In modern times, he would undoubtedly be a king of pyramid schemes." As Junmaru gradually faded from view, the three continued their journey toward the land of lightning. Within a mysterious edifice, Junmaru knelt on one knee, head bowed and hair concealing half his face, his cheeks flushed as he spoke. "Lord Orochimaru, it is my incompetence that has led to the failure of the mission, disappointing your expectations. Please, punish me." His voice was filled with sincerity, lips pressed together, his eyes brimming with self-reproach. Orochimaru reclined in a stone chair, long hair obscuring half his face, revealing a serpent-like left eye fixed intently upon Junmaru. "It is not your fault. The person you encountered is the legendary figure, the Demon Blade, who saved Konoha from a meteorite 50 years ago. He is a presence that rivals the first Hokage. The fact that you have returned alive is nothing short of a miracle. Stand up. Junmaru remains kneeling, fists clenched and teeth gritted, coughing heavily. Kabuto adjusts his glasses and softly urges, "Please rise, Junmaru. Lord Orochimaru is more concerned about your well-being than you realize. You should head to the medical room for a checkup." Upon hearing this, Junmaru looks up at Orochimaru, his eyes filled with hope and longing. Orochimaru nods gently, a smile gracing his lips, his voice hoarse yet profound. "Go, recover your strength. You are my most favored candidate." Junmaru, heart racing with excitement at Orochimaru's affirming smile, stands with a grin, bows, and exits the room. As Junmaru departs, Kabuto brushes his silver hair back and adjusts his glasses, speaking softly, "Lord Orochimaru, Junmaru's condition is not very optimistic. I cannot guarantee he will last for years." Orochimaru gazes towards the door, sighing. "If he were not afflicted by this ailment, he would indeed be my favored vessel. You must keep an eye on Konoha. He cannot remain here for too long." "Understood, Lord Orochimaru." In the land of water, splendid two-story buildings adorn the streets, bustling with people and an array of delightful snacks available everywhere. Jiang Chen strolls through the vibrant thoroughfare, marveling at the prosperity of this peaceful nation. Indeed, a land abundant with resources, he muses. "Senior Demon Blade, we have walked for half the day. Shall we find a place to dine? I would be honored to treat you to some barbecue." Xuanma grins, casting his gaze upon the Demon Blade. Richai also glances at the Demon Blade, particularly fixating on his mask, swallowing nervously, eager at the prospect. Jiang Chen, observing their excitement, feels a mix of emotions. "Surely, they cannot be eager to see my face. I must not allow that to happen." He clears his throat, apologizing. "I apologize, gentlemen, but I never reveal my appearance in public. You go on and enjoy your meal. I shall procure some food for myself and meet you at the village entrance." As Jiang Chen turns to walk in another direction, the two are about to dissuade him, but he departs. He purchases some skewers and buns, making his way outside the village. In the dense forest beyond the land of water, the path is narrow. Jiang Chen hides beneath a tree, removing his mask and indulging in a feast. Wearing this mask is truly bothersome. I fear being discovered even while enjoying these delectable skewers and buns. "Hey, you there? Little brat, would you like to join the evil god cult?" A comically exaggerated voice calls out as Jiang Chen finishes his last bun. He looks up to see a youth of about 15 or 16 years standing 30 meters away, with a stylish gray pompadour, pale purple eyes, and a black velvet hooded jacket. He wields a striking red 3-segment scythe. Jiang Chen instantly recognizes him. It's Haiden. Chapter 16. Practicing with Haiden. Jiang Chen's mind races. It is the year 48 in Konoha, and Haiden is precisely 16 years old. This is the year he is defeated by Konan, Kakazu, and Itachi, subsequently joining the Akatsuki. Having just satisfied his hunger, Jiang Chen sees an opportunity to toy with this simpleton. He feigns an eager expression and asks, "What kind of cult is that?" Haiden, noticing Jiang Chen's apparent enthusiasm, exaggerates his expression further, grinning broadly. "You can kill without facing consequences. Not only that, but the evil god will be even more pleased. How about it? Tempting, isn't it? Want to join?" Jiang Chen shrugs nonchalantly, not interested. "Farewell." This infuriates Haiden, who glares, pointing his scythe at Jiang Chen, and bellows, "It seems I'll just have to offer you to the evil god." Jiang Chen turns away, maintaining an indifferent demeanor, his gaze lowered in contempt. "Oh? Go ahead and try. You fool." His words ignite Haiden's rage, prompting him to leap and swing his scythe down towards Jiang Chen. However, his speed is lacking, and Jiang Chen effortlessly dodges. After several futile attempts to strike, Jiang Chen remains unperturbed, teasing, "Is this the speed you possess while attempting to offer me to your evil god? Surely you jest." Understanding Haiden's nature, naive, straightforward, impulsive, and bloodthirsty, Jiang Chen feels secure in his ability to avoid harm. After numerous exchanges without landing a hit, Haiden's frustration reaches a breaking point as he bellows, "You scoundrel! Can you cease your evasion? Dare you not engage in an earnest duel? That can be arranged." Jiang Chen responds, a glint of mischief in his eye. "I hear you are immortal, correct? What would happen if my blade were to sever you?" With that, Jiang Chen's playful demeanor vanishes as he unsheaths his long sword, a palpable aura of menace enveloping him. The intensity of his presence ignites Haiden's excitement, who licks his lips, his face contorted in delight. What a thrilling sensation! Such powerful killing intent. The long sword in Jiang Chen's grasp emanates an ominous energy. In a swift motion, he unleashes a devastating slash, creating a 5-meter-high arc that surges towards Haydn. The ground beneath is cleaved, leaving a deep trench in its wake. With a resounding clash, the strike collides with Haydn's scythe, producing a metallic clang. Haydn struggles against the force, his body pushed backward, leaving behind a trail of deep footprints in the earth. He crashes into a tree several meters away, the impact resounding loudly, and ultimately, his grip falters, sending the scythe flying. The strike grazes Haydn's clothing and flesh. The sound of tearing flesh echoing as blood splatters across the ground, and he collapses heavily. Jiang Chen observes the motionless Haydn and softly remarks, "All right, brother, that should suffice for now. Get up and endure another round." Lying on the ground, Haydn's blood stains the earth, and after a time, he realizes Jiang Chen has not approached. Struggling to rise, he bellows, "Do you have any idea how painful this is? I will make you suffer." Jiang Chen smirks, a cold chuckle escaping his lips. "Your immortality has its advantages. It makes you an ideal practice target. I shall indulge you for a while longer and test my techniques." With a serious expression, Jiang Chen closes his eyes. Since acquiring the swordsman system, he has barely utilized his skills. This living target, an immortal, presents a rare opportunity. He positions his sword behind him. One sword style, Iato, Lion Song. In a flash, Jiang Chen's figure darts forward, his formidable killing intent accompanying a cataclysmic strike that appears instantaneously. When he materializes again, he is among the trees behind Haydn. Haydn screams in agony as his body is cleaved in two and collapses to the ground. In a swift succession of strikes, the trees within a 10-meter radius of Jiang Chen are severed cleanly, crashing to the ground with a cacophony of sounds. The swiftness of the swordplay renders the strike nearly invisible. Haydn's severed body quivers, his eyes wide with shock. For one who is immortal, the previous attack was utterly imperceptible. It felt as though a colossal beast had surged through him, severing his very soul. Despite his immortality, the impact leaves him trembling in disbelief. Beep. Congratulations to the elder brother, who has shocked the formidable Fade Wan, earning 30,000 taels of gold and 20 sword intents, with the current progress bar reading 951,000. Younger brother, why is the reward so substantial this time? In response, elder brother, it is because Fade Wan is exceptionally powerful. The more difficult it is to shock someone, the more sword intent one receives. I understand now. Jiang Chen initially intended to use Fade Wan as a living target to practice his techniques, but unexpectedly gained such significant rewards. He glanced back at Fade Wan, who lay twitching on the ground, unable to rise. Jiang Chen exhaled, sheathed his sword, and sighed. How dull. One skill, and he cannot get up. It's pointless. Well, it's getting late. I shall not play with you any longer. Goodbye. With that, Jiang Chen turned and walked back toward the land of soup. Fade Wan, struggling to move, mustered all his strength to shout, "Who exactly are you?" Without turning back, Jiang Chen raised his hand and waved it in the air, declaring, "The demon blade of Konoha." Upon saying this, he vanished from Fade Wan's sight. The name of the demon blade of Konoha echoed in Fade Wan's mind, firmly embedding itself within. Outside the village of the land of soup, Xuanma and Richa paced anxiously. Until Jiang Chen appeared in their line of sight, Richa hurried forward. "Elder Demon Blade, how has your meal been? The cuisine of the land of soup is quite delightful." "Isn't it?" Jiang Chen nodded. Observing Richa's obsequious demeanor, he couldn't help but shake his head. Indeed, the Hyuga clan was full of astute individuals. At that moment, Jiang Chen realized why the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan, both renowned for their powerful eye techniques, had such divergent fates. Ultimately, it echoed the adage, "Only by adapting to the times can one endure." After passing through the land of soup, they approached the small nation of the land of moon, followed by the borders of the land of lightning. The three, having feasted heartily, arrived at the land of lightning several hours later. Xuanma delivered the letter and smoothly entered the territory. Everywhere were towering peaks, shrouded in mist. The residents of the rakeage loomed above the clouds, exuding an aura of mystery. They were led into the rakeage chamber, where a robust man appeared before them. He had dark skin, light yellow hair, a white cloak, and green shuriken tattoos on his shoulders, adorned with a wide belt and heavy armor. This man was none other than the fastest man in the ninja world. The fourth rakeage, Kirei. Upon seeing Hyuga Richa, the fourth rakeage displayed a satisfied smile. It seemed that Konoha was astute, promptly delivering the criminal. The principle of an eye for an eye was indeed just. Darui entered at that moment. He had dark skin, white bangs concealing his left eye, and tattoos of the characters for thunder and water on his shoulders. With a nonchalant gaze, he lazily remarked, "Very well, Lord Fourth." The fourth Raikage, observing Darui's lethargic demeanor, erupted in anger. "During your duty, you should show some spirit. You rascal. Hurry and take him away." Darui quickly recoiled, startled, scratching his head and exhaling. He glanced at Richa, sighing, "What a hassle." Approaching Richa, his eyes suddenly sharpened with a hint of malice. "Though it's troublesome, please come with me." At that moment, the Raikage and Darui evidently underestimated Jiang Chen, considering him merely a masked Umbu operative, hence his silence. However, just as Darui was about to escort Richa away, Jiang Chen stepped forward, blocking his path, and let out a boisterous laugh. "Haha, I never claimed this was merely a delivery of a criminal." Jiang Chen's words detonated like a torpedo in a tranquil lake, igniting chaos in the chamber. The fourth Raikage's expression shifted to one of fury as he bellowed, "If you are not delivering a criminal, what is the meaning of bringing Hyuga Richa here?" Jiang Chen stepped between Darui and Richa, sneering softly. "What does it mean?" "Merely to explain the circumstances, nothing more." "The circumstances?" The Raikage's voice brimmed with indignation. "It is a fact that the Hyuga clan leader killed my ninja from the land of lightning. An eye for an eye is only just. Does Konoha seek to instigate war?" His words dripped with disdain for Konoha's might. Jiang Chen, discerning the Raikage's intent, lowered his voice in anger. "It was your Cloud Village ninja who first abducted members of the Hyuga clan. Their killing was to protect their kin. What crime is that?" Bang! The Raikage smashed his fist on the table, splintering it, with lightning crackling ominously. "The matters I discuss with the Hokage do not require your input, little Umbu. You have no such qualification. If you wish to live, leave the criminal and get out. Otherwise, I shall show no mercy." As his words fell, Darui drew his ninja blade, preparing for battle. Jiang Chen had long anticipated the Raikage's volatile temper and had never hoped for a successful negotiation. He unsheathed his long sword, exuding a fierce killing intent. The overwhelming aura startled the four within the room, causing Xuanma and Richa to sweat profusely, retreating from Jiang Chen, their legs trembling. Darui's pupils dilated, the once murderous gleam in his eyes transformed into fear, astonished by the immense killing intent emanating from the masked man. He swallowed hard, stunned into hesitation. The previously furious Raikage now sensed the lethal aura, perceiving Jiang Chen as a ghostly presence, leaving even him astounded. Unlike the encounter with Kamara, the killing intent Jiang Chen released this time was twice as powerful, nearly 80% of his total intensity. Ding! Congratulations to the elder brother for shocking the fourth Raikage and Darui, earning 50,000 taels of gold and 40 sword intents, with the current progress bar reading 135,1000. What on earth? Why has this sword intent increased so much? Elder brother, you are not mistaken. The Raikage is renowned as the strongest in the current ninja world and the fastest man. Your killing intent just now shocked him, hence the substantial increase in sword intent. If you can also astonish the Raikage with your speed, the sword intent will increase even more. The system's words illuminated a path for Jiang Chen. The fourth Raikage only acknowledged Minato Namikaze in terms of speed. Since Minato's death, he had recognized no one else as his equal. Younger brother, I shall heed your advice. Thank you. Jiang Chen stepped forward, continuing, "So, do I now have the qualification to speak?" The Raikage's eyes brimmed with confusion. "Who are you exactly?" "The Demon Blade." Jiang Chen replied nonchalantly, his tone lightly infused with ease. "What? You are the Demon Blade who cleaved the meteor 50 years ago?" The Raikage stared at Jiang Chen, incredulous. The event from 50 years prior was well known to him. He had heard it recounted by his father. In those days, he held the Demon Blade in great reverence, considering him a figure comparable to Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. It was said that the Demon Blade had retired after saving Konoha, never to be seen again. And now he had re-emerged to mediate tensions between the Cloud and Leaf villages. "Are you truly the Demon Blade?" the Raikage asked, still half in disbelief. "Indeed," Jiang Chen replied emphatically. The anger on the Raikage's face vanished, replaced by a hint of admiration. Darui, too, had heard of the Demon Blade, his excitement rivaling that of the Raikage. Being significantly younger, he had grown up hearing tales of the legendary figures, Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, and the Demon Blade. It was said that the demon blade had achieved such power at the tender age of 12 or 13, inspiring awe in them since childhood. In this present era, encountering the illustrious ghost blade in person incited a wave of excitement that left one momentarily speechless. Rija and Xianma stood quietly in a corner of the room, their breaths heavy as Jiang Chen suppressed his murderous intent, allowing them to gaze at the other individuals present. Observing the astonished and reverential expressions on the faces of Raikage and Dalui, they grasped a profound truth. The name Ghost Blade resonated beyond the confines of Konoha, echoing throughout the entire ninja world. Xianma, unable to contain his joy, smiled broadly, internally exclaiming that this time there would be no danger. With the esteemed Ghost Blade present, success was assured. Receiving Jiang Chen's affirmative response, coupled with the overwhelming aura of menace he exuded, Raikage no longer doubted the authenticity of Ghost Blade's identity. He quickly stepped forward, treating the revered figure he had idolized since childhood with utmost respect, saying, "I never imagined I would witness the true form of Ghost Blade. Please have a seat." As Jiang Chen was gently urged into a chair, Raikage continued with fervor, "Dalui, what are you standing there dazed for? Hurry and serve tea to our esteemed Ghost Blade." At Raikage's command, Dalui snapped out of his stupor, nodding vigorously as he hurried to prepare the tea. This unexpected display of deference was something Jiang Chen had not anticipated. What was this sudden display of honor? A banquet of sorts? In that moment, Jiang Chen felt utterly bewildered. Raikage seemed oblivious to Rija and Xianma, who remained motionless in their corner, appearing as two bewildered fools. Chapter 18. A contest of speed. After a moment, Dalui respectfully placed the tea before Jiang Chen, saying, "Esteemed Ghost Blade, please enjoy." Once he had retreated to a respectful distance, he turned to Raikage and inquired, "Lord Raikage, will Hinata Hayashi still be taken away?" Raikage shot him a fierce glare, reprimanding, "What do you mean taken? Stay put and be quiet." Raikage felt a surge of annoyance at Daluyi's inability to comprehend the situation. The arrival of Ghost Blade was clearly meant to mediate this matter, and to act against him would be tantamount to courting disaster. Setting aside the overwhelming murderous aura Ghost Blade had just displayed, Raikage knew he was no match for him. Moreover, it remained uncertain if Ghost Blade was affiliated with Konoha or merely concerned for the Hinata clan. Regardless, it was clear that Hinata Hayashi could be in danger. Politely seated, Raikage asked, "Is your visit concerning the Hinata clan or Konoha village?" Jiang Chen, masked and unable to partake in tea, observed Raikage's puzzled expression and replied evenly, "It pertains to Konoha, as my precious grandson Jiang Chen has recently joined the village." Is it true that the fourth Raikage intends to wage war against Konoha? There was an implicit threat woven into Jiang Chen's words. Raikage, upon hearing this, quickly stood to clarify, "That is not the case. Merely a misunderstanding." Jiang Chen responded with a chuckle, "Then are you still planning to declare war against Konoha?" No, Raikage insisted. "Will Hinata clan's leader still be held accountable for the death of the Cloud Village ninja? Esteemed Ghost Blade, you jest. This matter originated from our fault, and we hope you can mediate with the Hinata clan so as not to lay blame upon us. If we could consider this matter settled, would that be agreeable?" Yes. Each query posed by Jiang Chen carried a hint of reproach, leading Raikage to nod and shake his head repeatedly, exuding an air of humility. This stark contrast in their dialogue left the others in the room utterly astonished. Xianma scratched his head, offering a wry smile. "Isn't this resolution a bit too easy?" Rija furrowed his brow, awkwardly observing Raikage and Jiang Chen, murmuring to himself, "It is undeniable that only absolute power grants one a voice." Dalui, watching Raikage's demeanor, swallowed in astonishment, his previous lethargy replaced by a newfound vigor, silently exclaiming, "I have never witnessed the fourth Raikage treat anyone with such deference. It is truly remarkable." Ding. "Congratulations, elder brother. You have astonished Dalui. You have earned 10,000 currency and 10 sword intent. Current progress, 1,451,000. Hearing the mechanical voice of the system, Jiang Chen glanced curiously at Dalui, who was scratching his head and grinning foolishly without speaking. Little brother. How did my conversation with Raikage astonish him? Because of you, Raikage has displayed a level of humility previously unseen, which is incongruous with his character, thus leaving Dalui greatly astonished. I see. Your system is quite impressive, even able to gauge others' psychology. Indeed, elder brother. The system has many functions you are yet unaware of. As this is the Swordsman system, Your current sword intent is at the first stage, and other functionalities remain locked until you reach the second stage. Keep striving. What? There's a marketplace feature? What does it offer? It has everything. But as you have yet to reach the second stage, I cannot disclose any information just yet. Please forgive me. Haha, alright then. I am indeed curious and will be sure to explore it once I reach the second stage. Jiang Chen exited his thoughts, which had left Raikage feeling awkward, unsure of how to proceed. His greatest fear was that Ghostblade might present some unusual demands. Raikage approached Jiang Chen, clearing his throat. Ahem, esteemed Ghostblade. Do you have any further instructions? Jiang Chen raised his gaze and smiled. Indeed. I have heard that the fourth Raikage is known as the Blue Lightning, the fastest man in the ninja world. Modesty prevents me from accepting such a title. Raikage replied with a laugh. Shall we compare speeds? Jiang Chen's proposition left Raikage momentarily speechless. He held great confidence in his speed. Although Ghostblade was a legendary figure, he did not believe he would be outpaced. Esteemed Ghostblade, do you also possess the Flying Thunder God technique? Raikage inquired, assuming Ghostblade might possess similar skills to the legendary Minato Namikaze, or else he would not challenge him to a speed contest. He firmly believed that in the ninja world, only Minato's technique could surpass his own speed, and even Uchiha Madara might struggle to keep pace. Jiang Chen burst into hearty laughter. I certainly do not possess the Flying Thunder God technique. Our race will be conducted without the aid of any ninjutsu. How does that sound? His words were audacious, bordering on hubris. Had anyone else uttered such a challenge, Raikage would have knocked them out with a single blow. However, given the speaker was Ghostblade, Raikage, despite feeling a surge of anger, dared not show it. Then, esteemed Ghostblade, shall we wager something? Haha, I initially intended to wager on the matter concerning the Hinata clan, but that now seems unnecessary. Instead, let us bet on a meal. I have a craving for the specialties of the Cloud Village. The implications of Jiang Chen's words struck Raikage like a thunderbolt, suggesting he was confident in his victory, which felt like a profound humiliation. Raikage adjusted his mindset repeatedly, sighing heavily. Then let us step outside to compete. This location is rather inconvenient. Jiang Chen stood, smiling in response, agreed. Outside the Cloud Village, atop towering peaks, Jiang Chen and Raikage stood together, with Dalai, Xianma, and Rija observing from the side. Esteemed Ghostblade, how shall we conduct our contest? Jiang Chen surveyed the surroundings. Noting the spacious mountaintop and pointing to two large boulders about a kilometer away, he proposed, to ensure fairness, let us divide our contest into two parts. The first round will be to see who can shatter the boulder first. Dalui and Xianma can move to the boulders in advance to determine who reaches them first. How does that sound? Raikage, eyeing the two boulders standing side by side, recognized the fairness of the challenge and quickly clasped his hands, exclaiming, excellent. This is indeed very fair. Jiang Chen laughed heartily as he teased the fourth Raikage, saying, fourth Raikage, I am aware that you possess multiple forms, but I strongly advise you to unleash your full power. Otherwise, the defeat could be rather disastrous. The Raikage's eyes widened in disbelief, his inner fury raging as he glanced at the mere 16-meter-tall demon blade, nearly striking it in frustration. He suppressed his anger and released a surge of chakra throughout his body. Chapter 19. Astonishing the Raikage with speed with a resounding bang, the Raikage's blue chakra erupted violently, causing the surrounding stones to shatter and scatter in an instant. As he turned to face Jiang Chen, his white hair stood on end, and the tempestuous blue chakra crackled with electricity, resembling a thunder god. Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction at the sight. The Raikage glanced at Darui, barking, you too. Go over to that rock and wait for me and Senior Demon Blade. Remember, no slacking, and keep your eyes peeled to see who shatters the rock first. Yes. Darui and Gunma obediently moved towards the distant rock. The Raikage, peering down at Jiang Chen's figure, inquired with genuine curiosity, Senior, do we truly not require any ninjutsu? None is necessary, Jiang Chen replied coolly. The Raikage refrained from further questioning, his intrigue regarding the Demon Blade's enigmatic prowess deepening. Jiang Chen drew his long sword, carving a line in the ground, and addressed the nearby Nichi Asu. Kindly act as the referee and call out when to begin. Nichi Asu nodded gravely. Both the Raikage and Jiang Chen positioned themselves beside the line, poised for action. With a resounding crash, the ground beneath Jiang Chen and the Raikage buckled under their feet, creating deep craters. Gunma, observing the two prepare, felt an exhilarating rush, holding his breath as he mused. This contest is truly thrilling. The fourth Raikage, the fastest man among ninjas, against the legendary Demon Blade, who cleaved meteorites 50 years ago. It's simply exhilarating. Darui's heart raced as he fixated on the two, whispering, "Though I know Senior Demon Blade is formidable, I believe the fourth Raikage cannot possibly lose in speed." Absolutely not. Nichi-Asu, sweating profusely, watched as the distant stones were raised in readiness, his hand poised to drop. "Begin." With that, as soon as Nichi-Asu's voice echoed, rocks exploded. Dust billowing into the air, and with a thunderous noise, the two vanished in an instant. Before Nichi-Asu could comprehend, another deafening crash resounded from afar. Boom. 2 seconds later. Boom. The massive boulder, a kilometer away, was shattered within mere seconds by the two swiftest men. Countless fragments cascading to the ground like petals falling from the heavens. Had it not been for Gunma and Darui's timely chakra shields, they would have been struck by the debris flying through the air. The outcome of this contest was unmistakable. Darui stared in shock, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Unable to fathom what he had witnessed, forgetting to voice the result as he mumbled, the fourth Raikage was actually 2 seconds slower than Senior Demon Blade. This feels like a dream. Senior Demon Blade didn't even use chakra. How is this possible? Is it purely based on physical speed? In that moment, he remained frozen in astonishment. The Raikage, gazing at the shattered boulder before him, and then at the completely obliterated rock where the Demon Blade stood, swallowed hard. Approaching Jiang Chen, he bowed deeply, expressing his shock. "Senior Demon Blade, I am thoroughly impressed." Jiang Chen, wishing to help the Raikage up, found that even when bent, the nearly 2-meter-tall Raikage towered over him. With a resigned cough, Jiang Chen replied, "It's nothing. Your speed is quite remarkable as well. Haha." The Raikage said nothing, awkwardly retracting his fist with an embarrassed smile. Ding. Congratulations to the elder brother for astonishing the fourth Raikage, earning 100,000 coins and 100 sword intent points. Current progress, 451,000. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile widely, almost embarrassed had it not been for his mask. Wow, this is fantastic. An additional 100 sword intent points. Truly splendid. Little brother, you weren't lying. The rewards for astonishing the Raikage in speed are indeed generous. Naturally, the fastest ninja in the current ninja world, the difficulty of this astonishment is quite high, hence the high reward. Absolutely. I'm quite satisfied with this. You may withdraw now. Little brother. The system's voice faded from Jiang Chen's mind. Raikage, I mentioned there would be another contest. Allow me to outline the rules. Seeing Jiang Chen about to announce the second contest, the Raikage hurriedly interrupted. There's no need for a second contest. I concede wholeheartedly. The Raikage's sincere attitude was appreciated by Jiang Chen, who dares to cause a ruckus in the Hidden Cloud Village. Just as the two debated the necessity of a second contest, nearby ninjas rushed in. Darui, frowning, exclaimed, "Raikage-sama." The tremendous noise just now must have attracted the nearby guard ninjas. What should we do? Should we send them away? Let them come. What's the fuss? I'm merely competing in speed with Senior Demon Blade. It's nothing shameful. The Raikage spoke nonchalantly. Moments later, a dozen elite ninjas surrounded them. Raikage-sama. We heard the commotion and came to ascertain the cause. The leading elite ninja explained. The Raikage turned, his expression stern, and said, "It's nothing. I was simply testing my speed against my senior. Nothing of great significance." Darui leaned closer to the group, gesturing for them to step back as he whispered. Raikage-sama is competing in speed with Senior Demon Blade. You shouldn't be here. It's best if you return. Upon hearing such explosive news, the elite ninjas became overly excited, disregarding Darui's advice, and crowded around him. Wait, is Senior Demon Blade the legendary figure from Konoha 50 years ago? Did the contest just conclude? Who won? Is that even a question? Who among the current ninjas could possibly outpace the fourth Raikage? One ninja retorted, I don't doubt Senior Demon Blade's strength, but I don't believe he could surpass Raikage-sama in speed. The chatter grew animated, yet the excitement caused their voices to rise, drawing attention from others. The Raikage's face darkened, silently berating himself. How does Darui manage his subordinates? There's clearly a lack of discipline. Jiang Chen, overhearing their discussions and glancing at the Raikage, nearly burst into laughter. Had it not been for his mask, he might have genuinely infuriated the Raikage. Darui scratched his head, glancing back at the Raikage with a sheepish grin, while the Raikage glared at him, bellowing, Enough. Stop asking. Yes, This is indeed Senior Demon Blade. I lost the speed contest. Are you all satisfied now? The Rakige's declaration struck like a bolt from the blue, instantly shattering the thought processes of the surrounding elite ninjas. They stood dumbfounded, too intimidated to speak further, nervously swallowing as they exchanged incredulous glances. Jiang Chen stepped forward, proclaiming, "Fourth Rakige, our contest is far from over. How can we draw conclusions so hastily?" Chapter 20. Thank you, Senior Demon Blade. With Jiang Chen's words, the elite ninjas erupted with excitement, their faces alight with anticipation. Nichi Asu and Gunma exchanged worried glances. Fists clenched tightly, their hearts filled with mixed emotions as they silently lamented, "Senior Demon Blade, what are you planning? The Rakige has already conceded. Why would you insist on another contest? Is it merely to humiliate the Rakige?" Darui gritted his teeth and glared at Jiang Chen. His former respect for the Ghost Blade completely evaporated. In his heart, he cursed, "What a pathetic hero. Just a petty man eager to show off. Does he really wish to humiliate Lord Rakige in front of everyone? How despicable." Rakige stood firm, his face darkened, his fists clenched, making a cracking sound as he suppressed his fury, stating, "Since the Elder has requested, we shall proceed with the second match." "Excellent. The second match is quite simple. You will attack me, and if I can evade your strike, I win. If I am hit, you win. How does that sound?" Jiang Chen raised his voice intentionally, ensuring that all the Jonin present could hear him clearly. Rakige, not giving it much thought, replied casually, "All right." Position less than 100 meters apart, Jiang Chen and Rakige readied themselves for battle. The onlookers observed the tension between Jiang Chen and Rakige, murmuring amongst themselves. Rakige, now fully focused, knew that at such a short distance, no one could evade his full power strike. "I agree," someone chimed in, "although I'm unaware of their previous contest at this distance. Evasion is impossible unless he possesses the Flying Thunder God technique, like Minato. Does Elder Darui or the Ghost Blade possess the Flying Thunder God technique?" Someone asked. "He does not," Darui replied offhandedly, his gaze fixed on Jiang Chen and Rakige. "Without the Flying Thunder God technique, Lord Rakige is certain to win." The murmurs grew louder, and Darui's heart was conflicted. At this distance, Rakige's attack would be instantaneous. Although the Ghost Blade was fast, he could not possibly react in time. As before, Nichi stood in the center, raising his hand high. All present held their breath, no longer discussing anything, even controlling their breathing to the quietest of sounds. At this moment, silence enveloped the scene, allowing them to hear each other's heartbeats. "Begin," Nichi shouted as he swung his right hand down forcefully. Bang! Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the crowd could hardly comprehend what had occurred. They only saw Rakige's fist striking the position where the Ghost Blade had stood, while the Ghost Blade had vanished. Nearby, a massive rock shattered, fragments tumbling down to form a pile of rubble several meters high. The onlookers were stunned, glancing around in confusion. Where did he go? What happened? Did he hit him? Bang! Just as the crowd speculated, an arm emerged from the rubble, bloodied and bruised. Jiang Chen slowly crawled out, clutching his chest, coughing incessantly, with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, flowing down to his neck. The crowd of Jonin erupted in chaos, shouting, "Lord Rakige has won." Xuanma and Nichi rushed to the rubble, each supporting Jiang Chen from either side. Seeing the blood on the Ghost Blade's arm and neck, Xuanma felt a pang of sorrow, lamenting, "Indeed, the distance was too close. I never anticipated such severe injuries." Although Nichi felt distressed, he was momentarily surprised by the pristine condition of Jiang Chen's mask. What is the story with this mask? How is it unharmed? In his confusion, Nichi activated his Byakugan to investigate. However, as he focused on Jiang Chen, he felt a powerful sword aura pressing against his throat, threatening to obliterate him. He quickly withdrew his Byakugan, panting heavily. "Nichi, what is wrong?" Xuanma inquired, puzzled, but fearing exposure. He referred to him as Hyuga Nichi as per their prior agreement. Nichi waved his hand, wiping the sweat from his forehead, and replied, "It's nothing. Nothing at all." Rakige retracted his fist, gazing at Jiang Chen's figure in silence. Jiang Chen coughed heavily, more blood seeping into his neck. Rakige hurried over to support Jiang Chen, asking, "Elder Ghostblade, are you all right?" Jiang Chen waved his hand. Gasping for breath, "I have lost this match. I now stand at a tie with you. My body is too strained to proceed to a third match. Let us compete again another time, shall we?" Darui observed the Ghost Blade's weak demeanor, frowning but remaining silent. Reikage assisted Jiang Chen, addressing the gathered jonin. My match with Elder Ghostblade has concluded. Disperse and return to your posts. Yes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A dozen individuals vanished in an instant, departing the peak with this explosive news. Elder Ghostblade, since you are injured, please stay in the Hidden Cloud Village for a few more days. Seeing Reikage's sincere invitation, Jiang Chen wished to linger longer but recalled the matters in Fiziko Village in 2 days, compelling him to decline. Thank you, Reikage. But I have matters to attend to and cannot stay. I hope for your understanding. Xuanma and Nichi remained silent. For them, the desire to leave the Land of Lightning safely was paramount, especially for Nichi. Reikage, sensing the Ghost Blade's refusal, continued, but with your injury, how can you travel at night? Jiang Chen waved his hand, assuring, you need not worry. My body is quite robust, and it's nothing. Well, if the elder prefers not to stay longer, I shall not insist. Allow me to escort you out of the village. Rest assured, I will deliver a letter to the third Hokage, and the matter concerning the Hyuga clan will be settled. Excellent. That is best, Jiang Chen nodded earnestly. Outside the Hidden Cloud Village, the fourth Reikage stood at the forefront, with Darui following behind. They exchanged handshakes, preparing to bid farewell. Reikage turned to the three and said, Darui, you may return. I have matters to discuss with Elder Ghostblade. Understood. Whoosh. Darui complied and vanished from sight. Xuanma, Nichi, you two proceed ahead. I shall follow shortly. Yes, Elder Ghostblade. They replied in unison, departing. Once assured no one else was around, the fourth Reikage bowed deeply to Jiang Chen, almost to a right angle, sincerely expressing, Elder Ghostblade. Thank you. Jiang Chen smiled slightly, waving his hand. It's nothing. Please don't dwell on it. With that, Jiang Chen turned and left, gradually disappearing from Reikage's line of sight. Reikage stared at his clenched fist, recalling the scene on the peak. He had swiftly thrown a punch at the Ghost Blade, who had seemingly evaded it, yet returned to take the blow. He understood the Ghost Blade's intention, to preserve Reikage's reputation in the ninja world and uphold the honor of the Hidden Cloud Village's strongest warrior. He could not help but admire the Ghost Blade once more. Jiang Chen twisted his neck and rolled up his sleeves, glancing at the cut on his arm made by his own blade, muttering, it seems my performance was satisfactory, but my own blood is indeed unpleasant. Haha. He then gazed at the breathtaking hues of the sunset, reminiscent of a beautiful maiden's blush, and grinned, Fiziko Village, here I come. Chapter 21. The Fatherly Love of Sunshine. Elder Ghostblade, I thank you for your timely intervention. Without you, the Hyuga clan would undoubtedly face dire straits. Jiang Chen had just reunited with the two when Nichi suddenly knelt, his forehead touching the ground, his demeanor genuinely earnest. Jiang Chen hurriedly helped Nichi up, smiling as he said, it's merely a trivial matter. There is no need for such gratitude. Besides, my precious grandson has no place to stay in Konoha. I shall be relying on the Hyuga clan. I have heard he has a particular fondness for Hinata and wishes to recognize her as a sister, correct? Yes. Elder Ghostblade, we have indeed encountered your grandson, Jiang Chen. He is particularly fond of Miss Hinata. My brother and I have discussed this matter. Given Jiang Chen's formidable abilities at such a young age, we could consider promising Hinata to him in the future. At this, Jiang Chen nearly lost his mask in shock, coughing several times. What's wrong, Elder Ghostblade? Are you unwell? And no, it's nothing. I had discussed this matter with Jiang Chen. Initially, like you, I believed he had feelings for Hinata and intended to bring them together. However, it was later revealed that Jiang Chen merely desired a younger sister, nothing more, and he harbored no romantic intentions towards Hinata. Please, do not make any hasty decisions. Let us never speak of this matter again. Upon hearing Gue Dao's words, Richan naturally understood that both he and his brother had misinterpreted Jiang Chen's feelings for Hinata. So that was the case. Haha, Senior Gue Dao, I shall explain this matter to my brother upon my return. Having a genius like Jiang Chen as Hinata's brother is indeed a blessing for the Hyuga clan. Jiang Chen swiftly interrupted Richa's continued flattery and urged them to continue on their journey. He sighed in relief, grateful to have learned about Rizu and Richa's intentions beforehand. Had he inadvertently become engaged to the crown princess, it would have been quite disastrous. His feelings for Hinata were purely platonic. The only one with ulterior motives was Shizuka Fuko, especially after Fuko matured into her perfect figure, exuding an alluring charm. While watching Naruto, Jiang Chen had often thought of that woman who appeared only once yet left a deep impression on him. Indeed, from the moment he traversed into the Naruto world, he had regarded Shizuka as the woman he must possess. Haha. The trio traveled overnight without rest. The following day, within the Hokage's office, the third Hokage expressed his gratitude to Senior Gue Dao, who had successfully resolved the issues with the Land of Lightning, and noted the special treatment Gue Dao received from the wreckage. Shuema was eager to report back, thus he moved swiftly. Kneeling on one knee, he recounted the events to the third Hokage. At this moment, Jiang Chen and Richa had just entered the office. Upon seeing Gue Dao and Richa arrive, the third Hokage quickly approached them with a smile. Gue Dao, it is thanks to your intervention that this matter has been resolved. You have worked hard. It was nothing, merely a small effort on my part. I am quite weary from traveling all night. I bid you farewell. Jiang Chen turned to leave. The third Hokage quickly stepped in front of him, saying, Gue Dao, since you have come to Konoha, why not stay here for a while? Jiang Chen paused, for he desired a life of freedom, and staying in Konoha would only be inconvenient. No, I prefer my freedom. Once my beloved grandson has had his fill of play, he shall return. Very well, in that case, we shall do our utmost to ensure Jiang Chen enjoys his time in Konoha. Haha, that would be best. After exchanging pleasantries, they parted ways. Aware that Gue Dao had made up his mind, the third Hokage did not press further. However, Richa hurried outside, bowing respectfully, and asked, Senior Gue Dao, may I have a moment in the Hyuga clan? No need, just treat my beloved grandson well when the time comes. Jiang Chen turned and waved his hand, vanishing from sight. Richa gazed at the spot where Jiang Chen had disappeared, his eyes lowered, filled with gratitude. After bidding farewell to the third Hokage, Richa hurried back to the Hyuga estate. His brother Rizu was teaching Hinata the gentle fist technique. Under normal circumstances, Richa would have stood by, waiting for the training to conclude, but today was different. He rushed to his brother's side, beaming with excitement. Brother Rizu. This time Senior Gue Dao truly handled the situation in the Land of Lightning without a drop of bloodshed, and the wreckage holds him in high esteem. Rizu looked momentarily stunned and furrowed his brow, asking, was there no conflict with the fourth wreckage? They merely tested their speed. Prior to that, the fourth wreckage had no intention of competing. Upon realizing it was Senior Gue Dao, his attitude was nothing short of humble, haha. As Richa recounted the events, recalling the previous circumstances, he became animated, recounting the entire story and Jiang Chen's attitude towards Hinata in detail. Rizu was utterly astonished. The fourth wreckage was notorious for his brash temperament throughout the ninja world, yet Senior Gue Dao could reduce him to such humility with just his name. What an extraordinary influence. Since Senior Gue Dao had communicated this matter to Jiang Chen, the Hyuga clan could only benefit from having such a legendary hero as their support. Richa, since Senior Gue Dao has shown favor to the Hyuga clan, we must extend our utmost courtesy to Jiang Chen. Once he returns, we must arrange for him and Hinata to be recognized as siblings throughout Konoha. Richa understood his brother's intentions and eagerly nodded in agreement. Hinata, practicing diligently beside them, overheard their conversation and whispered to herself, will brother Jiang Chen really become my brother? In a moment of distraction, Hinata slipped and fell to the ground. She quickly got up, casting a fearful glance at her father, beads of sweat from anxiety forming on her forehead. In the past, any minor mistake during training would lead to her father's stern reprimands or even physical discipline. Having fallen during practice was a grave error. As her father approached, her large, innocent eyes radiated a pitiful expression, her cherry lips pouting adorably, a sight that could melt the heart of any doting elder brother. Her father's hand reached toward her, and Hinata instinctively shut her eyes, her small head shrinking back, fearing punishment. This was it. She was about to be scolded. To her surprise, after closing her eyes for what felt like an eternity, she felt no pain. Slowly opening her eyes, she was met with her father's warm smile. Rizu gently patted Hinata's small head, saying softly, all right, you've practiced long enough. Go rest for a bit. When your brother Jiang Chen returns, we shall have a lovely family meal together. This sudden infusion of happiness left young Hinata utterly astonished. Since she could remember, she had faced her father's stern teachings and rigorous training daily. This warm, fatherly affection, akin to sunshine, was something she had never experienced. Today was the first time, and it would be an indelible memory. Hinata nodded earnestly, her charming face breaking into a delightful smile. Chapter 22. The fireman and the chubby one in Interfuko village Ri-cha observed his brother's tender treatment of Hinata, a smile of satisfaction gracing his lips. As twins, he understood his brother's character well. The Hyuga clan, as a prominent family in Konoha, must continue to strengthen itself through constant training to maintain its standing in the ninja world. The events in the Land of Lightning were a stark reminder of this. Their lack of strength had resulted in their inability to safeguard the secrets of the Byakugan. It was precisely this fear that had led Rizu to be so harsh on Hinata from a young age, subjecting her to relentless training devoid of any paternal warmth. However, due to Senior Gue Dao's efforts, the entire ninja world would now think twice before coveting the Byakugan, and no one would dare provoke Konoha. The paternal love that had once been lost was slowly being restored through these events. Ri-cha gazed at the gentle morning light, reflecting inwardly, "Thank you, Senior Gue Dao, for not only saving the Hyuga clan, but also for restoring a father's love for his child." Within Konoha, whispers circulated. "Did you hear? Senior Gue Dao has made an appearance in Konoha and effortlessly resolved the issues between the Land of Lightning and the Hyuga clan. I also heard that Senior Gue Dao did nothing but mention his name, and the fourth Raikage complied." Senior Gue Dao and the fourth Raikage's speed match ended in a draw. How impressive. I heard he is helping Konoha because his grandson Jiang Chen is now enrolled in the Ninja Academy. Are you talking about Jiang Chen? He, like Senior Gue Dao, is a swordsman and wields his blade with great prowess. Just the other day, I heard Irika mention that he sliced through 10 targets from 60 meters away with just his sword. How remarkable. Throughout Konoha, both ninjas and civilians engaged in lively discussions, with the majority of topics centering around Gue Dao and Jiang Chen, making them the focal points of attention. In Kumogakure, news spread that Senior Gue Dao had faced off against the fourth Raikage in a speed contest, resulting in a tie. Are you referring to the legendary hero from 50 years ago? Indeed, that's him. Wow. The fourth Raikage is so impressive, being able to tie with such a legendary hero. Indeed, it is so. However, due to this matter, the fourth Raikage and the village of Konoha have reached a peace agreement. And the hero of the Demon Blade has also become an ally of our Land of Lightning. This news has swiftly spread throughout the Land of Lightning, enhancing the reputation of the fourth Raikage, and the slogan of peace between the Land of Lightning and the Land of Fire is rapidly disseminating. The following day, as the morning sun cast its gentle and beautiful rays upon the mountains, two towering peaks stood majestically on the earth. A massive wooden bridge connected the two mountains, where a village had been built, a place that countless men dream of. This is the village of the Land of Fire, Fujiko Village. Two figures appeared outside the village, with fiery red hair, a beard, and thick eyebrows framing eyes that sparkled with desire. The man wore a vest made of beast skin adorned with red patterns, exuding a ferocious aura. His name was Sato Yuen, a master of fire release, nicknamed the Flame Man Ryoma. "This must be the place, right? Let me confirm, brother," spoke a stout man clad in a white robe, his bald head gleaming under the sunlight, his small eyes squinting into slits as he smiled. His name was Sato Ryoma, the younger brother of Yuen and a master of water release. Ryoma scrutinized the map for quite a while before sheepishly saying, "Brother, this is indeed the place. Are we really not going back after sneaking out? Do you think Master will come looking for us and end our lives? You fool. Master is accustomed to a tranquil life. She will not find us," Yuen reassured him. Hearing his brother's words, Ryoma finally relaxed, his gaze fixed hungrily on several patrolling female ninjas outside the village as he licked his lips and rubbed his hands together, saying, "Brother, once we take this village, you choose the prettiest first, and then I will pick after you." Yuen placed his right hand on Ryoma's shoulder, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth as he gazed toward the village. "Ryoma, I will only select one. You may choose anyone else, but you must heed my advice and not act rashly, understood? All right, I will listen to you, brother." "You are truly wonderful," Ryoma replied, grinning foolishly. With no further hesitation, the two made their way toward Fujiko Village. The village was not large, yet it radiated beauty, filled with the sound of birds and fragrant flowers. Not far from the village flowed a crystal-clear river, its gentle current evoking a sense of tranquility. Inside the village, the female ninjas, with their flowing long hair and graceful figures, were breathtakingly beautiful, embodying the saying, "The scenery is beautiful, and the people are even more so." Who goes there? For patrolling female ninjas brandished their short blades, glaring fiercely at Yuen and Ryoma. Yuen stepped forward, A sheepish smile plastered on his face as he said, "Ladies, please do not be alarmed. My brother and I are ninjas with no ill intentions. We merely heard that your village has a rule allowing men to marry in if they can defeat your strongest warriors. Is that correct?" The female guards scrutinized Yuan and Ryoma, and upon seeing Yuan's humble demeanor, they lowered their blades. "Yes, we do have such a rule, but it requires the approval of our village chief. May I be taken to meet your village chief?" Yuan inquired, bowing slightly with a smile. The red-haired guard turned her head, speaking disdainfully, "Follow me." Another guard with large eyes grabbed her arm, whispering, "Sister, is it appropriate to take them directly to the chief?" "It's fine, they seem harmless. If the chief does not agree, we can send them away," the red-haired guard replied. Reluctantly, the guard released her grip, and they watched as the red-haired guard led the two men into the village. Fujiko village was a genuine daughter-s nation, filled with stunning women who were also formidable fighters, and only the most powerful men could marry in. Although it was a paradise for men, it was equally a hell they dared not approach. Within the village, the beautiful women brandished short blades and shurikens, their eyes filled with murderous intent as they watched Yuan and Ryoma enter. Had it not been for the guards, they might have charged in to attack. As they gazed upon the hundreds of beautiful women in the village, Ryoma nearly drooled, his heart filled with admiration. "They are simply too beautiful. This place is like heaven," he exclaimed. Yuan quickly pulled Ryoma aside, whispering, "Ryoma, control yourself. Do not appear so foolish." The two continued deeper into the village, arriving at a bustling center adorned with splendid architecture. A woman clad in a red robe stood with her back to them, gazing into the distance, her chestnut short hair exuding an elegant aura. The red-haired female ninja knelt before the village chief, clasping her hands, and reported, "Chief, two men have come to challenge for the right to marry." Upon hearing this, the chief turned around. Yuan and Ryoma's eyes widened in shock, frozen in place. Chapter 23. Ninja techniques comparable to the Mizukage clan. Their astonishment was not due to the chief's appearance, for while she was indeed fair, she could not be deemed breathtakingly beautiful. It was the alluring aura that radiated from her being, quickening their heartbeats with excitement. Her lively eyes, the color of brown, sparkled like stars, and her delicate lips, with every smile, revealed the charm of a mature woman. Yuan became entranced by the chief's beauty, his expression filled with lewd admiration. The chief lowered her gaze slightly, speaking with disdain, "The village does have a rule for marrying in, but one must meet certain standards. You should leave." Ryoma, hearing this, glared at the chief, clenching his fists, ready to unleash a tirade, but suddenly remembered his brother's warning, promptly shutting his mouth and glancing at Yuan. Yuan, still lost in admiration, failed to grasp the chief's words. Ryoma nudged him with his elbow, exclaiming, "Brother, she actually refused us. What should we do?" Yuan finally came to his senses, licking his lips and smiling warmly. "What? Does the chief doubt our strength?" With a haughty snort, the chief raised her chin, declaring, "It is not a matter of doubting your strength. It is simply that you do not meet my standards." With that, she glared at the red-haired guard beside her and commanded, "Take them out and ensure no men are brought in without permission in the future." "Yes, chief." The female guard, blushing, approached Yuan and held out her hand. "You too should return." Seeing the chief's blatant disregard for him, Yuan's smile only widened. With a thunderous crash, the room echoed with the sound. The chief looked up sharply, her gaze fixated on the scene. The female guard slammed against the wall, her hair singed and face charred, collapsing unconscious. Yuan's right fist, raised high, transformed into a blaze of roaring flames. The chief's brow furrowed deeply. She recognized the power of this man was beyond her understanding. She was well versed in the ninja arts, yet this technique was unfamiliar to her. It resembled the Mizukage clan's water transformation techniques, but she had never heard of anyone wielding flame transformation. Yuan flashed a lewd grin, his eyes glinting mischievously. "Oh, come now, don't be so surprised. Why do you react like those worthless fools to my ninjutsu? You should maintain that lovely expression. It's quite unbecoming when you frown, haha." The chief was acutely aware of her guard's strength. In any other ninja village, she would rank among the elite. Yet, this man had dispatched her with a single blow. Yuan's power was undeniably formidable. "Chief, are you all right?" Following the resounding crash, the village's female ninjas rushed into the room, their eyes fixed on Yuan and Ryoma with fierce determination. The chief, understanding the gravity of the situation, bellowed, Do not engage. I will handle this myself. Chief. The others protested, frowning. Silence. No one is to defy my orders. With this command, the ninjas withdrew. Weapons at the ready, waiting outside. Surely, you two seek more than just to marry in, don't you? The fiery man retracted his flames, his right fist returning to its original shape, and with a cheerful smile, he remarked, "It is certainly not that simple. My brother and I have long heard that Fujiko village is a land of women, and now that we have witnessed it, we are utterly enchanted. Thus, we intend to remain here forever. Such delusions. I shall never allow you to succeed, even if it costs me my life." The village chief suddenly leaped forward, charging at the fiery man, and bellowed, raging gale fist, with his right palm extended and a whirlwind swirling around him. The speed was so astonishing that it left the fiery man in shock. Yet, in an instant, the fiery man's expression shifted from surprise to a smile. Bang! A tempest erupted around the village chief, and his palm forcefully penetrated the fiery man's body. Initially puzzled by the fiery man's enigmatic smile, she soon realized that this strike did not breach his flesh. Instead, her own right palm was engulfed in excruciating flames. Boom! A resounding collapse echoed as the force of the gale fist shattered the structure into ruins. Several female ninjas leaped from the crumbling edifice. But the village chief and the fiery man had no time to escape. They stared intently at the debris, not out of concern for the village chief's safety, but rather for the unfolding battle within. Whoosh! With a thunderous command from the village chief, the debris danced in the raging winds, scattering wildly, transforming the wreckage into an open arena in mere seconds. The village chief soared into the air, surrounded by a furious whirlwind. The female ninjas beamed with joy, knowing victory was at hand. However, just as they prepared to celebrate, flames on the ground began to burn incessantly, eventually forming a humanoid shape. As the flames gradually receded, the fiery man cackled maniacally at the village chief before him. Beside him, a steady stream of water gathered, gradually revealing the figure of a rotund man. The village chief and her ninjas gasped in astonishment. The Kagaya clan, the water transformation technique? But what of this fiery man? This was the source of collective bewilderment. If the Kagaya clan possessed such a secret art, what was the nature of this ninjutsu that rivaled it? Did the ninja world harbor a clan secret of fire transformation? Such a notion had never crossed their minds. The rotund man surveyed the surrounding ruins and exclaimed, "Brother, this woman's ninjutsu is truly formidable. The area has turned to rubble." Observing the rotund man's foolish grin, the fiery man sighed. "What are you lamenting? No matter how powerful, it changes nothing. Wind-based ninjutsu cannot harm us. It merely appears intimidating." The fiery man understood that to thwart the rotund man's water transformation, only lightning techniques would suffice, while to prevent his own fire transformation, water techniques were essential. And Fujiko village was solely comprised of wind-based ninjas. The village chief comprehended this logic as well, despite her formidable ninjutsu. Facing two ninjas capable of transformation left her at a loss. The fiery man stepped forward and proclaimed loudly, "I say, beautiful lady, you are wise. No matter how many wind-based techniques you employ, you cannot hope to affect my brother and me. Be sensible and surrender. It may spare you unnecessary losses." "Nonsense," the village chief retorted. "We will fight to the bitter end, even if it costs us our lives." "Yes, why should we let these two wretched men triumph?" The others shouted angrily. The village chief was not foolish. Even if they fought fiercely, they would not land a blow on them. And the inevitable outcome would be heavy casualties among the village's ninjas. In the distance, a frantic Jingshang raced toward them, her lovely face etched with worry. Upon seeing her master facing off against the two men, she cried out, "Master!" The village chief suddenly looked up, her brow furrowing as she spotted Jingshang's figure nearby. Chapter 24. The Death of Huime. Jingshang was her most prized disciple, destined to be the next village chief. She could fight with all her might. But the thought of Jingshang becoming embroiled in this conflict was unbearable. Unaware of these thoughts, Jingshang was solely concerned for her master's safety. The rotund man turned to look at Jingshang, his eyes widening with admiration. "Brother, this little girl is truly enchanting. She will undoubtedly grow into a great beauty." The fiery man glanced at Jingshang and angrily retorted, "What is so captivating about an 11 or 12-year-old child? By the time she matures, it will be ages from now. Focus on the battle at hand. This woman is no ordinary opponent." Offended by the fiery man's remarks, the rotund man foolishly turned back, not forgetting to drool over Jingshang. The village chief shouted to the female ninjas, "You three, take Jingshang away. Do not allow any other ninjas from the village to approach. Go." She was well aware that such commotion would attract the attention of other ninjas in the village, and she wished to prevent any unnecessary sacrifices. The ninjas finally reacted, 3 of them rushing to block other villagers, while the remaining 5 rushed to Jingshang's side, grabbing her by the arms. "Miss Jingshang, you must leave. These 2 ninjas are incredibly powerful. We cannot delay the village chief's battle." Jingshang shook off the ninja's grasp and shouted, "I will not leave. I want to stay here with my master." Seeing Jingshang's stubbornness, the village chief's fury escalated. "Carry her away." The village chief's intense expression puzzled the fiery man, who turned to glance at Jingshang again and murmured, "It seems this little girl holds great significance for the village chief. This is getting interesting. Liangzhen, take care of those 5 ninjas and capture that little girl. I will deal with this one." "Yes," the rotund man replied cheerfully, rising to approach the 5 female ninjas. Upon noticing the rotund man pursuing them, they released Jingshang and pushed her back, whispering, "Miss Jingshang, run. We will hold him off." Jingshang stared at them blankly, her master's earlier shout still fresh in her mind, causing her to retreat in fear, her face a picture of panic, shaking her head repeatedly. The rotund man did not chase after Jingshang directly but, with a cheerful demeanor, advanced and said, "I need to focus on dealing with your village chief. I will handle you little girls." His tone was exceedingly naive, coupled with his foolish appearance, making him seem less than bright. The 5 ninjas exchanged glances, spreading out and simultaneously shouting, "Raging Gale Fist." They intended to collectively unleash a gale attack to scatter the rotund man who possessed the water transformation technique. In an instant, 5 powerful gusts surged toward him. The rotund man raised his hand, his previously goofy demeanor suddenly turning serious. Water release, water bullet, centered around him. A torrent of water shot forth toward the 5 ninjas. The overwhelming water pressure struck before they could even form hand seals to counter it, forcing them to raise their blades defensively. Bang, bang. With a series of thunderous impacts, the 5 were hurled several meters away, crashing heavily to the ground. Spitting blood, they struggled to rise, wiping the crimson from their lips. Looking up, they found the rotund man had vanished from their sight, prompting them to frantically search for him. "Huime, watch out behind you. He is right behind you." The other 4 ninjas shouted in unison, alarmed. The ninja named Huimei's eyes widened in terror as she trembled, too frightened to turn around. Before she could react, the rotund man extended his finger in the shape of a gun towards her temple, grinning as he softly uttered, "Water iron cannon, double shot." Bang! A powerful water bullet erupted from his fingertip, akin to a gunshot, striking Huimei's head, blood gushing forth while her eyes bulged in horror. Thud! Her body collapsed like a severed tree, falling lifelessly to the ground. "Huime! Huime! Sister Huime!" The remaining 4 individuals shouted in shock, while Jingyin trembled all over, collapsing to the ground and crying out. As she gazed at the lifeless body of Huime sprawled in a pool of blood, tears streamed down Shizuka's cheeks, her delicate lips quivering as she murmured, "Why did it have to be you, Sister Huime? Why?" The 5 village chief's guards, who shared a close bond with Shizuka, often joined her in training the Gale Palm and frequently played and dined together. Witnessing her beloved sister Huime perish before her eyes shattered Shizuka's heart, and she shook her head repeatedly, tears flowing uncontrollably. The stout figure withdrew his arm and, with both hands directed at the other 4 female ninjas, grinned foolishly, saying, "I've taken one down. Now it's your turn, don't even think about running." Having just witnessed the rapid-fire water bullets from the stout figure, the 4 knew all too well how swift they were, leaving no chance for escape. "Stop! Do not harm my sister any further," Shizuka's voice echoed, filled with sorrow and despair. The village chief and the fireman were locked in combat, panting heavily as they glanced over. She had underestimated the true prowess of the fireman. He was not merely skilled in secret arts, but equally adept in physical and ninja techniques. Battling the fireman alone was already a formidable challenge, leaving her no time to attend to Shizuka and her 5 loyal guards. Upon hearing Shizuka's heart-wrenching cries, she turned her gaze. Huime lay in a pool of blood, and the stout figure made a gun gesture towards the 4, which she recognized as the water iron cannon technique, explaining their horrified expressions. She knew that if she did not intervene to stop him, the guards would surely perish. Concentrating her chakra in her right palm, She unleashed the gale palm once more, charging towards the fireman. Boom. A tremendous sound erupted as the village chief's palm collided with the flames. However, this time was different. Her entire body passed through the fireman. He sneered, spreading his arms, his body ablaze, mocking, "Hey, you know you can't hit me, yet you still put in so much effort? Aren't you afraid of burning yourself?" After waiting in vain for a response, he abruptly turned, gritting his teeth in anger. The village chief's strike, despite the searing pain, was aimed at escaping the fireman to rescue the guards and Shizuka. The fireman, left behind, felt humiliated and bellowed, "Fatty, take care of that woman." With that, he transformed into a ball of flames, pursuing the village chief. Hearing his brother's command, the stout figure pivoted and began firing at the airborne village chief. Rat-a-tat-tat. The water bullets cascaded like rain towards her. In midair, she had no opportunity to evade. Suddenly, she channeled her chakra, positioning shurikens in her hands, her body spinning. Chapter 25. Shizuka's resolve. Countless shurikens shot out in all directions like scattered beans, colliding with the torrential water bullets, creating a cacophony of sound. Bang! Bang! Moments later, the stout figure's rain of water bullets intertwined with the village chief's rain of shurikens, dispersing them and forming a downpour. The stout figure glared at the village chief, cursing vehemently. This woman truly possesses formidable ninjutsu. She managed to return all of them. Just as he finished speaking, dozens of shurikens surged forth amidst the torrential downpour. "What the hell? There are more!" he screamed, staring at the oncoming shuriken rain, feeling nothing but anger. Swish! Swish! The sound of shurikens piercing the water's surface echoed, as part of the stout figure's body turned to water, allowing the shurikens to pass through and embed themselves in the ground behind him. "Huh, silly fool. Aside from lightning attacks, nothing can harm me," he taunted, allowing the shurikens to pass through him, hands on his hips, laughing mockingly at the village chief. Shizuka sat helplessly on the ground, staring blankly at her master soaring through the air, her heart filled with hope for victory. The remaining 4 village chief's guards, Jiefe, Liuli, Xian, and Roland, stood beside Shizuka. They were not foolish. They knew that the fireman and the stout figure could not be defeated, not due to strength, but because of the secret techniques they employed, leaving them powerless. Liuli and Xian lifted Shizuka, attempting to flee the village, but she struggled and shouted, "I won't go. Master is still fighting. She will surely win. I won't leave." Unable to endure Shizuka's protests any longer, Liuli struck her sharply across the face. Slap! A red handprint appeared on Shizuka's delicate face as she stared blankly at Sister Liuli, covering her cheek and sobbing silently. "Shizuka, how can you not understand? We cannot win against them. The village chief is stronger, but if she cannot harm them, it is meaningless. She will eventually lose." Liuli's words were filled with anguish. Her teeth clenched, tears brimming in her eyes, her face contorted with unwillingness. Xian knelt beside Shizuka, her cheek pressed against hers, speaking tenderly, "Miss Shizuka, I understand that you want to stay with your master, but we also wish to accompany the village chief. However, for the future of the village, you cannot risk yourself any further." Boom. This statement struck like thunder, causing Shizuka to lift her head suddenly, her eyes shimmering with tears. Both Xian and Liuli understood the village chief's resolve and intentions. She was determined to sacrifice herself to buy time for others to escape. Shizuka finally comprehended her master's purpose and realized her intention was to save the village at the cost of her own life. At just 12 years old, Shizuka wiped away her tears and stood, bowing to Sister Liuli. "Sister Liuli, Sister Xian, I apologize for causing you trouble. I will no longer resist. Let us seek help from Konoha village." Shizuka's words left both Liuli and Xian in shock. They had not anticipated the 12-year-old to suddenly show such maturity, let alone suggest seeking assistance from Konoha. The village regulations strictly forbade outsiders from entering and prohibited any connection with the outside world. Seeking help from Konoha would mean violating these rules. With furrowed brows, the two exchanged glances, remaining silent. Shizuka, sensing their dilemma, sighed heavily. "Forget it. I will not conceal it any longer. Over 20 years ago, my master had dealings with Jiraiya from Konoha, and they share a strong bond. So I believe we can fully trust Konoha." Shizuka disregarded everything else. Saving her master was of utmost importance. As for the relationship between her master and Jiraiya, she only needed to briefly explain. "Shizuka, even if we truly go to Konoha, it's so far from here, at least half a day's journey. By then, it may all be too late. Liuli said, exasperated as she spread her hands. Xian, observing the stout figure and the fireman collaborating against the village chief, suddenly had a thought. I believe it is not too late. Currently, the village chief is quite strong. Although she may not defeat them, she should not be easily killed. Furthermore, those two came to our village with a clear intention, just like other vile men, seeking to dominate this place. Even if the village chief were to lose, they would likely use her as leverage to coerce us into submission, meaning she is not in immediate danger. If what Shizuka says is true and there is a connection with Konoha, we can certainly seek their help. Konoha is vast, and surely possesses many experts in lightning and water techniques. Xian's words acted as a clarifying tonic, enlightening the two, who nodded in agreement. Shizuka and I will go to Konoha. You keep everyone calm and do not act impulsively. Staying alive is the most important thing. Xian leaned closer to Liuli, patting her shoulder earnestly. Liuli nodded solemnly. As the two prepared to depart, cries of anguish echoed behind them. Jiefei and Roland fell heavily to the ground, with Jiefei's shoulder and thigh struck by water bullets, blood slowly soaking through her white gauze, staining it crimson. She clutched her shoulder, gazing at the stout figure in terror. Roland clutched her chest, coughing incessantly as droplets of fresh blood trickled from the corners of her mouth. A short blade lay scattered before her, and the searing pain in her chest rendered her incapable of rising. Observing the two immobilized figures, the rotund man refrained from delivering the final blow, instead fixing his gaze intently upon Shizuka, his eyes narrowing with a predatory gleam. His intent was to capture her alive. While the fire wielder favored mature women, the rotund man had an inclination for youthful and charming girls. In his eyes, Shizuka's innocent visage was precisely what he desired. With a lecherous grin, he quickened his pace towards her, saliva flying from his mouth, a sight utterly repugnant. Liuli and Xian, witnessing the unfolding scene, summoned their chakra to their short blades and unleashed a barrage of wind blades. As the blades descended, they sliced through the air like a fierce tempest, hurtling toward the rotund man. With a series of resounding impacts, the wind blades struck his body, causing him to collapse like a broken doll, splattering into a puddle on the ground. Seizing the opportunity, the two girls unleashed further wind blades, relentlessly assaulting the rotund man's watery form. They continued their assault while racing towards Shizuka, lifting her up with urgency. With Shizuka supported between them, her back facing the two, the surrounding scenery stretched out before her. She could clearly see the chaos behind them. The puddle on the ground began to take shape, resembling the rotund man. While her master and the fire wielder continued their fierce exchange, the latter transforming into flames, rendering him nearly invulnerable. The rotund man's body fully reformed, and he wobbled forward, surprisingly swift for his girth. In mere seconds, he had closed the gap to within mere meters of the trio. Chapter 26. A dashing rescue, seeking silver tickets. Chapter 4. Later the rotund man glared with beady eyes, his jowls darkened like stagnant water, as he raised both hands and bellowed, "Water release. Water shuriken." In an instant, two powerful jets of water surged forth, spiraling rapidly towards Liuli and Xian, the sound of the rushing water slicing through the air. Shizuka, having witnessed the devastating power of this jutsu before, recalled how her 5 sisters had struggled to block a similar water attack, only to be sent flying for dozens of meters, bleeding profusely. Now, the 2 jets were thicker and far more potent than the previous 5. "Get out of the way!" Shizuka cried out in desperation, urging her sisters to evade the formidable water jets. Yet, with both of them supporting her and facing away from the impending danger, they had no time to react or defend themselves. Even if they managed to brace for impact, the outcome would likely be dire. As the lightning-fast jets approached, images of her sister, lying in a pool of blood, flooded her mind. Tears streamed down her face as she closed her eyes and screamed, "No." The sound was filled with helplessness, a heart-wrenching cry. Thud. Shizuka shut her eyes, resigned to await the grim fate awaiting her sisters. She knew that the moment she heard their cries of anguish, it would mark the tragic onset of disaster. And yet, moments later, instead of the anticipated screams, a thunderous clash echoed through the air. Slowly, she opened her eyes, only to be utterly astonished by the scene before her. A figure clad in a black trench coat, with silvery hair billowing in the wind, radiated a divine glow under the sunlight. His chiseled features were striking, and his piercing eyes gazed down at her. The spiral-shaped forehead protector clear upon his brow. A dark blade in his hand emanated an eerie green light, adding an aura of supernatural might. At that moment, Lioli and Xian stood frozen in place. Their previously resigned expressions transformed into sheer admiration as they beheld Jiang Chen's commanding presence. The stroke of his blade had appeared as if descending from the heavens, indescribably handsome. They released Shizuka's arms, standing dazed and entranced. This was the heroic figure, adorned with a forehead protector, who had come to their rescue, Jiang Chen. Notification. Congratulations to the elder brother for astonishing Lioli and Xian, earning 10,000 coins and 10 sword intent. Progress bar, 255,1000. Notification. Congratulations to the elder brother for captivating Shizuka's heart, earning 50,000 coins and 50 sword intent. Progress bar, 305,1000. What the hell? What is going on? Why did astonishing Shizuka yield so much sword intent? Reply to the elder brother. Because you astonished a woman the host admires and sparked her affection, the sword intent value increases significantly. I see. Haha. This system works well, a humanized reward. The rotund man glared at Jiang Chen's retreating form, helplessly watching as he flaunted his prowess before Shizuka. Infuriated, he pointed at Jiang Chen and shouted, "Who the hell are you?" Jiang Chen turned, driving his ominous blade into the ground with a thud, and declared, "I am Jiang Chen, a disciple of the legendary Jiraiya of the legendary Three Ninjas, a top-tier jonin." Upon hearing Jiang Chen's introduction, Shizuka's eyes widened, her lips trembling as excitement coursed through her. Could this be the man she would one day challenge in martial skill, the one she would follow throughout her life? The rotund man, taken aback by the mention of Jiraiya, was further shaken to learn that Jiang Chen was a high-ranking jonin from the Hidden Leaf village. He stood there, dumbfounded as his mind raced, murmuring, could it be Minato Namikaze? No, wait. I've heard he had blonde hair, and wasn't he already dead? Could he be Kakashi Hatake? No, that can't be right. Doesn't Kakashi have the Sharingan? Who is this person? The status is too high. Lioli and Xian's cheeks flushed as they gazed excitedly at Jiang Chen's figure, joyfully imagining their newfound hero. This was a ninja from the Hidden Leaf village. Simply magnificent. They need not search any further. Notification. Congratulations to the elder brother for astoundingly lying and shocking everyone present, earning 30,000 coins and 30 sword intent. Progress bar, 335,1000. Wait a minute. Brother, why did astonishing the whole crowd only yield 30 sword intent when astonishing Shizuka alone granted 50? Brother, there is something I'm uncertain about whether I should say. Just say it. No need for beating around the bush. All right, brother. Can we tone down the boasting? If it weren't for the necessity of following the program, I wouldn't want to grant you any sword intent. Your arrogance is infuriating. First of all, you're still a student at the Ninja Academy, not even a Genin, yet you claim to be a top-tier jonin. You've never even met Jiraiya, yet you call yourself his disciple. Come on, brother, that is just shameless. Cough, cough. What is going on with you today? Why are you picking a fight? I will become a jonin one day, okay? Is it not acceptable for me to seek out Jiraiya to become his apprentice? Huh. System. Upon hearing the system's voice fade from his mind, Jiang Chen, frustrated, exited the mental conversation, muttering irritably, they really lack finesse. If I had said I hadn't graduated, they might have just protected me. But claiming to be Jiraiya's disciple? That is, just to help Naruto with his challenges ahead. I wouldn't want Shizuka to chase after Naruto in the future and hurt my dear sister's feelings. I have my reasons, alright. Cough. Jiang Chen had sensed the two battles unfolding before his arrival. He knew the fight with the fire wielder was tense. Although the village leader was at a disadvantage, he was not yet in mortal peril. This battle, however, was precarious and could lead to death at any moment, compelling him to rush to their aid. He disdainfully gestured toward the rotund man. Hey, you over there, if you have any tricks, feel free to show them. Jiang Chen's brazen demeanor infuriated the rotund man, who quickly formed hand seals and bellowed, water release, water shuriken. Instantly, an immensely powerful water jet surged toward Jiang Chen. Its speed far surpassing that of the previous two jets, its strength multiplied several times over. Shizuka gazed at the formidable water column, her heart racing uncontrollably. The sheer power of the column instilled a sense of dread within her, causing her body to tremble incessantly. Fear not, for I shall ensure your safety. Jiang Chen's voice resonated in her ears, akin to a ray of sunshine piercing through the darkness, enveloping her in warmth. Gradually, her quaking form began to calm. She lifted her gaze to Jiang Chen's silhouette, her cheeks flushed, shyly lowering her head as her cherry lips pursed together. As the colossal water column surged toward them, Jiang Chen remained unperturbed, picking up the demon blade from the ground and executing a swift strike. With a resounding boom, a cutting arc was unleashed, cleaving the water column in twain, leaving the area around Jiang Chen completely dry. The portly figure stared blankly at Jiang Chen, utterly dumbfounded. Did he just slice through the water column? Chapter 27. The portly one's shock. The portly one was utterly astounded. He and his brother had trained under their master since childhood in secret techniques. Although their master had retreated from the ninja world, he had imparted much knowledge about it. Never had he heard of anyone capable of slicing through a water column without getting wet. Ding! Congratulations, big brother. Your feat of slicing the water column has astonished Sato Raijin, earning you 20,000 coins and 20 sword intent points. Current progress, 355,1000. Jiang Chen furrowed his brow. He had never heard of a secret technique belonging to the Kagaya clan called Sato Raijin. Little brother, could you investigate the true identity of Sato Raijin for me? Of course, big brother. Sato Raijin hails from the Moon Country and is the biological brother of Sato Yuan. Their parents perished during the Third World War, and they were adopted by Master Sato Baichi, who treated them as experimental subjects. Jiang Chen was taken aback. It seemed that even the so-called peaceful Moon Country had individuals akin to Orochimaru, who pursued the study of cellular transplantation. However, it made sense. The Moon Country was a refuge for ninjas who shunned their villages after the ninja wars, inevitably attracting some research enthusiasts averse to bloodshed. Are you implying that this portly one has successfully transplanted the Kagaya clan's cells, thus acquiring the water transformation technique? Indeed, big brother. Moreover, Sato Yuan has also successfully transplanted the spark technique, a modified technique akin to that of the Kagaya clan. Goodness. So, the fire user you spoke of possesses the Kagaya clan's technique, merely substituting fire for water? Precisely, big brother. Oh dear, this truly is a headache. Very well, I understand. Let us leave it at that. Jiang Chen closed his eyes, sensing the distant battle between the fire user and the village chief. Acutely aware of the flames engulfing the fire user, this was, indeed, a troublesome situation. Shizuka, her brown eyes wide with astonishment, stared at the severed water column, which had splattered several meters away, leaving the surrounding area devoid of any moisture. Shizuka, do you know this young man? He appears to be around your age. Surely he will grow into a handsome man. Shizuka, this lad is simply too handsome. I feel my heart fluttering. Lioli, can you not be so forward? He's at least 5 or 6 years younger than you. Your shamelessness knows no bounds. Lioli and Xian were utterly captivated by Jiang Chen's dazzling display, compounded by his striking looks, which left the two 18-year-old girls in a flurry of emotions. Shizuka, listening to her sister's teasing, felt her face grow warm and shook her head repeatedly. Lioli wrapped her arms around Shizuka, glancing down at her, teasing, "Oh my. I was merely asking if you knew him. Why is your little face so flushed? But I suppose it's no wonder. Look at your physique, developing so rapidly. You might soon surpass me." Sister Lioli, that's not true. Shizuka, blushing, lowered her head and fell silent. Her previous sorrow transformed into joy, thanks to Jiang Chen, allowing her to momentarily forget her grief for Hiromi. The portly one, snapping out of his shock, roared in anger, raising his hands to form a gun gesture. Water iron cannon. With a series of pops, countless water bullets burst forth from his fingertips like a machine gun, inundating the floor with a torrential downpour of water projectiles. The deluge of water bullets rained down, leaving no place to evade. Shizuka and her companions understood well that they could not possibly withstand such an onslaught with sword techniques. They swiftly rose, grasping their shuriken, preparing to execute their vacuum dance. Stay there. Do not move. I can handle this alone. Jiang Chen's voice resonated once more, clear and commanding, as if it sprang from the depths of their hearts. They withdrew their shuriken, gazing silently at Jiang Chen. He positioned the demon blade behind him, its blade enveloped in a shroud of black mist. One sword style, central strike. A tremendous shockwave erupted as he swung the demon blade with great force. The trio watched in astonishment as the blade descended, yet they perceived no visible cut, their expressions puzzled. Boom. Bang. In an instant, the air was filled with the sound of a colossal impact. They witnessed countless water bullets exploding midair, scattering in all directions, with debris flying around Jiang Chen like confetti. The shockwave did not cease, It surged toward the portly one. He hastily attempted the water transformation technique, but even so, his body was hurled several meters away. Crashing against a distant rock, his water-formed body shattering upon impact. As the portly one's water-formed body slowly reconstituted, Jiang Chen furrowed his brow and sighed. This technique is truly troublesome. A mere slash cannot slay him. Since I cannot kill you, I shall let you rest for a while. Jiang Chen unleashed 70% of his killing intent, positioning the demon blade behind him as he dashed toward the portly one, the blade hissing against the ground. The overwhelming killing intent caused Shizuka and her companions to tremble, collapsing to the ground, their eyes wide with fear as they stared at Jiang Chen. The portly one felt the weight of this formidable killing intent, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, devoid of any strength to resist as he recoiled in terror. Jiang Chen's speed was relentless, offering no opportunity for escape. One sword style, demon cry. With a single stroke, he unleashed a strike accompanied by the anguished cries of demons. Aimed at the portly one's body. Ah! The portly one screamed, transforming into a puddle of water, his head emerging, eyes wide with terror, lips trembling without uttering a sound. Jiang Chen's technique immersed the opponent in a realm of overwhelming dread, rendering them helpless. The more fear they harbored towards Jiang Chen, the more devastating the effects of the technique would be. Ultimately, those afflicted would succumb to overwhelming terror, leading to their demise. It was a powerful, consciousness-shattering strike. Due to the portly one's earlier fear of Jiang Chen, he found himself unable to restore his form after being struck, reduced to a lifeless puddle. Jiang Chen turned to see Shizuka and the others' terrified expressions and quickly retracted his killing intent, inwardly lamenting. It is indeed vexing that I can only control the amount of killing intent I release, but not the targets of its release. Ding, big brother. Allow me to assist you with this conundrum. Just as Jiang Chen was troubled by this matter, the mechanical voice of the system echoed in his mind once more. Little brother, could you refrain from popping up so suddenly? Brother, I did not emerge suddenly. I simply dinged. Jiang Chen replied. Fine, I shan't argue with you any further. Pray tell me how I can better control the targets of my killing intent. To answer your inquiry, big brother, once your sword intent reaches the second level, you will be able to control the targets of your intent. Jiang Chen had anticipated a more arduous path. Thus, he was pleasantly surprised that attaining the second level would suffice for control. He approached Shizuka, intending to assist her, but she recoiled, collapsing to her knees, tears streaming down her delicate face. Please, save my master. Chapter 28. The village chief's compromise. Shizuka's eyes glimmered, tears tracing down her beautiful cheeks. Her lips trembling as she implored, I know you can save my master. Please. Shizuka's demeanor was profoundly sincere. Upon witnessing Jiang Chen defeat the hefty adversary, she was resolutely convinced that the young man before her was indeed the savior of Fiziko village. As long as he was willing to lend his hand, the village could be saved, and her master would not need to sacrifice himself. Lu Li and Ziyan, upon observing this, knelt behind Shizuka, pleading earnestly, Please save our village chief. Jiang Chen, who had originally set out to rescue Fiziko village, saw no need for Shizuka and the others to beg. He approached her side and crouched down. Shizuka lifted her gaze to meet Jiang Chen's, her eyes shimmering with tears, the brown hue of her irises appearing exceptionally enchanting up close. Jiang Chen gently patted her shoulder with his right hand, his handsome visage breaking into a tender smile. Of course, I will save her. Rest assured, if you truly wish to weep, save your tears for when you express your gratitude to me later. His voice was exceedingly gentle, as if every word could penetrate Shizuka's soft heart, with the last remarks stirring her deeply. She gazed at Jiang Chen's retreating figure, warmth flooding her heart. She wiped her tears and, with lips pressed together, revealed a touched smile. Jiang Chen sheathed his demon blade and hurried towards the village chief and the fireman. In the open space, surrounded by a heap of debris, the village chief grasped her arm, breathing heavily, her battle attire now tattered, with visible scorch marks on the edges. Her fair skin was marred by the hue of burns, and she gritted her teeth, the searing pain nearing her limit. The fireman, engulfed in flames, wore a lascivious grin. I never expected you to be this strong. Had it not been for my secret technique, I might not have stood a chance against you. I've heard you're quite aged, yet I find your feminine allure quite captivating. I could never bring myself to truly kill you. Why not concede and allow me to become the man of Fiziko village? The village chief glared at the fireman. her beautiful eyes flashing with fury as she retorted, "I would rather die than let you succeed. A man of your despicable character is unworthy of being associated with anyone from Fiziko village." The fireman retracted his flames, his lewd smile fading as he narrowed his eyes menacingly. "Refusing to drink the toast and opting for the penalty instead, since you seek death so eagerly. I shall grant your wish. Once you perish, I will capture every woman in Fiziko village, one by one, to humiliate. Haha, no one will save you today. Fiziko village will become the paradise of my two brothers. Just wait until Liang Zhen returns with your obedient disciple. I shall relish seeing how stubborn you remain." The fireman's thoughts drifted to his brother's predilection for young girls, and he burst into laughter, continuing, "I almost forgot to mention. My brother has a particular fondness for younger girls. Your obedient disciple has him drooling. Perhaps by the time you see her again, she will be in a state of undress. Haha, despicable. Do you possess any shred of humanity?" The village chief bit her lip, the fireman's words echoing incessantly in her mind. As she thought of Shizuka's tragic fate, her heart ached and tears brimmed in her eyes. She glanced in the direction where Shizuka had fled, clenching her fists, murmuring, "Shizuka, please be safe." At that moment, her heart was already brimming with tears. The fireman keenly observed the village chief's expression and smiled, saying, "Things can be simpler. If you obediently listen to me now and sacrifice yourself, I guarantee that the ninjas of your village will not suffer devastation, and your obedient disciple will not be publicly humiliated. How does that sound?" The village chief, dazed, felt her thoughts spiral into chaos and reluctantly lowered her head. Seeing this, the fireman continued to coax her, "As the village chief, you must consider the greater good. Besides, you surely realize you cannot defeat me. Once you are gone, if I so desire, everyone in your village will meet a grim fate, and they will suffer greatly." The word death pierced the village chief's heart like a sharp dagger. The fireman spoke the truth. Currently, she was the strongest in the village. If she were to perish, the remaining villagers would undoubtedly face capture and torment, ultimately leading to their demise. Imagining the horrific scenes that could unfold, she closed her eyes tightly, a tear tracing down her cheek, icy and piercing. "Very well, I agree to your terms. But I have one condition. You must not harm the ninjas of the village, nor can you violate the children." The fireman's grin widened as he eagerly nodded in agreement. "Good. No problem." The village chief exhaled, retracting her chakra, closing her eyes, and biting her lip. The fireman approached her with a skip, rubbing his hands together gleefully, saying, "There we go. This is how it should be. You've saved so much effort. If you had simply complied from the start, there would have been no tragic aftermath. Perhaps your guard would still be alive." He pointed to the bloodied form of Huime. The village chief suddenly opened her eyes, clenching her teeth tightly, her already fraught hands gripping hard, her nails piercing her palms, blood dripping steadily. The fireman stood behind her, closing his eyes to savor the scent of her hair, greedily exclaiming, "Fragrant. Truly exquisite, haha." At that moment, the fireman felt no fear of a sudden attack from the village chief. His own body was impervious to harm. Should she dare to resist, it would only result in her own suffering. Seeing the village chief standing still, unable to fight back, the fireman's primal desires surged, and he was filled with exhilaration as he extended his right hand, prepared to touch her. The village chief tightly closed her beautiful eyes, struggling internally. Yet for the sake of her village, she had to endure. She could no longer bear to witness the slaughter of her people or see Shizuka become a mere tool for them. Despite her utter revulsion towards the fireman, she felt she had no choice. Such a stunning beauty. After so many years in that wretched place, finally I can indulge myself. Haha. The fireman's hand inched closer to that tempting area. Hey, if you wish to live, withdraw your filthy hands." The fireman's hand halted just shy of an inch away, as he abruptly turned to the source of the voice, yet saw no one. The village chief opened her eyes, searching for the voice's origin, equally failing to identify its owner. Who dares to play tricks? The fireman retracted his arm, scanning the surroundings, but finding no one. Not far away, Shizuka, Luli, and Ziyin gradually emerged into view. The fireman's eyes widened as he searched for his brother's figure. Where is Liang Zhen? That wretched girl is unharmed. It cannot be that Liang Zhen has lost. That is impossible. Something must have gone awry. The fireman shook his head repeatedly, refusing to believe that the hefty adversary had been defeated. Chapter 29. Blade Cuts Through Flame's Master. Village Chief. Shizuka and Luli called out loudly. Upon seeing Shizuka safe and sound, the village chief's heart finally eased, and she rushed towards her. Slap! The fireman seized the village chief's shoulder, pulling her back forcefully as he glared and shouted, "I didn't tell you to move. Just stand there obediently." The village chief then realized that the fireman was still behind her and halted her steps, the joy on her face vanishing in an instant. Shizuka and Lu Li stood nearby, looking on in bewilderment. The village chief understood all too well that as long as the fireman was alive, the village's crisis would persist. She had no choice but to comply with his demands to protect the others in the village. "Run. Don't worry about me. Master, a hero has defeated that fat man. He promised us he would come to save you." Shizuka exclaimed excitedly, yet upon closer inspection, she could not find the young man's figure. Lu Li and Ziyan, equally anxious, searched for Jiang Chen's presence. "He wouldn't just leave like this, would he?" Lu Li said, disappointment creeping into her voice. "He promised me. He will definitely come to save Master." Shizuka gritted her teeth, her resolve unwavering. She firmly believed that Jiang Chen would not deceive her and would come to rescue her master. Even at that moment, his reassuring words echoed in her heart. Hikaru listened intently to Shizuka's words, once again scanning the surroundings for Jiang Chen's presence, yet found nothing. Nevertheless, a sense of unease gripped him, for the previous statement resonated with an unsettling clarity. It was not uttered by anyone present. "What is happening with Ryujin? Tell me quickly. Otherwise, I shall take your master's life." Hikaru clenched his right hand, raising his left in a gun-like gesture aimed at the village chief's head. His expression contorted in rage. "Please, no?" Shizuka cried, recalling a hauntingly familiar scene, tears welling in her eyes, just as they threatened to spill. Jiang Chen's words echoed in her mind, compelling her to suppress her grief. "Village chief." Ryuri and Ziyan knelt on the ground, their voices filled with anguish. The village chief's heart raced as she instinctively stepped forward, yearning to embrace the distressed girls. "Don't move, or you will challenge my limits," Hikaru barked, his voice booming. At that moment, the familiar voice reverberated once more. "I warned you, if you wish to live, release your filthy hands." Everyone turned their gaze skyward. Tracing the source of the voice, Jiang Chen swung his ghostly blade with ferocity, the weapon enveloped in a swirling aura of malevolence, emitting a billowing black mist in the sunlight as he executed a sweeping strike. A deafening hum filled the air, the slash obscuring the sky and producing a tremendous sound. With a resounding crash, the strike impacted the ground, unleashing a violent explosion. Dust and debris soared into the air. "Master," Shizuka called out, anxiously watching the chaos unfold. The ferocity of the strike frightened her, fearing for her master's safety. She even began to resent Jiang Chen for his indiscriminate attack, questioning how her master could possibly emerge unscathed from such a wide-ranging onslaught. As she bit her lip, torn between anxiety and resentment, Jiang Chen materialized before the three of them. He gently cradled the village chief and slowly set her down, speaking softly, "I apologize for taking your friend away. It took a bit longer than expected." Shizuka and the village chief finally comprehended the situation, glancing towards the locations of Huimei and Diefei. They were truly gone. Shizuka knelt beside Jiang Chen, bowing her head with gratitude. "Thank you. I truly appreciate it. Could you refrain from bowing so readily? It is still premature for thanks." Jiang Chen pointed towards Hikaru. As the dust began to settle, Hikaru emerged from the flames, having regained his human form, his furious eyes bloodshot. Jiang Chen smiled gently at Shizuka, assuring her, "Do not worry. I shall handle everything." With that, he rushed towards Hikaru. The village chief gazed at the forehead protector from Konoha on Jiang Chen's head, her heart tightening as she murmured, "Why would a ninja from Konoha be here?" Ziyan, noticing the village chief's confusion, hastily replied, "Chief, we are equally perplexed. He claims to be Jiraiya's apprentice, a jonin from Konoha." A shockwave coursed through the village chief's mind, memories swirling like smoke, as she stared in disbelief at Jiang Chen's back, whispering incredulously, "Did you say he is Jiraiya's apprentice?" "That is indeed what he said," Ziyan affirmed. "Ding. Congratulations to the elder brother for astonishing the village chief of Nufu with the claim of being Jiraiya's apprentice, earning 30,000 coins. 30 sword intent, current progress, 385,1000. Jiang Chen stood frozen, contemplating whether to turn around but refraining due to potential embarrassment. Cough, cough. I can't believe fabricating such a story yields this much surprise value. Brother, I reckon this lie is quite profitable, haha. Elder brother, regarding this matter, I prefer not to continue our discussion. The rewards have been distributed. Farewell. No need to see me off. The system's mechanical voice abruptly vanished from his mind. Well, this system is quite haughty, displaying quite the temper. Oh well, let us deal with Hikaru first. Hikaru, fully restored to his human form, glared at Jiang Chen, roaring, "You little brat, attempting to play the hero? A mere swordsman challenging me? You are utterly deluded. Today, I shall impart a lesson. Standing out comes with a price." Hikaru thrusts his palms forward. Flames gathering in his palms. Fire release, great dragon fire technique. Damn, this guy is skilled. He can unleash such powerful fire without hand seals. Jiang Chen exclaimed, grinning at Hikaru. As the flames coalesced into a dragon shape in Hikaru's palms, the chakra surged, forming a clearer image as it detached from his grasp. The fire dragon roared and charged towards Jiang Chen with devastating fury. Unfazed, Jiang Chen raised his ghostly blade, positioning it before his eyes, and closed them. With a flourish, he executed a perfect strike. Boom! The flames were cleaved in two, scattering across the rubble on either side. Bang! The sound reverberated as the divided flames collided with the debris, sending rubble flying and dust swirling. The village chief, emerging from her shock, gazed at the dust-laden surroundings. Gasping in horror, had Jiang Chen not relocated Diefei and the others, the impact would have surely buried them, sealing their fates. Hikaru's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at Jiang Chen as his formidable fire technique was effortlessly severed. Could this be real? My great dragon fire technique was cut in half with a single strike? Hikaru's astonishment rivaled that of a stunned onlooker. Chapter 30. The most dazzling flame demon slash. Ding. Congratulations to the host for cleaving through the flames. Astonishing, Sato Yuan. Earning 20,000 coins. 20 sword intent. Current progress. 405,1000. Jiang Chen blinked, a smile flickering in his mind. I say, little brother. Why have you stopped addressing me as elder brother? The system remained silent. Seriously? You're ignoring me now? Say something. The system continued to be unresponsive. Jiang Chen felt a solitary autumn leaf landing on his face. Lonely and awkward, he realized the system had completely lost interest in him and reluctantly withdrew from his thoughts. Who exactly are you? A hunter, Jiang Chen blurted out. Hikaru frowned, having never heard of any hunters in the ninja world. What kind of hunter? A hunter who specializes in slaying wolves. Jiang Chen replied with a cold smirk, his eyes glinting with lethal intent as he approached Hikaru. Be cautious. He can transform into flames, and slashing him won't kill him. The village chief shouted, warning Jiang Chen. Hikaru scratched his head for a moment, but eventually grasped Jiang Chen's meaning. He realized that Jiang Chen was mocking him and fatty as perverts, while he himself was the hunter hunting perverts. Your strength is lacking, yet you act so grand. Watch as I obliterate you. Hikaru nearly lost control in his fury. He summoned all his chakra, the flames surrounding him swelling, shifting from red to a dark crimson, his form growing until he towered at 3 or 4 meters. A colossal embodiment of flame. The flames crackled and popped, exuding an aura of death. Shizuka and Ryuri stared in shock at the massive dark crimson flames, speechless. The village chief furrowed her brow deeply, realizing that Hikaru had not been using his full strength against her. Otherwise, she might not have survived this long. Haha, brat. Today you shall experience the taste of the flame demon. Perish. Jiang Chen observed the black-red flames and sighed. What a talent. This flame resembles Amaterasu, but is not purely black. Quite intriguing. With a thunderous roar, Hikaru stomped the ground, creating a deafening sound. He charged forward, gathering his strength for a powerful strike. Not particularly formidable, huh? Transforming into a flame demon for a charging attack, akin to a fiery taijutsu? Quite creative, haha. Jiang Chen stroked his chin, wearing a playful expression. The village chief and the others, wide-eyed and swallowing hard, dared not utter a sound. They all understood that this move was likely the signature technique of the fireman. If Jiang Chen were to lose, their fates would be sealed. Die! The fireman shouted, and the colossal flame demon suddenly vanished from sight. Its speed so swift that the village chief and the others could scarcely track the fireman's figure. Jiang Chen exhaled, reflecting on the name of his technique. And suddenly his eyes sparkled with inspiration. That's it. I shall rename this move after the flame demon. Yes. Splendid. Haha. He closed his eyes, positioning the ghost blade before him, as his murderous intent began to swell. Remarkably, the ghost blade floated in the air, its blade enveloped in black, swirling flames. At the moment the fireman charged forth, Jiang Chen grasped the suspended ghost blade. One blade style. Flame demon slash. Bam! Jiang Chen and the fireman passed each other in a flash, separated by several meters, their backs turned to one another. Jiang Chen retracted the ghost blade, shutting his eyes as he declared, "Ghost blade unsheathed, black flames severing fire." With a crisp sound, the ghost blade returned to its sheath. "Ah!" the fireman screamed. His body cleaved in two, blood splattering on the spot. The red-black flames vanished in an instant. "We won! We won!" Lioli and Xian cried out, dancing joyfully like children. The village chief, gazing at the dismembered fireman, trembled with excitement, her hands quaking as she turned her gaze to Jiang Chen's silhouette, as if she were beholding the shadow of a man she had long yearned for. It resembled the man she had missed for a lifetime. Shizuka dashed towards Jiang Chen, embracing him tightly from behind. Only then did Jiang Chen realize, a smile gracing his face, though his cheeks flushed almost instantly. They were already lightly clad, and the soft sensation felt akin to bathing in a hot spring, each inch of their skin enveloped in comfort and grace. He cleared his throat, turned to stroke Shizuka's head, and tenderly said, "It's all right. If you wish to cry, then cry." This phrase struck a chord deep within Shizuka's heart. Tears instantly blurred her vision, and she smiled, allowing the tears to cascade down her cheeks. She buried her face into Jiang Chen's embrace, her delicate countenance pressed firmly against his shoulder. Jiang Chen's hands hovered awkwardly in the air, but seeing Shizuka weep so fervently evoked a surge of affection within him. And he couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache, inwardly sighing, "Ah, this feeling is so real. Perhaps this heartache is love for Shizuka." He embraced her tightly, holding her securely in his arms. Lioli and Xian observed this scene, wiping away their tears with their delicate fingers, revealing warm smiles. The village chief looked at Jiang Chen and Shizuka entwined in each other's arms and remarked with a smile, "Perhaps this is destiny's arrangement. The unfulfilled bond between you and me shall be continued by them." The heartwarming scene captivated everyone, yet many matters still required attention, and they reluctantly broke the warmth of the moment. "Village chief, how shall we deal with this fat man?" Lioli shouted, pointing to the puddle of muck on the ground. The fat man, caught in Jiang Chen's ghost cry, was still trapped in a state of torment, unable to extricate himself. The village chief approached, observing the fat man's lewd countenance, recalling the repulsive expression he wore when approaching her, and gritted her teeth as she shouted, "Stuff him into a barrel and burn him." Yes, Lioli, along with the other ninjas, secured the fat man in a wooden barrel, laying firewood beneath it. Once everything was prepared, Lioli was about to ignite the flames. "Wait, seal the lid of the barrel with an iron lock, so he cannot escape." Jiang Chen, standing nearby, felt a chill at the village chief's ruthless method of dealing with the fat man. This woman, when enraged, was truly the most terrifying creature in the world. Jiang Chen finally understood why Jiraiya had nearly lost his life on 2 occasions. Once when Naruto's tailed beast transformation broke his ribs, and another when he was caught peeping at Tsunade bathing and nearly had his ribs shattered. He glanced at Shizuka beside him, murmuring, "With a master like this, I truly worry for my future safety." Cough, cough. As the flames grew stronger, the fat man's wails and the sound of him battering against the barrel echoed incessantly. The horror of it all too ghastly to behold. Moments later, all fell quiet, the pile of firewood reduced to ashes. The village chief approached Jiang Chen, bowing deeply with utmost respect as she said, "Thank you for your rescue. May I inquire your heroic name?" Jiang Chen glanced at Shizuka, their eyes locking. She blushed and hurriedly lowered her head, speechless. "I am Jiang Chen of the Hidden Leaf." Chapter 31. Reviving Huime. The village chief felt an innate fondness for the name Hidden Leaf and continued to inquire, "Are you truly a disciple of Jiraiya?" Jiang Chen sighed, spreading his hands as he replied, "I apologize. I deceived you. I am not Jiraiya's disciple, but I shall strive to become one in the future. Moreover, I am not even a Chunin. I am still enrolled in the Ninja Academy." "What? You're not even a genin?" The village chief, Lioli, and Xian exclaimed in disbelief, staring at Jiang Chen. No one would believe that such strength belonged to someone who wasn't even a genin. The village chief furrowed her beautiful brows, looking at the forehead protector atop Jiang Chen's head, and bowed deeply. "Does someone of such caliber need to attend the Ninja Academy? Regardless of whether you are Jiraiya's disciple, I am immensely grateful for your assistance in saving our village. Shizuka gazed at Jiang Chen's figure, her brown eyes lowered, her lips pressed together in worry. Jiang Chen noticed this and addressed the crowd, saying, "Village chief, please arrange for a few individuals to accompany me in bringing them back." Shizuka suddenly realized, recalling that both Butterfly and Roland were injured. "Jiang Chen, I want to go with you." Jiang Chen turned back, gently saying, "You stay here, I will return shortly." Shizuka watched Jiang Chen's retreating figure, rooted in place, lost in thought. The village chief observed this and had already formulated a plan in her mind. A few minutes later, the group arrived, carrying 3 stretchers, with medical ninjas administering treatment as they traveled. "How are they?" the village chief asked anxiously. "Village chief, Butterfly and Roland are fine. With treatment and rest, they will recover. However, Huime, the medical ninja named Tsukimi, a beautiful woman with long black hair and glasses, renowned for her medical skills and obsession with healing, hesitated, her gaze flickering towards the village chief. "Speak freely," the village chief urged, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. "Yes, village chief. Huime sustained a head injury. Her breathing is extremely faint, and it is a miracle she is still alive. She may not last 3 hours." Shizuka's eyes widened in shock as she rushed to Tsukimi's side, incredulous as she asked, "You mean Huime is still alive?" "Yes, but only temporarily," Tsukimi replied, slightly taken aback by Shizuka's probing. At this moment, Huime's condition was akin to that of a corpse. It was merely a matter of time. Shizuka grasped Tsukimi's arm, her beautiful eyes locked with urgency as she pleaded, "Please, you must save Sister Huime." Tsukimi shook her head anxiously, her gaze darting between the village chief and Shizuka. "Miss Shizuka, we truly cannot do anything. Even the greatest of deities could not save her now." Her words struck like lightning, plunging the village into profound despair. Tears welled in Shizuka's eyes as she looked at Huime's pale face, her cold hands, and the almost imperceptible heartbeat. Recalling the moments spent with Sister Huime, the gentle smiles, the stern encouragement, the warm embraces, each memory brought forth a torrent of tears. Jiang Chen, witnessing the sorrow of the woman he envisioned as his future partner, felt his heart wrench painfully. In that instant, he realized, perhaps with surprising clarity, that he had fallen for someone so swiftly. He stepped forward, resting a hand on Shizuka's shoulder, gazing into her tear-filled eyes, and softly said, "Do not cry just yet. I cannot assure you that I can save her, but there is a method we might try." "Really? Is that true, Brother Jiang Chen?" Shizuka's eyes widened in disbelief, a smile breaking across her face as she excitedly grasped Jiang Chen's arm. Jiang Chen nodded gently and continued, "Indeed, but I cannot guarantee its effectiveness." He pulled out a small pill from his pocket and placed it in Shizuka's hand, saying, "This is a resurrection pill. I am unsure of its efficacy, but it is said to have the power to revive those on the brink of death." Shizuka looked at the tiny pill, no larger than a soybean, resembling a black pearl. Glee spread across her face as she quickly hugged her sister, Yumi, with one arm, while preparing to place the pill in her mouth with the other. Yume furrowed her brows, grasping Shizuka's arm, and said anxiously, "Miss Shizuka, I have never heard of a resurrection pill. We cannot use it recklessly." Shizuka turned her gaze back, glaring at Yume with frustration. "Sister Yumi is in dire straits, and you are all at a loss. Should I just watch her perish? I trust Brother Jiang Chen. Even if this pill is poisonous, I am willing to take the risk." Shizuka's resolute words left the healer momentarily stunned, loosening her grip on Shizuka's arm, yet still not releasing it as she looked up at the village chief. The village chief nodded gently and said, "I too have faith in Jiang Chen. Let us try. Perhaps it truly can save Yumi." Yume quickly withdrew her hand and bowed slightly to Shizuka in apology. She watched as Shizuka administered the pill to Yumi, her heart filled with doubt. Even the legendary strongest ninja, Hashirama Senju, could not possibly heal Yumi in her condition. What manner of young man, adorned with a Konoha forehead protector, was Jiang Chen? Did he really believe that a mere pill could serve as a panacea? Minutes later, Yumi's arm moved. She had awakened. Yumi was truly alive. Ruri's shrill scream shattered the somber atmosphere. Shizuka and the village chief rushed to Yumi's side, with Shizuka holding Yumi's hand against her cheek. Yumi, her beautiful eyes slightly dazed, murmured in a weak voice, "Village chief, Shizuka, what has happened to me? Did that fat man die?" At the mention of the fat man, Yumi's expression shifted to one of evident anxiety. "Sister Yumi, everything is over. The enemy has been dealt with. How do you feel? Is your head still hurting?" Shizuka asked, her face beaming with a smile. Yume, come and check on Yumi's condition. The village chief called to the nearby female doctor. Yes, village chief. Yume hurried to Yumi's side, examining her head injury and heart rate. Her brow furrowed deeply, her eyes widening in astonishment as she stared at Yumi, shaking her head in disbelief. What is it, Yume? Why are you shaking your head? The village chief inquired, puzzled. Yume suddenly grasped the village chief's hand, her voice filled with excitement. Village chief, Yumi. She has completely recovered. This is nothing short of a miracle. Her injuries have healed in mere minutes, which is simply impossible. Her eyes sparkled with exhilaration as they darted between the village chief, Yumi, and Jiang Chen, before she turned to Jiang Chen and bowed deeply, her gaze brimming with admiration. Jiang Chen, could you please tell me where you obtained this miraculous pill? It is simply unbelievable. Do you have any more? May I study it? Jiang Chen scratched his head awkwardly, stammering, oh, right. Such a precious medicine cannot be given away lightly. If you have any more, I would be willing to trade anything for it, even my life. Chapter 32. Jiang Chen's sweet night. Yume's overzealous reaction left Jiang Chen at a loss, especially after witnessing the pill's miraculous effects. He wished to keep one for future emergencies. Reluctant to part with it, he felt he had no need for anything, being wealthy, handsome, and free of ailments. Shizuka noticed Jiang Chen's conflict and excitedly gazed into his eyes, biting her lip and flushing as she said, Brother Jiang Chen, thank you for saving Sister Yumi. I cannot think of how to express my gratitude. Shizuka's sudden interjection relieved Jiang Chen from his dilemma. However, upon seeing Shizuka's bashful yet adoring expression, coupled with her perfectly developed figure at just 12 years of age, Jiang Chen swallowed hard and awkwardly replied, It was nothing. It was merely a small effort. I only had one pill, and I am truly glad it could save someone. The village chief smiled knowingly at Shizuka, fully aware of her feelings for Jiang Chen, shaking her head with amusement. Seeing Yumi revived, with the fireman and the fat man defeated, and Butterfly and Roland rescued, while the other ninjas in the village remained unharmed, she exhaled in relief. Stepping a few paces away, she called out to the other ninjas in the village, Today, our village was invaded by evildoers, and we faced an overwhelming disadvantage. The village was on the brink of inhumane violation. However, due to the appearance of Konoha ninja Jiang Chen, who defeated the invaders and saved our village, and revived Yumi, I am able to stand here and speak to you. And all of us can live in happiness. Thus, I declare that our village will break tradition and grant this unique man unrestricted access. From now on, Jiang Chen may enter our village at any time without restraint. Fellow villagers, let us express our gratitude to Jiang Chen with the warmth of our village. Long life. Thank you, hero. The village chief's spirited proclamation ignited a fervor among the village's women, who surged forward. The medical ninjas carried the wounded aside, while Ruri and the other women flocked to Jiang Chen's side. Jiang Chen stood still, astonished as hundreds of female ninjas rushed towards him, his mouth agape in disbelief. What is happening? Jiang Chen, do not worry. We mean you no harm. This is our village's way of celebrating, Ruri whispered playfully, her face close to his ear, her radiant smile disarming him. The natural fragrance of femininity enveloped Jiang Chen, intoxicating his senses. A throng of female ninjas lifted Jiang Chen high, tossing him into the air, their smiles illuminating the scene. Time and again, he found himself amidst a whirlwind of women, tossed skyward, their sweet scent enveloping him. As he inhaled their fragrance, waves of happiness surged within him, and when he descended into their embrace, the euphoria was overwhelming. Basking in the sunlight, he felt an unparalleled warmth and joy. Whispering to himself, no wonder everyone envies our village. If I could, I would wish to live here forever. Ding. Detection of the host's dangerous thoughts. Warning. The swordsman system strictly prohibits maliciously neglecting task submissions, idly lingering, or maliciously farming items. The host must complete various tasks as required by the system until all tasks are fulfilled. If the host violates these rules, the system will erase them, and they will never return to their original world. The mechanical voice of the system echoed in his mind, devoid of any emotion, like a cold dagger poised at the edge of his heart. Damn, what is this? I can lose my life just for crossing over? Brother, isn't this a bit too formal? Brother, this is the rule. No one can break it. I have no choice. Huh, so you're not angry with me? You have been honest, and I respect that. So I choose to forgive you. I promise to complete the tasks you assign. You won't interfere with my private life. will you? Rest assured, this system will neither interfere nor spy on you. With the system's assurance, Jiang Chen realized that his dream of living in a land of women could not be realized just yet, but gaining special permission to enter was a delightful consolation. From now on, having unrestricted access to this enchanting realm would indeed be quite blissful. This evening, the village of Fiziko shall revel throughout the night. Devoid of the village chief, hierarchy, or regulations, we shall indulge in unrestrained merriment, the chief proclaimed with a beaming smile. Jiang Chen was roused by the chief's spirited words, glancing towards him midair. With a thud, he fell heavily to the ground, a peculiar expression crossing his face as he rubbed his backside. The chief's declaration prompted the female ninjas to raise their arms in jubilant cheers, momentarily forgetting to catch Jiang Chen, who was still airborne. The onlookers stood awkwardly, gazing at Jiang Chen sprawled on the ground. Shizuka, with her delicate fingers covering her face, burst into laughter, her cheeks flushed as she approached Jiang Chen, extending her hand towards him with a playful smile. Upon seeing Shizuka's graceful gesture, Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Their hands clasped tightly, creating a scene of warmth and beauty. The full moon hung high, illuminating the spacious area of the village. It was ablaze with lights, with 2 rows of tables laden with exquisite delicacies, including fine wines, chicken legs, and pork knuckles. All the ninjas of the village gathered around the tables, engaging in lively conversations and laughter. Shizuka picked up a chicken leg and placed it on Jiang Chen's plate, pouting slightly as she said, "Here." Jiang Chen seized the chicken leg with his right hand, biting into it with gusto, his mouth glistening with oil as he exclaimed, "Delicious." Haha. He then raised a wine jug with his left hand, pouring its contents into his mouth. Gulping heartily, he sighed with delight, his face radiating uncontainable happiness. With succulent meat, fine wine, and surrounded by 100 beautiful women, any man would feel a surge of joy, let alone with all the women being stunning and enamored by Jiang Chen. A man recognized and cherished by the village chief would undoubtedly attract admiration from all the women. After a hearty feast, Shizuka and Ruri danced joyfully around Jiang Chen. Bathed in moonlight, their delicate fingers, flowing hair, and enchanting fragrance surrounded him, while their graceful figures and alluring curves formed a picturesque scene. Jiang Chen's face flushed as he beheld the captivating movements of so many beautiful women, nearly succumbing to temptation. He resisted the physical urges and, choosing to retreat before intoxication took hold, returned to his room early. By now, it was deep into the night, and he lay in his bed, feeling the world spin around him. In the blink of an eye, he succumbed to slumber. "Is this truly the right course of action, Chief?" Ruri inquired, her beautiful eyes furrowing as she glanced at the equally inebriated Shizuka. "What is right or wrong? Shizuka adores Jiang Chen. This is merely seizing a good opportunity. I wish to keep Jiang Chen in Fiziko," the chief mused, gazing towards Jiang Chen's room. Chapter 33. The Curiosity of Ruri and Xian. Chief, are you suggesting that Jiang Chen should marry in? Ruri and Xian exchanged shocked expressions, utterly unprepared for the chief's apparent fondness for Jiang Chen, leading to such a decision. A man of such excellence, if left unattended, time will dull all, and fate will slip away. The chief's words seemed incomprehensible, akin to an astronomical phenomenon. As Ruri and Xian tilted their heads in confusion, earnestly attempting to understand but failing, the chief gazed softly at the gentle moonlight and said, "You do not understand. Sometimes letting go means you can never hold on again." The 2 girls, even more perplexed, exchanged glances, their furrowed brows presenting a rather endearing sight. "Enough. You two, stop pondering. Once everyone disperses, carry Shizuka to Jiang Chen's room." With that, the chief returned to her quarters, leaving Ruri and Xian standing dumbfounded. Ruri blinked her beautiful eyes, leaning closer to Xian and whispering excitedly, "Xian, have you ever seen a man before?" "No." Xian shook her head vigorously, biting her lip. Ruri tugged at Xian, leading her away from the crowd and stealthily approaching Jiang Chen's room. In his haste, Jiang Chen had left the door ajar, the light within still aglow. As he lay soundly asleep, Xian pulled away from Ruri's arm, frowning as she protested, "What are you doing? Ruri, why are we going to Jiang Chen's place?" "Shoo, keep your voice down." Ruri placed her delicate finger to her lips, signaling Xian to refrain from shouting. "Aren't you the least bit curious?" Xian asked, perplexed. "What are you planning?" "Just be quiet," Ruri insisted, pulling Xian into Jiang Chen's room. With a swift motion, Ruri turned off the light and gently closed the door. Xian's eyes widened in shock, her heart racing as she exclaimed, "What are you doing? What if the chief finds out? I want to leave." She attempted to push past Ruri, ready to exit the room. "Shoo, don't shout. If you wake Jiang Chen, it will be disastrous." Ruri's words caused Xian to retract her hand, glaring at her in frustration. "I can't believe you've dragged me into this. If you're so curious, go by yourself." Ruri pouted playfully, tugging at Xian's clothing and pleading, "Aren't you my best friend? Just this once, please? It's only to take a closer look." Upon hearing this, Xian's eyes widened in astonishment, her gaze drifting towards Jiang Chen, who lay on the bed. Bathed in soft moonlight, his profile perfectly epitomized handsomeness. The allure of his side profile made Xian's heart race. This sensation was entirely novel to her. "Fine, I'll agree, but you must ensure the chief never finds out, and we can't stay too long." Ruri nodded vigorously, her delight palpable. The two girls cautiously approached Jiang Chen, their faces drawing near to his as they observed him intently. Noting that Jiang Chen showed no sign of awakening, Ruri tilted her head in curiosity and excitedly reached out to touch Jiang Chen's cheek. Xian gasped, urgently whispering, "Are you out of your mind? What if he wakes up?" However, upon contact, Jiang Chen remained undisturbed. Ruri beamed at Xian, whispering, "It feels rather firm, and my heart is racing. You should try." Her words acted like a spell, compelling Xian, who could no longer resist her curiosity, to extend her finger and touch Jiang Chen's face. She bit her lip nervously, her gaze fixated on Jiang Chen's handsome profile, her heartbeat accelerating. Thump, thump, thump. Her heart raced even faster. Ruri giggled, her finger covering her mouth as she pointed at Xian, saying, "Control yourself. Don't be so nervous." Xian closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and continued to touch Jiang Chen's face. Seeing that he remained unresponsive, she boldly extended her hand to caress his cheek. This audacity startled Ruri, who hadn't dared to take such a step. Xian's fingers grazed Jiang Chen's face, and gradually, her cheeks flushed. Suddenly, she withdrew her hand, covering her mouth in shock, her entire being aflame, murmuring to herself, "Why am I suddenly having these thoughts? What on earth is happening? What's wrong, Xian? Your face is so red. You accuse me of being bold, yet you're even bolder." Xian, flushed, remained silent, her gaze lingering on Jiang Chen's face as her inner turmoil surged once again. Ruri gritted her teeth, mimicking Xian's actions as she reached out to touch Jiang Chen's face, her own cheeks blooming with color as she whispered, "Xian, why does touching him make my heart race? Don't you feel the urge to kiss him?" Xian blinked, her hands once again fidgeting, nodding shyly. Unable to contain the heat swelling within her, Xian bent down, pressing her lips against Jiang Chen's cheek. The electric sensation made her quickly cover her flushed face. Lifting her head to gaze at Ruri, Ruri's beautiful eyes sparkled as she imitated Xian's action, leaning closer to Jiang Chen's face. Her silky hair cascaded down, brushing against his cheek and neck. Jiang Chen could no longer hold back, letting out a light cough. The two girls, startled, panicked, and fled the room in a flurry. As Jiang Chen's heart raced uncontrollably, he had already sensed the presence of Lu Li and Ziyin upon their entrance into the room. Yet, out of consideration for their dignity, he refrained from speaking. The curious actions of the two young women genuinely astonished him. Touching his cheek, he could feel the lingering warmth of their beauty, and the heat in his heart was beyond expression. Ah, this village of Fuzi is indeed a man's paradise. Gazing at the tranquil night sky outside and recalling the recent events, Jiang Chen could no longer suppress his emotions. He closed his eyes, tossing and turning in turmoil. What a predicament! How could he navigate this situation? The village was predominantly inhabited by women, and it was only natural for Lu Li and Ziyin to exhibit such curiosity. After all, they had done nothing overtly inappropriate. Perhaps they were simply unaware of what to do. This was merely a manifestation of their intense curiosity. At that moment, heavy footsteps echoed from outside, drawing closer and unmistakably heading towards him. He hastily closed his eyes, feigning sleep. The door creaked open, and Jiang Chen's heart raced as he strained to identify the voices. Indeed, it was Lu Li and Ziyin. Let us bring her to Jiang Chen. The mere mention sent a shock through him. Who were they intending to place beside him? What were they scheming? Could it be that there was some underlying plot at play? Jiang Chen continued to pretend to sleep, eager to uncover their intentions. Chapter 34. The azure beast, a clash of fists and feet, a familiar fragrance wafted through the air as the door to the room was forcefully shut. Silence enveloped everything. Jiang Chen could only hear the pounding of his heart and the soft breaths of the women nearby. He opened his eyes, his heartbeat quickening once more. Jing Xiang lay blushing before him, mere inches apart. The overwhelming desire surged within him, causing his heart to race wildly. He shut his eyes tightly, thoughts swirling in his mind. This did not bode well. Since Fuzi village deliberately sent Jing Xiang to him, it indicated their intention for him to marry into their family. If he did not clarify matters beforehand and became entangled with Jing Xiang, it would be too late by dawn. Though he yearned to remain in Fuzi village, he did not wish to be erased by the system. Taking a deep breath, he exhaled slowly, striving to adjust his mindset. Jiang Chen picked up a pen, illuminated by the moonlight, and composed a farewell letter. While he cherished Jing Xiang, he could not commence their relationship in such a manner. Thus, he poured forth his thoughts in silence, ultimately pledging a promise of 5 years. In 5 years, I shall take Jing Xiang to Konoha. The letter lay upon the table as Jiang Chen approached the door, glancing back at the sleeping Jing Xiang, whose serene visage was utterly endearing. He stood before her, admiring her fair skin and rosy cheeks, leaning down to plant a gentle kiss upon her face. The sound echoed softly, yet Jing Xiang remained undisturbed. Jiang Chen smiled and whispered, "You must wait for me." He turned and departed the room. Within Fuzi village, under the shimmering moonlight, a figure darted past at an incredible speed, unnoticed by anyone. In the misty dawn of Konoha, a refreshing atmosphere permeated the air. Hinata donned a white summer outfit, her left hand outstretched while her right hand gathered strength at her waist, her youthful hands stained with traces of blood. She panted heavily, her byakugan gradually fading. Clearly, she was exhausted. Sweat streamed down her forehead as her eyes fixated on a blood-stained tree ahead, desperately tossing her hair aside. "I cannot stop now. I must strive harder. I must keep pace with Naruto-kun." Regulating her breath, she activated her byakugan and continued striking the tree before her. "Soft fist," she exclaimed. The crisp shout resonated, mingling with the sounds of her strikes against the tree, echoing vibrantly through the woods. After half an hour, Hinata was drenched in sweat, her vision blurring from excessive exertion. With one final punch, she gently closed her eyes, utterly drained, and collapsed. The impact of her body against her arms jolted her awake. Slowly lifting her head, a smile crept upon her lips as she murmured, "Jiang Chen, how could it be you?" Jiang Chen cradled Hinata in his arms, smiling gently as he said, "You silly girl, you mustn't push yourself to such extremes." His tender voice and caring words were like the morning sun. Hinata's cheeks flushed, and she replied softly, "Nizan, I want to become stronger." Jiang Chen recognized Hinata's shyness. Had she not been so exhausted, she likely would have shyly pushed him away. Her current state of exhaustion was truly pitiful. "Little Hinata, I am your brother. There is no need for such shyness. Be a good girl and rest in my embrace. I will take you home." Jiang Chen reassured her, ensuring she could comfortably nestle against him, for any resistance would complicate matters. Hinata's adorable, wide eyes darted around as her body awkwardly leaned closer to Jiang Chen. He slowly rose, cautious not to make her dizzy, feeling a wave of happiness at her fragile and endearing state. "Little Hinata, hold on tight. We are about to leap." Hinata nodded bashfully. With a swift motion, Jiang Chen leaped forward, preparing to bound towards the trees. Konoha whirlwind. Immersed in the joy of caring for his little sister, Jiang Chen's focus remained solely on Hinata. The sudden shout startled him, leaving him momentarily stunned and unresponsive. It seemed that being overly absorbed in his little sister had affected his reflexes. Coughing, he saw a figure clad in a blue bodysuit appear in midair. Jiang Chen, holding Hinata, was utterly defenseless. Bang! A heavy kick struck Jiang Chen's cheek. Whoosh! Jiang Chen was sent flying, crashing hard to the ground. Had he not reacted swiftly to steady his footing, he would have surely been sent tumbling. Jiang Chen shook off the daze, his facial muscles twitching, his eyes struggling to open. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he managed to open his right eye. And the scene before him confirmed his suspicions. A man with a kappa-like head, rugged eyebrows, and an incredibly resolute visage stood before him. Extending his left hand with the palm facing inward while his right hand rested behind his back, smiling broadly to reveal his pearly white teeth. This was none other than Might Guy, the spirited teacher of Konoha, eternally celebrated for his youthful exuberance, famously known as the Azure Beast of Konoha. Jiang Chen felt a wave of black lines cross his vision, the pain in his face intensifying, and internally, he cursed Mike Guy. Good heavens. Is he trying to kick me into oblivion? Does he wish to conclude my story prematurely? After striking a pose, Guy's expression abruptly turned serious as he bellowed. Who are you? Why are you attempting to abduct Hyuga Hinata? Jiang Chen was taken aback. Mike Guy's reasoning was indeed peculiar. How could he possibly deduce that he intended to abduct Hinata? He lowered his head to clarify the misunderstanding to Hinata, only to find her unconscious in his arms, likely having fainted from exhaustion combined with the momentum of the leap. No wonder Guy mistook his intentions. Cough cough, Guy-sensei, look at my forehead protector. I am a ninja of Konoha. I am not here to abduct Hinata. She has merely fainted from training, and I am carrying her home. Jiang Chen understood that Guy was not particularly astute. Thus he pointed to his Konoha forehead protector to elucidate his situation. You claim to be a ninja of Konoha? Yet I have never seen you before. Do not think that wearing a fake forehead protector will deceive me. Take this. Konoha Great Whirlwind. Guy leaped into the air, his heel aimed at Jiang Chen's face, moving at an astonishing speed. Oh no, not another fight. What a predicament. I have no choice but to set Hinata down for now. Jiang Chen understood that no amount of explanation would suffice. Having recently arrived in Konoha, he was unfamiliar to both Guy and Kakashi, who were presumably out on a mission. His immediate concern was ensuring Hinata's safety. Just as Guy's heel was about to make contact with Jiang Chen, he vanished in an instant. Guy, left kicking at thin air, furrowed his brows in astonishment, whispering, such remarkable speed at such a young age, reminiscent of the fourth Hokage. Chapter 35. Confrontation in a fleeting moment. Jiang Chen reappeared several dozen meters away, gently leaning Hinata against a sturdy tree, smiling as he affectionately ruffled her hair. Rest here for a while. I'll return to fetch you once I've taken care of things. With that, Jiang Chen vanished again, reappearing behind Guy. He had no intention of truly battling Guy, for if the latter mistook him for an enemy and unleashed the 8 gates, Jiang Chen doubted his ability to withstand such power. However, one thing was certain. The current pinnacle of Hokage-level strength was beyond his reach, especially when facing a guy who had opened the 6th gate. Hey, Guy-sensei. I wish to be honest with you. I am Jiang Chen, a newcomer to Konoha. It's perfectly normal that you don't recognize me since you're out on a mission. I hope you can verify this with the 3rd Hokage. I assure you, I am not deceiving you. Jiang Chen smiled as he approached Guy, extending his hands in a gesture of goodwill. After all, having watched the series for so long, he held a deep admiration for Guy's mastery of the 8 gates. Guy stood before Jiang Chen, neither attacking nor turning away, allowing Jiang Chen to exhale in relief. Once we return to Konoha, I will seek you out at the Hokage Tower to properly introduce myself. I genuinely hold you in high regard. Before Jiang Chen could finish his words, preparing to extend his hand for a handshake, Guy suddenly sprang into action. A powerful and rapid spinning kick whirled past Jiang Chen's face, the gust of wind tousling his silver hair. With reflexes honed by instinct, Jiang Chen vanished just as Guy's heel approached him. At this moment, Guy's demeanor shifted, growing decidedly more serious as he furrowed his brows. Body flicker technique. I never anticipated anyone aside from the 2nd and 4th Hokage could match such speed. Guy bent down to remove the weights from his arms and legs, declaring generously, I have just signaled the Umbu. They will arrive shortly. Until then, I will not let you go easily. Prepare for a genuine contest. Jiang Chen stared at Guy in shock, scratching his head awkwardly, thinking to himself, Guy-sensei, is this your morning workout? But what does this mean? You can't possibly be considering opening the 8 gates, can you? Oh no. The thought sent a chill down his spine, prompting him to raise his hands and shout, Guy-sensei, please don't act rashly. Don't open the 8 gates. I truly am a ninja from Konoha. In a state of panic, Jiang Chen waved his arms frantically, fearing that Guy might genuinely unleash the 8 gates. The potential consequences were too dire to contemplate. 8th gate of the 8 gates, open, Guy bellowed, releasing an overwhelming amount of chakra that caused his combat attire to flutter wildly. His signature watermelon hairstyle was blown out of shape, and his eyes transformed into a fierce white. Oh no, you've opened the 8th gate right from the start. This is the 5th gate of the 8 gates. Guy-sensei is truly prepared to go all out against me. Jiang Chen, feeling helpless, covered his head, unsure of how to respond. He had no choice but to brace himself. With a flash, Guy vanished, only to reappear behind Jiang Chen, executing the leaf hurricane with a speed that seemed to transcend time and space. Jiang Chen, lacking the Sharingan, found it challenging to keep up with such rapid movements. By the time he realized what was happening, it was already too late. He spun around, extending his arm to block Guy's kick. The impact was jarring, producing a sharp sound as fist met foot, sending Jiang Chen stumbling back a few steps. Pain radiated through his arm, but it was bearable. If only his eyes could track Guy's movements, he would have been able to deal with the sudden assault of the fifth gate with ease. In truth, while Guy's speed in the fifth gate was not as swift as the fourth Raikage, the nature of their encounters differed significantly. The Raikage strikes were anticipated, allowing Jiang Chen to prepare for evasive maneuvers. In contrast, battling Guy required a keen awareness of his unpredictable movements, complicating the confrontation. After all, he couldn't simply draw his blade and strike down Guy. After executing his kick, Guy vanished once more. The next moment, he reappeared to Jiang Chen's left side. But Jiang Chen managed to adapt to this. Guy's figure flickered like a specter, continuously appearing around Jiang Chen, each kick delivered with formidable force. Were it not for the full mastery granted by the swordsman system, Jiang Chen would have already been overwhelmed. This battle with Guy illuminated a profound truth for Jiang Chen. While his swordsmanship was unparalleled, the world of Naruto required a multitude of skills. To achieve true invincibility, one would need the strongest ocular powers, the most potent physical techniques, and the mightiest ninjutsu. His current prowess was merely temporary. With these thoughts in mind, Jiang Chen utilized his extraordinary speed to vanish from sight, seeking a concealed spot to mask his presence. Frustrated, he prepared to communicate with the system in his mind. "Hey, little brother, come out for a moment. I have something to ask you." "What is it?" "Big brother, feel free to speak." Upon hearing the system's obedient voice, Jiang Chen felt an overwhelming surge of frustration. "Did you not claim that my strength was the pinnacle of a Hokage ninja? Why then do I struggle against someone employing the fifth gate of the 8 gates? Big brother, the system's designation does indeed define you as a max-level swordsman. In terms of swordsmanship, you are truly at the apex." Jiang Chen's anger peaked. Was this not a case of misleading consumers? Was the so-called Hokage pinnacle merely a reference to his sword skills, rather than his overall strength? Before Jiang Chen could press further, the system's mechanical voice interrupted once again. "Big brother, you must understand our limitations. We are merely the strongest swordsman system, not a taijutsu or jinjutsu system. Your impressive speed is a natural trait of a master swordsman, but we cannot augment your ninjutsu or ocular powers." The system's explanation held merit, and Jiang Chen pondered this carefully. It was akin to a taekwondo expert being unable to teach someone to become a boxing champion. Jiang Chen let out a sigh, expressing, "If my sword intent can still be upgraded, does that mean that in the future, when my sword intent reaches a higher level, I could contend with those formidable jinjutsu users and the 8 gates' exceptional physical techniques? Indeed, the swordsman system's sword intent cannot be maxed out directly. To date, no host has achieved the highest level of sword intent. If you were to reach that pinnacle, it would indeed be earth-shattering and unrivaled. Are you not exaggerating? Little brother, why can't my sword intent, which has been upgraded through shock value, reach the highest level? Big brother, some things are best kept secret. Just keep striving. As your sword intent grows stronger, so too will your strength." The system's voice faded from Jiang Chen's mind, leaving him with a resigned sigh. Chapter 36. The 8th Gate of the 8 Gates, Open. At the very moment Jiang Chen sighed, Guy's left ear twitched as he let out a thunderous roar. 8th Gate of the 8 Gates, Open. Guy's chakra surged once more, his previously furious expression twisting into a fearsome snarl. The air in the vicinity was forcefully displaced in an instant. Whoosh! Bang! Jiang Chen was taken aback. Just after he sighed, Teacher Kai had suddenly appeared behind him, launching a fierce punch aimed at his forehead, without a hint of mercy. Reacting instinctively, Jiang Chen ducked his head, a reflexive maneuver driven purely by instinct. The punch grazed his silvery hair, accompanied by a thunderous crash as it shattered the trees behind him. Strands of silver hair fell from his head amidst the cacophony of splintering wood. In an instant, a cloud of dust was stirred up. Jiang Chen leapt several meters away, glaring furiously. "Teacher Kai, get a grip. I've told you I'm a leaf ninja, not your enemy. If you continue this aggressive approach, seeking my life with every move, I will not hold back." Had he not instinctively ducked just in time, he would have surely faced dire consequences. His eyes now filled with murderous intent. Despite his admiration for Teacher Kai's prowess, he knew he must retaliate when his life was at stake. He furrowed his brow, exhaling deeply, gritting his teeth as he declared, "I'm sorry, Teacher Kai. Please don't take it personally. At this rate, you'll end up killing me." Jiang Chen drew the ghost blade from behind him, its dark aura radiating ominously, glinting with a ghostly green sheen in the sunlight, truly terrifying. Boom. He unleashed his full killing intent, enveloping the entire space in an overwhelming aura of death, where even a single breath felt like it might lead to annihilation. Teacher Kai stared at Jiang Chen, beads of sweat forming on his brow, his fists clenched tightly, his body trembling. What on earth was happening with this boy? What was this overwhelming killing intent that filled him with dread? Could he possibly be planning an assault on the Leaf Village? If that were the case, it would be immensely troublesome. He had to resolve this battle right here and ensure such a formidable individual did not enter the Leaf. Gritting his teeth, Kai unleashed a powerful roar. Eighth gate, the opening of the shock gate. Open. Boom. A blue aura erupted around Kai, bursting forth as veins throbbed on his forehead. His hair standing on end, and the ground beneath him crumbling instantaneously. The shock gate was the seventh of the 8 gates, the precursor to the death gate. Wielding tremendous power, far beyond Jiang Chen's ability to perceive. The only option now was to strike first while Teacher Kai had not yet launched an attack. He positioned his blade behind him, surrounded by a chilling aura, lifting his gaze to glare at Teacher Kai. One blade style. Lioness song. Just as Jiang Chen prepared to unleash his attack, a mechanical voice resonated in his mind. "Hey, hold on. I'm here to save you." "Huh? Why have you suddenly appeared? Do you have a way to help me?" "Dude, you've been on the road all night. Your brain must be muddled. You're faster than anyone in the ninja world. Why would you engage him directly? Or do you really intend to kill my guy?" Jiang Chen froze momentarily. The system had a point. How had he been foolish enough to consider such a course of action? If he simply utilized his speed to dash back to the Leaf, he could avoid the embarrassing situation of having to clash with Teacher Kai. "Haha, little brother, I didn't realize you had such a clever mind in a critical moment. It's not that I'm clever. You're the foolish one. If you don't want to harm my guy, why confront him directly with taijutsu? Can't you just run away if you can't win?" What a pig-headed move. Jiang Chen, who had previously felt gratitude toward the system, found that one insult erased all appreciation. "Fine. I shouldn't have thanked you. You can disappear now. I'm returning to the Leaf Village." Whoosh. Taking advantage of Teacher Kai's moment of inaction, Jiang Chen swiftly vanished from his spot. He would first return to the Leaf to address the situation with Kai, then seek out Hinata. Having opened the 7th gate, Kai noticed Jiang Chen's disappearance and pursued him. However, Jiang Chen's speed was too great, and in mere seconds he vanished from sight. Damn it. He headed toward the Leaf. Kai gritted his teeth, intensifying his pursuit. At the entrance of the Leaf Village. "Hey, what just passed by? How did I miss it? How could you not see it?" A shadow just entered. 2 guards debated amongst themselves. Boom. Kai landed heavily at the entrance, causing the ground to fracture instantly. "My guy, what are you doing?" The guards hurriedly inquired. "Quick, sound the alarm. We have an intruder in the Leaf." Kai glared with fury, not pausing any longer as he dashed into the village. Inside the Hokage office. "Lord Third, the mission is complete, as resolved." The ninja speaking had brown hair, a ninja headband, and wore a tight black outfit complemented by a green vest, with deep dark circles beneath his eyes and a pale complexion. After reporting to the 3rd Hokage, he unconsciously coughed a few times. This was Moonlight Gale, a special jonin of the Leaf and a user of the body flicker technique. The 3rd Hokage took the document, puffing on his pipe, and said, "Gale, I have an intriguing swordsman ninja I'd like you to mentor. I wonder if you'd be interested." "Yes, I will accept whatever you command." Gale bowed deeply, showing great respect. Just then, a loud commotion erupted outside the office. The 3rd Hokage glanced out the window, quickly rising to his feet, channeling chakra toward the source of the noise. Moonlight Gale also turned to look, gradually becoming transparent until he could see nothing. Jiang Chen, panting heavily, glanced back at the entrance of the village and sighed. What a hassle. He then looked down at the shattered tiles beneath his feet, lamenting, "I was a bit too fast and couldn't stop in time. Now I'm going to have to pay for repairs. This is even more troublesome." Just then, he sensed a surge of killing intent approaching from behind, and he swiftly turned, raising his black blade overhead. Clash. The sound of metal clashing echoed as a smile crept onto Jiang Chen's lips. He turned his head and shouted, "Lord 3rd Hokage, it's me, Jiang Chen." Upon hearing Jiang Chen's voice, The previously tense and serious expression of the third Hokage instantly transformed into a smile. Haha, it's you. It's been several days. Have you come to dismantle the Hokage office? Seeing the third Hokage's warm demeanor, Gale's figure materialized. As their blades clashed, sweat poured from Gale's forehead. And he internally marveled. This child appears to be only 12 or 13. How could he see through my body flicker technique and block this strike at the first moment? Is it instinct? What on earth is going on? Chapter 37. Hinata disappears. Gale, stop. He one of us. The third Hokage hurriedly extended his hand holding the pipe. Smiling warmly. Understood. Gale retracted his long blade, frowning as he fixed his gaze on Jiang Chen. Gale was no fool. The third Hokage's enthusiastic treatment of Jiang Chen indicated that his status was far from ordinary. He cleared his throat, choosing to remain silent. Leaf, great whirlwind. A powerful voice suddenly rang out. Might Guy glared fiercely, swiftly kicking toward Jiang Chen, nearly devoid of rational thought in his seventh gate state. He only perceived Jiang Chen as an intruder, failing to notice the third Hokage's benevolent smile directed at Jiang Chen. Stop, Kai! The third Hokage had yet to retract his pipe when he urgently shouted. He couldn't comprehend why Might Guy was attacking Jiang Chen, and for a moment, he could only shout in panic. But it was too late. Kai had not registered the third Hokage's voice, and his flying kick drew ever closer to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was momentarily stunned. He had never anticipated that Teacher Kai would attack him even with the third Hokage present, and he was entirely unprepared. By the time he reacted, the kick was already upon him. Yet if he wanted to evade it, it was still entirely possible. Yet, if he were to evade this kick, it would mean revealing his identity. Gritting his teeth, he closed his eyes and thought, fine, if I must perish, so be it. Regardless, as the protagonist, I surely cannot meet my demise. I shall go all out. Earth style, earth wall. At this critical moment, the third Hokage swiftly performed the necessary hand seals, conjuring a sturdy earthen barrier that appeared instantaneously before Jiang Chen, towering 4 to 5 meters high and 2 meters wide. Thud! Teacher Guy's foot collided with the earth wall, producing a dull thud as it crumbled and shattered in an instant. Concurrently, the third Hokage vanished from his original position, pulling Jiang Chen to safety while bellowing, Guy, cease at once. Upon witnessing the third Hokage's intervention, Teacher Guy finally began to grasp the situation. He retracted the 8 gates technique, panting heavily as he inquired, Lord Third Hokage, is he not the enemy? The newcomer from Konoha, Jiang Chen, is the grandson of the legendary Ghost Blade. How could he possibly be an adversary? The third Hokage sighed helplessly, taking a drag from his cigarette. It was not unusual for Guy to be oblivious on missions, but he found it hard to believe that Jiang Chen had not clarified his lineage. He feared that Guy, with his thick skull, would not have absorbed the information. What? You say he is the grandson of the Ghost Blade? Teacher Guy was utterly flabbergasted. He was well aware of the tales surrounding the Ghost Blade, a hero revered by the people of Konoha. The thought of mistaking his grandson for an enemy and pursuing him with such fervor, even activating the 8 gates, was mortifying. If word got out, he would surely be devoured by shame. Scratching his head bashfully, a thought crossed his mind, and he suddenly extended a thumb towards Jiang Chen, flashing a broad grin. Haha, no wonder he is the grandson of the Ghost Blade. His strength is remarkable. This is the essence of youth. After finishing this display, he laughed heartily. Hands on his hips, Jiang Chen watched Teacher Guy's series of awkward antics in silence. Indeed, Teacher Guy embodied the essence of that saying, if you are not embarrassed, then others are. Regardless, this misunderstanding had come to an end. Jiang Chen hurriedly bid farewell to the third Hokage and Teacher Guy before dashing into the forest. His mind was consumed with thoughts of Hinata's safety. If his negligence were to result in her misfortune, he would be plagued by regret. Upon reaching the tree where Hinata had initially been placed, Jiang Chen was struck dumb. His fears had manifested. The area before the tree was empty, with lush underbrush beneath, clearly showing no signs of a struggle. There were only 2 possibilities. Either Hinata had awakened and left on her own, or she had been quietly taken away by someone else. There was no one around, especially at such an early hour. Surely, she had returned home. Jiang Chen breathed a sigh of relief, a peculiar smile gracing his face, though his hands trembled. He spoke reassuringly, yet his body betrayed his anxiety. He was worried, terribly worried, and was profoundly afraid of the latter possibility. Feigning a smile was merely self-deception. With no other choice, He resolved to attempt that technique once more. He steadied his mind, gently closed his eyes, and attuned himself to his surroundings, as if the forest's essence were playing like a film reel in his mind. Birds flitted about the branches, rabbits stood alert, and not far from him, a boy in a white short-sleeved shirt with thick brows was pounding on a tree, sweat soaking his clothes and dripping to the ground. Jiang Chen instantly recognized this individual as Rock Lee, reflecting that indeed, Lee was a diligent genius. The sight of him drenched in sweat indicated he had risen early to train. As he expanded his perception further, another familiar figure emerged in his mind's eye. With silver hair, donning a black mask, one eye obscured by his forehead protector, he leaped gracefully while clutching a rock on the cliff's edge, executing single-handed jumps. This was Kakashi Hitaki, the elite jonin of Konoha, known as the Copy Ninja. It was astonishing that someone as talented as Kakashi was indeed this dedicated. As Jiang Chen broadened his awareness, beads of sweat began to trickle down his forehead. He envisioned the border guards of the Land of Fire, each performing their duties without any unusual occurrences. From their behavior, it was evident that during his brief absence, no one had forcefully entered the Land of Fire. Thus, the likelihood of an outsider abducting Hinata was eliminated. Continuing his search, he still could not sense Hinata's presence. Jiang Chen opened his eyes, wiping the sweat from his forehead, murmuring anxiously, "What in the world is happening? Could someone have moved faster than I did? Did they take Hinata while I returned to Konoha?" With no other options, Jiang Chen hurried back to the Hyuga clan estate. Hinata Hizashi was in the courtyard, entertaining his daughter Hanabi, who was nearly 5 years old, playfully wrestling with her father. Her cherubic face adorned with an innocent smile. Jiang Chen burst into the scene, startling Hanabi, who quickly hid behind her father, clutching his pant leg. Her timid head peeking out to gaze at Jiang Chen. "Oh, I thought it was someone else. It's just you, Jiang Chen. Come in and sit for a while. You're looking for Hinata, right?" "She went out early to train," Hizashi said with a smile. "Hizashi, are you saying Hinata hasn't returned yet?" Jiang Chen's heart sank, unable to believe what he was hearing. Seeing the grave expression on Jiang Chen's face, Hizashi's smile faded as he asked seriously, "Hinata has indeed not returned. What is going on? What has happened?" "It's over." The answer was confirmed. Jiang Chen realized the situation was dire. "I'm sorry. I don't have time to explain everything clearly. Suffice it to say, Hinata collapsed while training in the forest, and then she vanished. I've searched the entire forest and found nothing." Chapter 38. First encounter with Kakashi. What? "I will mobilize our clan members to search immediately. I will report this to Lord 3rd Hokage. You should rest for a while. You look like you Haven Tea slept well," Hizashi said, furrowing his brow as he began to gather the clan members for a search. Jiang Chen was indeed fatigued, but there was no time for rest. If Hinata remained missing, or worse, if something happened to her, he could never face the world of Hokage again. After much contemplation, he devised a plan. He would seek Kakashi's assistance. On the rocks within the forest, Kakashi was nearing the summit. At that moment, Jiang Chen appeared at the mountain's peak, having already removed his forehead protector. Thus Kakashi would not recognize him. Nevertheless, Kakashi refrained from making a move. "Are you from Konoha? I don't believe I've seen you before." It was said that Kakashi was a warm-hearted individual, and upon meeting him in person, Jiang Chen found that the rumors were indeed true. Jiang Chen crouched down, smiling as he explained, "Kakashi-sensei, I am a newly arrived ninja in Konoha, Jiang Chen. I haven't graduated yet, hence I lack the Konoha forehead protector." Kakashi leaped effortlessly to the mountain's peak, standing confidently as he smiled, and said, "I see. While I haven't heard of this, I feel there is more to you than meets the eye. Could you elaborate on how you came to Konoha?" Hearing Kakashi's inquiry, Jiang Chen felt an urge to slap himself. The more anxious he became, the more he neglected to mention the crucial details. He scratched his head and said, "Kakashi-sensei, I am the grandson of the Ghost Blade. My arrival in Konoha was due to a promise made between my grandfather and the 2nd Hokage. I urgently need your help." Upon hearing the name of the Ghost Blade, Kakashi's pupils widened momentarily, and he quickly regained his composure, responding calmly, "I see. The Ghost Blade was indeed a remarkable individual. Whatever you need assistance with, please feel free to ask." Jiang Chen was taken aback. He had not anticipated Kakashi's swift agreement without skepticism. A stark contrast to Teacher Guy's reaction. "Kakashi-sensei, do you not have any doubts regarding my identity?" "I certainly harbor doubts. However, 2 aspects affirm the veracity of your statements. Firstly, Your ability to silently appear here and recognize me as Kakashi indicates a profound familiarity with Konoha, and it is evident that someone must have informed you of my presence. Secondly, had you harbored malicious intent, the recent moment presented an opportune moment to eliminate me, as I was utterly incapable of forming any seals to defend myself. Thus, I am convinced that your words are genuine and devoid of deceit. Upon hearing Kakashi-sensei's analysis, Jiang Chen could not help but admire his composure, wisdom, and remarkable judgment, all of which were of the highest caliber. He bowed deeply before Kakashi and anxiously implored, "Kakashi-sensei, I hope you can assist me in locating Hinata, who mysteriously vanished from the forest moments ago." "What? Very well. Lead me to the location of Hinata's disappearance. I shall find her." Jiang Chen nodded earnestly and, alongside Kakashi, returned to the vicinity of the grand tree. Kakashi surveyed the area for a minute before stating calmly, "Hinata must have been swiftly incapacitated and taken away. The individual responsible does not intend to harm her, but rather has ulterior motives. Otherwise, she would have been eliminated immediately. Moreover, the absence of disturbance among Konoha's guards indicates that this person possesses spatial or summoning techniques, allowing them to depart undetected." Upon hearing Kakashi-sensei's deductions, Jiang Chen nodded in admiration. Summoning technique. Kakashi did not hesitate further. He struck the ground with his right hand, and after a plume of smoke, the ninja dog Pakin materialized. "Kakashi, it has been a while. What brings you to seek my assistance?" Pakin sat on the ground, appearing lethargic as he gazed at Kakashi, then glanced at Jiang Chen. With a few sniffs, he remarked, "Is this person from the land of women? He carries the scent of various females." Jiang Chen recoiled in shock, cursing inwardly. Damn, Pakin's sense of smell is extraordinary. How could he discern that? Coughing awkwardly, he clarified, "I merely passed through an area with a lot of women. I did nothing inappropriate. Please do not misunderstand." He continued, "However, this is not the time for such discussions. Kakashi-sensei, we must urgently locate Hinata." Kakashi shifted his focus and approached Hinata's original location, stating gravely, "Pakin, Hinata was last here. See if you can detect any other sense to track the enemy." Pakin promptly dashed to the side of the tree, his nose twitching as his expression became increasingly fearful. "What troubles you, Pakin? What is happening?" Kakashi inquired, puzzled. "I smell the scent of a snake." "What? You mean a snake just appeared here? Could it be Orochimaru?" "That seems unlikely," Jiang Chen exclaimed, his excitement causing him to forget that he had only just arrived in Konoha. Kakashi furrowed his brow as he regarded Jiang Chen. "You are aware of Orochimaru?" Just a little. I've heard some things," Jiang Chen replied, scratching his head awkwardly, cursing himself internally for being so indiscreet in front of Kakashi, whose analytical prowess was formidable. Fortunately, Kakashi did not dwell on this matter. He nodded decisively at Pakin, who understood the assignment and began sniffing the ground for the snake's trail. After advancing westward for several meters, he abruptly raised his head. "Kakashi, the scent of the snake has vanished here. Based on the temperature, it neither flew away nor burrowed underground, but rather disappeared into thin air." Pakin's statement astonished Kakashi. The implications were clear. The snake had vanished, suggesting that Orochimaru had utilized reverse summoning to return to the lair of his summoning beasts. If it were indeed a snake, it could very well lead to the Dragon Cave, Orochimaru's secret sanctum, a place renowned alongside Miyaboku Mountain in the Wetbone Forest. Jiang Chen's eyes ignited with a fierce determination as he coldly asked, "Kakashi-sensei, are you suggesting that Orochimaru is behind this? Where might Hinata be now?" Kakashi furrowed his brows, observing Jiang Chen's intense gaze. "This is merely conjecture. If all our assumptions are accurate, Hinata is likely in the Dragon Cave, a legendary location. I am unsure how to access it, and even Pakin cannot assist you in locating it. This matter must be reported to the third Hokage." Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed towards the west, his resolve intensifying. "Your name is Jiang Chen, correct? Come, let us return and inform the third Hokage. Do not act impulsively." Kakashi, with keen insight, recognized Jiang Chen's intent and grasped his arm to guide him back to Konoha. Suddenly, Jiang Chen exerted force, breaking free from Kakashi's grip. "Kakashi-sensei, I apologize, but I cannot return with you. I must seek my grandfather and have him rescue Hinata. After all, her disappearance is intertwined with my fate. I cannot afford to wait even a moment longer. Farewell." With that, Jiang Chen leapt away, vanishing from sight. Kakashi exhaled deeply as he gazed in the direction Jiang Chen had disappeared. This Jiang Chen is no ordinary child. There is depth to him. The intensity of that aura is not something just anyone can possess. I must inquire further about this. Jiang Chen hastened away from Konoha, making his way toward the Land of Stone. He recalled that the Dragon Cave was located west of Takigakure in the Land of Stone. Although he was uncertain why the snakes from the Dragon Cave had appeared in Konoha, one fact was clear: Hinata's whereabouts must lie within the Dragon Cave. If he could reach it swiftly, he could save her. Otherwise, the longer he waited, the more uncertain the outcome would be. He was acutely aware of the White Serpent Sage's nature. For those who sought training, the sage would infuse them with natural energy using his fangs, consuming those whose bodies could not withstand the transformation into serpents. Furthermore, for those madly craving power, he would orchestrate trials, and failure to pass would result in being devoured by the higher-ranking snakes of the Dragon Cave. These serpents were notorious for their appetite for human flesh. Such a perilous place could pose a challenge even to Orochimaru, who could not guarantee complete control over them. The possibility of Hinata encountering misfortune was all too real. Curse it! How could I have been so negligent? I should have taken Hinata back to Konoha, not left her to face off against Gai-sensei alone. Jiang Chen berated himself as he retrieved the mask from his possession, filled with regret. He never anticipated that upon returning from Fuzi village, without even having seen Naruto, he would lose Hinata. He wondered if Naruto had been waiting for him after school, swinging alone on the swing set. How much milk do I have left? Jiang Chen thought, his heart aching at the image of Naruto waiting for him. As he sped along, Jiang Chen donned the mask, a special item from the system that could shield him from all forms of perception, impervious to any attack. He glared fiercely towards the west, his eyes filled with a vengeful fire. By the name of the Demon Blade, I vow, if I cannot rescue Hinata, I shall raise the Dragon Cave and eradicate the Demon Blade from this world. At the western entrances of Takigakure, Jiang Chen, bearing the Demon Blade and wearing the mask, stood before the cave entrance, calling out, "The Demon Blade approaches to challenge the cave." With that declaration, he stepped boldly into the darkness of the cave. Jiang Chen understood the rules of the Dragon Cave. Only those deemed worthy could enter, meaning they must successfully pass their trials. Otherwise, entry was denied. The trial was akin to the maze of Mayabokum Mountain, a test of the practitioner's abilities. Inside the cave, darkness enveloped him, obscuring all sight. Could this first trial be a test of vision? How could that possibly challenge me? Jiang Chen closed his eyes, allowing his perceptive abilities to reveal the landscape before him. He sensed a massive serpent, over 10 meters long, lurking 100 meters ahead. Though its colors eluded him, he could discern the creature flicking its forked tongue, its cold eyes fixed on him, seemingly waiting for the opportune moment to strike. 50 meters ahead lay a river, 4 meters wide, shrouded in mist. A smile crept across Jiang Chen's lips as he leaped over the river, oblivious to what lay beneath the surface, confident that as long as he did not touch it, he would remain unharmed. "Master, the new cultivator has just leapt over the poisonous river," the small green snake exclaimed, circling the giant serpent, its gaze fixated on a glass sphere that stood half a person's height. Within it, Jiang Chen's every movement was captured, akin to a night vision camera. Hearing the small green snake shout, the giant serpent glanced at Jiang Chen inside the sphere and remarked casually, "It's just a matter of good eyesight. The first level poses no challenge. He won't make it past the second." With that, it resumed its slumber on the damp ground. As Jiang Chen continued through the first layer of the cave, nearing the giant serpent, he gripped his ghostly blade with a chilling smile and scoffed. "I have no obligation to show mercy, and do not inquire why. My mood is rather foul." A sudden gust of wind surged as the giant serpent, noticing Jiang Chen's approach, swung its tail, a massive appendage over 10 meters long, in an attempt to strike him, creating a whooshing sound within the cave. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen drew his ghostly blade, executing a swift and powerful strike. With a resounding clang, he cleaved through the serpent's body, severing it in two. The remaining tail crashed against the cave wall, producing a thunderous noise. The giant serpent howled in agony, attempting to flee. Jiang Chen, relentless, executed another horizontal slash, the immense force following the serpent, leaving it no chance of escape. A deafening explosion echoed as the serpent was obliterated, its blood splattering the surroundings, staining the walls as it dripped continuously. "Master! Master! The green poison has been vanquished," the small green snake cried, circling the glass sphere in a frenzy. Calling for the giant serpent, the serpent sprang to its feet, swiftly approaching the sphere, its gaze locked on the remains of the green poison. Its eyes narrowing at Jiang Chen as it hissed. This fellow is truly formidable. He is the first human to directly annihilate the green poison. Shao Qing, go report this to Lord Wanshi. Perhaps he will come to observe the trials here. The small green snake nodded vigorously and hastened deeper into the cave. Jiang Chen pressed on, his mind clear and focused. He could sense the positions within the dragon's cave, murmuring to himself, if I can traverse 3 levels, I should be able to enter the dragon's cave. These 3 levels are indeed intriguing. The first trial tested the cultivator's strength. As long as one could cross the poisonous river and evade the green poison's attacks, they would succeed. However, the most formidable challenge lay in the entrance to the second trial, a colossal stone door standing 7 or 8 meters tall, without sufficient strength. Even if a cultivator evaded the green poison's assault, they would be unable to open the door. If they could not push it open, their fate would be sealed, destined to be devoured by the higher serpents lurking within the dragon's cave. These formidable serpents could freely appear during the trials, rendering this challenge a gamble for one's life. With only 2 possible outcomes, death or successful entry into the dragon's cave, there was no option for retreat. Standing before the massive stone door, a smile graced Jiang Chen's lips. The giant serpent glared at him, its voice dripping with malice. Failure to pass the trial will be your demise. Chapter 40. The reason behind the events at this moment. Jiang Chen was consumed by urgency, his thoughts solely focused on the 3 levels of trials. Each level connected by stone stairways, approximately 10 meters high. The space beneath the 3rd level expanded significantly, yet the dense spiritual energy affected Jiang Chen's perception, preventing him from sensing the conditions within from the 1st level. Given this, why not bypass the trials entirely and proceed directly? He approached the stone door, adjusting his position repeatedly. What is this creature doing? Why isn't it attempting to push open the door? The giant serpent hissed threateningly. Suddenly, a series of thunderous sounds erupted behind it, causing the serpent to turn. Once she rushed towards them, his expression fierce as he glared at the glass sphere. What is happening? I heard someone killed the green poison. Did it not escape? Wanshi's words were heavy and ominous, instilling a sense of dread. The giant serpent stepped aside, allowing Wanshi to clearly observe the scene within the crystal sphere, bowing respectfully. Lord Wanshi. This individual dispatched the green poison with a single strike and is now pacing at the entrance of the first trial, yet refuses to break through. Wanshi bent down, the glass sphere appearing as small as a bird's egg in his gaze, scrutinizing Jiang Chen within. This fellow may seem diminutive, despite wearing a mask. His arms appear tender and delectable. He may possess some skill to have slain the green poison, yet if he cannot pass the trial, he shall be devoured. Trailing behind Wanshi was a 3-headed serpent, crouching beside him, nervously observing Wanshi's demeanor, fearful of inciting his wrath. Lord Wanshi, I have prepared 100 children for you, all exceptionally tender, the 3-headed serpent flattered. Orochimaru promised me 500, yet he has yet to fulfill that. Your efficiency far surpasses his. And what shall we do about this trial participant? The giant serpent inquired. Let us wait. He should fail soon and be consumed alongside those 100 children. Wanshi and the giant serpent settled down beside the glass sphere, observing Jiang Chen's movements. Half an hour earlier, inside the Hokage office in Konoha village. That is the situation. What should we do now? Kakashi stood before the 3rd Hokage, his brow furrowed as he awaited instructions. The 3rd Hokage rose, stating, I do not believe this is Orochimaru's doing. He has not sunk so low as to abduct a little girl. There must be something more to this. Kakashi nodded in agreement. Report. 3rd Hokage. Numerous parents are reporting their children missing without a trace. There is a crowd gathered outside the Hokage office, including members of the Hyuga clan. Raito and Jinken rushed into the room, kneeling to report. The 3rd Hokage's expression darkened, while he found the situation suspicious. He had not anticipated the disappearance of so many children. Just then, a carrier pigeon landed beside the Hokage office. The 3rd Hokage unfastened the message from the bird's leg and quickly scanned it. His expression grew tense as he exhaled. Kakashi, you are to lead Might Guy and Inuzuka's clan, splitting into 2 groups for the search. Your group will head towards the land of wind and the land of stone, while Might Guy proceeds towards the land of water. You must ascertain the whereabouts of the children. Yes. The ninjas responded in unison. What exactly is happening, 3rd Hokage? Kakashi pressed for answers. Children have vanished not only from our village, but also from the land of sand and the land of water. This strongly suggests it is not Orochimaru's doing. It is likely the work of spirit beasts. Of course, this is merely speculation. If it is true, you should assist in retrieving the ghostly blade, the third Hokage declared with conviction. My guy, your group is to head to the land of water. Remain vigilant along the way to ensure the perpetrator does not slip through. Yes, third Hokage. Kakashi and Guy promptly exited the room, hurrying toward their respective destinations. The third generation composed a brief letter to the Land of Wind, recounting the events surrounding the Demon Blade's journey to the Dragon Earth Cave. Within the confines of Sunagakure, a man with short brown hair clad in a black ninja outfit, accented with a mesh undershirt, stood in the shadowy office of the fourth Kazekage, Raza. Before him knelt Maki, a white cloth obscuring his left eye, while his right eye blazed with fierce intensity. Maki, you are to lead a team to the Land of Stone and collaborate with the people of the Land of Fire to rescue the missing children. Remember, there is a man named Demon Blade. Do not provoke him. If you manage to locate the Dragon Earth Cave, exercise utmost caution. Allow the people of the Land of Fire to scout ahead, and ensure you comprehend the trials of the Dragon Earth Cave. Understood? The fourth Kazekage instructed. Yes, Lord Kazekage. I understand. Maki replied, though a frown creased his brow. But is the Demon Blade not the hero from 50 years ago? Indeed. Maki nodded gravely and exited the room. The nations had become entangled in a web of self-interest. Genuine friendship and peace were mere facades. Despite the shared objective of the Land of Wind and the Land of Fire, their underlying motivations remained rooted in personal gain. Within the first level of the Dragon Earth Cave, Jiang Chen found his mark and drew the Demon Blade, which emanated an aura of black malevolence, issuing a haunting wail in the dark cavern. What is he planning to do? The giant snake mused, observing Jiang Chen through a glass sphere. He wouldn't dare sever the trials of the third level, would he? But how can he sense this precise location? He stands at a weak point of the third level, where there are no massive boulders. The voice of Wan Shi was low and filled with intrigue. Even if there are no boulders in this third level, he cannot possibly cleave through it. The earthen layers are dozens of meters thick. Not even the mightiest ninjutsu could penetrate such thickness. The giant snake responded, fixating on Wan Shi, awaiting his reply. Wan Shi's gaze remained fixed on the Demon Blade in Jiang Chen's grasp, his eyes narrowing as he growled. That blade instills a chilling fear within me. Few humans evoke such a sensation. Who is he? Do any of you know? The green snake, the giant snake, and the three-headed snake all shook their heads. Wan Shi fixed his gaze upon the three-headed snake, demanding, "Where did you acquire the children you brought me?" Wan Shi's inquiry stemmed from his belief that Jiang Chen was no ordinary practitioner. He resembled an avenger, and his domineering demeanor instilled a palpable dread. He cannot be an insignificant figure. Perhaps he possesses knowledge beyond our grasp. The three-headed snake stuttered, feeling the weight of Wan Shi's stare. Lord Wan Shi, I obtained the children from Konoha, Sunagakure, and the Land of Water. I did not discern any peculiarities among them. They were merely found in the wilderness. Chapter 41. A blade to shatter barriers. Upon hearing Konoha, Wan Shi's pupils dilated as he bellowed. Why did you provoke Konoha? Are you unaware that they have a reclusive master among them? The three-headed snake recoiled from Wan Shi, lowering its head. Lord Wan Shi, Konoha does not have formidable masters. Their most powerful are the Hokage and the three legendary ninjas. The Hokage is aging, and the three ninjas are absent. Even if they were present, they could do little against the Dragon Earth Cave. Wan Shi's fury erupted as he bared his fangs, letting out a fearsome roar. The three-headed snake retreated, desperate to distance itself from Wan Shi. You fool! Do you not know that Konoha harbors a peerless master who rivals the first Hokage? The three-headed snake fell silent. Its head bowed. The giant snake, flicking its tongue, quietly inquired, Lord Wan Shi, who do you speak of? A sinister glow emanated from Wan Shi's eyes as he whispered, Have you not heard of the Demon Blade, who cleaved a meteor and single-handedly saved Konoha 50 years ago? If I am not mistaken, he is likely the Demon Blade, though he appears remarkably youthful. As Wan Shi's gaze returned to the glass sphere, observing the murderous intent radiating from Jiang Chen, unease gripped his heart. You fool! Summon all the captives to me immediately. Shaoqing, report this matter to the White Snake Sage and request assistance. Yes, Lord Wan Shi. Shaoqing and the three-headed snake vanished in a flash, as if their souls had been snatched away. The giant snake stared at Wan Shi, pressing further, Lord Wan Shi. Is the Demon Blade truly that formidable? Indeed, it cannot be mistaken. This sense of dread is unprecedented for me. I have never felt such fear before. Not even from the likes of the one-eyed demon, Shinya. Do you comprehend the gravity of the situation? This individual is undoubtedly the demon blade. Wan Shi's response was blunt and resolute. It was the first time the giant snake had witnessed Wan Shi regard another with such trepidation, leaving it astounded. Wan Shi continued, Giant snake. The demon blade may attempt to shatter the trials of the third level and gain direct access to the Dragon Earth Cave. Ensure all serpents in that area retreat to my location until the white snake sage arrives. Yes, Lord Wan Shi. The giant snake hastily made its way downward, its heart racing with anxiety and fear. It was the first time it had seen Wan Shi so wary of a human, a phenomenon it had never heard of before. Even the formidable Orochimaru, one of the legendary ninjas, held an equal standing with Wan Shi, and even he bore a measure of respect for Wan Shi. The mere mention of the demon blade sent Wan Shi into a state of alarm, a rarity that left the giant snake shaken to its core. Jiang Chen lifted the demon blade into the air, ready to strike, when the mechanical voice of the system resonated within his mind. Ding! Congratulations. You have shocked the giant snake in the Dragon Earth Cave and earned 50,000 coins and 50 sword intent. Current progress, 455,1000. Jiang Chen retracted the demon blade. Astonished as he inquired of the system, What is happening, my dear brother? How did I suddenly astonish the giant snake? The giant snake observed your actions through the glass sphere, which led to its astonishment. What do you mean? I haven't done anything. Jiang Chen was perplexed. Aside from slaying a snake by chance, he had not acted in any significant manner. How could he have shocked the giant snake? To clarify, the system detected that the giant snake was shocked by Wan Shi's profound fear of you. Other aspects remain undetectable. Wan Shi? Could it be that Wan Shi has discerned the identity of the demon blade? There was no other explanation. Jiang Chen exited his thoughts, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth as he murmured, To think, my name as the demon blade is so renowned that it could even shock Wan Shi. How splendid. Haha. While indulging in his pride, he remained resolute in his determination to rescue Hinata. There was no compromise on that front. Gods shall be slain, and Buddhas shall be slain. One sword style. Rampaging tornado. With a thunderous shout, Jiang Chen's murderous aura surged dramatically. The demon blade slicing through the night as a brilliant slash materialized, akin to a raging tornado, crashing down upon the earth. Jiang Chen leaped, propelling himself backward several dozen meters. With a resounding explosion, the massive stone door erupted as if a bomb had detonated, dirt flying and smoke billowing. In an instant, two more thunderous booms echoed, and a smile crept across Jiang Chen's face as he whispered, I told you I was clever. Why bother with trials when I can take a shortcut? Let us go. Jiang Chen leaped down from the first level. As he descended, the surrounding environment began to brighten, the darkness fading into the light of dusk. In midair, he beheld the numerous caves, clear rivers, and towering trees, all bathed in the soft glow of twilight, exuding a poetic charm. Oh no, how can I land safely from this height? Jiang Chen suddenly realized that he had descended nearly 100 meters from the first level to the ground. If he fell directly, he would surely be reduced to mere pulp. The wind swirled around, lifting silvery strands of hair into the air, reminiscent of celestial warriors descending from the heavens. To onlookers, this may have appeared strikingly handsome, yet only Jiang Chen understood the turmoil within. The descent accelerated, and his mind raced with thoughts of how to land safely. Just as uncertainty gripped him, he suddenly felt his fall slow, as if an unseen force was cradling him, until his speed diminished to a crawl. At that moment, he was merely 10 meters from the ground, and he clearly observed an elderly woman nearby, her hands raised, seemingly manipulating something. He realized that this kind-hearted woman was his savior. Jiang Chen leaped down and approached her, finally discerning her features. With long brown hair and barely discernible wrinkles, she beamed at him with a wide smile, her white robe lending her an air of vitality. Jiang Chen clasped his hands in gratitude, exclaiming, Thank you, esteemed elder, for your rescue. The old woman waved her hand, chuckling. No need for such formality. Had I not intervened, you would surely have found a way to land, though you would have left this forest in ruins. She glanced at the nearby devastation with a hint of embarrassment. Jiang Chen sheepishly scratched his head. I apologize. I acted in haste to save someone and did not foresee the consequences. Clearing her throat, the old woman politely inquired, May I know your name? Ghostblade. Jiang Chen replied succinctly, omitting his full name. Since you seek someone, Might I accompany you? Indeed, that would be most helpful. I am honored by your presence. Jiang Chen responded with utmost respect, recognizing her as the legendary white serpent sage of the Dragon Cave. Jiang Chen was not foolish. He understood that he could not match the sage's strength, and her goodwill offered a chance to find Hinata without conflict. Closing his eyes, he attuned his senses to the situation within the Dragon Cave, seeking Hinata's location. Nearby the Great Serpent's den, beside a glass sphere. The Great Serpent led a multitude of long serpents to the side of the 10,000 serpent, who stood with his back turned, awaiting the arrival of the three-headed serpent. The three-headed serpent placed 100 children before 10,000 serpent, whispering, "Lord 10,000 serpent, all the ones I captured are here, including these from Konoha village." 10,000 serpent, fixated on the children from Konoha, flicked his tongue nervously. The 20-odd frightened children cried out, some fainting at the sight of him. "A snake! A great serpent! Please don't eat me! Mommy, I'm scared, come save me!" The cacophony of their wails filled the air, but 10,000 serpent remained silent. His gaze finally resting on a small girl with distinctive white eyes. This was Hinata Hyuga, her innocent face marred by fear as she trembled, asking, "How did I end up here? Where is brother Jiang Chen? I want to go home." 10,000 serpent turned his attention away from Hinata, bellowing at the three-headed serpent. "Return the children from Konoha to their original place. The others may stay." "Understood, Lord 10,000 serpent," the three-headed serpent replied, ready to escort the Konoha children back. "Wait. Why should we release our quarry?" A booming voice interrupted. 10,000 serpent narrowed his eyes at the sound's origin. Moments later, a colossal crimson serpent appeared, its right eye milky and the left brimming with ferocity. It was the one-eyed beast, Xianya, the most savage creature within the Dragon Cave. A being even the white serpent sage feared. 10,000 serpent stepped forward to block Xianya, hissing, "Xianya, do not cause trouble. These children must be released, or we will attract unnecessary trouble to the Dragon Cave. The ghost blade is already on our trail." Xianya glared at 10,000 serpent, roaring, "What are you to lecture me? Why release such delectable prey? If you're too timid to partake, I shall feast." With that, Xianya lunged toward the children, his form a blur of speed. Boom. 10,000 serpent's tail struck Xianya's head with tremendous force, but Xianya evaded, leaving a deep crater in the ground. Enraged, Xianya opened his massive maw and sprayed a corrosive liquid with blinding speed, impossible to dodge. Sizzle. The liquid soaked into 10,000 serpent's body, initiating a petrification process as his purple stripes gradually turned to stone. "Foolish creature, daring to obstruct my path." Xianya berated, eyes locked on the petrifying 10,000 serpent. "Xianya, you dare harm a fellow serpent? I will report you to the white serpent sage." The three-headed serpent roared, baring its fangs in defiance. 10,000 serpent, you're still alive." The three-headed serpent shouted in disbelief. "Fool, you will perish alongside him." Xianya spat, unleashing another wave of petrifying liquid at the three-headed serpent. Terrified, the three-headed serpent collapsed, helplessly watching as the liquid drew near, trembling. "It's over. There's no escape." In that critical moment, the three-headed serpent was propelled away by a powerful force, landing safely as 10,000 serpent had used his tail to push it aside, narrowly avoiding the petrifying spray. "Lord 10,000 serpent, you survived," the three-headed serpent exclaimed, filled with excitement. Xianya observed the petrified 10,000 serpent, realizing that only its shed skin had turned to stone, not its true form. Enraged, he shouted, 10,000 serpent, do not overestimate yourself. Only your kind obey the white serpent sage. I heed no one but myself. If you wish to remain unharmed, do not interfere again, or next time. Fortune will not favor you." 10,000 serpent remained silent, fully aware of Xianya's formidable power, speed, and petrifying abilities. He cast a glance toward the trial grounds, murmuring, "Let chaos ensue. When the ghost blade arrives, you shall deal with him." Seeing 10,000 serpent no longer obstructing him, Xianya sneered and slithered toward the frightened children. Hinata trembled even more, her small lips pressed tightly as tears welled in her eyes. Xianya, gazing hungrily at the tender children, licked his lips, such exquisite skin, truly delectable. With that, he opened his gaping maw, aiming to devour Hinata and her companions. Capable of swallowing several children whole, Hinata, staring into that abyssal mouth, cried out, "Brother Jiang Chen, save me." Her heart-wrenching scream echoed through the air. At that moment, Jiang Chen raced toward her, having sensed her location and now moving with extraordinary speed. However, even at his swiftest, he was still over 2,000 meters away, and he lacked the ability to teleport. Yet, with Hinata in imminent danger, he could not afford to hesitate. Jiang Chen unsheathed the ghost blade, resolute in his actions. One sword style, Gale Slash. In an instant, a blade of pure lightning surged forth, disappearing before the eye could follow, far exceeding Jiang Chen's previous speed. Simultaneously, a wave of murderous intent emanated from him, rippling out like a powerful tide, causing both 10,000 Serpent and Xianya to feel an overwhelming sense of dread. Xianya's gaping maw froze in midair, instinctively halting in fear. In that fleeting moment, the Gale Slash swept through, and Xianya had no time to evade. His body cleaved through as blood erupted forth. It let out a heart-wrenching roar, its body collapsing to the side. Fear evident in its gaze as it fixated on Jiang Chen, before suddenly rising to its feet. Due to its excessively robust physique and the minor nature of the strike, it had not sustained a fatal injury. "Who dares to strike me?" it bellowed, its overwhelming killing intent rendering all the children faint. Shaoqing lay motionless on the ground, trembling like a coiled, three-headed serpent, staring in terror at Jiang Chen. The myriad serpents gazed at Jiang Chen and the accompanying white snake immortal, their eyes widening in bewilderment as they whispered, "What is happening? Why is the white snake immortal beside the ghost blade?" Moments later, Jiang Chen approached the glass sphere, lifted Hinata, and set her aside, glaring at Xianya with fury. "You wish to devour her, do you? Today, I shall ensure your demise." Chapter 43, One Blade Style. Evil God / such audacity, Xianya exclaimed, twisting its massive body in anger. The white snake immortal, disguised as an elderly woman, observed Xianya with narrowed eyes. Already weary of its arrogance, he could have intervened to prevent a clash between Jiang Chen and Xianya, yet he refrained from doing so. Jiang Chen curled his lips into a smirk, positioning the black blade before him, an aura of infinite killing intent emanating from his icy gaze. "Have you ever heard of a hunter sparing its prey? I certainly have not." With that, Jiang Chen's ghost blade was once again enveloped in dark, ghastly energy as he slashed downwards, executing two sweeping strikes. Clang! The speed of the attack was astonishing. Xianya swayed its enormous form, narrowly evading the two assaults while emitting a hissing roar. "Is this all you can do? Do you truly believe you can harm me? What arrogance! A hunter? Nonsense!" Xianya's body sprang forth like a coiled spring, hurtling towards Jiang Chen. "Die, you brat!" It spat venom, knowing full well that the toxin could petrify its adversary. Yet, Jiang Chen stood his ground, raising the ghost blade skyward. One blade style. Great shockwave. In that instant, as the venom was expelled, Jiang Chen's blade sliced through the air. Buzz. The shockwave produced was powerful enough to shake the very fabric of this realm, sending the venom spiraling away and impacting Xianya's body as if it had collided with an invisible wall. Boom. The force propelled Xianya several meters backward, numerous lacerations appearing across its body, crimson blood oozing forth as pain contorted its features. Reluctantly maintaining its pride, Xianya steadied itself and charged once more at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen had expected Xianya to relent, but instead, it surged forward yet again. When heaven offers a path, you refuse to tread. When hell presents no door, you insist on entering. Very well, I shall escort you. He positioned the ghost blade behind him, its residual shadows forming a circular pattern around Jiang Chen, reminiscent of a sacred lotus sword imprint. One blade style. Evil God / In an instant, the murderous aura crystallized the very air. Xianya's gaze fixed upon the phantoms trailing behind Jiang Chen, its terror escalating to new heights. In that moment, it yearned to flee the scene. Yet as it attempted to move, it found itself utterly paralyzed. Is this the sword technique that binds the soul? Has my very essence succumbed to fear? How can this be? Xianya shook its head violently, but its body remained stubbornly immobile. The white snake immortal's pupils widened in shock as he exclaimed, "I never imagined a mere human could wield sword intent to such an extent," causing Xianya's very soul to tremble, rendering its body unresponsive. "Truly remarkable. Ding. Congratulations, Master. You have astonished the white snake immortal and earned 100,000 coins, 100 sword intent, with the current progress bar at 555,1000. Ding. Congratulations, Master. You have triggered a random task. Should you acquire the powers of the immortal, you will receive 2 soul-returning pills and a chakra condensation pill as an additional reward. What do you mean? How can I obtain the powers of an immortal? Surely you jest. I cannot even condense chakra. How could I achieve an immortal state? Do not worry, Master. Your swordsman system is the reason you cannot condense chakra. However, you are fortunate to have triggered the task for the chakra condensation pill. This condensation pill can condense chakra? Indeed, the swordsman system is quite user-friendly. Only by triggering random tasks is there a slim chance of acquiring the chakra condensation pill, which is exceptionally valuable and not available for sale in the marketplace. Master, not only do you possess impressive skills, but your luck is also of a royal caliber. Obtaining this chakra condensation pill will accelerate your mastery of ninjutsu. Should you successfully complete the random task and obtain the chakra condensation pill, you shall become a genius in the realm of ninjas. Jiang Chen was utterly stunned by the system's assertions. It was simply too incredible. Cough. Are you suggesting that I too can become a conventional ninja? Utilize various ninjutsu? Yes. Moreover, the chakra condensation pill appears only once randomly for each host of the swordsman system. Do you now grasp its rarity? Jiang Chen, upon hearing this, felt as if a child filled with glee within his mind. Shifting his focus back to the imposing Xianya before him, he was filled with exhilaration. The blade continued to carve through the air, his expression dark and frigid as he declared, "This is the most formidable killing technique within my one-blade style. Consider it a gift for our first meeting. Do remember to evade, or death shall be your fate." With that, he moved with the shadows. The malevolent visage of the evil god materializing, over 100 phantoms of the evil god trailing behind him like remnants of a film, leaving a spine-chilling trajectory. Xianya was no fool. Despite its usual arrogance, the palpable aura of death was unmistakable. As it watched Jiang Chen draw his blade, it desperately attempted to maneuver its body. Yet, no matter how hard it tried, its form remained frozen as if encased in ice, helplessly witnessing Jiang Chen advance upon it. It knew its demise was inevitable. Clang, splat. The sound of flesh being severed echoed as Xianya's body erupted in a spray of blood, letting out a wail before collapsing to the ground. Its massive form fell like an unfettered pillar, crashing to the earth. Boom. Xianya's body struck the ground with tremendous force, sending dust flying and causing the entire dragon's lair to tremble. The myriad serpents looked on calmly as Xianya fell, their hearts unperturbed. In their eyes, Xianya's refusal to heed warnings and its provocation of the ghost blade sealed its fate. It could only be said that it had sought its own demise. However, the green snake and the three-headed serpent were not so composed. They were oblivious to the true power of the ghost blade. Witnessing the evil god strike down Xianya, they stared wide-eyed in astonishment, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, as if their very souls had been shaken by Jiang Chen's blade, leaving them in a state of profound shock. Ding! Congratulations, Master, you have astonished the green snake, the three-headed serpent, and all the other serpents, earning 30,000 coins, 30 sword intent, with the current progress bar at 585,1000. Upon hearing the mechanical voice of the system in his mind, Jiang Chen's expression darkened, his right hand gripping the ghost blade trembling slightly. He replayed the events in his mind, remaining silent to the system's inquiries. This perplexed the system, which hurriedly pressed for answers. "Master, why are you silent? Your expression is so grim. What troubles you?" Hearing the system's questioning tone, Jiang Chen's heart tightened. Could it be that the system had not detected anything? "Brother, didn't you sense anything when the evil god struck Xianya?" "I did not. What occurred?" "I detected nothing." Jiang Chen sighed deeply, shaking his head in resignation. It seems the system is not infallible. With that, he turned his astonished gaze toward the elderly woman in the distance, his heart turbulent with conflicting emotions. Chapter 44. A commanding aura. The elderly woman wore a serene smile, surrounded by a veil of pristine mist, exuding an air of tranquility, yet shrouded in enigma. Jiang Chen felt a sudden jolt in his heart, furrowing his brows as he spoke. Is she about to revert to the form of the white snake immortal? He was acutely aware that when his blade struck Xianya, an invisible force had nudged him off course, preventing the blade from reaching Xianya's heart. This indicated that Xianya was not truly dead. The reason he collapsed was due to the overwhelming fear gripping his soul, which rendered him incapable of controlling himself, subconsciously. He believed he was doomed to perish. It was a psychological breakdown precipitated by a suppression of power. Jiang Chen nodded respectfully at the old lady, his expression one of reverence. Meanwhile, Xianya seemed to have regained his composure, abruptly rising to his feet and glaring fiercely at Jiang Chen, shouting, "You little brat! What sorcery did you employ to humiliate me like this? I will end your life." Jiang Chen turned to face Xianya, his eyes filled with disdain. "Enough boasting. If you truly believed you could defeat me, you would have lunged at me the moment you stood up. Are you still deluding yourself? Do you not recognize the chasm between us?" Jiang Chen's words pierced Xianya's heart like a dagger, leaving him speechless. He was acutely aware of his fear of Jiang Chen, which restrained him from acting recklessly, and now that Jiang Chen had exposed his cowardice, he could only remain silent. Jiang Chen positioned his ghostly blade before him, pointing it at the old lady with a greedy smile. "If it weren't for that senior altering my strike just now, you might have already met your end. I still crave another chance to strike. Shall I deliver another blow?" With that, his eyes burned with murderous intent as they bore into Xianya, causing him to flinch inwardly. Despite his bluster about ending Jiang Chen's life, his body instinctively retreated. Jiang Chen merely sought to intimidate such trash. He glanced at the white snake immortal and deliberately raised his voice. "If I continue to strike, I wonder if the white snake immortal will intervene again to save Xianya?" The white snake immortal paused momentarily at Jiang Chen's query before bursting into hearty laughter. Her form began to swell, ultimately transforming into a great white serpent. The serpent boasted fiery orange scales and golden eyes, adorned with a green cat's eye stone on its chest, encircled by a purple silk ribbon as a headband, which bore military green horn-like embellishments. Atop its head rested a glowing red pearl, while a pipe was clasped in its mouth, its elongated body and tail decorated with 2 golden rings, exuding an air of majesty. The multitude of snakes bowed reverently, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the white snake immortal." Upon witnessing this scene, Xianya's eyes widened in disbelief and resentment. Jiang Chen pointed his ghostly blade at Xianya, saying, "What? Are you still unwilling to accept your fate? If it weren't for her, you would have lost your life." The white snake immortal regarded Xianya in silence. Jiang Chen was no fool. He recognized the significance of this random task and was determined not to let it slip away. "Hey, white snake elder, since this one is so obstinate, why not allow me to finish him off? What do you say?" His voice rang out loudly, tinged with a hint of mockery. A smile crept onto the white snake immortal's lips. She had not anticipated Jiang Chen would assist her in disciplining Xianya, and he had indeed given her face. Had she wished to save face, she could have simply obliterated Xianya without hesitation. The white snake immortal remained silent, observing Xianya, who was thoroughly terrified by Jiang Chen's words. If the white snake immortal chose not to intervene, another strike of the evil god slash would surely seal Xianya's fate. Overwhelmed by fear, he knelt on the ground, paying homage to the myriad of snakes. The white snake immortal smiled, realizing that the once unyielding Xianya, whom she had struggled to subdue for years, was now humbled by Jiang Chen's blade, even going so far as to curry her favor. Was this an expression of gratitude for the earlier act of salvation? Yet, the white snake immortal still felt something amiss. Jiang Chen approached her, clasping his hands in a bow, and declared, "Immortal, I have come to rescue these children. Thankfully, you have spared them. Had you devoured the children of Konoha, I would have been compelled to exact a bloodbath in the dragon's lair." His words were blunt and laced with lethal intent, devoid of any pretense. "How audacious! Who do you think you are to speak so to Lord Whitesnake?" The serpents rose in unison, shouting at Jiang Chen. He paid them no mind. Their barking was beneath his notice, and he saw no reason to lower himself. The white snake immortal continued to smile, offering no objection. "White snake immortal, grievances have their sources. Although your subjects have not harmed these children, this matter cannot be left unresolved. Simply tell me who captured Hinata, and I will seek retribution for that one life alone." Upon hearing this, the three-headed serpent collapsed in fear, instinctively hiding behind the multitude of snakes. The white snake immortal was well aware of the situation and knew who was responsible. Exhaling a plume of smoke, she stated, "The laws of nature dictate that the white snake consuming humans is not inherently wrong. Since Konoha has suffered no loss, why pursue total annihilation?" Jiang Chen scoffed. He understood the laws of nature, survival of the fittest, where only the weak espoused notions of justice. "Elder, I do not concern myself with your consumption of humans. That is not my affair. But if you harm those I cherish, I will show no mercy. His gaze turned ferocious, exuding a palpable aura of malice that sent the surrounding serpents retreating in trepidation. The white snake immortal took another puff from her pipe, her smile vanishing as she calmly replied, "If you kill my subjects, I will certainly protect them. Are you prepared to wage war against me?" Her words carried an undercurrent of intimidation, seemingly aimed at dissuading Jiang Chen. After all, no one had dared to challenge the white snake immortal in the dragon's lair for so long. Jiang Chen did not rush to respond. A swirling aura of ghostly energy enveloped him, distinctly visible as layers of black mist. Through the haze, his figure appeared as a spectral presence. The oppressive atmosphere of killing intent stirred turmoil within the hearts of all present. If it comes to that, I would not hesitate to engage the white snake immortal in battle. Boom. His authoritative proclamation detonated within the hearts of every serpent like a bomb. Ding. Congratulations. Your audacity has astonished the multitude of serpents, earning you 50,000 in currency and 50 sword intent points. Current progress, 635-1000. Even the formidable white snake immortal trembled slightly at Jiang Chen's audacious declaration. She tossed aside her pipe, fixing her gaze on Jiang Chen once more. The overwhelming killing intent and eerie ghostly energy genuinely astonished the white snake immortal. Could there truly be someone in this world who wielded swordsmanship with such breathtaking ferocity? Who was this individual? Not a reincarnation of the six paths, yet possessing such formidable presence. It was indeed astonishing. Ding. Congratulations, your audacity has astonished the white snake immortal, earning you 100,000 in currency and 100 sword intent points. Current progress, 735-1000. Chapter 45. The Blessing of the Lucky One in Truth. Jiang Chen was fully aware that he could not possibly match the white snake immortal in strength. However, he understood a crucial principle. When one is willing to risk everything, they often earn the recognition of the powerful. Your deference might only serve to make the strong perceive you as weaker. Jiang Chen's audacity played a pivotal role. The once cold expression on the white snake immortal's face erupted into hearty laughter as she boomed, "Ha, little brat. It has been a millennium since I encountered a human with such spirit. I admire you. All who come to my dragon's lair seek power and celestial arts. Today, I shall bestow upon you my celestial arts. However, you must also make a concession. Allow all the children to leave, and we shall consider this matter resolved." How does that sound? Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen felt a surge of joy welling within him. Was this what it meant to be favored by fortune? To have one's desires fulfilled? Ha! Yet, for the sake of pride, Jiang Chen suppressed his excitement, steadied his body to avoid trembling, and adjusted his tone to say, "Since the white snake immortal has spoken, I have nothing further to contest. However, I require a passage to leave with these children. I kindly ask for your assistance." The white snake sage gazed upon the over 100 children, his gaze settling on the two azure serpents. "Shaoqing, Levi, escort the ghost blade and these children on their journey." "Yes, sage," replied Shaoqing and Levi, flicking their long tails and nodding in agreement. "In that case, I express my gratitude to the white snake sage." Jiang Chen responded politely, his heart brimming with joy. Yet, just as he lowered his head, the white snake's expression abruptly transformed into one of ferocity, its head darting towards Jiang Chen in an instant. With a swift motion, the white snake bit down on Jiang Chen's shoulder, exhaling a faint white mist before retracting its jaws and smilingly proclaiming, "Young man, I have granted you the power of a sage. Whether you can bear it is entirely your own affair. Should you perish, do not blame me." Jiang Chen looked at the enormous bite mark on his right shoulder, from which wisps of white smoke emerged, the wound visibly healing at an astonishing rate. The pain gradually dulled, yet he felt a surge of formidable strength coiling within him, accompanied by a sudden wave of internal agony. Jiang Chen gritted his teeth. His expression strained, though the mask concealed his discomfort. He remained steadfast, enduring the tumultuous upheaval within his body, the searing, heart-wrenching pain. "Is this what you refer to as sage energy? What do you mean by my potential demise?" Jiang Chen feigned calmness as he inquired. The white snake, lifting a smoking pipe from the ground, took two sharp puffs, tendrils of smoke swirling around him as he spoke in a profoundly resonant voice. "The energy of a sage is domineering. If your body can withstand it, diligent cultivation in the future may allow you to harness it. However, should your body falter, you would fall into a coma, and for such a waste, I would have no choice but to consume you. I presume you, young lad, are capable? Jiang Chen, through gritted teeth beneath his mask, acknowledged that the pain was beyond what an ordinary person could endure. Without the enhancements from the swordsman system, he feared he would have already collapsed. Rest assured, I can withstand it. I am grateful for the sage's bestowal of mystical arts. The white snake sage smiled as he regarded Jiang Chen, casually remarking, Go on, I shan't see you off. A distinguished guest will soon arrive at the entrance. You should attend to them. Yes, sage. The myriad serpents responded in unison. In a wisp of green smoke, they vanished from sight. Jiang Chen, now atop the head of the azure serpent with the 100 children, held Hinata securely. At this moment, he sensed the pain within him had subsided, and the flow of sage energy felt as if it had vanished, returning to a state of normalcy. The white snake sage opened one eye to observe Jiang Chen's physique, a smile creeping onto his lips as he mused, What a prodigy, to digest sage energy in such a short span. Truly, this individual is not merely a reincarnation of Indra or Azura, but a marvel of the mundane world. Ding! Congratulations, elder brother, for successfully completing the random task. You have obtained sage energy, rewards, 2 soul resurrection pills, and 1 chakra condensation pill. Jiang Chen beamed at the 3 pills that had suddenly appeared in his embrace, his smile broadening in silent delight as he reveled in his fortune, albeit soundlessly. Lord Ghostblade, it is time to depart. Please, gather the children. Levi's gentle voice rang out, tinged with a hint of timidity. Let us proceed. Jiang Chen responded, then bowed respectfully to the white snake sage. Thank you for your generous gifts. I bid you farewell. The white snake sage continued to puff on his pipe, replying, Go forth. With Levi leading the way and Shaoqing following closely behind, they gradually slithered out of the cave. Outside the dragon cave, Kakashi inquired earnestly, This isn't Orochimaru's lair, is it? Are you truly certain the children are here? Maki, I can only speculate, and I cannot guarantee this is the place. Our village's esteemed Ghost Blade has arrived ahead of us. I believe he is already inside, Kakashi stated, peering into the cave. Inuzuka Joie and Kuramaru stood together, their noses twitching as they leaned closer to Kakashi, whispering, Kakashi-kun, the stench of blood is overwhelming. Many must have perished within. However, one particular scent is that of serpent blood, likely from an hour ago. Kakashi's pupils dilated as he nodded gravely, refraining from further words or orders to enter the cave. Maki, not lacking in discernment, noted Kakashi's silence and refrained from commanding an entry. Turning to Kakashi, he said, I have heard that your Inuzuka clan possesses a keen sense of smell. Could you lead us into the cave? Kakashi interjected, blocking Inuzuka Joie's path with a smile. While that may be true, the stench of blood is suffocating. Entering would be perilous and hinder reconnaissance. It would be wiser to procure some torches before proceeding. Maki nodded in agreement, as the 2 elite shinobi from their respective villages refrained from impulsively entering the cave, their caution evident to the point that the myriad serpents could hardly bear to watch, slithering out from within. Originally, he had been meditating in the darkness, awaiting the first ninja to enter for a hearty meal, but instead found himself deprived of the 100 tender children before him, now seeking to alleviate his hunger with any passerby. Yet, as the shinobi from both nations hesitated, enraged, the myriad serpents emerged from the cave, standing before the reconnaissance teams. The colossal form of the serpent blotted out the sun, its purple scales glistening ominously. It opened its massive jaws and roared, What a pitiful bunch! You dare not even enter a cave? Since you refuse to come in, I shall come out to entertain you. Kakashi hastily raised his hand and shouted, Fall back. This is the summoning beast, myriad serpent. Get away from it. Chapter 46. Kakashi and the myriad serpent. The myriad serpent glared at the gathered shinobi, its tail crashing down upon several of them. With a resounding thud, the nearby rocks shattered, and 2 of the Sand Village ninjas were caught off guard, knocked to the ground as blood spewed from their mouths. Quick, take him away. His ribs are broken, one of the accompanying ninjas shouted. Maki, witnessing the myriad serpent for the first time, gritted his teeth and bellowed, Withdraw. Keep your distance and attack with ninjutsu. The remaining 8 ninjas from the Sand Village collectively formed hand seals. Water release, water surge. A torrent of water erupted from their mouths, cascading towards the myriad serpent. In an instant, the myriad serpent was engulfed in the rushing waters, creating a waterfall 10 meters high, with splashes flying everywhere. With a deafening crash, the water attack shattered as if struck by a hammer. Retreat. The 8 ninjas hurriedly fell back, and as the water wave dispersed, they all caught sight of the serpent's tail swinging towards them, prompting an immediate escape. Crash! Crash! The water surge they had unleashed was swiftly dismantled, and the myriad serpent, with its fierce snake eyes and flickering tongue, remained unscathed. The 8 ninjas' efforts were akin to a mere water fight, causing no harm whatsoever. Maki gritted his teeth, realizing they were not on the same level as the myriad serpent. Prolonging the confrontation would lead to certain death. Leaf ninjas, will you not lend a hand? A sand village ninja cursed. Kakashi, standing atop a tree in the back, shouted, "It's not that we won't help. This is simply an unequal match. How can we fight?" Elder Maki, it seems Konoha is using us as shields. We should retreat, a sand village ninja whispered to Maki. Just then, the myriad serpent directed a stream of petrifying liquid towards Maki's position. The liquid surged forward like a rapid water cannon, leaving no opportunity for evasion. The few of them quickly huddled together to form hand seals. Water release, water barrier. Chakra gathered in their throats, unleashing a torrent of water to create a swirling wall. Kakashi scratched his head, sighing deeply. How naive. This is tantamount to seeking death. With a hissing sound, the toxic liquid penetrated the water barrier, making contact with one of the ninjas. He howled in agony, half of his body turning to stone as he fell from the trees, shattering upon impact and dying on the spot. The ninjas behind him, seeing that the water barrier could not withstand the poison, were momentarily paralyzed with fear, their mouths agape in terror. Just when they thought they would meet the same fate as their comrade, a figure dashed past. Earth style, earth flow wall. Boom, boom. Walls of earth erupted from the ground, creating a barrier between them and the myriad of snakes. The poison penetrated one wall, resting on the surface of the second wall and gradually dripping down, causing no further harm. It was Kakashi who had saved these ninjas. Kakashi, gazing at the colossal serpent ahead, casually remarked, "Hold on tight, we're going up." With that, he formed another set of hand seals. Earth style, earth flow castle wall. The ground trembled beneath them, rapidly ascending, and moments later, a massive earthen wall rose, towering above even the giant snake, resembling a small mountain. Maki approached Kakashi, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you for the rescue. But it's not over yet. This place is still not safe. The myriad of snakes moves swiftly, and escaping outright is impossible. This earthen mound can provide temporary shelter. You all must use your ninjutsu to hinder it as much as possible." Kakashi stared at the mountains behind the myriad of snakes, deep in thought. This had to be the entrance to the dragon's cave, but why was it that the first thing they encountered was the myriad of snakes? It seemed rather suspicious, especially considering Inuzuka's earlier mention of fresh snake blood, indicating something was amiss within. Perhaps the elder ghost blade was already inside the dragon's cave. With his strength, he would surely emerge soon. What they needed most now was to buy time. The myriad of snakes focused on the rising mound, swiftly crawling towards it. Water style, water bullet technique. Kakashi rapidly formed hand seals, and a massive dragon-shaped wave roared forth, crashing into the myriad of snakes and momentarily submerging them. Lightning style, earth walk. Lightning coursed through the water, significantly amplifying the power of the water technique, and the myriad of snakes vanished within the electrified torrent. Was this the strength of Kakashi, the Leaf Village ninja? How formidable he was! Mastering earth, water, and lightning techniques truly exemplified the prowess of a ninja. The others watched in awe as Kakashi unleashed various ninjutsu, managing to suppress the myriad of snakes, their excitement bubbling over. Yet Kakashi furrowed his brow, a bitter smile tugging at his lips. If it were truly that simple, the myriad of snakes would not have become a summoned beast of the legendary Sannin. It was indeed troublesome. He knew well that they could not hope to defeat the myriad of snakes at this moment. Their only option was to delay and await the Elder Ghost Blade's arrival. From the moment they laid eyes on the myriad of snakes, they were doomed to be trapped. As the electrified water receded, the group noticed the absence of the giant serpent. Where had it gone? Behind us. It's behind us. In a panic, they turned to see the massive snake flicking its tongue, dangerously close to them. At such proximity, a single strike from the myriad of snakes would spell doom for them all. They had underestimated the serpent's capabilities, and now there was no chance to escape. I don't want to die. Several ninjas from Sunagakure collapsed to the ground, scrambling backward. Maki, in a moment of desperation, glared at the myriad of snakes, his wind blade gradually taking shape as he leapt toward the serpent's mouth. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed, but the giant snake remained unscathed. Maki's wind blade could not pierce its formidable scales. He withdrew, staring blankly into the snake's eyes, trembling in fear. Kakashi and the Inuzuka clan remained motionless, knowing that any sudden movement would attract the serpent's attention. "Kakashi-senpai, what should we do now?" Inuzuka's claw whispered from behind him. "When the serpent attacks, jump down the cliff and cling to the wall." Though Kakashi spoke with calmness, everyone understood the peril, while chakra could adhere them to the wall. If the giant snake attacked again, the tremors would dislodge them from their grip. This was undoubtedly a risk. However, Maki and the others had no chance to consider risks. They were closest to the myriad of snakes, and should it attack, they would surely perish. Survival rate 0. Maki swallowed hard, his body frozen in fear. The myriad of snakes opened its cavernous mouth, a gaping maw that loomed like a celestial prison, enveloping each heart in a shroud of impending death. Maki and the nearby ninjas closed their eyes, trembling as they murmured, "It's over. We're doomed." Just as the serpent was about to devour them, a voice thundered through the air. "Hey, that's enough. Close your mouth." Chapter 47, Get Lost. The voice rang out as if descending from the heavens, resonating with authority. The myriad of snakes instantly recognized the voice of the ghost blade, abruptly halting its attack. Maki and the others gasped for breath, the serpent's teeth now mere inches from them. The myriad of snakes closed its mouth and retreated, its gaze fixated on the direction of the cave. Jiang Chen stood atop the head of a green serpent, his presence commanding as his cloak billowed in the wind, the ghostly mask appearing almost divine in that moment. Finally, we are saved. Kakashi exhaled in relief, his body relaxing. Inuzuka's claw stared at Kakashi in astonishment, whispering, "Who is this person, Kakashi-senpai?" "This is the Elder Ghost Blade. His appearance signifies that this situation has been resolved. Just look at those children and the myriad of snakes' reaction, and it's clear," Kakashi replied nonchalantly. The other members of the Inuzuka clan gazed in shock at the two green serpents below, where children stood atop their heads, while the myriad of snakes remained still and silent. Their disbelief at the ghost blade's commanding presence was palpable. Could a single utterance compel the serpent to obey? The sight of the giant snake closing its mouth and remaining motionless was nothing short of awe-inspiring. Jiang Chen noted the scene before him, realizing it was far more magnificent than he had previously sensed. He had perceived the earlier battle in black and white, but now witnessed the vivid spectacle. "Hey, ninjas on top, come down. It's safe now. The myriad of snakes won't harm you." Jiang Chen called out to those atop the mountain. Despite his assurances, they remained skeptical. Could they truly leave the mound without fear of the myriad of snakes? They dared not take that risk. Kakashi stood up and urged the Inuzuka clan. "Let us go. Down the mountain." But what? If the myriad of snakes truly attacks, staying here means death as well. Think carefully. Kakashi tossed this statement over his shoulder as he turned to descend the mountain, the Inuzuka clan closely following. Maki and the others, considering the situation, realized that remaining on the mountaintop was equally perilous if the myriad of snakes chose to strike. Thus, they followed Kakashi down the mountain. The myriad of snakes fixed its gaze on the fleeing ninjas, yet its body remained immobile, although it yearned for a meal. The fear of the ghost blade outweighed its hunger. As the group ran beneath the serpent's neck, the myriad of snakes remained still, leaving everyone in shock. Ding! Congratulations to the elder brother for shocking Kakashi, Maki, and the other ninjas, earning 30,000 coins and 30 sword intent points. Current progress, 715,1000. Jiang Chen listened to the system's report in his mind, his heart soaring with joy. At this rate, leveling up his sword intent to the highest tier would not be difficult at all. He jumped down from the green serpent, holding Hinata, who had now regained consciousness. Her small hands gripping the ghost blade's arm, her little head nestled in his embrace. She blinked her adorable eyes, feeling the warmth of the ghost blade, a sensation that stirred a sense of familiarity within her. However, being so small, she failed to notice any abnormalities. Kakashi and Maki approached Jiang Chen, clasping their hands in gratitude. "Thank you, Elder Ghost Blade, for your timely intervention." Jiang Chen merely nodded in response, turning to Kakashi and stating, "Kakashi, among these missing children are those from the land of fire, the land of wind, and the land of water, totaling 100. Please escort them back and take Hinata with you to Konoha. My dear grandson is anxiously awaiting my return. Inform him to hasten back to the village." After releasing Hinata, she obediently leaned against Kakashi, peeking from behind him at the approaching serpent, trembling in fear. Jiang Chen knelt beside her, gently stroking her small head and reassuring her. Do not fear. I will make this great serpent vanish at once. With that, Jiang Chen rose and turned to the slithering serpent, bellowing, "Begone." His voice was filled with fury and authority, causing the once defiant serpent to freeze in place, terrified into retreat. In a puff of white smoke, it vanished. The onlookers stood in awe, shifting their gazes from the dissipating smoke back to Jiang Chen. To them, the ability to frighten away such a formidable summoning beast with mere words spoke volumes of the Ghost Blade's terrifying prowess. Maki committed this extraordinary event to memory. Ding! Congratulations to the elder brother for astonishing Kakashi and the other ninjas once again, earning 40,000 Ryo and 40 points of sword intent. Current progress, 7,551,000. Jiang Chen beamed at the advancing progress bar. He crouched down, extending his hand to Hinata, saying, "The serpent is gone. There's no need to be afraid. Shall we shake hands to say goodbye?" Hinata's adorable face flushed with shyness as she nodded, clasping his hand with a charming smile. Kakashi observed Jiang Chen's outstretched hand, his gaze lowered, remaining silent. Meanwhile, the Inuzuka clan members and their dogs retreated, attempting to distance themselves from the Ghost Blade. Kurama hid behind Inuzuka's claw, whimpering softly. Jiang Chen rose, dusting off his hands, and declared, "All right, that's enough. You may return now. I must take my leave. Until we meet again." With that, he vanished in an instant. Senior Kakashi, was that the body flicker technique? Inuzuka's claw exhaled in astonishment. That was not the body flicker technique. It was purely physical prowess. I never anticipated such speed. It reminds me of someone, Kakashi mused. Gazing in the direction Jiang Chen had departed, lost in thought, the image of his mentor surfacing in his mind. Maki, leading the children from the land of wind, once again expressed gratitude to Kakashi and the others before they bid farewell. Kakashi leaned closer to Inuzuka's claw, quietly instructing, "Did you catch a whiff of Elder Ghost Blade scent? When we return, please help me ascertain if it is the same." Inuzuka's claw stared at Kakashi in confusion, nodding mechanically. Kakashi's mind wandered back to the Ghost Blade's right hand, which appeared unusually smooth and youthful, devoid of the withered wrinkles of age. 50 years prior, the Ghost Blade, at the age of 12 or 13, had cleaved a meteor to save Konoha. Now, at around 62 or 63, how could such an elderly figure possess the arms of a child? Was he perhaps immortal? If his youthful appearance could be attributed to a secret technique, what then of the silver hair beneath his cloak, identical to Jiang Chen's? Hair cannot lie, after all. His observations had been quite clear. The texture of that silver hair was distinctly that of a youth. If his deductions were correct, the Ghost Blade was none other than the present-day Jiang Chen. Chapter 48. I am your brother. Kakashi was acutely aware of the audacity of this conjecture, for it presented an astonishing enigma. If the Ghost Blade truly was Jiang Chen, how had he managed to retain his youthful visage for 50 years? It was an unfathomable mystery. The children rescued from Konoha, eager to return and report their deliverance, hastened their journey, promptly dispatching carrier pigeons to Konoha. That evening, Jiang Chen, utilizing his extraordinary speed, returned to Konoha well before sunset. Outside the Hokage Tower, the villagers were in a state of unrest. Will you not take action? It has been a day without any news of my child. Please, let Lord Hokage emerge and provide us with answers. If anything has happened to my child, I cannot continue to live. Their clamoring drew the third Hokage, who paced anxiously on the second floor, glancing repeatedly towards the west. Suddenly, a figure leapt into the room. Jiang Chen, what brings you here? The third Hokage's worried expression transformed into a smile. Lord Third Hokage, my grandfather has already ventured to the Dragon Cave and rescued all the children. Kakashi-sensei is currently escorting them back, and I came to inform you, fearing you might be anxious. What? Is that true? The third Hokage's eyes sparkled with joy as he set aside his pipe, his excitement palpable. Indeed. My grandfather relayed this to me, and I hurried to Konoha to await Hinata's return. Excellent. Wonderful. The third Hokage exclaimed, grinning widely as he took several deep puffs from his pipe and rushed to the rooftop. Look, the third Hokage has emerged. Lord Third Hokage, what news do you have regarding our children? As soon as he appeared, the clamoring resumed. Please, everyone quiet down. Your children have been rescued and are safe. Kakashi and the others are on their way back. If you are eager, feel free to meet them at the village entrance. The third Hokage's voice rang out clearly, prompting cheers of joy from the villagers, who quickly dispersed. Jiang Chen and the third Hokage sat together, discussing the intricacies of ninjutsu. Jiang Chen listened with great interest. Even finding ninjutsu to be the most impressive art, he secretly resolved to master it, resorting to his sword only as a last resort. Several hours later, the sounds of joy, wails, and children's cries echoed through the tranquil night at the village entrance. Kakashi and the Inuzuka clan witnessed the heartwarming reunion of the lost children, revealing the softer sides of their hearts. Gazing at the starry sky, Kakashi murmured, "Father, how are you? Rin, Obito, are you all well?" In that moment, the sky seemed to conjure the image of his father's silhouette, Rin's smile, and Obito's final words beneath the weight of a boulder. Kakashi exhaled deeply, adjusting his left forehead protector. Let us report back to Lord Third Hokage. The Hyuga clan, busy with their affairs, remained unaware that Hinata had been rescued and thus had not sent anyone to fetch her. Kakashi escorted Hinata to the second floor of the Hokage Tower. You have all worked hard. This mission was timely, and it is truly wonderful that everyone has been brought back safely. Lord Third Hokage. It was Elder Ghostblade who rescued the children. We played a minor role in this. Our lives were saved by Elder Ghostblade. I feel quite ashamed, Kakashi said, scratching his head, his gaze shifting to Jiang Chen as he slightly bowed to Inuzuka's claw. Meanwhile, Kurama cowered in a corner, hesitant to approach. Inuzuka's claw whispered something to him, and after trembling, Kurama cast a quick glance at Jiang Chen. But that single glance was enough. He quickly lowered his head, avoiding eye contact. Jiang Chen frowned, turmoil stirring within him. This was problematic. The Inuzuka clan had keen senses, and encountering both identities in a single day could have exposed him. Kakashi had begun to harbor doubts about his true identity, and Jiang Chen felt utterly helpless. This meant that both the Inuzuka clan and Kakashi were now aware of his true self, and if he were absent, Kakashi would undoubtedly inform the third Hokage. What was he to do? Jiang Chen was as anxious as an ant on a hot stove. If he were to acknowledge his identity, how could he explain the past 50 years? Yet, if he chose to remain silent, how could he account for the fact that both identities belonged to the same individual? This conundrum was undeniably perplexing. Kakashi, observing the troubled expression on Jiang Chen's face, became increasingly convinced of the truth. He turned to Jiang Chen with a smile and inquired, Lord Third Hokage, I believe I've met this young man before. He claims to be the grandson of the Ghostblade. Is that indeed the case? Kakashi's question momentarily startled Jiang Chen. What was Kakashi thinking? Why was he asking such a thing? Yes, he is the grandson of the Ghostblade, named Jiang Chen. Currently, he is in Irika's class at the Ninja Academy, and like his grandfather, he is a swordsman. Don't let his youth fool you. His swordsmanship is quite formidable, the third Hokage replied with a look of satisfaction. Kakashi nodded in agreement, moving closer to Jiang Chen and patting his shoulder with a smile. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. You must strive hard, Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen internally sighed, wishing he could strike Kakashi for his obvious knowledge of his identity. As it seemed he was deliberately posing as an elder to take advantage of him. He stood up and nodded respectfully. Thank you, Kakashi-sensei, for your kind words. I will do my best. Kakashi's smile only widened at Jiang Chen's response, making him feel increasingly awkward. He then turned to the third Hokage and said, Lord Third Hokage, I believe the Hyuga clan is likely anxious by now. I currently reside with them, and I am also Hinata's brother. I should escort her home. Very well, off you go, the third Hokage replied, waving his hand while continuing to smoke his pipe with a smile. As Jiang Chen led Hinata out of the shadowy building, the night had deepened. Little Hinata, having not rested well and having been hungry for quite some time, was now wobbling on her feet, staring blankly at the street vendors. Jiang Chen squatted in front of her and gently said, Come on, climb onto your brother's back. Let us hurry home, or Lord Hizashi will be waiting anxiously. I'll carry you back, and we can enjoy some delicious food afterward, all right? Hinata nodded earnestly and climbed onto Jiang Chen's back. Bathed in moonlight, he quickened his pace while ensuring to keep his movements steady. Brother Jiang, your back is so warm. Will you always treat me this well? Hinata's soft voice resonated in Jiang Chen's ears, evoking a sense of tenderness. He continued on, responding gently, Of course. I am your brother. I will always take care of you. Hinata, with her eyes closed and her delicate face resting against Jiang Chen's back, continued, "Brother, can you often take me and Naruto home? Can you not leave Konoha all the time? You haven't been in school lately. Naruto and I have been waiting for you, but you haven't shown up." Chapter 49. Kakashi and Jiang Chen's agreement. Hinata's innocent words pierced Jiang Chen's heart like a sharpened blade. Indeed, he had promised to escort Naruto and Hinata daily. Yet he had only fulfilled that promise once, leaving him feeling like an inadequate brother. He chose not to respond to Hinata and continued walking, his feet feeling heavier with each step. "Brother Jiang, please don't be angry. I'm not blaming you. I understand you're busy." Hinata is understanding, hee. After a prolonged silence, Hinata's words once again stirred Jiang Chen's heart, causing him to halt in his tracks, unable to take another step forward as a wave of sorrow washed over him. The night sky was exceptionally bright, the moon hanging high, and stars twinkling. As Jiang Chen gazed at a shooting star streaking across the sky, he closed his eyes and said, his voice choked with emotion, "Little Hinata, I promise you, I will often take you and Naruto home. I will never go back on my word." "Really? You're the best, brother," Hinata exclaimed joyfully. Closing her eyes and resting against Jiang Chen's back, her happy little face brushing against his clothes, as if lost in bliss. Jiang Chen pressed on, his heart already planning ahead. By the time he reached Hinata's home, she had fallen asleep on his back. When he handed her over to Hisashi, he noticed a smile on Hinata's lips, which caused his own to involuntarily curve upward, a warm current flowing through him. Rather than returning home to rest, Jiang Chen chose to walk in another direction. "All right, you followed me all the way. Now show yourself, Kakashi." He halted, calling out loudly without turning around. Kakashi emerged from the shadows, grinning as he approached Jiang Chen. "Just as expected from the Ghost Blade, you cannot escape my keen observation." Jiang Chen turned to face Kakashi, exhaling deeply. "Thank you for not exposing me in front of the third Hokage. Don't mention it. I've always supported Konoha. As for this identity issue, it may involve your own thoughts, which I am unaware of. So how could I reveal the truth? Rest assured, the Inuzuka clan will also keep this secret." "Fair enough. Do you have time to join me for a drink?" Jiang Chen suggested, glancing at a nearby establishment filled with revelry. "How about coming to my place?" "I'll grab some snacks," Kakashi replied, scratching his head. At that moment, Jiang Chen realized he was only 12 years old, and it was inappropriate for him to be drinking at a tavern. "All right, I'll wait for you here." As he watched Kakashi enter the tavern, Jiang Chen's mind was still grappling with how to divulge this matter. Kakashi's home was not far, and soon they returned with drinks and snacks. They sat across from each other, drinking. "Ghostblade, I've always wondered, how is it that after 50 years, you remain so youthful? Is there some secret technique?" Kakashi's question had long troubled Jiang Chen, a riddle he could not easily resolve. In desperation, he devised a plan. Rising to his feet, he bowed to Kakashi and said solemnly, "Kakashi-sensei, I must apologize. I've thought this through, and I wish to be honest with you, hoping you can help me keep it a secret." Kakashi was startled by Jiang Chen's unexpected behavior and quickly stood up. "Ghostblade, what do you mean? I am not actually the Ghostblade. My grandfather passed away years ago. I am Jiang Chen, merely inheriting my grandfather's will and playing the role of the Ghostblade to protect Konoha. My grandfather once said that while a person may perish, the will of fire shall endure eternally." As he spoke, Jiang Chen gazed out at the night sky, a profound smile gracing his lips. Hearing this, Kakashi was deeply shaken, scrutinizing Jiang Chen's every move. He sighed. "So, you plan to continue this way? If you intend to keep your identity hidden, I will help you, but eventually, both identities will be uncovered. Congratulations. You have astonished Kakashi, earning 20,000 currency and 20 sword intent. Progress, 775,1000. Jiang Chen smiled at Kakashi, declaring, "I intend to truly live as Jiang Chen. Let the name of the Ghost Blade remain forever in the hearts of the people." "So, you plan to live in Konoha as Jiang Chen, no longer masquerading as the Ghost Blade?" "Yes, I feel I owe Hinata and Naruto a promise that I must fulfill. As for Konoha, I shall continue to protect it in the name of Jiang Chen." Jiang Chen clenched his fists, his eyes radiating unwavering determination. Kakashi raised his glass, softly advising, "I suggest you do not spread the news of the Ghost Blade's passing. You may cease to play the role, but I hope that no one ever learns of the Ghost Blade's demise. This will provide Konoha with an invisible shield." Jiang Chen nodded, admiring Kakashi's multifaceted perspective. While he could relinquish the moniker of the Ghost Blade, He could not proclaim its extinction. To do so would invite war upon the present-day Konoha. How do you intend to live in Konoha from now on? Kakashi inquired, understanding that if Jiang Chen fully revealed his strength, future days would be fraught with challenges. With formidable strength, one will inevitably engage in more missions, leading to yet another prolonged separation for Hinata and Naruto, a scenario neither desires. Reluctantly, I choose not to reveal my true capabilities. I yearn for a life of normalcy, devoid of absurdity. Thus, I hope that Kakashi-sensei can grant me one request, to keep my secret forever. All right, I shall oblige, Kakashi responded without a hint of hesitation. The promptness of his reply shook Jiang Chen's heart, as he realized Kakashi might have intended from the outset to shield him from exposure. Regardless of the reasons behind his identity, Kakashi had no intention of unveiling it. Jiang Chen exhaled deeply. It was this incident of exposure that had prompted much reflection, especially after hearing Hinata's heart-wrenching inquiries, making him aware that he had nearly strayed from his original intent. His sole purpose was to care for Naruto and Hinata, to be a devoted older brother, not to seek invincibility or glory. This was the fundamental significance of his journey to Konoha. Having made this resolution, he felt an unexpected lightness within. Thank you, Kakashi-sensei, for your assistance. I look forward to your continued guidance. As they parted, Jiang Chen couldn't resist teasing Kakashi. Kakashi, known for his humor, chuckled and replied, "That is certainly not a problem, but what if you get so mad that you decide to take me down?" Haha. A light-hearted jest dispelled the previously serious atmosphere, and Jiang Chen, gripping the hilt of his demon blade, released it and assured, "Kakashi-sensei, rest assured. When I truly wish to duel, I shall utilize only ninjutsu, leaving my blade aside." "All right, you've said it, I won't hold back." Their laughter echoed, creating a harmonious camaraderie. After bidding farewell to Kakashi, Jiang Chen made his way to Naruto's room. Chapter 50, Learning Shadow Clone Technique. Little brother, can you conceal my inherent killing intent? As long as I don't release it, others won't sense it at all. Jiang Chen recalled the performance of the Inuzuka clan earlier that day, realizing he still struggled to control his natural aura of menace. Ding. Big brother, this is feasible, but it will cost 100,000 Rio. Do you confirm the sealing? What the heck? Is it really necessary to spend money just to seal my killing intent? Jiang Chen opened his balance and, seeing the lengthy digits, nodded in satisfaction, continuing, "All right then, if it costs money, so be it. It's just a small sum. I still have plenty." Confirm the sealing. Money deduction successful. The sealing of your inherent killing intent is complete. Enjoy your expenditure. Farewell. The system's robotic announcement left Jiang Chen utterly speechless. Must one only be deemed worthy through financial expenditure? The first farewell had even come with well wishes. Despite the completion of the sealing, he felt no discernible difference. Arriving at Naruto's house, he found it was late at night. Yet the lights in the room remained aglow. Silently, he approached the window and peered through the crack to observe. Naruto, clad in a white short-sleeved shirt, sat cross-legged on his bed, intently focused on his pillow. With closed eyes, beads of sweat cascaded down his cheeks, his body swaying slightly. Evidently having trained for a prolonged period, reaching his limit. Suddenly, with a thud, his head fell upon the bed, and Naruto slowly opened his eyes. Glancing at the clock beside him, and with a sudden surge of excitement, he exclaimed, "Yes. I've increased by 3 minutes compared to yesterday." With that, he collapsed back onto the bed, gasping for breath. Minutes later, Naruto secured his feet in the bandages at the head of the bed and began performing sit-ups. With each rise and fall, his shirt became drenched in sweat, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. Jiang Chen, witnessing this, felt a pang of sympathy. This little Naruto was working so hard, perhaps it was best not to disturb him. With a smile, Jiang Chen quietly departed. The following day, at the Ninja Academy, whispers circulated as Jiang Chen entered the classroom. Why has he been absent for so long? What brings him back today? My idol has finally returned. It's been days since I last saw him. How impressive is Jiang Chen, to be able to skip classes for so long. I envy him. Shush. Didn't Irika-sensei say he has that privilege? As Jiang Chen stepped into the classroom, a cacophony of voices erupted, revolving around him. Inuzuka Kiba, holding Akamaru, fixed his gaze upon Jiang Chen. The fear that once consumed him now vanished. Akamaru remained silent. Kiba looked curiously at Shino. Noticing the insects on Shino's face still wriggling, unaffected by Jiang Chen's presence. "Hey, Shino, Don't you feel any fear anymore? What is going on? Shino adjusted his glasses, his gaze fixed on Jiang Chen, not on Kiba. I'm not certain, but it's wonderful not to feel that fear. And to be honest, if you look closely, he really is quite handsome. Kiba's jaw dropped, and he nudged Shino playfully, whispering, Shino, it's one thing for the girls to praise him. But why are you doing it too? I'm merely stating the truth. Why are you upset? Are you perhaps jealous? Shino's words struck a chord, and Kiba pouted, moving away with Akamaru, casting a glance at the silent Sasuke, inwardly lamenting, one was already annoying enough, and now there's another. I hope he doesn't act all aloof like Sasuke, stealing all the attention. Jiang Chen took a seat beside Naruto, who stared blankly at him. Mouth agape, but unable to speak. Jiang Chen said nothing more, simply extending his fist towards Naruto with a gentle smile, saying, Naruto, I'm back. This simple phrase flowed into Naruto's heart like a warm current, and he beamed, extending his fist to meet Jiang Chen's, grinning like a child of 3 or 4. As Irika-sensei entered the classroom, ready to speak, he caught sight of Jiang Chen and momentarily forgot his words. Clearing his throat, he stood with his hands clasped behind him, and after a brief cough, announced, today's lesson will be on the shadow clone technique. The hand seals are simple, rat, snake, tiger, but it is crucial to control the distribution of chakra. I shall demonstrate for you now. Irika approached the podium and expertly performed the technique. With a puff of smoke, another Irika appeared before them. All right, have you all understood? We will now have some free practice. After half an hour, each of you will perform the shadow clone technique. Don't be nervous. This jutsu isn't as easy as it seems. Begin your practice. With that, Irika exited the classroom. Instantly, the classroom erupted into chaos, the sounds of shadow clones resonating repeatedly, enveloped in a cloud of white mist, a truly spectacular sight. Kiba's clone stood atop a desk chattering away, only to be silenced by Akamaru's bark, dissipating into a wisp of smoke, leaving Kiba burying his head in his arms, stars swirling in his eyes. Shikamaru repeatedly attempted the shadow clone technique, analyzing the ability and size of his clones, muttering, if the chakra distribution is uneven, the clones lack combat effectiveness. If the distribution is too small, they become too diminutive. Only by adjusting the chakra to an optimal, evenly divided ratio and maintaining focus can one succeed. Rat, snake, tiger, shadow clone technique. With a puff of smoke, a clone identical to Shikamaru materialized. Seeing Shikamaru succeed first, Naraino playfully punched him on the back of the head and leaned in, resting her chin on her hands. Shikamaru, can you share the technique with me? Me too. Me too. CHG chimed in, grinning. What a hassle. Shikamaru sighed, propping his chin on his palm. Fine, I'll write down the secret for you. Take it. The two eagerly accepted Shikamaru's notes, beaming with delight, while Ino waved the paper at Sakura, laughing heartily. Sakura, resolute as ever, turned her head away, pouting and refusing to glance at Ino, engrossed in her practice of the shadow clone technique. Sasuke, with his hands positioned before him, surveyed the lively scene within the room, his gaze still rife with a murderous intent, neglecting to engage in any ninjutsu practice. Naruto, disheartened, observed the minuscule clone before him, the size of his palm, and helplessly spread his hands. This marked his 10th attempt, yet the result remained unchanged. Just as despair began to envelop him, a pair of warm hands gently touched his head. Jiang Chen smiled as he approached Naruto. Nisan, you look a bit down, he remarked. How about I take you all outside for some practice this afternoon? Really? What about Irika-sensei? Naruto inquired, a flicker of hope in his eyes. Don't worry. I'll arrange a leave with him. But there's a condition. You must invite Hinata along. Otherwise, I won't take you, Jiang Chen replied. Naruto eagerly nodded, his face lighting up. All right, I'll go fetch her right away. Chapter 51. Moments of joy. With his hands clasped behind his head, Naruto approached Hinata, grinning widely. Hinata, join me for some training this afternoon. Nisan Jiang Chen is taking us to the woods. We can skip class. Hinata's cheeks flushed a deep crimson as her small hands covered her face, her heart whispering, do I really get to train with Naruto-kun? Naruto gave her a reassuring pat on the shoulder, asserting, it's settled then. We'll meet at 1 o'clock with Nisan. Don't be late. We'll wait for you at the village entrance. His touch only deepened Hinata's blush, and she lowered her gaze, unable to meet anyone's eyes. Irika-sensei entered the classroom, holding a roll call sheet and addressing the students. Don't be nervous. The results of this ninjutsu 1TB graded today. If anyone can complete it early, you may train freely afterward. Now, let us begin with the shadow clone technique. Inazuka Kiba, you're first. Huh, why am I the first? Kiba grumbled, reluctantly shuffling to the front while the others lined up behind him. Bang! As the white mist dissipated, only a clone the size of a book materialized before Kiba. Embarrassed, he scratched his head and sheepishly smiled. Sensei, I've improved. It's much larger than before. Is there any pride in such a small clone? Keep practicing. Next, Irika exclaimed, his patience wearing thin. Haha, what can something that small even do? Naruto laughed heartily, clutching his stomach. Kiba and Akamaru glared at Naruto, shouting, Naruto, stop laughing. Yours is even smaller than mine. You're the real underachiever. No, you are. Naruto shot back, their bickering prompting laughter from the class. Ino sighed, shaking her head. What a pair of fools. Sakura glared at Naruto, muttering, that big idiot Naruto just loves to embarrass himself. Go, Naruto. Hinata cheered, her face still aflame, her fingers fidgeting. Enough laughing, you two. You're equally hopeless. Quiet down. Irika thundered, marking an X behind Kiba, and continuing, Sakura, you're next. Bang. After a cloud of white mist, two identical Sakuras appeared. Well done. Irika praised with a smile, marking a check next to her name. Others like Ino, CHG, Shikamaru, and Shino successfully completed the technique as well. Sasuke swiftly formed seals, flawlessly executing the technique. Wow, Sasuke is so cool. He is so fast. I didn't even see him perform the seals. The girls in the class erupted into applause once more. Irika, astonished, declared, excellent. Next, Naruto. With great flair. Naruto attempted his seals. Bang. The smoke cleared to reveal a clone no taller than a few centimeters. Irika widened his eyes in disbelief, rendered speechless. The class erupted into laughter, mocking him. Still laughing? Yours is even smaller. You're the real underachiever. Kiba cackled, nearly falling over in laughter. Fuming, Naruto pouted defiantly. Humph. I just didn't perform well. I'll definitely do better tomorrow. Next, Jiang Chen. The class fell into a hushed silence, as if the world had paused. Kiba, like the others, swallowed nervously, speechless. Jiang Chen stepped forward, stating, Sensei, I'm not very skilled at ninjutsu. No problem. Just give it a try, Irika encouraged. Though he held a hint of trepidation regarding Jiang Chen due to their previous encounter, all eyes were on Jiang Chen. Holding their breath in anticipation of his clone's result, Jiang Chen proceeded to form the seals at a remarkably slow pace. Bang! After a puff of smoke, nothing appeared before him. What just happened? Why didn't anything manifest? Did the clone go somewhere else? The students whispered amongst themselves, wary of making too much noise. Irika gazed at Jiang Chen with concern. A lack of any clone indicated he had not mastered the technique at all. For now, Jiang Chen was indeed the class's underachiever. Noting the puzzled expressions of the students, Irika cleared his throat. Silence, please. After all, Jiang Chen has just started learning ninjutsu. With diligent practice, he will surely improve. Now, let us move on to the next. The students understood Irika's implication. It was clear that Jiang Chen was the lowest performer in the class. Irika's focus remained on Jiang Chen, anxious he might take offense. However, what happened next astonished everyone. Jiang Chen walked over to Naruto, spreading his hands with a grin. Naruto, you're far more impressive than me. You can summon clones. While I couldn't summon anything, it seems I am the true underachiever in class. Haha, I guess no one will call you that anymore. He even patted Naruto on the shoulder. The class stared wide-eyed at Jiang Chen, unable to believe he would admit to being the underachiever while praising Naruto. Who would dare utter those words again? They swallowed hard, vowing never to speak of underachiever again. Kiba was left speechless, internally musing. The class's underachiever has now become Jiang Chen. He might just be the most impressive underachiever ever. Shino adjusted his glasses, whispering, whether it's true or not, the term underachiever may become taboo. This one seems to be someone even the teacher wouldn't dare provoke. Tears welling up in his eyes, Naruto looked at Jiang Chen's smile, his heart swelling with joy. In Jiang Chen's presence, he received nothing but praise and admiration. This was indeed the happiest moment. Jiang Chen noticed the astonished expressions of everyone else, feeling a great sense of satisfaction. It appeared his goal was accomplished. From now on, no one would call Naruto the underachiever again. As the evening drew near, the last rays of sunset painted the cheeks of the three friends in a warm, tender glow. Nisan, will you practice with us often from now on? Naruto eagerly inquired, sidling closer to Jiang Chen. Hinata, walking beside them, kept her head down but shared the same unspoken question in her heart. Jiang Chen clasped their small hands and replied, "My ninjutsu isn't yet perfected, so of course. I will practice with you both often. I hope to catch up to little Naruto and little Hinata soon. Tomorrow, I'll take you both out for training again. But for now, let us head home." "Yes, Nisan, you're the best." Naruto beamed brightly. Hinata, blushing, smiled joyfully. As the sun set, the shadows of the three stretched long, gradually fading into the distance. And just like those shadows, their moments of happiness would continue, day after day, without interruption. Chapter 52, Group Formation. The Freedom of Konoha. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura joined Kakashi's Team 7 in order to meet Jiang Chen's demands. The third Hokage and Kakashi designated him as a free agent. A free agent is allowed to choose any team to complete missions without being bound by Konoha's constraints, and can undertake tasks independently, with no restrictions on mission rank. Although this arrangement defies convention, it was the only means to satisfy Jiang Chen's original request. The sole concern for Konoha's higher-ups was whether Jiang Chen possessed the capability to complete missions alone, as he had graduated at the bottom of his class, raising fears he might become a burden to other teams. Except for Kakashi and the Inuzuka clan, nearly everyone regarded Jiang Chen with skepticism, including the third Hokage, who was deeply troubled. If Jiang Chen were to perish during a mission, how would he report to the Ghost Blade? And if Jiang Chen were to hinder his team, resulting in casualties, how would he account for that to the other ninjas? The third Hokage took a deep drag from his cigarette, exhaling a thick cloud of smoke, and sighed, "Ah, this truly is a conundrum. I wonder if Moonlight Gale can teach that boy anything." Currently, Team 7 had accepted a C-rank mission, escorting Tazuna back to the Land of Waves. The third Hokage assigned Moonlight Gale to be Jiang Chen's mentor, to instruct him in ninjutsu and swordsmanship. Within the Konoha forest, Moonlight Gale stood before Jiang Chen, meticulously explaining the application of chakra and the triggers for performing jutsu. "Jiang Chen, remember to make your hand seals swiftly, do not dawdle. I heard that your hand seals for the shadow clone technique were too slow during class, which resulted in failure. So, let us not rush to learn it. First, improve your speed with the hand seals." As he spoke, Moonlight Gale demonstrated the hand seals for the shadow clone technique at a snail's pace and continued, "Did you see that? Now, you give it a try." Jiang Chen lowered his gaze, observing the 3 hand seals for the shadow clone technique, shaking his head in resignation. "It seems my reputation as the underachiever is truly ingrained. To take a full minute demonstrating 3 hand seals, how much contempt do they hold for me? Fine, enough of this charade." He stepped up to Gale and, without hesitation, completed the hand seals in a second. Shadow clone technique. With a puff of smoke, Jiang Chen flawlessly executed the technique. Moonlight Gale's jaw dropped in astonishment, his previously sickly demeanor suddenly appearing invigorated. You actually performed the shadow clone technique so well. Why couldn't you do it during the exam?" "Beep. Congratulations. You have shocked Moonlight Gale and earned 5,000 coins, 5 points of sword intent. Current progress, 780-1000. Jiang Chen felt a mix of disbelief and triumph. Even the system seemed to underestimate the man before him, awarding him only 5 points of sword intent. It was clear that he needed to find a new teacher. As he observed Gale's astonished expression, Jiang Chen couldn't help but mock internally. "This is the reaction I wanted. You truly thought I was the underdog. Just because I'm a free agent, you've spoken ill of me. It seems the tiger has masqueraded as a cat for so long that you've genuinely mistaken me for one. Ahem, Gale-senpai, do you have any higher-level ninjutsu to teach me?" Seeing Jiang Chen execute the shadow clone technique with such ease left Gale in turmoil. Why had this boy intentionally underperformed during the graduation exam? Even if the third Hokage hadn't specially approved his graduation, he could have relied on his own strength to pass as a ninja. "Jiang Chen, since you can perform the shadow clone technique, why did you fail to demonstrate anything during the graduation exam?" Unfazed by Gale's inquiry, Jiang Chen responded nonchalantly, "It was a spur-of-the-moment decision, nothing more." "Ahem," Gale coughed lightly. "Knowing your health is poor, perhaps we should skip practice for today?" Jiang Chen's words were infuriating, and his pretentious demeanor greatly annoyed Moonlight Gale. "I'm perfectly fine. Next, we'll practice the shadow clone technique. It's quite simple. I'll demonstrate it once, and I'm sure you'll be able to learn it." With that, Gale intentionally increased the speed of his hand seals to the maximum. Shadow clone technique. Boom. In a burst of white mist, 3 shadow clones appeared beside Gale. standing with his hands behind his back. He said, "Did you see that? This technique isn't difficult. Practice it yourself. I'll leave a shadow clone here to report to the Hokage." Without waiting for Jiang Chen's response, Gale departed the Konoha forest towards the Hokage's office. The three shadow clones mirrored Gale's fatigued appearance. Shadow clones. They can be summoned at will. Without a second thought, Jiang Chen swiftly formed hand seals. Shadow clone technique. In an instant, dozens of shadow clones surrounded Gale's three clones. Before Gale could react, the multitude of shadow clones quickly formed hand seals. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Boom. Dozens of fireballs engulfed the area in crimson flames, instantly annihilating Gale's three clones. As Gale entered Konoha village, he sensed the chaos and stood frozen in shock, narrowing his eyes and gritting his teeth as he glared towards the Konoha forest. That boy, Jiang Chen, is definitely hiding something. I must report this to the third Hokage. Beep. Congratulations, you have shocked Moonlight Gale again and earned 5,000 coins, 5 points of sword intent. Current progress, 785-1000. Hearing the mechanical voice of the system, a smirk crept across Jiang Chen's face. Haha, success. I wonder how long you can maintain this FAOD. Just thinking about how Yuzuki Yugao is his woman makes me want to punch him. How could he possibly think of me as his master? Isn't that just asking for trouble? Jiang Chen dismissed his shadow clones and strolled towards the riverbank. Hey, are you a swordsman as well? A melodious female voice called from behind, causing Jiang Chen to turn abruptly. With purple hair, exquisite features, and sparkling eyes, she glared at him. Her right shoulder marked with the red emblem of the umbu. This was none other than Moonlight Gale's woman, Yuzuki Yugao. What a coincidence. Jiang Chen smiled and said, Yugao-senpai, what brings you here? Her piercing gaze remained cold. Answer my question. Are you also a swordsman? Sort of, but I prefer using ninjutsu now. Jiang Chen shrugged, feigning disinterest. Yugao drew her long sword, her voice icy. I want to spar with you. Jiang Chen was speechless. Was this woman out of her mind? She suddenly appears and demands a sparring match. Yugao-senpai, I really don't want to fight you. Besides, if you want me to draw my sword, there should be a good reason. Without hesitation, Yugao quickened her pace and charged at Jiang Chen, her beautiful eyes narrowed. Because you obstructed Gale's Shunshin. Chapter 53. Yuzuki Yugao and Jiang Chen with her long sword in hand, her graceful figure and flowing purple hair. The icy aura of this goddess made Jiang Chen shake his head in exasperation. It seems Gale is quite fortunate, given his sickly appearance. He hardly seems worthy of Yuzuki Yugao. With a swift motion, her long sword cleaved towards Jiang Chen, striking without mercy. Swish. The blade hit, and Jiang Chen's right shoulder split in two. Yugao raised her gaze, her purple hair obscuring one side of her face, and leaped backward. She was acutely aware that this was not the sensation of striking flesh. Raising her sword defensively, she scanned the surrounding trees. Bang! In a burst of white mist, the Jiang Chen who had just been struck transformed into a wooden stump. Yugao had deduced correctly. It was indeed a substitution technique. Jiang Chen must be hiding somewhere in the woods. Jiang Chen, speak the truth. What is your purpose in concealing your strength and playing the underdog? Jiang Chen stood concealed in the foliage, observing Yugao's every move through the dense leaves, remaining silent. He found himself at a loss. He was hiding his strength merely for Naruto's sake, yet it seemed to have been misconstrued as a conspiracy. Was it possible that from the moment she evaded the gale, Xiang had been covertly observing him? Was this motivated by duty or personal intent? Could it be that the third Hokage harbored doubts about him? Jiang Chen's brow furrowed, and as he contemplated the chain of events, his admiration for the third Hokage diminished considerably. Logically, the third Hokage should not have set the umbu to monitor him. What was truly occurring? Jiang Chen pondered. Feeling that there was something amiss, the only way to uncover the truth was to confront the third Hokage directly. Even if he defeated Xiang, he could not extract any information from her. There was a risk that he could inadvertently drive her to despair. Yet, it was undeniable that he must first overcome Xiang. He could not allow her to persist in pursuing him. Xiang was intently focused on the surrounding trees, her beautiful eyes slightly lowered. Suddenly, a deep voice resonated from below. Earth release, decapitating technique. Jiang Chen's hands emerged from the ground, reaching for Xiang's ankles. Swiftly, Xiang leapt, adeptly evading the attack and executing a 180-degree swing of her katana, the blade creating a crescent-shaped afterimage as her arm rotated gracefully. With a technique from the Leaf Village's swordsmanship, obscured moonlit night, numerous sword strikes manifested, their realities indistinguishable. This was indeed Xiang's ultimate technique. Reluctantly, Jiang Chen gazed at the airborne, purple-haired Xiang, feeling an overwhelming sense of regret. Will you not draw your sword? If you perish, do not blame me, he remarked, glancing at the demon blade behind him with a wry smile. Perhaps it is best to refrain. Should I draw my blade, you would surely meet your demise. Though you are my elder, I have no desire to harm my comrades, especially a woman. Moreover, your blade lacks any lethal intent. Truly a foolish man, Xiang retorted, her brow furrowed, biting her lip. As her sword technique culminated, the afterimages descended, rendering the real from the illusion indistinguishable. Jiang Chen retreated, his feet skimming the river's surface. Water release, water bullet technique. A colossal water dragon surged from beneath Jiang Chen, soaring into the air with a roar, its gaping maw engulfing Xiang's countless sword shadows. Water release, hidden mist technique. Xiang, wielding her blade, cleaved the water dragon in twain. As the remnants of the water bullets cascaded down, Xiang found herself drenched, her violet tresses dripping with droplets. The setting sun illuminated her hair, casting a radiant glow. She gasped for breath. The recent exertion had drained her stamina significantly. Suddenly, she lifted her gaze toward the surface of the water, where Jiang Chen's figure was becoming increasingly indistinct, the space around her growing ever more challenging to discern. Stunned, Xiang bit her lip, astonished. How could Jiang Chen possess such a multitude of ninjutsu? He was akin to a second Kakashi, far from the capabilities of a mere freshly graduated genin. He was comparable to an elite J-nin. A notification chimed. Congratulations. You have astonished Ayazuki Xiang, earning 5,000 coins and 5 sword intent points. Current progress, 790-1000. Concealed within the thick fog, Jiang Chen lowered his voice to a whisper, gradually closing in on Xiang. With his eyes shut, he activated his sensory perception, akin to possessing the Sharingan, allowing him to perceive the scene with clarity despite the obscuring mist. Xiang, lacking the Sharingan, realized her predicament. The dense fog rendered her helpless, leaving her to endure whatever fate awaited her. Nonetheless, she clutched her katana with unwavering resolve. With a swift motion, Jiang Chen struck her neck from behind. She felt a darkness envelop her, collapsing into Jiang Chen's embrace. At 14, Jiang Chen had grown to 170 centimeters, while the 22-year-old Xiang stood at 169, 2 centimeters, weighing 55 kilograms. Though their heights were comparable, Xiang appeared slightly taller. Jiang Chen held her tightly, finding it manageable to carry her, yet her height made movement cumbersome. He opted to throw her over his shoulder and flew toward Konoha village. As he navigated through the trees, the scent of Xiang's fragrance repeatedly tempted his thoughts. Were it not for his lingering feelings for Naoko Shizuka, he might have succumbed to base desires, for no one was watching. He suppressed his inner urges and continued onward. On the rooftop of the Hokage Tower, Shifeng stood behind the third Hokage, articulating his views on Jiang Chen. The third Hokage, puffing on his pipe, gazed out over the village and said, Shifeng, until I fully understand this matter, do not speak of it to anyone. I will have a word with Jiang Chen. Yes, Hokage-sama, Shifeng replied with a bow. Just then, Jiang Chen emerged onto the rooftop, carrying Xiang. The third Hokage and Shifeng looked on in shock. Jiang Chen's speed had been astonishing. Had one not known better, they might have mistaken him for the Yellow Flash. Before Jiang Chen could steady himself, Shifeng, with bloodshot eyes, leapt forward, throwing a punch at Jiang Chen, completely disregarding the presence of the third Hokage. Instinctively, Jiang Chen took several steps back to dodge the blow, exclaiming, What are you doing? You scoundrel! Put Xiang down. What have you done to her? Jiang Chen's heart raced at Shifeng's frantic demeanor. He had not anticipated the usually frail Shifeng to lose his composure in such a manner. I have done nothing. Here, take her back, Shifeng retorted, proficiently rousing Xiang from her stupor. Observing the two exchange intimate glances, Jiang Chen shook his head and approached the third Hokage. Hokage-sama, could you enlighten me as to why Ayazuki Xiang was assigned to surveil me in secret? The third Hokage exhaled a puff of smoke. Come, let us discuss this inside. Jiang Chen followed the third Hokage into the room. Shifeng, with his eyes ablaze with fury, glared at Jiang Chen as if he wished to end his life. Noticing Shifeng's hostile gaze, Jiang Chen whispered, pointing toward the direction of the Konoha forest. If you wish to duel, await my emergence. I will be in the Konoha forest. Chapter 54. Moonlight Gale. Jiang Chen. The third Hokage sat in his chair, taking a few more puffs from his pipe. Jiang Chen, before I address your inquiries, could you explain why you have concealed your abilities? If I recall correctly, you once stated that neither you nor your grandfather could condense chakra. Yet now, you not only possess the ability to condense chakra, but do so with remarkable finesse. Could you share the reason? The third Hokage's tone was exceedingly gentle, reminiscent of a grandfather addressing his grandson. Hokage-sama, I merely find it amusing. There are no ulterior motives, and the ninjutsu I utilize is self-taught, unrelated to my grandfather. Jiang Chen replied firmly, unable to forgive the third Hokage's actions and unwilling to offer further explanations. Ah, dear me. The third Hokage sighed repeatedly with closed eyes. Retrieving Jiang Chen's ninja dossier. I have never doubted you. The decision to monitor you was collective, not my personal choice. The demon blade has rendered great service to Konoha. How could I distrust his grandson? His words conveyed a profound sense of helplessness. Jiang Chen then realized that the decisions of Konoha's higher-ups were not solely dictated by the third Hokage. If that scoundrel Danzo insisted on surveilling him to glean information on the demon blade, any discovery that could jeopardize Konoha would prompt immediate action. Such a proposition would not be easily dismissed by the higher-ups. The source of this predicament undoubtedly lay with that old rogue Danzo. Thinking of Danzo filled Jiang Chen with a desire for vengeance, especially knowing the Hokage was aware of Danzo's many nefarious deeds, ambushing Uchiha Shisui, seizing Shisui's Sharingan, and repeatedly attempting to assassinate Kakashi to replenish the Sharingan. Truly, he had committed countless misdeeds. Realizing he had misjudged the third Hokage, Jiang Chen's resentment began to dissipate, replaced by a sense of guilt. Jiang Chen, do you enjoy studying ninjutsu? The third Hokage inquired gently. Jiang Chen nodded. He certainly had a fondness for ninjutsu. In his eyes, it was far more impressive than swordsmanship. However, he had only learned some basic techniques from Kakashi, and many advanced jutsus remained beyond his grasp. Haha. As long as you enjoy it, I can teach you some ninjutsu when you have time, provided you can master them, he said. Really? Jiang Chen exclaimed, his eyes widening with excitement. He understood well that the third Hokage was a master of ninjutsu, possessing an extensive repertoire of high-level techniques, and having mastered the 5 nature transformations. To receive training from the third Hokage would undoubtedly elevate his skills in ninjutsu. At that moment, only a fool would decline. Indeed it is. The third Hokage responded with a gentle smile, the wrinkles on his face appearing tender. Great. I will come to you for lessons whenever I can, Jiang Chen said eagerly. That is acceptable, but you must wait until I have time, the Hokage replied. Jiang Chen beamed like a child, bowing deeply to the third Hokage. Suddenly, he recalled something. Hokage-sama, may I ask you for a favor? I do not wish to have Moonlight Gale as my master. He is simply not my match at this moment. Oh, the third Hokage's expression momentarily froze, but he quickly resumed his smile and continued. Then who do you wish to be your master? Jiraiya-senpai, Jiang Chen replied resolutely, without a hint of hesitation. The Hokage coughed violently, the smoke not yet expelled from his mouth. After a few moments, he regained his composure. Jiraiya is not in Konoha. If you can locate him, I can facilitate communication, but he is quite a free spirit. Are you certain you wish to apprentice under him? Yes. I hope Hokage-sama can help me find Jiraiya-senpai's whereabouts. I wish to become his disciple as soon as possible. Very well, I will arrange for someone to assist you, but whether he accepts you depends on your own efforts. Understood. I will strive diligently. Jiang Chen nodded earnestly, as he planned to become Jiraiya's apprentice before the Nin exams, so as not to delay Naruto. It was only by becoming Jiraiya's disciple that he could fulfill the boast he made in the village of Natsu. With the third Hokage's promise, he simply had to await news. In the Konoha forest, the scene was set where Jiang Chen and Xian had previously dueled. Moonlight Gale stood furiously, gripping his katana, unyielding despite Xian's attempts to dissuade him. To him, witnessing his beloved woman harmed by Jiang Chen and being carried in his arms was a slight he could not bear. At this moment, notions of morality and the hierarchy of shinobi were irrelevant. He solely desired to teach Jiang Chen a lesson. Apologies for keeping you waiting. Jiang Chen emerged from the woods, a smirk of disdain plastered across his face. Upon seeing him, Xian lowered her gaze, recalling her defeat and the embarrassment of being held before Gale, flushing with shame. Jiang Chen, although you have just graduated. Defeating Xian means that a duel with me is not entirely unfair. Consider this match as practical training. If my blows inflict severe injury upon you, do not hold it against me. After all, in real combat, no one shows mercy. Gale's eyes blazed with intensity, his words laced with lethal intent. Jiang Chen was a top-tier swordsman, and he could feel the murderous aura emanating from Gale's katana. He chuckled inwardly, thinking, what a ridiculous notion. I have not even touched Xian, and he wishes to kill me. Truly absurd. Were you not a Konoha shinobi, I would have dispatched you with little hesitation. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Crescent Moon Dance. Without further pleasantries, Gale created 2 clones, brandishing his sword to unleash his signature technique. Jiang Chen, draw your blade. The clones and the original Gale moved in a swift flurry, striking towards Jiang Chen. Shaking his head, Jiang Chen fixed his gaze on Gale. I need not draw my sword to deal with you. Fire style, Fireball Jutsu. A colossal fireball soared into the sky, engulfing the 2 clones in an instant. As the smoke cleared, the shadow clones vanished. Gale, now in his original form, swung his sword in a horizontal strike, aiming for Jiang Chen's waist. Jiang Chen could not help but scoff, thinking, this is not merely heavy-handedness. This is a clear attempt on my life. Had I only possessed the strength of a genin, that swift slash would have surely severed me in 2. Jiang Chen leaped to evade the incoming attack. Gale's feet stomped the ground, conjuring an illusion. Secret Sword, Moon Shadow. He executed his ultimate technique, sending forth indistinguishable shadows into the air, leaving Jiang Chen uncertain of which was real. Observing the approaching phantoms, Jiang Chen murmured, you truly overestimate me, employing 2 secret techniques in succession, yet you still underestimate my capabilities by not utilizing the body flicker technique. Earth Style, Earth Stone Dragon. Jiang Chen swiftly formed hand seals, and a formidable earth dragon erupted from beneath him, roaring and opening its massive jaws towards the heavens. At that moment, Gale was already airborne, unable to evade the swiftly approaching earth dragon. Gale, watch out! Xian shouted urgently. Gale's heart raced as he glanced at the earth dragon below him. Chapter 55. Complete victory over Gale. The earth dragon's assault was ferocious, and with its gaping maw, Gale had no means to block it with his katana. In a moment of desperation, he hastily formed hand seals. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Utilizing the shadow clones to shift his position midair, he narrowly escaped. The earth dragon consumed Gale's shadow clone in a heartbeat, dissipating it into white smoke. Gale panted heavily, glaring fiercely at Jiang Chen. Had he not been seasoned by countless battles, he would have already met his demise. Facing such a formidable Jiang Chen, the ease on Gale's face faded, replaced by heightened vigilance and seriousness. Well done. You've impressed me. This is the first time I've used the body flicker technique against a genin. Last time you blocked my attack, but this time, you won't be so fortunate. With that, Gale's form slowly faded from view. Xian instinctively stepped back, hesitating to speak, but ultimately shouted, Jiang Chen, you should concede. You cannot win against Gale's body flicker technique. Please, do not act recklessly. Do not kill him. Her beautiful eyes were locked in fear, her lips pressed tightly together as she anxiously gazed at Jiang Chen. Seeing her expression, Jiang Chen could not help but smirk. Drawing out a kunai. Impossible? In my realm, anything is possible. His bold declaration left Xian wide-eyed, murmuring, where does this confidence stem from? Jiang Chen closed his eyes. The environment around him grew eerily quiet, every detail sharpened to clarity. The swaying branches, the flowing river, the drifting leaves, each movement was vividly tangible. In that instant, a murderous intent surged from behind. Clang! Jiang Chen spun around, the kunai perfectly intercepting Gale's katana. Gale's expression shifted to shock as he withdrew his weapon and vanished once more. Observing Jiang Chen with closed eyes, he marveled, what is this? How can he so accurately determine my position? It cannot be the Sharingan. He possesses no special ocular jutsu. How does he know where I am? Could it merely be coincidence? No, that is utterly impossible. Regaining his composure, Gale swung his sword again, striking downwards. Clang! Jiang Chen sidestepped, his kunai once more intercepting the katana with precision. Gale repeatedly disappeared and reappeared, yet Jiang Chen flawlessly thwarted each of his strikes. Xian stood in astonishment, her mouth agape in disbelief. How is this possible? He managed to intercept Gale's body flicker technique with his eyes closed. This is beyond comprehension. Ding! Congratulations. You have astonished Madaki Shiyan, earning 5,000 Rio, 5 sword intent points. Current progress, 795-1000. Gale stood several dozen meters away, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead as he tightened his grip on his katana. This kid had truly seen through his body flicker technique. And it was not mere coincidence. How could this be? Jiang Chen turned to face the direction of the raging wind, a smile spreading across his face as he said, "All right. I have indulged you long enough. If you still believe you can defeat me using the technique of phasing, feel free to try again. But I cannot guarantee I will show mercy next time." The wind, stunned, stood frozen in place, bewildered by Jiang Chen's ability to locate him even while he was concealed. Regardless of how Jiang Chen discerned his position, the outcome of this duel was abundantly clear. The wind had lost. Jiang Chen was right. Had he not intercepted the katana at the very first moment, he would have been defeated long ago. As he released the phasing technique, the wind sheathed his katana behind his back and approached Jiang Chen, offering a slight bow as he admitted, "I concede. I will report this matter to the third Hokage. I can no longer be your mentor. As for Shiyan, I trust you have done nothing to her." Jiang Chen retracted his kunai. A frown etched across his forehead as he replied in a low voice, "Senior Wind, I bear you no ill will. From the very beginning, you should have trusted that I would never harm Senior Shiyan." He then walked over to Shiyan, a smile returning to his face as he continued. "As for the matter of being followed, there is no need for such concerns in the future. I have no intentions of harming Konoha. If I truly wished to do so, no one in the village could stop me. Go back and inform Danzo, that old fool. If he sends anyone to monitor me, I shall eliminate them." Jiang Chen's tone suddenly turned ominous, and had Shiyan not known him to be a good person, she might have been frightened to the point of collapse by this 14-year-old boy. "Oh, and Senior Wind, you needn't worry about the Hokage. I have already spoken with him, and he will not blame you. Additionally, I have urgent matters to attend to in the Land of Waves. Please convey this to the Hokage." The wind nodded gently. Jiang Chen glanced at Shiyan before vanishing into the forest. Within the borders of the Land of Waves, the mist-covered lake reflected Jiang Chen's heightened senses, allowing him to perceive every blade of grass and tree with startling clarity. Utilizing his extraordinary perception, he gradually sought out Zabuza and Kakashi. Coincidentally, it was the very moment that Kakashi was engaged in battle with Zabuza, and Jiang Chen could distinctly sense the duel. Even observing the sequence of hand seals for the water release, great waterfall technique, concealed behind a tree, Jiang Chen awaited the conclusion of the battle, as what he intended to do could only commence after Kakashi and the others had departed. After Zabuza and Haku left, Kakashi was escorted back to the village by Naruto and his companions. Zabuza, seated on the ground with bloodshot eyes, was surrounded by steel needles stained with blood. Haku, holding a mask, smiled as he said, "Zabuza, the mist has cleared. Next time should be without issue, right?" With reddened eyes, Zabuza glared ahead and declared, "Next time, I shall see through your Sharingan." Just as they prepared to leave, Jiang Chen stepped out from behind the tree, proclaiming loudly, "I fear that even if you truly see through the Sharingan, victory is not guaranteed." Haku's beautiful face suddenly twisted with anger as he brandished the steel needle. "Who are you?" As Jiang Chen approached, the unmistakable Leaf Village headband on his brow caught Zabuza's attention, and he furiously shouted, "You little brat from Konoha. Do you have any idea who you're speaking to? Do you think I cannot kill you?" Zabuza attempted to rise, but his body remained numb, thwarting his efforts. "Mr. Zabuza." Haku positioned the steel needle before him, glaring at Jiang Chen. "If you seek a fight, I shall accompany you. Haha, do not be alarmed. I will not take advantage of you in your weakened state. I have but one request. Once Zabuza has recovered, I wish to duel him." Jiang Chen pointed to the demon's sword at his back, adding, "As you can see, I too am a swordsman, and I intend to challenge all who are worthy of such a duel." "You are far too arrogant," Zabuza roared. Jiang Chen sighed deeply, casting a nonchalant glance at Zabuza. "Do not misunderstand. I am not here to negotiate. If you refuse the duel, I will seek you out regardless. But rest assured, as long as you engage with me, I will handle those pursuing you from the mist. Umbu. Chapter 56. The agreement with Zabuza. Haku's pupils widened in disbelief as he stared at Jiang Chen, shock evident on his face. "Who are you? How do you know there are Umbu from the mist nearby?" Zabuza, equally astonished, scrutinized Jiang Chen, who appeared to be merely a child of similar age to Haku, yet exuded such confidence in challenging the 7 ninja swordsmen. Furthermore, He knew that the Umbu were lurking close by. In that moment, Jiang Chen's mysterious aura and self-assurance left both of them utterly astounded. Ding! Congratulations. You have shocked Zabuza and Haku, earning 30,000 coins and 30 sword intent points. Current progress, 825-1000. I not only know that the Umbu are tracking Zabuza, but I also know that Kato is your employer, haha. As Jiang Chen anticipated, upon mentioning Kato, their expressions shifted to one of renewed shock, though this time the system's voice did not chime. He continued, 3 days from now, here at this very spot, I hope Mr. Zabuza will not disappoint. If you dare not show, that is acceptable. Jiang Chen's expression was one of utter disdain, deliberately provoking Zabuza. Humph, do you think I would fear a little brat like you? I shall certainly return in 3 days to take your life. Zabuza glared, letting out a cold huff. That is for the best, haha. Jiang Chen waved him off, heading in the direction of Naruto. Haku assisted Zabuza to his feet, casting a glance at Jiang Chen's retreating figure. Mr. Zabuza, this boy is not to be underestimated. Zabuza shot Haku a fierce look. Nonsense. Do you think I could possibly fear a child? Haku smiled as he performed a jutsu, and they gradually vanished from sight. Jiang Chen hurried a few steps, discreetly observing Naruto and Kakashi. The following day, in the forest, Kakashi leaned on his cane while instructing Team 7 on how to use chakra to ascend trees. Kakashi's explanations were thorough, and Jiang Chen hung upside down from a tree, keenly watching their practice. With nothing else to do for the next couple of days, it was quite entertaining to watch Naruto and Sasuke hone their tree climbing skills. Until the next day, in the forest, Naruto and Sasuke began their training early, the trees before them marred by countless blade marks. I will not concede, Naruto exclaimed, only to miss a foothold and plummet to the ground, gasping for breath. Sasuke fared similarly, but as he observed Naruto's increasing proximity to his height, he felt a surge of urgency. Both boys, panting heavily beneath the tree, licked their parched lips, each unwilling to yield to the other. Suddenly, 2 objects zipped through the air towards Naruto and Sasuke, their brows furrowing as they firmly grasped what had flown toward them. Huh, Cola? Who's that? They exclaimed in surprise, scanning their surroundings for the source of the soda. Stop searching, it's me. Jiang Chen emerged from behind the tree, grinning as he settled beside them. Brother Jiang Chen, how did you end up here? Naruto beamed widely. I happened to have a mission that brought me this way, so I thought I would check on you. Brother, do you undertake missions by yourself? Indeed. Upon hearing that Jiang Chen completed a mission independently, Naruto's excitement bubbled over, filled with admiration. Sasuke, furrowing his brow in disbelief, asked, how can you execute missions alone? Jiang Chen turned to him, spreading his hands casually as he replied, because I am strong enough to do so. Hence I can undertake missions freely. His words carried a hint of provocation, further igniting Sasuke's competitive spirit. Wasn't graduation supposed to be challenging? Haha. Graduation is entirely dependent on whether I wish to or not. You and little Naruto have graduated. Naturally, I had no reason to lag behind. The shadow clone technique is far too elementary to pose any challenge to me. With that, Jiang Chen swiftly formed hand seals and executed the shadow clone technique, creating 2 clones that appeared before them in a puff of smoke. Naruto shouted in excitement, brother, so you can do this too. Jiang Chen nodded affirmatively. Sasuke's body began to tremble as he glared silently at Jiang Chen. Naruto, filled with enthusiasm, tugged at Jiang Chen's arm and pointed towards the trees ahead. Brother, do you know how to control chakra? Look how high I can run, haha. Jiang Chen smiled at Naruto and Sasuke, gradually approaching the trees with ease, ascending to the highest point and hanging upside down from a branch. Little Naruto, do you see whether I can or cannot do it? Haha, brother, you can do this too? I've been practicing so hard. You're truly amazing. Naruto exclaimed excitedly, only to quickly turn dejected, murmuring, so, brother is a genius. Not a failure after all. Jiang Chen descended from the tree, playfully patting Naruto's shoulder. Indeed, my status as a failure is but a facade. However, Naruto, you are no longer a failure either. I saw your performance in the battle against Zabuza. It was impressive. Hearing such praise from Jiang Chen made Naruto beam with joy, reminiscent of a child. Sasuke glared at Jiang Chen, his voice trembling. What exactly is your strength? Who knows? Jiang Chen casually replied, moving closer to Naruto. All right, I must complete my task now. Do not tell Kakashi-sensei about my visit. Farewell. Before Naruto could retain him, Jiang Chen vanished from sight. Sasuke stared at Jiang Chen's retreating figure, a fire igniting fiercely within him. The next day, in the promised forest, Jiang Chen stood waiting for Zabuza. Suddenly, a potent aura of killing intent emerged as Zabuza's executioner's blade descended like a meteor, aimed directly at Jiang Chen's head. The ground cracked with a deep gash as the blade embedded itself into the earth. Zabuza appeared beside the blade, staring at Jiang Chen with narrowed eyes, scoffing. "Well, you've got some guts to wait for me." "Not bad." Jiang Chen remained silent, extending his perception, clearly sensing Haku watching from a nearby branch. Courage is reliant on strength. Without strength, one cannot stand here. I advise you to give it your all, otherwise you may lose your life, Jiang Chen coldly remarked. A menacing aura radiating from his gaze, reminiscent of a ferocious beast. Haku's heart sank, frowning as he muttered, "What is this guy? Why does his killing intent feel so overwhelming? Even from this distance, I feel anxious." Zabuza's previously disdainful expression turned serious. The killing intent Jiang Chen had just released surpassed Zabuza's comprehension. As a master of silent assassination from the hidden mist village, known for his cold-blooded cruelty, the aura emanating from Jiang Chen made him uneasy. "Kid, state your name." "I, Zabuza, do not kill nameless individuals. To earn my acknowledgement is your honor." Jiang Chen snorted coldly, unleashing all his killing intent. In an instant, the surroundings were enveloped in an ominous aura, as if everyone were bathed in darkness. Zabuza stared at Jiang Chen, the astonishment in his eyes deepening as he repeatedly muttered, "This must be a trick. How is it possible for a child of 14 or 15 to possess such killing intent? This is simply inhuman." Haku trembled, fixating on Jiang Chen. "Ding. Congratulations, big brother." For shocking Zabuza and Haku, earning 40,000 coins, 40 sword intent, with the current progress bar at 865,1000. It seems this time the shock was significant. Even greater than last time by 10 points, haha. Minutes later, Zabuza and Haku's hearts gradually settled. He glared at Jiang Chen, no longer underestimating him, and exclaimed in surprise, "Who exactly are you?" "I am Jiang Chen, a genin from Konoha. Jiang Chen replied flatly. Without further ado, he swiftly formed hand seals. Earth release, Earth Stone Dragon. A massive earthen dragon surged from beneath Jiang Chen's feet, roaring as it lunged towards Zabuza. Zabuza leaped backward, landing in the water. Water release, water bullet technique. The water dragon and earth dragon collided midair, producing a thunderous roar. Mud mixed with river water fell, obscuring their figures as the ground became a mire. The sounds of squelching mud filled the air. Suddenly, Zabuza's executioner's blade swept through, clashing against Jiang Chen's kunai, sending mud splattering in every direction. The sounds of their weapons clashing echoed as they exchanged blows. Suddenly, Zabuza vanished, and a dull rumbling sounded. Water release, great waterfall technique. The water beside the river surged violently, forming a torrential waterfall that charged towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen furrowed his brow. This level of water release would easily overwhelm ordinary earth techniques. The only defense he could form in such a short time was the earth flow wall. No choice. Let's give it a try. Earth release, earth flow wall. A wide earthen barrier sprang up before Jiang Chen, who stood behind it. The powerful water currents relentlessly battered the wall, producing deafening thuds. Seconds later, cracks began to form in the wall. This is bad. It truly can't hold. With a thunderous crash, the wall collapsed under the force of the massive wave, a towering torrent crashing down. Water release, water barrier. Left with no option, Jiang Chen had to use water to combat water. In an instant, a cylindrical barrier of water encircled him as the massive waves crashed against it. Although some water seeped into the cylinder, it was of little consequence. Regardless, this great waterfall technique was finally blocked. As the water beside him stabilized, Jiang Chen emerged from the waves, the air thick with mist, rendering his surroundings nearly invisible. Just as he closed his eyes and leaped up, Zabuza's executioner's blade brushed past his face, descending with lethal intent. With a crash, the blade struck, sending up a spray of water. Had it not been for Jiang Chen activating his perception and his extraordinary speed, he would have perished from that single strike. Jiang Chen stood on the water's surface, sliding backward. Before he could regain his footing, Zabuza vanished once more. Jiang Chen shut his eyes, attempting to sense Zabuza's location, but felt nothing. His brow furrowed in frustration. Zabuza, renowned for his silent assassination techniques, was now on the water's surface. If he could not perceive Zabuza, It could only mean he was beneath the water. Being passively attacked was unwise. He needed to draw the battlefield to solid ground to clearly sense Zabuza's position. He leaped toward the riverbank. Suddenly, the water surged, and Zabuza's executioner's blade appeared beneath him, slicing towards Jiang Chen like a dragon emerging from the sea. With a crash, Jiang Chen was struck. His legs and upper body severed in a gruesome display. Humph, truly overestimating yourself. Zabuza coldly laughed as he emerged from the water. Suddenly, Jiang Chen transformed into a puddle of river water, vanishing from sight. Water clone. TCH. Zabuza's eyes widened as he plunged into the water. But just as he made contact with the surface, Jiang Chen's voice echoed, water release. Waterfong bullet. A powerful stream of water surged forth, piercing through the water like a drill, aimed directly at Zabuza's head. With a crash, Zabuza raised his executioner's blade in defense, utilizing its broad surface to block the rapid water assault, which nonetheless pushed him down into the ground. Kid, you have some skill. I acknowledge you. You are the only one worthy of my ultimate technique. With that, he concentrated his chakra, enveloping his body in a demonic crimson aura. The surrounding mist thickened, becoming so dense that one could not see their hand in front of their face. Jiang Chen closed his eyes to sense the surrounding environment. In such dense fog, even the Sharingan could not discern anything. He understood that, in this state, engaging in combat was utterly futile. Utilizing his extraordinary speed might allow him to evade attacks, but preemptively striking was nearly impossible. The best outcome would merely be to avoid harm. Victory was out of the question. With a long sigh, Jiang Chen sheathed his kunai at his waist and declared loudly, Zaibujan, I must commend your silent assassination technique. It is indeed formidable. I concede that I cannot best you with mere ninjutsu, so I shall no longer play games. I am prepared to get serious. With that, Jiang Chen drew the ghost blade, holding it before him as it emanated an eerie aura amidst the fog. Let me be frank. This is the first time I have unsheathed my blade in 2 years. You are fortunate to witness Jiang Chen draw his sword, but understand that this act signifies your inevitable defeat. Noticing Zaibujan's silence, Jiang Chen sighed again, continuing, be cautious, or it may cost you your life. With that, he swung his sword toward the moon, enveloped by a dark, ghostly energy. Zaibujan, eyes closed, smirked inwardly at Jiang Chen's boldness. What a fool. Making such a racket only reveals your position. Boasting about your blade draws no distinction. Death awaits regardless. His beautiful white-haired companion, Bai, furrowed her brow tightly, clenching her fists with a foreboding sense of dread. Jiang Chen's aura after unsheathing his sword felt far more terrifying than before. One sword style. Hurricane slash. With a resonating thud, a powerful gust of wind erupted from Jiang Chen, radiating outward like a nuclear explosion. The dense fog was swept away in an instant, disappearing before their eyes. Trees surrounding them were toppled and cleaved into dozens of pieces by the force of the hurricane slash. The tempestuous waves crashed against Zaibujan, who raised his massive sword to block the strike. However, the sheer might of the blow sent him sprawling backward for several meters until he collided with a massive tree, which came crashing down behind him. His body was now riddled with deep cuts, remnants of the blade's assault, while the trees bore deep gashes from the same strike. Zaibujan, utterly drained, gasped for breath as he looked up towards Jiang Chen, his heart sinking at the sight before him. Chapter 58. Encounter with the Umbu. Jiang Chen's gaze lowered, gripping the ghost blade as he stared at Zaibujan, his aura thick with swirling black energy that rose like smoke, evoking a sense of dread. The fog that had enveloped the area was dispelled by the recent hurricane slash. Bai, perched on a tree, observed the scene with clarity. Zaibujan, drenched in blood and exhaustion, was in dire straits. Jiang Chen advanced step by step, his murderous intent intensifying. Zaibujan, do you still believe you can defeat me? Zaibujan remained silent, glaring fiercely at Jiang Chen. How about a wager? I bet that my next attack will compel Bai to risk her life to save you. Zaibujan sneered, unfazed, glancing toward Bai and coldly retorting, that is her duty. As my tool, she ought to sacrifice herself for her master. Jiang Chen exhaled, bemused by the stubbornness of this fool. Very well, you have your beliefs. My purpose here is to convey one message. Cherish the time you have. Bai may save you this time, but she will likely do so again. To Zaibujan, Jiang Chen's words sounded like a jest. Are you truly fighting me just to deliver this message? Spare me the melodrama. Let's get to the killing. My head might still fetch a price. Zai Buzhan's disdain for Jiang Chen's words was evident, and he responded with hostility. Enough of this. I've said what I needed to. If it weren't for my fondness for Bai's innocence, wishing to spare this snow-like youth from demise, I would gladly sever you in two. No longer indulging in idle chatter, Jiang Chen anticipated Bai's imminent arrival to shield Zai Buzhan. He focused his murderous intent to its zenith while minimizing the technique's power. One sword style, lion song. Suddenly, Jiang Chen's ghostly aura surged skyward, as if heralding death's arrival. Zai Buzhan fixated on Jiang Chen, unflinching in the face of terror. Perhaps this was the spirit of a specter. Clang! Jiang Chen's blade struck down, connecting forcefully with Bai's ice shield, which trembled under the impact. Bai's visage turned pale as the overwhelming force caused her body to ache all over. After the strike, Jiang Chen appeared a dozen meters behind them, sheathing his blade with a metallic clang. The duel with Zai Buzhan concludes here. Turning to the panting Bai and Zai Buzhan, he continued, Bai, retract your shield and bow to express gratitude for your life spared. Bai's gesture incited Zai Buzhan's fury. A man of immense pride, he could not endure such pity. When have I needed you to plead on my behalf? If you wish to kill me, then do so. I need not beg for mercy. Jiang Chen glared at Zai Buzhan, choosing silence. He understood Zai Buzhan's character all too well. Pride could lead to suffering. It was incomprehensible that one would prioritize appearances over survival. Bai supported Zai Buzhan, readying to form seals to depart. Wait. If you truly wish for Zai Buzhan to live, stay put. The umbu of the mist is upon us. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Bai's eyes widened in alarm as she looked toward Zai Buzhan. Zai Buzhan, I will protect you at all costs. Zai Buzhan, his eyes bloodshot, glared at Bai and shouted, I am not so fallen as to need protection from a child. Get away. I will handle these rats alone. His tone was domineering, treating Bai as a burden. Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile ruefully, reflecting on the complexities of Zai Buzhan's character. If he truly saw Bai as a liability, he would not have brought her along from the village all those years. His harsh words were but a fade to ensure Bai's survival. What a fateful connection. If Bai were a girl, they might have made a fine pair. Alas, how unfortunate. Enough. Neither of you will escape. None can flee. I promised from the beginning that as long as you participated in the duel, I would handle the umbu for you. It is time to fulfill that promise. Jiang Chen approached Bai, continuing calmly, keep your ice shield up. I wish not to waste time. Today, let them witness what it means to confront a top-tier swordsman. Although he was unfamiliar with the umbu's capabilities, Zai Buzhan's attempts to evade them suggested their strength was formidable, perhaps beyond Zai Buzhan's capacity to handle alone. If they were not powerful, Zai Buzhan would have dealt with them already. Jiang Chen sought a swift resolution, preferring to end matters quickly rather than engage in drawn-out ninjutsu battles. After all, employing ninjutsu against Zai Buzhan had proven difficult, let alone against a cadre of umbu. Minutes later, as anticipated, 5 umbu members emerged before the trio. Clad in black cloaks and masks, wielding katanas. It appeared that all umbu across the land shared a uniform, swords and masks, a standard ensemble. The leader, with short black hair and a rugged build, gripped his katana and coldly declared, Zai Buzhan, today you will return to the village. Your life or death is inconsequential. My name is not one you vermin can utter. Watch as I obliterate you. Zai Buzhan leapt, eager to engage within the ice shield. Jiang Chen suddenly shouted from the back, stay put. Do not move. Suddenly, Jiang Chen's murderous aura was unleashed, causing Zai Buzhan to break out in a cold sweat. Immobilized in place, the 5 members of the umbu were equally affected, their foreheads glistening with beads of sweat, momentarily stunned. Ding! Congratulations, big brother, for shocking the umbu and Zai Buzhan, earning 40,000 coins and 40 sword intent points. Current progress, 905,1000. A smile crept across Jiang Chen's lips. He was now one step closer to advancing his sword intent. It seemed these umbu members had some utility after all, contributing significantly to his sword intent value. Hey, you lot. Capturing Zai Buzhan had nothing to do with me, yet he was injured by my hand. You took advantage of my situation and turned me into a scapegoat, which displeases me greatly. Jiang Chen's right eyebrow twitched, a look of disdain directed at the umbu. The leading umbu, observing the Konoha forehead protector atop Jiang Chen's head, noted his youthful age of around 14 or 15, coupled with a rather handsome visage. Our hidden mist village holds no animosity towards Konoha. I advise you not to provoke us. Otherwise, there will be repercussions. Before he could finish, a brown-haired Umbu raised his katana, pointing its tip threateningly at Jiang Chen. You little brat, don't speak so arrogantly. At your age, you should be back in ninja school. A mere Konoha chunin dares to play the hero? How utterly foolish. Haha, you Shui, why bother with this kid? Blocking the Umbu from completing their mission warrants no mercy. I will not show any leniency to a child. A young man with long black hair chimed in, his tone dripping with contempt for Jiang Chen. Chapter 59, Slaying the Hidden Mist Umbu. The leader ignored their banter, turning to the black-haired youth and Shui Yu, signaling with a swift hand. Shui Yu, Bai Shi, you're up. With that command, Shui Yu and Bai Shi surged forward, not even employing any ninjutsu. Positioning themselves on either side, they charged at Jiang Chen with their swords raised. In their eyes, Jiang Chen was merely an ordinary chunin, and they dismissed his earlier claims of defeating Zai Buzhan as mere bravado. After all, they had not witnessed such a feat. How could they believe that a boy of his age could best Zai Buzhan? If he truly possessed that strength, he would have already slain Zai Buzhan. There was no need to wait until now to act. This was nothing but Jiang Chen's empty boasting, an attempt to intimidate them. How could that possibly work? They were cold-blooded Umbu members, and completing their mission was their utmost priority. Both shared the same disdainful thought, their eyes filled with scorn. As they closed in within 5 meters of Jiang Chen, they suddenly leaped, raising their swords above their heads, ready to strike down. In their eyes, Jiang Chen was merely prey, a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Bathed in sunlight, their swords gleamed with a dazzling brilliance. Kid, die, Bai Shi bellowed. Jiang Chen did not lift his head, his expression dark and brooding. He noted their disdain with keen awareness. At that moment, his inner fury ignited. He intended for them to meet a grim fate, but it seemed he had shown too much mercy. The Umbu of the Hidden Mist were far more despicable than those of the Hokage. Shui Yu and Bai Shi deserved to die. Jiang Chen drew his black blade, positioning it at his side, its ominous aura shimmering in the sunlight. With his right hand gripping the sword, he executed a sweeping strike toward the heavens. Buzz! The powerful slash roared like a rampaging dragon, and in an instant, the two had not even registered Jiang Chen's movement before they were cleaved in two. Thud! Their bodies fell to the ground, the sound echoing as their crimson blood pooled, staining the earth in a vivid scarlet. Jiang Chen, clutching the cursed blade, gazed at the lifeless forms and calmly remarked, "The moment you drew your swords against me, your fate was sealed." This sudden turn of events left the remaining 3 Umbu speechless. The leader stared in horror at the bodies of his comrades, retreating in fear, his right hand trembling around the hilt of his sword. He could hardly believe that this mere child had dispatched 2 Umbu members with such ease. Although his companions had underestimated Jiang Chen, it was inconceivable that they could be severed in two so easily. The previous strike had been so swift that even he had failed to perceive it, let alone defend against it midair. It was a fantasy to think otherwise. Captain Wanha, what do we do? Who exactly is this kid? One of the Umbu members stammered in fear, his resolve to resist evaporating as he contemplated a hasty retreat. The other Umbu, sharing the same trepidation, looked to Captain Wanha for direction, backing away slowly. Wanha, their leader, was not faring any better. He recognized that he could not hope to defeat Jiang Chen, but escaping? That would not be so simple. He was not a fool. A swordsman of such caliber would never allow them to flee unscathed. Ding! Congratulations, big brother, for shocking the remaining Hidden Mist Umbu, earning 30,000 coins and 30 sword intent points. Current progress, 935,1000. A smile spread across Jiang Chen's face, elated by the increase in his sword intent value. Bai and Zai Buzhan, encased in an ice shield, stared in disbelief at Jiang Chen and the corpses on the ground. This must be a trick, Bai exclaimed involuntarily. Zai Buzhan's eyes widened in excitement as he thought, kill them all. If the Umbu are wiped out, I will be free. These 5 are elite members of the Umbu. I would never dare face them all alone. Yet Jiang Chen effortlessly dispatched 2. It's as if fate is aiding me. Suddenly, Wanha leaped backward, sheathing his katana and swiftly forming hand seals. Hidden Mist technique. Instantly, the space around them was enveloped in swirling fog, though not as dense as Zai Buzhan's. Seeing the misty sky, Zai Buzhan erupted into laughter again. If the Hidden Mist technique could deal with this kid, I would have one already. Not to mention your half-baked attempt at it. His excitement grew as the fog thickened, obscuring visibility. Now is our chance. Retreat, Wanha whispered urgently, his voice barely audible to the two Umbu beside him. Hearing their captain's command, the two turned and fled, not even pausing to sheath their weapons. At this moment, their only thought was to preserve their lives. Dignity and reputation had become irrelevant. Zai Bujan closed his eyes, discerning their escape route by sound. Panic seized him. If they returned to their village, reinforcements would surely be dispatched to hunt him down. If he did not eliminate them now, the consequences would be dire. Only if these five failed to return could this matter be buried. Jiang Chen, too, shut his eyes, using his perception to grasp their direction. He could not allow them to escape. With the Konoha forehead protector adorning his head, if they successfully fled, it would incite conflict between the hidden mist and Konoha. The situation would deteriorate beyond his imagination. Jiang Chen lifted his cursed blade, turning toward the three fleeing figures, and disdainfully declared, "Thinking you can escape from me? How unfortunate. I am the fastest in the ninja world, and the moment I decide to end your lives, your doom is assured." Swish! Jiang Chen's figure suddenly vanished from sight, moving faster than even the body flicker technique. Zai Bujan's forehead erupted with beads of sweat, and he murmured in shock, "This speed is nothing short of extraordinary. What is the connection between this individual and the yellow flash?" Jiang Chen, while evading, sheathed his ghostly blade and drew forth a kunai, gripping it firmly in his right hand. Why employ a sledgehammer to swat a fly? The three of them emerged from the mist, breathless as they swiftly navigated the forest. In truth, their speed was remarkable. No ordinary Nin could hope to catch up with them. Unfortunately for them, they had the misfortune of encountering the most formidable genin from Konoha, whose prowess as a swordsman was deemed invincible. The trio frequently glanced back, relieved to find no pursuers in sight. They sighed in unison, fortunate that the mist's hidden technique had ensnared him. Otherwise, they would surely have met their demise. "Captain Wanha, your strategies are unparalleled. I feared we were doomed. That man is nothing short of a monster," exclaimed one of them. Chapter 60. The Dream of the Iron-Blooded Man. I shall realize it. How could such a powerhouse exist in Konoha? From his attire, he appeared merely a genin, yet his skills were astonishing. As they rejoiced at having narrowly escaped death, Wanha glared fiercely ahead and declared, "We must report to Lord Mizukage about Konoha's collusion with the rogue ninjas of the mist. We will form a coalition to besiege Konoha. I cannot allow Shiraishi and Getsubai to have sacrificed their lives in vain." Upon hearing Wanha's words, the others nodded vigorously. Their teeth gritted in excitement. They envisioned Konoha being besieged by the four great nations, their hearts swelling with joy. This resonated with the saying, "The path of vengeance for the weak is always dependent on the strength of the powerful," clinging to fantasies as a means of survival. As the trio indulged in their thoughts, Jiang Chen's figure appeared like a specter. With a swift motion, blood sprayed forth as he became the reaper of the daylight, severing the throats of the three in mere seconds. Their smiles had yet to fade when they collapsed, lifeless. In their final moments, they caught a glimpse of Jiang Chen's form, their eyes wide in shock. In the 15 seconds before their demise, they once again experienced the terror of death. Jiang Chen stood upon a tree, gazing down at their corpses, murmuring, "The weak must embrace their frailty. The desire to flee was a grave error." With that, he sheathed the kunai and vanished from the tree. The mist by the river gradually dissipated, revealing everything clearly. Not seeing Jiang Chen return, Bai maintained his ice shield, hesitant to lower it. "Bai, let it down. He has departed." Zabuza, with a smile lingering on his lips, yet feeling weak, slumped to the ground. Bai helped Zabuza to his feet, gently placing him down. Instinctively, he approached the bodies, tossing them into the river to cleanse the scene. He could not allow the mist villagers to discover their remains. "There are 3 more. We must dispose of them as well," Zabuza weakly instructed. Bai's gaze shot towards the direction Zabuza indicated, eyes widening in shock. Had the 3 fleeing been slain in that instant? Who was this Jiang Chen truly? He was terrifying. After tidying the area, Bai supported Zabuza and departed. Despite his grievous injuries, he felt a sense of relief, believing that the Umbu of the mist would no longer pursue him. Days later, upon the great Naruto bridge, Jiang Chen, through his perceptive abilities, witnessed the scene unfold vividly. Bai once again shielded Zabuza from Kakashi's Raikiri, while Zabuza, with a kunai clenched in his mouth, sent Kato to the depths of hell. Naruto wept, recounting Bai's loyalty and devotion to Zabuza. Snowflakes began to fall from the sky, resembling tears shed by Bai for Zabuza. pure and white. The iron-blooded man and Bai collapsed, weeping as they reached for Zabuza's hand, declaring, "I wish to accompany you to the same place." Naruto sobbed, and Zabuza's bandages, which had covered his mouth, were now torn away, revealing the tender side of the iron-blooded man. Yet he knew this was the final moment of his life. All his dreams were fading in the falling snow. At that moment, he felt excruciating pain and longed to start anew with Bai, to show him more kindness. Just as the poignant scene seemed destined to freeze in time, Jiang Chen's form abruptly appeared before them. Kakashi, Naruto, and the others widened their eyes in astonishment, shock evident in their expressions. As they opened their mouths to speak, Jiang Chen raised a hand to silence them and slowly approached Zabuza. Crouching down, his demeanor grew grave as he intoned, "If you wish to go to the same place as Bai, then cherish it dearly. I have awaited your heartfelt proclamation." Tears streamed down Zabuza's cheeks as regret filled his heart. He sobbed softly, "It is too late. Everything is too late." "It is not too late," Jiang Chen asserted resolutely, retrieving 2 resurrection pills from his pocket. Before Zabuza could react, Jiang Chen placed 1 pill in each of their mouths. Kakashi, witnessing Jiang Chen's unusual actions, hurriedly approached, eyes wide, exclaiming, "Jiang Chen, what are you doing? What else can I do but save them both?" Jiang Chen replied, "Kakashi, Naruto," and the others stared in disbelief at Zabuza and Bai. How could they possibly survive in such a state? What was Jiang Chen thinking? Sakura gaped at him, incredulous. Everyone present comprehended the gravity of Zabuza and Bai's condition. Reviving them seemed a mere fantasy. Yet Jiang Chen transformed that dream into reality. Zabuza gradually rose to his feet, his formerly injured arm restored, the wounds on his body healing. Upon realizing he had truly returned to life, he rushed to Bai's side, cradling her head upon his knee. As his heart raced, Bai's eyes slowly opened. Zabuza, overwhelmed with emotion, wept as he embraced Bai tightly. In that moment, the cold-hearted killer was gone, replaced by a tender side of the iron-blooded man, cherishing his loved ones. Kakashi stared in shock at Zabuza and Bai, scarcely believing that such injuries could heal, murmuring, "This is nothing short of a resurrection technique." Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura were equally astonished, their mouths agape, oscillating between disbelief and amazement, unable to accept the reality before their eyes. Congratulations. The elder brother has astonished all those present, earning a bounty of 50,000 Ryo and 50 sword intent points. Current progress, 985-1000. Jiang Chen approached Zabuza, smiling as he said, "No matter where you go, take good care of Bai. Such an innocent youth deserves your utmost devotion. I hope my efforts to save you will lead to your true awakening." Jiang Chen's words were stern yet commanding, far beyond what one might expect from a mere 14-year-old. Zabuza nodded slightly, excitement evident in his voice. "Thank you." At that moment, Bai's injuries healed completely, and she rose to her feet, bowing her head in gratitude. "Thank you for saving me, and thank you for sparing Zabuza-san." Upon hearing this, Sasuke's eyes widened in disbelief. What had transpired? Had Jiang Chen defeated Zabuza yet spared his life? How could this be possible? A genin, who had graduated alongside him, could not have bested Zabuza. Was his strength greater than Kakashi-sensei's? Was he the true top student of the academy? With these thoughts, Sasuke crumbled internally, the pain in his already injured body resurfacing. It dawned on him that his reputation as a genius and his top scores were nothing but a joke. The real fool was himself. Sasuke glared fiercely at Jiang Chen, fists clenched tightly, vowing to confront him for a decisive battle. Chapter 61. Reunion with Fuzi Shizuka, Rebirth After Death. Zabuza Momochi has undergone a complete transformation. Once a specter of death, he is now a gentle and warm-hearted man, bowing in gratitude to the crowd alongside Haku. His humble gesture reflects the depth of his inner feelings. The past has faded into mere whispers of the wind. Jiang Chen approaches Kakashi and points at the beheaded sword on the ground, saying, "Regardless of circumstances, we must keep this sword. I hope this world will no longer see Zabuza and Haku. Is that acceptable, Kakashi-sensei?" Kakashi looks at the departing Zabuza and the smiling Haku, nodding in satisfaction. Perhaps this is the best conclusion after all. The group watches Zabuza and Haku leave, erecting the beheading sword before their graves. Henceforth, the world shall no longer witness the specter known as Zabuza and Haku. Inside the Hokage's office, Jiang Chen is summoned by the third Hokage. As always, the third Hokage puffs on his pipe with a smile. "Jiang Chen, I have delightful news. We have discovered traces of Jiraiya in the Land of Thunder. Would you like to take a chance? Really? I shall go at once. Upon hearing this astonishing news, Jiang Chen nearly leaps with joy. It is his fervent wish to become Jiraiya's student before the Chunin exams. Lord Hokage, I promise to return before the Chunin exams. Please remember to sign me up. The Chunin exam has been a source of anxiety for Jiang Chen. He fears that without a mentor's recommendation, he would be in a precarious position. The third Hokage grins. Somewhat surprised, oh? You are aware that the Chunin exams are approaching? Kakashi must have informed you. Jiang Chen suddenly tenses, realizing he had become overly enthusiastic. No one had actually told him about it. Yes. Kakashi-sensei mentioned it once, so I am indeed eager to participate. I hope Lord Hokage will grant me approval. The third Hokage exhales a puff of smoke, glancing at the ninja profiles and documents on the desk. I can allow you to participate, but you must agree to 2 conditions. Any conditions are acceptable. Please, speak. Jiang Chen's eyes widen with excitement. The third Hokage's expression grows serious. The Chunin exam features lower ninjas from various nations, whose strength is not inferior to that of the likes of Moonlight Gale. Thus, first, I hope you will not bring the cursed sword with you to the exam. Second, you must avoid taking lives unless absolutely necessary. If you can adhere to these terms, I shall permit your participation in the Chunin exam. No problem. Jiang Chen readily agrees. He had thought the requirements would be challenging, but they seemed trivial. He could easily handle lower ninjas without the need for a cursed sword. As for not killing, he could certainly control his strength, inflicting injuries without taking lives. Such a request is hardly excessive. Even if Orochimaru entered the forest of death, he would not be afraid. Lord Hokage, I have one request. I wish to be approved for a solo team. Jiang Chen's expression becomes earnest. For the Chunin exam, he desires complete freedom, and being in a solo team would greatly facilitate that. The third Hokage frowns, stating, while it deviates from the norm, your status as a free citizen of Konoha allows for some flexibility. Very well, I will grant your request and make special arrangements. Excellent. You are the best, Lord Hokage. Jiang Chen beams, his joy reminiscent of a child. Be careful on your way, the third Hokage gently advises. Jiang Chen, ready to leave the room, feels a wave of warmth from the Hokage's kind words. He pauses, turning back to deeply bow to the third Hokage. Observing the wrinkles on the Hokage's face, he remembers that he is already a venerable 69 years old. The thought of the third Hokage perishing due to sealing Orochimaru fills him with anguish. Lord Hokage, please take care of yourself. I will ensure your safety. With that, Jiang Chen exits the room. The third Hokage, lost in thought, gazes in the direction Jiang Chen departed, puzzled by the young man's unexpected words. In a state of urgency, Jiang Chen hastily prepares his journey, opting to leave the Hyuga clan undisturbed. He sets off for the Land of Thunder without delay. En route, he takes a moment to visit Fuzi village and see Shizuka. After some time apart, Shizuka's longing for Jiang Chen has only intensified. Their brief reunion, though fleeting, fills both with warmth. Shizuka, practice the fire style I taught you diligently. I cannot remain here long. I have tasks to attend to. Shizuka nods earnestly, her 14-year-old self now radiating grace and poise. Her eyes, as beautiful as the stars, convey an enchanting allure with every smile. Below her delicate nose, her cherry-like lips are translucent and inviting, reminiscent of cherries glistening with morning dew. Her figure, now graceful and tall, captivates Jiang Chen's attention, momentarily ensnaring him in a reverie of indescribable images. Jiang Chen. Shizuka's cheeks flush. Her gentle call of his name snaps him back to reality, yet he remains entranced, oblivious to her presence. Her face grows even warmer as she nudges his arm, exclaiming, Jiang Chen, what are you doing? What are you off to? Can't you stay in the village a little longer? Jiang Chen, awakening from his daze, chuckles awkwardly. I have important matters to attend to, which is why I cannot visit often. But just like before, I will come to see you whenever I can. I will wait for you, Jiang Chen. Shizuka replies with a grin, her eyes transforming into exquisite crescent moons, melting Jiang Chen's heart. What a dilemma. Every visit to Fuzi village nearly ensnares Jiang Chen in distraction, yet his greater ambitions compel him to restrain himself. This time is no different. Despite his desire for more time with Shizuka, the matters concerning Jiraiya take precedence. Jiang Chen stands, embracing Shizuka tenderly. After a moment, he extends his right hand, gently tapping her forehead. Remember to wait for me. With that, He sheathes the cursed sword and strides toward the village exit. Shizuka touches her forehead, suppressing her lips. Her flush deepening. She has lost count of how many times Jiang Chen has tapped her forehead, yet each occasion fills her with immeasurable joy. As she watches Jiang Chen's figure fade into the distance, she feels not pain, but anticipation for their next reunion. After leaving Fuzi village, Jiang Chen is unburdened, heading straight for the Land of Thunder. Chapter 62. First encounter with Jiraiya in the Land of Thunder. The Land of Thunder, in the village of Kumogakure, remains as vibrant as it was 2 years prior. The streets bustle with crowds, each beauty more captivating than the last. Jiang Chen stands on the street, sighing deeply. If his assumptions hold true, Jiraiya-sensei must frequently visit the Land of Thunder, given its abundance of beautiful women, a veritable treasure trove for inspiration. Finding Jiraiya should not be overly difficult. Bathhouses, exclusive establishments. He knows that in a village like Kumogakure, locating this lecherous sage should be a straightforward task. With a chuckle, Jiang Chen recalls he brought a considerable sum of money, a full suitcase to ensure he is well prepared. At this moment, Jiang Chen dons a black merchandise attire, complete with sunglasses and a cigarette, holding a black leather suitcase, presenting himself as a successful businessman. Unlike his initial foray into the world of ninjas, no one would mistake him for a mere child now. Jiang Chen traversed several vibrant and extravagant establishments, as well as bathhouses, yet he found no news regarding Jiraiya. It appeared that the esteemed teacher did not frequent every establishment, but rather had a select few places he visited. Sighing, he resolved to continue his search and entered yet another lavish venue. The proprietress was a slightly plump middle-aged woman, wielding a round fan, bearing a resemblance to a woman he had encountered over 50 years ago. "Welcome, esteemed guest," she beckoned, as she swayed her hips towards Jiang Chen. However, upon nearing him and seeing his youthful, fair visage, her smile became somewhat awkward. "Are you of age, sir?" she inquired. Without engaging in idle chatter, Jiang Chen extracted a wad of cash from his pocket, brandishing it before her, and placed a few notes in her palm, rasping, "No more frivolities. I seek a familiar face. Should you assist me, the remaining money shall be yours." The proprietress, noticing his affluent demeanor, grinned widely, bowing respectfully. "Sir, who is it you seek?" A tall man, adorned with a forehead protector inscribed with the character for oil, possessing long white hair cascading to his waist, bearing a red mark beneath his eyes, and dressed in a crimson robe. "Have you seen him?" "Ah, you inquire about that gentleman? He just departed, appearing somewhat intoxicated. He likely headed towards the inn. If you hurry, you might yet catch him." She gestured towards the west. Jiang Chen tossed the remaining cash at her, swiftly exiting the establishment. The proprietress nodded eagerly, watching him with delight, exclaiming, "What a generous and handsome patron." Indeed, Jiang Chen's fortune was remarkable. Shortly after his departure, he spotted Jiraiya's silhouette, swaying drowsily. The silver-haired man, with hair reaching his waist, grinned lecherously at a passing beauty. Jiang Chen sighed, reflecting, "Truly, he lives up to the reputation of the lecherous sage." Jiraiya, fixated on the beauty, stumbled, nearly losing his balance, when a pair of delicate hands caught him. Gazing at the woman who had saved him, he beheld a classic beauty, silver hair, an oval face, willow-like eyebrows, and cherry-red lips. Her curves accentuated by a pink robe, she epitomized elegance. "Are you all right, sir?" she inquired, her lips forming a soft pout. Such charm was too much for Jiraiya to withstand. Blood trickled from his nose as he straightened up, attempting to maintain composure. "I'm fine, thank you, miss. What is your name?" "They call me Xiaoro," she replied, biting her lip, her tone enchanting. "What a lovely name. To show my gratitude for your assistance, allow me to escort you home, if you would be so kind." Xiaoro nodded eagerly, leading the way while engaging in light conversation, her playful demeanor enchanting Jiraiya further, dispelling his intoxication. However, as they reached the riverbank, Jiraiya's expression shifted from infatuation to realization. "Aren't you heading home? There are no residences nearby." At this, Xiaoro slowly turned, only to be met with an overwhelming force as Jiraiya kicked her, sending her flying several meters until she collided with the riverbank's cliff. Jiraiya bellowed, "I, Jiraiya, am more adept at capturing women than being lured by them. Your advances mark you as an adversary, and you shall not escape the gaze of this toad sage." With a burst of smoke, Xiaoro transformed into Jiang Chen. Indeed, the alluring beauty was a manifestation of Jiang Chen's transformation technique. a far cry from Naruto's seductive jutsu, embodying the pinnacle of ancient beauty. No wonder Jiraiya had been captivated. Jiang Chen touched his cheek. Where a red mark from Jiraiya's kick lingered, the sting sharp. He rose, wiping the blood from his mouth, and remarked, "Jiraiya-sensei, your kick was rather unforgiving." Jiraiya, observing the striking youth before him, likely 14 or 15, was taken aback by the calmness with which he addressed him as sensei. "What is your name, and what brings you here?" "I am Jiang Chen, a genin from Konoha, sent by the third Hokage to find you," he replied earnestly. Jiraiya furrowed his brow. "The third Hokage? What does he require of me?" "My desire is to become your apprentice," Jiang Chen stated, approaching Jiraiya with sincere intent. "Huh, I do not take on apprentices lightly." "You would do well to abandon that notion," Jiraiya retorted, crossing his arms imperiously. Seeing Jiraiya's demeanor, Jiang Chen felt a pang of frustration. The lecherous sage truly enjoyed his theatrics. However, he recognized that Jiraiya's reluctance to accept apprentices was genuine, as he had only taken Naruto under his wing due to the influence of the fourth Hokage. To persuade him now, Jiang Chen needed to reveal his trump card. Cough. Cough. "Jiraiya-sensei, I am the grandson of the Ghost Blade, who saved Konoha 50 years ago. It is the third Hokage who has sent me to seek your mentorship." Jiraiya's expression shifted as he scrutinized Jiang Chen's appearance, appearing taken aback. Jiang Chen smiled inwardly, feeling confident he had secured his chance. Yet, just as quickly, Jiraiya dismissed him, stating, "No, it won't do. I will not take on an apprentice so easily. If you have no further business, I shall take my leave." Jiang Chen stood rooted, incredulous at the rejection. How could Jiraiya disregard the Ghost Blade and the third Hokage so readily? This was not how things were supposed to unfold. As Jiraiya walked away, Jiang Chen rushed forward, placing his Konoha forehead protector upon his head, blocking Jiraiya's path. "Jiraiya-sensei, behold this protector. It was given to my grandfather by the second Hokage, a token of my entry into Konoha. I speak the truth. I am indeed the grandson of the Ghost Blade." Jiraiya glared at him, pushing him aside in irritation. "I believe you are the grandson of the Ghost Blade, but what of it? Do not obstruct my path." As Jiang Chen stumbled from the push, a sudden realization struck him. He chuckled quietly, musing, "Could it be that the lecherous sage is upset because the exquisite beauty was merely my illusion?" His dreams shattered, leaving him disgruntled. With renewed determination, Jiang Chen sidled up to Jiraiya, grinning, "What must I do to earn your tutelage? I am willing to fulfill any task you set before me. Begone. Do not pester me," Jiraiya retorted, his patience wearing thin. Jiraiya pushed Jiang Chen away once more, his brow furrowed in impatience, still wearing an indignant expression reminiscent of a mischievous old man. "Master, I have an older sister residing in Awakens, and she is an enchanting beauty. I had planned to bring you, my esteemed mentor, to visit her," Jiang Chen remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Jiraiya. He continued, "However, since you refuse to take me as your disciple, I shall seek my sister on my own." Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Jiraiya's foot froze mid-stride, his entire being coming to a halt. Without turning around, he declared, "Ahem, if you could persuade your sister to come and plead on your behalf, I might reconsider." A lewd smile crept onto Jiraiya's face, and he lowered his voice slightly, fearing Jiang Chen would overhear. Jiang Chen's lips curled into a smile. "The seduction technique is a success. Senior Jiraiya, please wait for me at the pavilion ahead while I fetch my sister." "All right, off you go." Jiang Chen dashed toward the village. Seated on the pavilion's bench, Jiraiya rubbed his hands together, fixated on Jiang Chen's direction, his lascivious grin growing wider. Half an hour later, Jiang Chen returned with a stunningly beautiful woman by his side. With her long, lustrous black hair, exquisite features, and graceful figure, she captivated Jiraiya entirely. Jiang Chen, understanding the situation, guided the woman to sit beside Jiraiya, saying, "Sakura, please keep Senior Jiraiya company while I fetch us some drinks." Jiang Chen then walked toward the village. After a brief interval, Jiang Chen returned with 3 bottles of water. At that moment, Jiraiya was holding Sakura's hand, animatedly conversing, a blissful smile adorning his face. Jiang Chen placed the bottles on the table, gazing at Sakura with a beaming expression. "Sister, I wasn't lying, was I? Senior Jiraiya is quite the charming individual." "Isn't indeed." Sakura nodded, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she pouted and turned to Jiraiya, playfully saying, "Uncle, you should speak about what we agreed upon earlier. Don't keep me waiting, all right?" As she spoke, Her delicate fingers tugged at Jiraiya's clothing, swaying it gently. This display of affection even drew admiration from Jiang Chen, a seasoned observer. The charm was palpable. Jiraiya, caught in Sakura's allure, nodded enthusiastically, his smile more entranced than ever. He then turned to Jiang Chen, his infatuation vanishing momentarily as he firmly stated, "Very well, I have decided to teach you." Jiang Chen's eyes widened with joy, and he raised both hands in excitement. "Really?" Jiraiya closed his eyes and nodded lightly, then resumed gazing dreamily at Sakura. "Is that satisfactory, Miss Sakura?" Sakura smiled radiantly, her beauty reminiscent of a blooming spring flower. Jiraiya, overwhelmed with excitement, was nearly beside himself, blood trickling from his nose. Sakura, glancing at the setting sun, said softly, "Senior Jiraiya, it's getting late. So I shall take my leave now. I'll return tomorrow, if that's all right." Jiraiya, lost in the fragrance of her presence, nodded vigorously, watching her depart with reluctance. Jiang Chen escorted Sakura to a secluded spot, his expression turning serious as he handed her 10,000 ryo. "As we discussed, here is 1,000 ryo as a deposit. If you can convince him to accept me as a disciple, I will give you an additional 10,000 ryo. This is the money, count it. You'll return every 2 days to this pavilion, and each time, I'll give you 10,000 ryo. How does that sound?" Sakura accepted the money, casting a flirtatious glance. "Of course." She then swayed her enchanting figure and vanished from sight. Jiang Chen sighed, "For the sake of my training, I suppose I must spend a little." Returning to Jiraiya, he inquired, "Master, may I begin my training now?" Jiraiya, resting his chin on his hand, reminisced about the delightful encounter, sighing, "Oh dear, such a splendid opportunity, and it's gone so soon." He disregarded Jiang Chen's words entirely. Jiang Chen, realizing he had to leverage Jiraiya's weaknesses, said, "Master, Sister Sakura will return the day after tomorrow, provided you teach me." This statement piqued Jiraiya's interest. He lowered his hands and, clearing his throat, said, "Ahem, very well, let us commence your training. What do you already know, young man?" Seeing Jiraiya's willingness to teach, Jiang Chen's heart soared with joy. He felt fortunate to have watched the anime, understanding Jiraiya's vulnerabilities, and he had even learned Naruto's signature technique. Indeed, the seduction technique proved to be effective. "I know many jutsu, such as water release and earth release," Jiang Chen replied. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. "A mere genin possesses such a repertoire of jutsu? Perform one for me, if you will." Jiang Chen focused on a tree several meters away, quickly forming hand seals. Earth release, Earth Stone Dragon. In an instant, a colossal earth dragon erupted from beneath Jiang Chen, roaring as it lunged toward the tree. Boom. Crash. The tree was snapped in half, buried in debris. Jiraiya's eyes widened. "Your jutsu is impressive. You're nearly at Jainin level. I have little left to teach you in basic techniques, so I shall instruct you in summoning techniques instead. How does that sound?" Jiang Chen's interest peaked instantly. He had intended to learn summoning and sage techniques. "Great. Please teach me now, Master Jiraiya," Jiang Chen exclaimed, moving closer to Jiraiya, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. He had initially wanted to call Jiraiya a perverted sage like Naruto, but the words wouldn't come out. He had to stick to the formal address of master. "Haha lad, watch closely." Jiraiya, slightly inebriated, stood up, swaying as he stepped outside the pavilion. He slowed his hand seal formation in front of Jiang Chen and slapped the ground. Summoning technique. With a puff of white smoke, a towering, crimson-skinned toad appeared before them, adorned with black patterns and a strikingly bold chain around its neck. This was none other than Fukasaku from Mount Myaboku. Standing atop the toad, Jiraiya tossed his silver hair back dramatically, making a grand entrance. Jiang Chen had anticipated this. Jiraiya wouldn't be Jiraiya without his flair. Just as he prepared to applaud, the next moment, Jiraiya stumbled, having overindulged in drink, and fell to the ground. Jiang Chen awkwardly clapped, exclaiming, "Master, this summoning technique is so cool. I learned it, and now I want to try." Jiraiya scratched his head, amused by Jiang Chen's naive praise, and stood up, laughing heartily. Ecstatic, Jiang Chen grinned widely and mimicked Jiraiya's gestures, forming the hand seals rapidly. Boar, dog, bird, monkey, rat. Summoning technique. Jiraiya, witnessing Jiang Chen's swift movements, quickly reacted, shouting, "You fool! You haven't signed a summoning contract yet." Without hesitation, he lunged toward Jiang Chen, attempting to grasp his arm, his face pale and his eyes wide. He understood well that without a contract, two outcomes could occur. Either nothing would happen due to a lack of connection, or, if the ninja had a significant bond with a particular realm, they would be summoned there instead. The latter would mean Jiang Chen would be an intruder in that realm. If he summoned to Mount Mayaboku, it would be manageable, as Jiraiya could retrieve him. However, if he were to summon to the Dragon Cave or the Wetbone Forest, disaster would surely follow. For Jiang Chen would not survive in such places given his current strength. At this moment, Jiraiya's expression grew increasingly grim, as the potential consequences that flashed through his mind filled him with dread. Though he feigned indifference towards the third Hokage and the Demon Blade, the thought that the Demon Blade might discover that his negligence had led to Jiang Chen's demise was terrifying. Would the Demon Blade not storm into Konoha? Would Sarutobi-sensei not flay him alive? The realization of these possibilities made him regretful, wishing he had clarified the summoning technique with Jiang Chen at the earliest opportunity instead of flaunting. He could only pray that Jiang Chen had no connection to any location and that the summoning had yielded no response. Just as Jiraiya's arm was about to grasp Jiang Chen's, a plume of smoke erupted, and Jiang Chen vanished from sight. As the breeze swept through, the smoke dissipated, revealing that Jiang Chen had long since disappeared. Jiraiya stood dumbfounded, as if turned to stone. Without time to ponder further, he immediately summoned Shinsaku. Little Jiraiya, what brings you here? Shinsaku, small in stature, stood before Jiraiya with arms crossed, inquiring loudly. Jiraiya succinctly explained the situation, and Shinsaku's expression turned serious, his white brows knitting tightly. Little Jiraiya, your fears may have come to pass. Jiang Chen is likely not at Mayaboku Mountain. Had he summoned there, I would have sensed it by now. Jiraiya was utterly stunned. The worst possible outcome had indeed materialized. He clenched his fists tightly, left with no recourse, and sat in the pavilion, staring at the 3 bottles of water on the table like an ant on a hot pan. He could only hope that Jiang Chen would receive divine protection or return from one of the other 2 sacred lands. After a brief moment of dizziness, Jiang Chen fell heavily to the ground. He slowly opened his eyes to an endless darkness. There was no sun, no gentle breeze, and not a sound to be heard. It was pitch black. Where was this? Hadn't he just used the summoning technique? How had he ended up here? Confused, he stood up, but, unable to see anything, did not move. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly realized that in his excitement, he had forgotten to sign the summoning contract. He should have been the one to reverse summon, but why was he in this place? He closed his eyes, trying to perceive his surroundings through his senses. However, as soon as he released his senses, the surrounding darkness rebounded them, sending a sharp pain through his body. It was over. His sensing ability was useless in this space. He slowly bent down, tentatively touching the area around him with his hands. Minutes later, just a meter from where he had appeared, he found a space he could not touch. After several attempts, he was astonished to discover that he was in a suspended area measuring only 3 or 4 meters square. The depth of the abyss below was impossible to ascertain. With no other options, he decided to test the height of the drop using some stones. He instinctively reached back to draw the demon blade, but just as his hand reached above his shoulder, it halted in midair, and he struck the ground in frustration. When he entered the cloud-hidden village, he had changed into merchant attire, leaving the demon blade sealed within a scroll along with a box of money. In that moment, he regretted not being able to strike himself. With a heavy punch, he struck the ground. Aside from the immense pain he felt, there was no change in the ground. Not even a slight unevenness. It's all over. What in the world is this place? Why is my reverse summoning not in one of the 3 sacred lands, but in this endless darkness? Jiang Chen sat despondently on the ground, and in his helplessness, he remembered his last glimmer of hope. Little brother, are you there? Come out. Jiang Chen shouted desperately in his mind. Brother, I'm here. What do you need? The system's mechanical voice responded. Little brother? System? Where are you? Jiang Chen continued to call out in his mind, feeling as if he could not hear the system's voice at all. The system raised its voice and called out repeatedly. Yet, Jiang Chen still heard nothing. As if he had gone deaf. The system, shocked, began to analyze Jiang Chen's environment, and at that moment, it encountered a series of interruptions and instability. This was the first time the system had experienced such a situation in over 10,000 years. Observing the system's gradual abnormality, even nearing collapse, it reluctantly initiated a program that had never been activated in millennia. Emergency Self-Rescue Program. Chapter 65. The Source of the Sage Body. The Lost Forest Emergency Self-Rescue Program initializing. Analyzing program disorder. Analysis result. This location is a space beyond the ninja world, isolating all material transmission from the ninja world. This location is the Lost Forest, the source of the sage body. There is no method to break through this position. It can only be explored by the host. The self-rescue system has been activated. The system will have 1 minute to inform the host of the emergency situation. After 1 minute, the system will enter a sleep and repair phase, lasting 48 hours. This program could only be activated once. If activated a second time, the system would be completely destroyed. During the 1 minute of self-rescue activation, the system could relay urgent information to the host. Brother, I'm here. I only have 1 minute. You don't need to speak. You are in a space beyond the ninja world, the lost forest of the sage body, a place that has never been visited. I cannot help you. You must rely on yourself. Brother, go boldly. I believe in you. With a final crackling sound, the system's voice vanished from his mind, and silence returned. Jiang Chen stood there, dazed, muttering to himself. The lost forest of the sage body. What kind of place is this? Is this my adventure? But where is the adventure in this? I can't do anything. I know nothing. Surely, I wouldn't just jump down to my death? Frustrated, he struck the ground. Suddenly, he raised his head sharply, a smile splitting his face. Jump down? To die? Perhaps jumping 1 lead to death. Clinging to a sliver of hope, Jiang Chen slowly rose and began to edge towards the precipice. Taking a deep breath and gritting his teeth, he declared, "If I am to die, let me bid farewell. Little Hinata, little Naruto, Shizune, Kakashi, and teacher Jiraiya. Until we meet again." With the last farewell to his loved ones, Jiang Chen leapt into the void. Once more, he was enveloped in a whirlwind, feeling as though he had been falling for an eternity. The speed of his descent increased until, suddenly, a sharp pain stabbed through his abdomen as if something had pierced him entirely. His limbs went limp, and his head hung low. A sensation of dizziness washed over him again. He managed to smile, murmuring, "It seems I have died. Farewell to my dearest ones. Farewell to my ninja career." He slowly closed his eyes, awaiting the arrival of death. "Jiang Chen, wake up." Jiang Chen gradually opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was the still dark sky. His heart heavy as ash, thinking he had returned to the 21st century. But when he recognized that the figure before him was Jiraiya, he joyfully embraced Jiraiya's arm. "Haha, I'm not dead. I haven't returned to modern times. How wonderful." Ecstatic, he jumped up and down. By this time, night had fallen. Jiraiya, seeing Jiang Chen appear outside the pavilion, was nearly brought to tears with joy. "Where did you just summon to? The dragon cave or the wet bone forest?" Jiraiya curiously asked. Jiang Chen had a rough understanding of the 3 sacred lands, and from his recent experiences, it was clear that that place did not belong to any of them. As for what the system referred to as the source of the sage body, he was utterly clueless. Jiang Chen touched his abdomen, astonished to find himself completely unharmed, with not a single scar in sight. What on earth was going on? Was I not pierced through by something? Why do I have no recollection whatsoever? Not even a scar remains. What on earth transpired during that ordeal? I possessed no inkling of the events that transpired. I attempt to call upon the system in my mind, yet receive no response. Suddenly, a sharp pain strikes my head, causing me to clutch it as I glance around. Jiraiya, visibly irate, glares at me with his mouth agape, his fist still suspended in midair. Upon seeing me regain consciousness, he scolds, "You fool. If you don't act, how can you hear what I'm saying? Tell me, where exactly did you summon?" Realizing my oversight, I hurriedly relay my experiences to Jiraiya, who becomes increasingly astonished, stroking his chin as he muses, "I've never even heard of such a situation. The origin of sage bodies? How can such a place exist?" With disbelief etched on his face, he pulls aside my clothing to inspect my abdomen for any wounds, and upon discovering none, he glares at me with narrowed eyes, exclaiming, "Do you take me for a fool? Not a scratch in sight. You must be confused. Enough of this. Sign the contract first." He summons Gamakichi once more, placing the scroll beside me. "Just inscribe your name and press your handprint." Filled with excitement, I write my name. Envisioning the moment I summon Gamabunta, and can't help but chuckle. "Hey, kid, what are you grinning about?" "Oh, nothing," I reply sheepishly, scratching the back of my head. "Jiraiya-sensei, can I proceed with the summoning now?" "Of course, but don't rush. Practice slowly. It's getting late. We should return to the inn and rest. Tomorrow, we continue." Just as I was eager to practice the summoning technique, Jiraiya firmly grasps my arm and leads me towards the hidden cloud village. That night, I was consumed by excitement. Tossing and turning in my bed, unable to sleep, my mind swirling with visions of the next day's brilliance. The moment I summoned Gamabunta and Jiraiya's astonished face. How splendid it would be. Meanwhile, in Jiraiya's empty room, he knelt before the great toad in Mount Myaboku. The great toad, resplendent in orange with yellow eyes and adorned with a string of prayer beads containing a pale purple cat's eye stone inscribed with the words of oil, wore a scholarly hat and exuded an air of elegance. This was the revered sage of Mount Myaboku, a creature that had survived for over 1,000 years since the era of Kagaya, known as the Great Sage Toad, possessing remarkable prophetic abilities. What brings you here, little Jiraiya? Jiraiya, with utmost respect, bowed deeply and proclaimed, Great Sage Toad, I recently took on a disciple named Jiang Chen. He summoned a dark place without signing a contract, which he described as the forest of the origin of sage bodies. I wish to inquire if you know of this place. The Great Sage Toad's eyes widened in shock, his body trembling slightly as he stared ahead. I can hardly believe someone has reached such a place. Jiraiya, Shinzaku, and Jigen all turned to the Great Sage, with Shinzaku asking in astonishment, what is that place? The Great Sage, regaining his composure, spoke gravely. That is the source of the three holy land sage power, known as the Dark Realm of the ninja world. No one has ventured there for thousands of years, nor has anyone laid eyes upon it. Perhaps only the sages of the three holy lands are aware of its existence. It bears another title, the Corridor of the Holy Lands, the very origin of all sage techniques. Chapter 66. The Child of Destruction. What? The three stood in stunned silence, exchanging glances. Jiraiya, recalling Jiang Chen's earlier words, exclaimed, Great Sage Toad. Jiang Chen saw and heard nothing there, and even jumped off a cliff, only to be fatally wounded in the abdomen before returning to the place he initially summoned. What could explain this? The Great Sage shook his head, sighing helplessly. None of us have traversed there. We've only heard tales. It is said to be a realm of death, a place where only the chosen can arrive. Yet how one exits remains unknown. A hint of regret colored the sage's words. Great Sage, can you predict Jiang Chen's future? Could he be the child of prophecy? Jiraiya's heart raced at the thought of Jiang Chen being the legendary prophetic child, eagerly awaiting the sage's foresight. The Great Sage closed his eyes to divine. But upon glimpsing a particular vision, he opened his eyes wide in excitement, stating, This will likely disappoint you further. Jiang Chen is not the child of prophecy, but rather the child of destruction. His existence may herald catastrophic calamity for the ninja realm. What? Jiraiya, Shinzaku, and Jigen stared at the sage in disbelief, holding their breath in anticipation. I saw a crimson earth, frozen mountains, and a tremor that shook heaven and earth, accompanied by demon-like eyes and a harrowing backdrop. Jiraiya was utterly taken aback. This was his first encounter with the concept of a child of destruction. If such a being existed, what future remained for the ninja world? He had been investigating the Akatsuki organization. Yet now he realized that Jiang Chen posed an even greater threat. The Great Sage Toad's predictions were astoundingly accurate, and Jiang Chen's extraordinary experiences foretold a tumultuous destiny. Should he consider eliminating Jiang Chen for the sake of future peace in the ninja's future? Jiraiya's heart wrestled with turmoil, his expression growing grave. Little Jiraiya, the Great Sage inquired, perceiving Jiraiya's conflicted emotions. What do you think of Jiang Chen? Though we've only just met, he possesses a remarkable character. And his grandfather is a hero who saved Konoha. Jiang Chen himself is a rare genius, Jiraiya admitted, a tinge of regret surfacing in his voice. The Great Sage Toad smiled and continued, if his character is commendable, with the right guidance, the child of destruction might also become a different kind of prophetic child. The sage's words left Jiraiya momentarily speechless. Great Sage, what do you mean? Little Jiraiya, if Jiang Chen were to wield the power to destroy worlds, he would also possess the power to save them, would he not? Though he may not be the child of prophecy, he can still become one. Jiraiya and his companions were profoundly shaken by this revelation. It was undeniably true. Possessing the power to annihilate the world also implied the potential to redeem it. The Akatsuki organization could become a significant threat in the future, while Jiang Chen might emerge as a nightmare for them. With this realization, Jiraiya regained his confidence and smiled, declaring, Great Sage, I will guide Jiang Chen correctly, ensuring he becomes a world hero akin to the child of prophecy. Haha. That is excellent. The Great Sage Toad beamed, and Shinzaku and Jigen nodded in agreement, affirming, Little Jiraiya, do your best. Jiraiya departed, his heart buoyant. Upon returning to the inn, he felt a newfound clarity within him. His doubts dispelled, he now saw the opportunity to nurture and guide another child of prophecy. His heart brimmed with anticipation and challenge. The following day, around 7 in the morning, in the distant woods outside the hidden cloud village, Jiraiya said, "Kid, you may proceed with the summoning." Jiang Chen nodded slightly, his eyes nearly resembling those of a panda. After a night of restless excitement, he now struggled to keep his eyes open. Battling fatigue, he swiftly formed hand seals and struck the ground with his right hand. Summoning technique. With a loud bang, a small toad, less than half a meter tall, appeared before him, striking an impressive pose. "Hey, kid, Gamakichi here." Jiang Chen gazed at Gamakichi, his eyes nearly turning green with envy. Could it be that his skills surpassed even Naruto's? In his initial summoning, Naruto could only conjure a tadpole, while his counterpart summoned a formidable toad. Was this a misunderstanding? The once self-assured Jiang Chen was profoundly disheartened, collapsing to the ground and succumbing to slumber. Toad Gigi glanced back at Jiraiya, who wore a dazed expression, and remarked boastfully, "Jiraiya-sama, who is this kid?" "No one, just go back." Jiraiya replied helplessly, glaring at Jiang Chen before delivering a swift kick. With a whoosh, his right foot, propelled by a powerful gust, aimed for Jiang Chen's abdomen, halting mere inches away. Recalling the words of the great sage Toad from the previous day, he felt compelled to treat this young man with greater kindness. Forget it, let him sleep a while longer. Using the summoning technique, Jiraiya called forth the iron-armed Toad. "Guard Jiang Chen while I fetch some food from the village." With that, he dashed towards the village. By the time Jiraiya returned with buns, it was noon. Wanting Jiang Chen to enjoy a bit more rest, he also took a moment to gather materials. Jiang Chen was sleeping soundly when the enticing aroma of chicken wafted into his senses, abruptly waking him. Jiraiya placed a chicken leg and buns before him. "Have you slept well? Wake up and eat something." Upon seeing Jiraiya's kind smile and the midday sun, Jiang Chen felt a wave of gratitude. "Thank you, Jiraiya-sensei," he exclaimed, eagerly devouring the chicken leg and buns. After a satisfying meal, Jiang Chen felt invigorated and happy, experiencing, for the first time during his years in the Hidden Leaf, the warmth of a mentor's affection. This was a feeling reminiscent of a father's love, distinct from his relationship with the third Hokage. "Kid, now that you're energized, summon something formidable." Jiang Chen nodded earnestly. This time, he was determined not to disappoint Jiraiya. Adjusting his breathing and focusing his chakra to its optimum state, he concentrated intently. "Boar, dog, rooster, monkey, horse." With a powerful shout, he invoked the summoning technique. Suddenly, a thick cloud of smoke enveloped them, and a colossal figure obscured the sunlight before Jiraiya. Jiang Chen's excitement soared as he beheld the massive toad beneath him, its vibrant red skin, enormous physique, bandages wrapped around its waist, a short sword tucked in, and a gigantic pipe clenched in its mouth. This was none other than Fukasaku of Mount Mayaboku. Jiang Chen leaped with joy, shouting, "Jiraiya-sensei, I did it! I succeeded!" Jiraiya shielded his eyes from the sun as he gazed at Fukasaku, a smile breaking across his face. This kid has some talent. However, just as Jiang Chen reveled in his success, Fukasaku glared at him fiercely. "You little brat, did you summon me?" Chapter 67. The duel between Fukasaku and Jiang Chen. In that moment, Jiang Chen was exhilarated and took Fukasaku's words lightly. "Yes, it's me who summoned you." Haha. He boldly sat atop Fukasaku, scrutinizing the toad's appearance. "Where has that idiot Jiraiya gone?" Why did you summon me? Are you bored?" Fukasaku's voice boomed. Jiraiya, standing beneath Fukasaku, called out, "Hey, I'm right here." Fukasaku surveyed his surroundings, and upon noticing the lack of danger, he shot an angry glare at Jiraiya, exhaling a puff of smoke in exasperation. "You summoned me. Are you expecting me to join you for tea?" Perceiving Fukasaku's displeasure, Jiraiya pointed at Jiang Chen. "Hey, it was that kid on your head who summoned you. It has nothing to do with me. If you're looking for someone to scold, it should be him." With that, Jiraiya nimbly leaped away, vanishing from sight. Perched on a branch hundreds of meters away, Jiraiya couldn't help but break into laughter, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Fukasaku's temper is no joke. "Jiang Chen, you better hold your ground." Yet, Jiang Chen remained unfazed. "If I can tame the likes of Manda, subduing Fukasaku should be a piece of cake." Fukasaku, noticing Jiang Chen's youthful appearance, growled, "Kid, standing on my head requires my approval. Do you have the strength for that?" Jiang Chen, unfazed, let his smile fade and rose to confront Fukasaku with a cold gaze. Not only can I stand on your head, but I can also make you submit entirely. My ninja way is encapsulated in 7 words. If you refuse, I will beat you into submission. With that declaration, Jiang Chen leaped down, standing boldly before Fukasaku, his proud demeanor radiating an aura of a conqueror. Fukasaku, thoroughly incensed, widened his eyes and roared, "You insolent brat! Do you think you can act so arrogantly? Believe it or not, I could crush you with a single slap." "I don't believe it," Jiang Chen playfully retorted. With a flicker of his brow and an outstretched hand, he continued, "Go ahead and try. If you can even touch me, I'll consider it a loss." Fukasaku's rage peaked, and without hesitation, he swung his front leg toward Jiang Chen's location. Whoosh! Boom! A tempest arose as Fukasaku's right hand crashed down like a mountain, generating a fierce wind that struck the ground with tremendous force. The resounding impact caused Jiraiya to sway on his branch, shaking his head in disbelief. What on earth did this little guy say to enrage Fukasaku so? He truly doesn't understand the gravity of his situation. Fukasaku removed the pipe from his mouth, releasing a thick cloud of smoke. "Humph. The consequences of provoking me, you little brat, are severe. Do you understand now?" However, Fukasaku's right hand left a gap, indicating he never truly intended to harm Jiang Chen. He slowly opened his hand, anticipating to see Jiang Chen sprawled on the ground, barely conscious. But as his arm lifted, he found nothing but empty space. "Huh." Fukasaku furrowed his brow in astonishment. "Hey, Fukasaku, I'm right here," Jiang Chen called out from a nearby branch, arms crossed, a relaxed smile adorning his face. What did you call me, you little brat?" Fukasaku's right hand swung violently again, unleashing another gust of wind that swept through the trees. The trees fell like dominoes, uprooted with a force akin to steel striking ice. Boom! The cacophony of trees collapsing echoed as Fukasaku's punch landed mercilessly. He believed Jiang Chen would easily evade his palm, demonstrating some skill. In his mind, such provocation warranted a full-force reprimand. Even if Jiang Chen were injured, it would be his own doing. Yet again, the outcome defied Fukasaku's expectations. Jiang Chen reappeared and scathed atop another treetop. "Kid, since you're so confident, I'll show no mercy," Fukasaku declared, clenching his fists. Water release, iron cannonball. He expelled a massive water sphere aimed at Jiang Chen, the force of the water ball obliterating trees in its path. Boom! Bang! Bang! The might of this water technique was on par with the wind release of the one-tailed Shikaku, and Jiang Chen knew better than to confront it head-on. Leaping gracefully, he easily evaded the water cannon's trajectory, soaring through the air with a carefree smile. "As long as you can't hit me, there's nothing to worry about." Hee. Just as he reveled in his agility, a second water cannonball surged toward him. "You think dodging is enough? Unfortunately, I have another shot. Let us see how you evade this one." With a puff of mist, Fukasaku grinned as he watched the water cannonball soar toward Jiang Chen. "This little brat has some skills to force me to use the water cannon. Things are getting interesting. But how will he evade this second shot?" Jiraiya, intrigued, observed closely. With the water cannonball closing in, using a shadow clone to escape seemed implausible. The attack's range was too extensive for such a tactic. Thus, Jiang Chen had no choice but to brace himself against the impending water assault. Alas, it appears that Jiang Chen must now recuperate for some time. And when Tai truly shows no mercy, Jiraiya shook his head with a sigh. The outcome of Jiang Chen enduring this assault had become inevitable, and both Jiraiya and Wen Tai had prepared themselves for the aftermath. However, at that moment, Jiang Chen produced a sealing scroll from his possession, and a pitch-black great sword materialized in his grasp. Jiraiya furrowed his brow in astonishment, exclaiming, "What is he planning? Does he intend to cleave this water iron cannon in two? That is preposterous." Under their watchful gaze, the ghostly sword in Jiang Chen's hand was enveloped in swirling darkness as he brought it down with ferocity. The impact resonated through the forest, echoing with a thunderous boom. The water iron cannon was struck as if colliding with an invisible spherical iron ball, sending forth a spray of water droplets cascading down like a torrential downpour. "What? This is impossible." Both Wen Tai and Jiraiya gasped in unison, their mouths agape in shock. Before the storm could abate, Jiang Chen delivered a swift, horizontal slash, the powerful blow cutting through the tempest like a specter. The strike hurtled towards Wen Tai's head. In a moment of urgency, Wen Tai raised the short blade from his waist above his head. The clash of the strike against Wen Tai's short blade reverberated loudly once more. Wen Tai had initially assumed it was merely a standard strike, thus exerting insufficient force, yet the reality was a harsh wake-up call. The power of that strike exceeded his expectations, leaving his arm numb and his blade sent flying in an instant. He had been careless. Had he unleashed his full strength earlier, he would not have lost his weapon. Wen Tai's expression grew increasingly fierce and astonished as he retrieved the fallen short blade, declaring loudly, "Boy, if you can face this next attack without flinching, I shall acknowledge you and permit you to address me as brother. What say you?" Jiang Chen landed steadily, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "I could not wish for anything more." Chapter 68, Brother Wen Tai. "I look forward to your guidance." Wen Tai shouted towards the distant Jiraiya, "Jiraiya, come lend a hand." Upon hearing Wen Tai's call, Jiraiya paused momentarily before rushing over. Standing atop Wen Tai's head and scratching his head in confusion, "Haha, what are we doing? Let's combine our efforts with the toad oil fireball." Jiraiya's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Jiang Chen, murmuring to himself, "Has Jiang Chen truly driven Wen Tai to madness? He actually wants to employ a combination technique. If they execute this, I fear Jiang Chen may not withstand it." Jiraiya was well aware of the formidable nature of this combination skill. Ordinary water techniques would be utterly ineffective against it. Even if Jiang Chen were to employ his previous skill to disperse the toad oil, the raging flames would still engulf him entirely. This technique is suitable for confronting an enemy, but testing Jiang Chen's strength with it seems excessive. "Hey, Wen Tai, is it not a bit unfair to attack a child with this?" "Silence. If you choose not to assist, then I certainly do not intend to acknowledge this brat." Wen Tai inhaled deeply, appearing nonchalant, implying that Jiang Chen was Jiraiya's apprentice, and whether or not he acknowledged him mattered little to him. Jiraiya found himself at a loss with Wen Tai's attitude, calling out to Jiang Chen, "Hey, kid, Wen Tai and I are about to use the toad oil fireball. Can you withstand it? If not, speak up now." Jiraiya's advance warning infuriated Wen Tai, who began to fume. "You scoundrel, are you really siding with your apprentice?" Jiraiya waved his hand, chuckling awkwardly. "Haha, come now, why take this so seriously when dealing with a child? You've lived long enough to know better. You rascal, mocking me." The two exchanged heated words, inciting Jiang Chen to stifle his laughter. He understood that his teacher was merely buying him time to strategize his response, allowing him to concede if necessary to avoid bodily harm when the technique was unleashed. "Hey, seniors, I have made up my mind. You may proceed with your next attack. I will not evade. Bring it on." Jiraiya slapped his forehead, shaking his head in exasperation. Does this kid truly think he can easily withstand the toad oil fireball? Though Jiang Chen's prowess was undeniably formidable for his age, and his swordsmanship reached heights Jiraiya had never witnessed, he still doubted that Jiang Chen could intercept such a powerful fire technique. Even he, with all his strength, could not fathom any sword technique capable of extinguishing such a fierce fire. Yet, with Jiang Chen's unwavering affirmation and Wen Tai's fury, there was no room for retreat. "Haha, you brave lad. Regardless of whether you can withstand it or not, I find you quite likable," Wen Tai bellowed, beginning to develop a fondness for Jiang Chen. "Hey, Jiraiya, remember to use fire release. It's about to begin." Wen Tai inhaled deeply and unleashed a formidable jet of water, all composed of toad oil. As the toad oil erupted forth, Jiraiya clasped his hands together, initiating his technique. Fire release, toad oil fireball. Boom. A colossal torrent of toad oil gushed forth, merging swiftly with Jiraiya's fire technique to form a powerful column of flaming oil. The brilliant blaze surged towards Jiang Chen, painting the sky crimson. Any trees in its path disintegrated in an instant, instilling fear and unease in those who witnessed it. Once more, the ghostly sword was shrouded in black energy, poised before Jiang Chen as he swayed his body. One sword style, flame demon slash. Jiang Chen's eyes widened intensely. As the toad oil fireball approached, he unleashed a formidable strike. The ghostly sword emerged, and with a cry of black flame, severing fire. Boom. The strike, infused with black flames, cleaved downwards. The toad oil parted as if it were a watermelon sliced in midair. The intense flames radiated outward from Jiang Chen, while the toad oil Wen Tai expelled was similarly cleaved in two. The black flame strike, having severed the fireball, surged straight towards Wen Tai, creating an ominous presence that sent shivers down spines. Wen Tai's eyes widened in shock, his pipe falling from his grasp as he stared blankly at the massive black flame. He completely forgot to evade the incoming attack. Jiraiya, equally astonished by Jiang Chen's display, was left dumbfounded. What manner of being is this? Such a strike is beyond comprehension. Wentai, get out of the way, Jiraiya shouted, but Wentai remained entranced in disbelief, failing to react. This is troublesome, Jiraiya thought helplessly as he hastily formed hand seals. Earth release, earth flow wall. Jiang Chen executed the earth technique, standing before Wentai. He understood that this earth wall might not withstand the impending strike. Boom. The flame demon slash collided with the earthen barrier, causing it to shatter instantaneously. As anticipated, the wall proved ineffective. Had it been Jiraiya alone, he would have been fine, but Wentai was still dazed. In frustration, Jiraiya struck Wentai on the head, exclaiming, "Idiot! Wake up!" Wentai jolted from his stupor, emerging from his dazed state. Yet it was too late. The flame demon slash was upon him. Oh no! There's no time to evade. Wentai grimaced, helplessly watching as the strike descended upon him. Boom! Just as the strike was about to make contact, Jiang Chen's figure reappeared. He wielded the ghostly blade to deflect the incoming strike. The clash between the black flame demon slash and the ghostly blade sent Jiang Chen stumbling backward until he was halted by an arm against an obstacle. With a resounding clang, he exerted a sudden force, pushing the flame demon slash away with great vigor. Thus, the attack was nullified. Ah, what a relief! Jiraiya wiped the cold sweat from his brow, exhaling a deep sigh. Fukasaku, observing the panting Jiang Chen beneath him, smiled and remarked, "Kid, I acknowledge your prowess. I've never encountered a little devil as formidable as you. Today, I concede defeat wholeheartedly, and I am willing to be your brother, Wenta." Fukasaku's sincerity was evident. And Jiang Chen nodded with a smile, his heart soaring with joy. He clasped his hands together and said, "Brother Wenta, I look forward to your guidance." Jiraiya, overhearing their exchange, lowered his gaze with a look of embarrassment and bellowed, "You two miscreants, have you lost track of your seniority?" It was only then that Fukasaku and Jiang Chen realized the implications. Fukasaku had taken to calling Jiang Chen brother, while Jiang Chen was Jiraiya's pupil, leading to an incongruity that Jiraiya found intolerable. Fukasaku, however, was unfazed by this, satisfied simply with having acknowledged Jiang Chen. Watching Jiraiya seethe with fury, he took a deep puff of his cigarette and, exhaling a cloud of smoke, laughed heartily. Chapter 69. Learning Sage Techniques with Fukasaku's Acknowledgement. Jiang Chen had fully grasped the summoning technique in just a single day. This was nothing short of genius, and he had completely impressed Fukasaku. To Jiraiya, Jiang Chen's talent now surpassed even that of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. He was a once-in-a-millennium prodigy. Should he truly become the child of destruction, it would spell unprecedented calamity for the ninja world. Conversely, if he were guided correctly to become another prophetic child, he could shine as the brightest beacon in the ninja realm. As he gazed at Jiang Chen's silhouette, Jiraiya felt a tinge of satisfaction and mused to himself, "Perhaps this boy will become a being more formidable than the first Hokage." At that moment, Jiang Chen's heart brimmed with joy as he repeatedly reassured himself, "See, I am indeed a genius." Having been away from Konoha for 3 or 4 days, and with the Chunin exams approaching, he needed to hasten his learning. The summoning technique was not his primary focus. Mastering sage techniques, enhancing his physical prowess, and honing his ocular abilities were paramount. "Jiraiya-sensei, I have mastered the summoning technique. Can you teach me sage techniques now?" Jiraiya, initially elated by Jiang Chen's talent, nearly stumbled upon hearing his request for sage techniques. How could such a thing be so easily learned? This kid is far too ambitious, he thought. Ahem. The training for sage techniques is a lengthy process. It's not something you can simply pick up. How about I teach you some other ninjutsu instead? What about the Rasengan? It's an incredibly powerful technique, Jiraiya suggested. Jiang Chen recalled Naruto's struggle to master the Rasengan and felt disinclined to embark on that journey. For a master swordsman, acquiring sage techniques was of utmost importance. With such skills, combined with unparalleled swordsmanship, he would be invincible. "No, I only wish to learn sage techniques. Is that acceptable?" "Absolutely not." Jiraiya's anger flared as he glared at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen stood there, bewildered. Why was Jiraiya unwilling to teach him sage techniques? What was the reason behind this? After a moment of contemplation, he devised a plan. He stood upright and cleared his throat. "Ahem, Jiraiya-sensei, if you agree to teach me sage techniques, I can invite my sister to accompany you tomorrow. If you refuse, she will certainly be unavailable." Upon hearing this, Jiraiya realized that Jiang Chen was using his sister as leverage, and he erupted in fury. "You little brat. It's not that I don't want to teach you, but the risks associated with learning sage techniques are substantial. What if something were to happen to you? How would I explain that to the ghostly blade elder and Sarutobi-sensei? Jiang Chen finally understood that Jiraiya was indeed protective. Had he not invoked his sister, the truth might have remained concealed. Jiraiya-sensei, how about this? You return to Konoha with me, and I will explain everything to the third Hokage. I will also contact my grandfather to clarify that he bears no blame. How does that sound? With that, he fixed his gaze on Jiraiya, eagerly awaiting his response. It was certainly preferable for Jiang Chen to learn more advanced ninjutsu. And given his proposition, Jiraiya thought it prudent to comply. Ahem, very well. I will share with you the drawbacks of learning sage techniques. Ordinary chakra is derived from the energy of your body and mind, while sage chakra is formed by absorbing natural energy and fully integrating it. To activate it, you must maintain a balance of all three types of chakra, each constituting 1/3. If any one exceeds that proportion, the natural energy will consume you. If it falls short, you cannot enter sage mode. After explaining the principles involved, Jiraiya observed Jiang Chen's focused demeanor and continued. In other words, if you cannot maintain balance and absorb too much natural energy without expending it, you will face death. Do you still wish to proceed? Jiang Chen nodded resolutely. He was well aware of the risks associated with sage techniques. Jiraiya-sensei, I have decided to continue my training. The more powerful the ninjutsu, the greater the danger. I, Jiang Chen, have never feared death. His words brimmed with determination and vigor. Good lad, you have guts. In that case, there is no need to return to Konoha immediately. I will arrange for communication with the third Hokage, and you can handle the discussions with the ghostly blade elder. How does that sound? Excellent. No problem. Then it's settled. It's getting late, so let us return and rest. I must stay in the land of lightning for a few more days. I have important matters to attend to. Ahem, remember to ensure your sister comes tomorrow. Jiang Chen was utterly speechless, realizing that all this was ultimately for a woman. All right, I will do so, he replied weakly, shaking his head in resignation. The following day, within Mount Miyaboku, Shinzua and Jijian surrounded Jiang Chen. Towering mushrooms, waterfalls, and a massive frog statue from which water flowed adorned the surroundings. The training grounds featured a high, pointed peak with a square stone slab for only one to squat upon. Learning sage techniques would be entrusted to Shinzua and Jijian, while Jiraiya departed Mount Miyaboku, merrily conversing with Sakurai. Little Jiang Chen, I have already explained the learning process for sage techniques, so you must control that ratio diligently. Moreover, this is not something that can be mastered overnight. First, you should feel the natural energy and complete the gathering process. Lord Shinzua meticulously taught Jiang Chen how to gather energy, while Jijian stood by to provide guidance. Jiang Chen understood the difficulty of mastering sage techniques. Jiraiya had taken 10 years to learn them, and even Naruto, the main character, had taken half a month to grasp them. Additionally, after learning, he could only maintain sage mode for 5 minutes. Thus, it was clear that mastering sage techniques was not a task to be taken lightly. However, he was confident that he could accomplish it before the Chunin exams. Following Shinzua's instructions, Jiang Chen sat cross-legged beside the waterfall, activating his bodily and mental energy to continuously circulate, and began to feel the surrounding natural energy. As the environment grew increasingly tranquil, he distinctly sensed the flow of energy within him, so clear and vivid. Despite his heightened concentration and the flawless operation of his bodily and mental energies, he still could not perceive the influx of natural energy. All he felt was the stillness of his body and the surrounding environment. As time passed, Jiang Chen's heart grew anxious. A genius of his caliber should not struggle to learn this, should they? Why had so much time elapsed with no progress? Jiang Chen's excessive anxiety rendered his heart unable to maintain tranquility. He slowly opened his eyes, yet before he could utter a word, Master Shinzu stared at him in astonishment and exclaimed, "A genius. Truly a genius." Haha. Chapter 70. The inexplicable phenomenon of the celestial body's origin. Jiang Chen was utterly perplexed by Master Shinzu's words. He had merely felt agitated and opened his eyes. How had this transformed him into a genius? What on earth was happening? Was it sarcasm? Regardless of the circumstances, Jiang Chen felt the need to clarify his current state of mind. Master Shinzu, I was just a bit anxious, which is why I opened my eyes. I believe I should attempt it again tomorrow, Jiang Chen said, scratching his head, a hint of reluctance in his voice. However, he alone understood that, at this moment, his heart was truly in turmoil. Little Jiang Chen, Do you realize how rich the natural energy around you is just as you closed your eyes? Master Shinzu continued. Although you were unable to absorb it into your body, it transformed into pure, concentrated energy because of you. Master Shinzu's words deepened Jiang Chen's confusion. The thickening natural energy that had not entered his body had no direct correlation to his being a genius. Observing Jiang Chen's bewilderment, Master Shinzu's smile grew even broader. How can I explain it? It's as if you are a magnetic field. Due to your presence, a significant amount of concentrated natural energy has been attracted to you. This innate power is something I have never encountered before, and thus, you can indeed be considered a genius. Jiang Chen grasped Master Shinzu's meaning, but still could not comprehend why he elicited such phenomena. Master Shinzu, I truly did nothing. I merely focused on circulating the energy and mental strength within me. Why did this situation arise? Master Shinzu exchanged glances with Jiang. Although they had encountered many experiences, they had never faced such a scenario. Little Jiang Chen, let us conclude today's practice here. When you return tomorrow, I will summon the great Toad Sage to observe your condition. Jiang Chen nodded in agreement and departed from Maimo Mountain. By this time, the evening glow in Yunin village had faded, and night began to unfold. Sakurai and his senior Jiraiya were still engaged in lively conversation. Jiang Chen had already settled his dues with Sakurai for the past few days, so there was no need for him to make another trip. Besides, he felt utterly exhausted, as though every cell in his body had undergone a cleansing. He collapsed onto his bed and fell into a deep slumber. The next day, at Maimo Mountain, the great Toad Sage and Master Shinzu surrounded Jiang Chen. As before, Jiang Chen continued to focus on circulating the energy and mental strength within him. Indifferent to the external changes, the natural energy surrounding him gradually coalesced, even thicker than the previous day. Sensing this dense natural energy, the great Toad Sage slowly opened his eyes, staring wide-eyed at Jiang Chen's surroundings. Old fool, don't make any mistakes. Is there something particularly special about little Jiang Chen's body? Jiang chided the great Toad Sage. After a long examination, the great Toad Sage excitedly remarked, "This lad's physique is somewhat reminiscent of the celestial body's origin, yet this should not be a trait possessed by a human. This is entirely impossible. Such a concentration of natural energy should only exist within the sacred land of the corridor." The great Toad Sage's hat swayed, his understanding of Jiang Chen's current state baffling him further. Could it be because he has visited the sacred land of the corridor? But even if he has, how could he possess such an ability? It simply defies logic. The celestial body's origin, what was it? That was something even the likes of the Six-Path Sage had never possessed. How could Jiang Chen possibly acquire the power of the celestial body's origin? This was truly incomprehensible. Observing the rich natural energy surrounding Jiang Chen, which rebounded upon contact with his body, the great Toad Sage furrowed his brow. What was this force that repelled the Maimo Mountain's Toad Sage technique? Why was it keeping it at bay? What was the structure of this lad? He could attract natural energy, yet repel the technique of Maimo Mountain. This series of anomalies left even the erudite great Toad Sage at a loss. Seeing the great Toad Sage's inability to provide clarity, Master Shinzu and Jiang anxiously inquired, "Sage, what should we do now? Let us observe the situation. As long as it does not threaten his life, allow him to continue his practice. I believe we will eventually arrive at a conclusion," Master Shinzu replied, nodding gravely. The great Toad Sage then departed from the scene. Jiang Chen, like the day before, exhibited no physical changes. The natural energy within him remained at zero. This truly distressed him. Could it be that he lacked the aptitude for cultivating sage techniques? How could that be? His intense competitive spirit drove him to repeatedly attempt to absorb natural energy. Yet after an entire day had passed, he still felt no progress, not even the slightest change. Jiang Chen was genuinely anxious. "Master Shinzu, could it be that I am too dull-witted to learn to absorb natural energy?" At this moment, Jiang Chen began to doubt his own qualifications. If it weren't a matter of aptitude, how could there be no change after 2 days? Master Shinzu smiled gently, offering reassurance. "Do not rush, you are already quite impressive. Take your time, and results will come in due course. Compare yourself to young Jiraiya. He spent 10 years learning sage techniques." With a resigned sigh, Jiang Chen returned to rest. Days passed, and Jiang Chen's efforts in gathering energy yielded no advancement. Aside from the increasingly dense natural energy each day, he felt no influx of natural energy into his body. Both Master Shinzu and the great Toad Sage grew increasingly concerned and puzzled by the situation. As the exam dates approached, Jiang Chen was compelled to abandon his studies in sage techniques and prepare to return to the village. Jiraiya did not accompany Jiang Chen back to the village, stating he would return a couple of days later. Jiang Chen packed his belongings alone and set off for Konoha village. In Konoha village, within the Hokage's office, the elite Jonin gathered before the third Hokage to determine the participants for the upcoming Chunin exam. Among the most contentious issues was Jiang Chen's situation. According to the exam requirements, participants must form teams of 3. The third Hokage proposed that Jiang Chen participate alone, provoking strong discontent among the ninja. Hokage-sama. All the ninjas from various nations participate in teams of 3. Jiang Chen participating alone creates a unique circumstance that is difficult for our fire country to justify. Yes, besides, Jiang Chen's graduation rank was dead last. Isn't sending him alone tantamount to signing his death warrant? I suggest we find 2 people to team up with Jiang Chen. No matter the outcome, they can at least assist him. The room erupted into chaos. Kakashi remained silent, his gaze lowered. Yuhi Kurenai turned to Asuma and whispered, Asuma, how well do you know Jiang Chen? Why does this lad warrant such consideration from the third Hokage? I'm not sure. But it is true that Jiang Chen is the grandson of the Demon Blade. Perhaps that is the reason, Asuma replied quietly. The third Hokage closed his eyes, removed the pipe from his mouth, and exhaled a deep cloud of smoke. Enough. Stop the noise. It has been decided. Regarding Jiang Chen, regardless of what others say, this is a matter for the fire country. We have not yet fallen to the point of being judged by others. The third Hokage's words loomed over everyone like a giant. Kakashi smiled slightly and declared, Jiang Chen's strength is not as you all perceive. He is quite formidable. Indeed, while he may have ranked last in the exam, as the grandson of the Demon Blade, his abilities have consistently been underestimated. Therefore, I urge everyone to have faith in Jiang Chen this time. Asuma shifted the pipe to the corner of his mouth, smiling, You've piqued my interest in that lad. Me too. Yuhi Kurenai and Asuma exchanged knowing glances, their thoughts aligned. Seeing the Hokage and the elite Jonin in agreement, the other ninjas ceased their objections. The outcome has been determined. All 10 graduates from Irika's class will participate in the Chunin exams. In the preliminary hall of the Chunin exams, the 12 young ninjas of Konoha gather alongside Jiang Chen. Nara Shikamaru, appearing lethargic, is skilled in shadow manipulation techniques and is known for his constant complaints and lack of motivation. Akimichi Choji, portly in stature and adept at body expansion techniques, has a penchant for food and is sensitive about being called a pig. Yamanaka Ino, with her sweet appearance and mastery of the mind transfer jutsu, harbors feelings for Sasuke and frequently quarrels with Sakura. Rock Lee, resembling his mentor guy with his watermelon hairstyle and tight-fitting attire, is a taijutsu prodigy who admires Sakura and seeks to challenge various geniuses. Hyuga Niji, a member of the branch family of the Hyuga clan and the son of Hisashi, is renowned as a genius due to his exceptional use of the Byakugan. Tenten, a spirited and graceful girl, excels in utilizing scrolls to unleash an array of weaponry. Among the familiar faces are Inuzuka Kiba, Hinata Hyuga, Shino Aburame, Sasuke, Sakura, Naruto, and the protagonist Jiang Chen. Unlike before, Jiang Chen has opted not to carry his ghost blade this time. He has promised the Hokage that he would refrain from using it and from taking lives, thus wielding only a simple wooden sword, approximately half a meter in length. Indeed, you read that correctly, a mere wooden sword. The examination hall is bustling, filled to capacity with participants, leaving little room even to stand. The atmosphere is lively. Gaara, with his gourd on his back and dark circles under his eyes, fixes a cold gaze on Naruto and Jiang Chen as they enter, his expression betraying an ominous intent. The kanji for love on his forehead appears strikingly handsome. Upon entering the hall, Naruto trembles, suddenly pointing at the crowd and shouting, I am Uzumaki Naruto, and I will not be defeated by any of you, understand? This declaration leaves the 12 young ninjas of Konoha stunned, with Sakura's eyes widening in anger, her ladylike demeanor cast aside. All the ninjas in the room turn to look at the audacious Naruto. In an instant, Naruto has become a thorn in the side of all participants, who glare at him with murderous intent, wishing to eliminate him on the spot. Who is this brat? So arrogant? Does he need to be taught a lesson? He clearly has no sense of his own limitations, acting so brazenly. Let's take him down. In that moment, all the ninjas are eager to take action against Naruto. Observing the crowd's expressions, Sakura quickly restrains Naruto and awkwardly addresses the other ninjas. Everyone, he was just joking, please don't take it seriously. However, no matter how much Sakura tries to explain, everyone is already resolved to eliminate Naruto. Just then, Jiang Chen's voice rings out. Haha, little Naruto, you are not wrong. They will all lose, but not to you. They will lose to me. If Naruto's words were comedic, Jiang Chen's were a direct provocation. The ninjas, already irritated by Naruto's brashness, find Jiang Chen's sudden remark to be a catalyst for their anger. Jiang Chen, unfazed, strolls to the front with a contemptuous smile, saying, "What are you all staring at? If anyone is truly dissatisfied with me, then prove your strength in the upcoming matches. If you cannot, then retract your anger, little brats." Boom. Jiang Chen's provocation escalates to a point of no return, leaving even Naruto and Sasuke astonished. Sakura and Ino watch Jiang Chen's retreating figure, exclaiming, "This is it. Are you seeking death? Is this how the ninjas of Konoha behave? I can't wait for the match. I want to eliminate you now." At that moment, all the lower ninjas from various nations prepare to take action against Jiang Chen. Gaara raises a hand to stop Kankuro, whispering, "Don't move. Let's observe the situation." The sound ninjas and mist ninjas rush from their positions towards Jiang Chen. The speed of the sound ninjas is astonishing, reaching Jiang Chen in the blink of an eye. Jiang Chen glances at the three ninjas from the mist, moving as slowly as snails, shaking his head in exasperation. Their skills are simply insufficient. Catch this. One of the sound ninjas leaps into the air, delivering a kick aimed at Jiang Chen's face. However, just as the kick is about to connect, Jiang Chen coldly scoffs with a smile and effortlessly pushes with his right hand. The sound ninja crashes to the ground several meters away, writhing in pain. At that moment, another sound ninja, his face wrapped in bandages, extends his right arm, riddled with small holes, and punches towards Jiang Chen's face. Jiang Chen recognizes this as a sound wave attack, knowing dodging would be futile. Calmly, he extends his left hand, placing his index and middle fingers on the bandaged ninja's right arm, and suddenly applies pressure. The bandaged ninja collapses at Jiang Chen's feet, unable to resist. Witnessing this scene, another female sound ninja halts, staring in shock at the two on the ground, looking at Jiang Chen as if he were a monster. Gaara's eyes narrow, fixating on Jiang Chen. "This is a figure worthy of my conquest." Li, trembling, exclaims, "Is that Jiang Chen, the one with the weakest performance this time? How is his taijutsu so formidable?" Byakugan. Similar to Li, Niji is taken aback by Jiang Chen's prowess, activating his Byakugan to see through Jiang Chen's physique. Yet, as he gazes upon Jiang Chen, it is as if he peers into an abyss, filled with fear and darkness, as if he might be consumed by this infinite void at any moment. He quickly retracts his Byakugan, gasping for breath, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. "What's wrong, Niji?" Tintin asks, her lovely eyes furrowed in concern as she helps him up. "It's nothing. Just remember, during this exam, do not provoke Jiang Chen under any circumstances. He is undoubtedly a terrifying presence." In that instant, sweat pours down Niji's forehead. Sasuke watches Jiang Chen's back, clenching his fists once more, gritting his teeth in frustration. Just how powerful is Jiang Chen? I can no longer fathom his true strength. Could he truly be the most formidable genius? Chapter 72, The Forest of Death in the Chunin Exams. The ninjas from the Mist Village, witnessing the swift defeat of the sound ninja, become apprehensive, hurriedly retreating to their original positions, swallowing hard in relief for not acting recklessly. The animosity that once filled the room towards Jiang Chen transforms into sheer terror. Kakashi leans against the wall outside the room, shaking his head with a sigh. "I truly wonder which unfortunate soul will dare to provoke Jiang Chen next. Surviving that would be nothing short of a miracle." As silence blankets the room, Jiang Chen sits down, surveying the assembled ninjas from above, exuding an emperor's demeanor. With a puff of smoke, the chief examiner Marino Ibiki makes a grand entrance. The theme of the first exam is to test the candidate's information-gathering abilities, something Jiang Chen is well aware of. Though the results are not the main focus, the emphasis lies on assessing teamwork. With a genius like Naruto present, Jiang Chen can simply coast through the first exam. After several minutes, Naruto's determination to not abandon any of his comrades leads them to pass the exam successfully. The crowd erupts in cheers. Yet before they can fully relish their success, another jaw-dropping scene unfolds. Bang! The windows of the examination hall shatter as shuriken pierce through, embedding themselves in the ceiling, revealing a massive red cloth before the candidates. Boldly emblazoned upon it are the words, "Second Stage Chief Examiner, Mitarashi Anko." accompanied by a flamboyant and humorous entrance. Yet another stunning beauty from Konoha appears. With her chestnut ponytail, exquisite features, and tall frame, clad in a fishnet top and stockings paired with brown shorts. Anko effortlessly merges vivacity with allure. Raising her right hand high, she exuberantly exclaims, "I am your second stage chief examiner, Mitarashi Anko. Now, let us proceed to the next stage." Instantly, an awkward silence envelopes the examination hall. Her comical entrance, coupled with an awkward enthusiasm, leaves all present dumbfounded. Although filled with indignation and embarrassment, it also heralded the conclusion of the first examination and the commencement of the second. Out of 79 participants, 27 teams successfully advanced to the next stage. Hongdo, observing the number of candidates, awkwardly inquired, "Yubiki, how is it that one team consists of a single individual?" Yubiki leaned closer to Hongdo and whispered the circumstances, her eyes widening as they turned towards Jiang Chen, pondering internally, is he truly Jiang Chen, the grandson of the Ghost Blade? Such special treatment. He gets to be a team of one. I wonder how he will fare in the next examination. You were fortunate this time, but in the second examination, half of you will be eliminated. How thrilling. We shall discuss details tomorrow. Dismissed. The following day, at the venue for the second examination, the Death Forest of Training Ground 44, Hongdo stood before the assembled participants, excitedly holding a consent form. This is the consent form. In this round, there will be casualties, so it is imperative that you sign it. Your lives are no longer my concern. The rules of the game state that within 120 hours, each team must reach the center tower of the forest with both the Heaven and Earth scrolls to qualify. There are a total of 27 teams, and 13 will possess either the Heaven or Earth scroll, competing against each other. Ultimately, at least half will be eliminated. Upon hearing this, the ninjas quickly noticed a discrepancy. Examiner, this is not right. If there are 27 teams and 26 have scrolls, what becomes of the last team? Yes. Does that team not have to participate? The crowd began to murmur, and Hongdo's smile grew wider as she cheerfully announced, "What I am about to reveal is the existence of a special team, which consists solely of Jiang Chen." Her excitement intensified as she pointed towards Jiang Chen. "Jiang Chen, please step forward." Jiang Chen furrowed his brow at Hongdo's exuberant expression, sensing an ominous premonition. Is this woman trying to set me up? As Jiang Chen stood before Hongdo, the other 26 teams were left astounded. If anyone was the center of attention during this Chunin exam, it was undoubtedly Jiang Chen. A lone individual challenging all candidates and even eliminating an Odonin in mere seconds, he had certainly stolen the spotlight. Now, with a team of one, he appeared even more unconventional. Hongdo patted Jiang Chen on the shoulder, smiling broadly. To accommodate this special team, I have decided to grant Jiang Chen a pair of scrolls. He need not compete with you for the scrolls. He simply has to carry them to the center tower. Additionally, I must inform you that the center tower is 10,000 meters from here, so please ensure your safety. After speaking, her beautiful face leaned close to Jiang Chen's ear as she whispered, "What do you think? I'm treating you well, right? You don't even have to fight for them. Consider it special treatment. Good luck, Jiang Chen." Jiang Chen accepted the Heaven and Earth scrolls, scoffing inwardly. "This is not special treatment. It is merely making me a target. No matter whom I encounter, they will undoubtedly choose to attack me, as I possess what they need." Hongdo is truly generous. However, out of courtesy, Jiang Chen still smiled, bowing his head with a heavy tone. "Thank you, Senior Hongdo." The participants then proceeded through their respective entrances into the Death Forest. Jiang Chen selected a rather favorable entrance, number 38, a most auspicious number, especially since he was the only one entering. What does this mean? I'm not a woman. Jiang Chen dismissed the trials of the Death Forest, viewing it as inconsequential. A mere stroll for someone of his caliber. After all, it was akin to wandering in the novice zone with a max-level character. It was simpler than dining. Activating his sensory ability, Jiang Chen expanded it infinitely, only to discover that his perception could cover only half of the forest. Locating Hinata would prove somewhat challenging. In this examination, Naruto and Kabuto were together, posing minimal danger. His sole intention was to protect his younger sister, Hinata. Just then, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind, incessantly chattering. "Ding. System data restoration in progress. Please await successful restoration." Jiang Chen raised his brows in surprise. Since the last time he had been lost in the forest, the system had not appeared. Now, after such a lengthy absence, its return filled Jiang Chen with exhilaration. "Brother, What is the reason for your prolonged absence? Replying to you. Brother, the system suffered severe damage in the Lost Forest. Activating emergency protocols did not suffice for full recovery. After 48 hours of minor repairs and several days of data restoration, it has finally completed rebooting. I apologize for any inconvenience caused. How peculiar. The system had become so courteous. Never mind the formality, your return is what matters. I thought you had vanished entirely. Ding. System data scanning in progress. Based on your memories, the system has missed numerous moments of shock. It will now organize the shock value. You may experience intense head pain shortly. Kind reminder, please do not panic. If necessary, you may bite your arm to avoid biting your tongue. Chapter 73. Jiang Chen's bullying. Jiang Chen was utterly speechless. What is this situation? Am I giving birth or undergoing surgery? And a kind reminder to bite my arm? What a fuss. Boom. A sudden, intense pain surged through his head, and he curled up on the ground, his head pounding. Initially dismissive of the system, he now lacked the courage to argue. Forcing his arm to his mouth, the system's voice echoed in his mind once more. Ding. Congratulations, brother, for summoning Gamma Bunta, shocking Jiraiya, and earning 100,000 Rio and 100 sword intent. It is advisable to elevate your level to the second stage. The current progress bar reads, second stage 351,000. Congratulations, brother, for successfully unlocking the second stage of sword intent. Its specific function allows you to ensnare an opponent in a mid-level illusion, controlling the release of killing intent. The malfunction has also been unlocked. Jiang Chen could only comprehend a fraction of the system's mechanical voice as the pain persisted. Ding. Congratulations, brother, for shocking Gamma Bunta. The events of shocking Zetsu and the Great Toad Sage in Mayaboka Mountain were all scanned by the system and began to be compensated. Ultimately, Jiang Chen's progress bar reached second stage 2,851,000. Simultaneously, the throbbing pain in his head gradually subsided. Jiang Chen lay on the ground, feeling utterly drained, lacking even the slightest strength. Despite upgrading his sword intent to the second stage and compensating for so much shock value, he felt no joy. The previous pain had left him feeling desolate. Hey, there is someone lying down there. Let us check it out. Perhaps he has a scroll. But be cautious. What if there is a trap? As this unexpected voice reached him, Jiang Chen found himself unable to raise his head to observe who it was, let alone resist. Sweating profusely, he sighed inwardly. The system certainly knew how to choose its moments. Now was not the time for organizing shock values. Moreover, why did it leave him utterly powerless and frail? The Death Forest was inherently perilous, especially for those newly entering. In this weakened state, Jiang Chen resembled a paralyzed tiger, powerful yet unable to fight. This is it. At this moment, someone approaches. Losing a scroll is trivial, but what if I encounter a predator? Jiang Chen's greatest concern was that the newcomer might be someone seeking trouble. Handing over the scroll was inconsequential. He could easily reclaim it. But what if they sought to exploit his vulnerability? 3 figures leapt down from the trees, and Jiang Chen lifted his gaze towards their forehead protectors, finally exhaling in relief. He was grateful to see they were from the Mist Village. Had it been the 3 sound ninjas he had offended earlier, his fate would likely have been grim. As the 3 approached, they observed Jiang Chen more clearly. The stout man with orange hair walked at the forefront, his expression a blend of tension and anxiety. Trailing behind him was a robust youth adorned with a blue scarf. Cowering in the back was a girl with long black hair, her large eyes and thin lips betraying a hint of timidity. Damn it, stop. Isn't that the pretentious Jiang Chen? There must be a trick. Don't advance. You fool. The stout man, already on edge, jumped at the shout and turned around, cursing. Lan Chuan, are you trying to scare me to death? Can't you keep your voice down? Lan Chuan leaned closer to the stout man, staring at Jiang Chen on the ground, momentarily lost for words. Growing impatient, the stout man shoved Lan Chuan aside and barked, Zimei, go see what is happening. Zimei, holding a kunai, trembled at the stout man's command. Her beautiful eyes squinting as she whispered, do I have to go? Can't you go instead? Her voice was meek, and she dared not look at the stout man or Lan Chuan. Damn it, stop hesitating. If I say go, you go, or I'll leave you here. Zimei instinctively widened her eyes and pouted, nodding in acquiescence. Yes. Under the watchful eyes of the 2, Zimei moved her graceful figure closer to Jiang Chen. At that moment, Jiang Chen felt utterly immobilized, watching Zimei approach with disdain for the 2 men. A true man allowing a girl of merely 14 or 15 to lead the charge. How utterly shameful. Yet, from Zhe Mei's demeanor, it was evident she was accustomed to such treatment, a victim of frequent bullying. As she neared Jiang Chen, she glanced around to check for any traps. Jiang Chen was rendered speechless. What kind of graduation did she have? If there were traps, would she really have the luxury to look around? You all come here. It seems safe, Zhe Mei called out. Hearing her words, the stout man and Lan Chuan cautiously approached Jiang Chen. Upon seeing his feeble state, the stout man burst into laughter. Huh, isn't this the pretentious brat with the scrolls of heaven and earth? Who would have thought he'd end up like this? The stout man and Lan Chuan exchanged glances and chuckled heartily. Without warning, the stout man kicked Jiang Chen, shouting, Kid, hand over the earth scroll immediately. Seeing the stout man's bravado, Lan Chuan stepped forward and kicked Jiang Chen 3 times in quick succession. Are you still acting tough? I wanted to beat you up during the first exam, but the test started, letting you escape unscathed. As he spoke, Lan Chuan's anger flared. Bang! Another kick landed on Jiang Chen's face. His rage stemmed from the memory of wanting to confront Jiang Chen, only to back down when he witnessed Jiang Chen's swift defeat of the Sound Ninja. Jiang Chen's pretentious expression lingered in Lan Chuan's mind, fueling his fury, and he continued to kick Jiang Chen mercilessly. Jiang Chen gritted his teeth, glaring at the 3, speechless. There was nothing he could do, like a tiger fallen in the plains. He was powerless against these curs. He yearned for his strength to return, questioning the system's efficiency. You dare glare at me without handing over the scroll? Look at you, parading around with a wooden sword. One might think you're just playing house. The stout man mocked Jiang Chen, eyeing the wooden sword in his grasp. Jiang Chen exhaled deeply, closing his eyes to console himself. Forget it. I must not stoop to their level. In this state, I cannot resist. Once I regain my strength, I shall make these 2 pay dearly. Before he could finish his self-reassurance, 2 hands began to rummage through his belongings. The stout man picked up 2 scrolls, tossing the earth scroll beside Jiang Chen, grinning. What luck! We just entered the forest and already found a scroll. Fate surely favors us. With that, the stout man pulled Lan Chuan along. Let us head to the central tower. Lan Chuan and Zhe Mei followed closely behind. Zhe Mei cast several glances back at Jiang Chen, her eyes reflecting pity. Jiang Chen released a breath of relief. Thankfully, they had only taken the scrolls. However, at that moment, the lanky boy suddenly halted, grabbing the stout man's arm. Hey, if that guy recovers, won't he come looking for revenge? Chapter 74. Jiang Chen's demise. Jiang Chen released a breath of relief. Thankfully, they had only taken the scrolls. However, the lanky boy suddenly halted, grabbing the stout man's arm. Hey, if that guy recovers, won't he come looking for revenge? The stout man stopped, turning around to glare menacingly at Jiang Chen. You're right. I don't know why he acts like this, but if he recovers, he will surely seek revenge. Let us go back and take care of him. Hearing their conversation, Jiang Chen felt a surge of panic. Hey, bro, come out. Brother, I'm here. What is going on? Hurry and restore my body. If I wait any longer, I'll be done for. Sorry, big brother, but the recovery scan implemented by the system puts a considerable strain on the body, and it cannot be restored in a short time. However, it has salvaged your lost shock value. Damn it. I have no time for your shock value nonsense. If I can't muster the strength, I'll lose my life. Jiang Chen was utterly enraged, but regardless of his fury, the burden on his body was insurmountable. Big brother, please calm down. Fortune favors the brave. Just hold on for a little longer. Don't give me that. 10 more minutes? Even 5 more minutes would be impossible. I could take out a defenseless person in less than a minute. Seeing Jiang Chen so agitated, the system ceased responding to him. Ignoring his tirades, the stout man, kunai in hand, approached Jiang Chen. Kid, time to die? As he spoke, the kunai lunged toward Jiang Chen's heart. Smack! A delicate hand grasped the stout man's arm. Please let him go. Zhe Mei trembled, gripping the stout man's arm. Her teeth clenched as she shouted. The stout man violently shook off Zhe Mei's grasp, delivering a hard kick to her abdomen while bellowing. How dare you stop me? If it weren't for your father, I would have killed you already. Don't think that just because the 5th Mizukage advocates peace, you trash can truly become shinobi. It's a pipe dream. Ha! Lan Chuan pulled the stout man back, disdainfully eyeing Zhe Mei on the ground. Forget her, fatty. If it weren't for the need for 3 in a team, who would bother with her? Let us deal with Jiang Chen first. The stout man turned back, raising the kunai once more toward Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen widened his eyes, glaring at the stout man and Lan Chuan, internally screaming, if I survive this, I will make them kneel before me, cripple their arms and legs, and ensure they never stand again. They will wish for death. Yet, despite his thoughts, Jiang Chen could only watch as the kunai pierced his chest. Thud! The kunai embedded itself in Jiang Chen's heart, blood pouring out as it pooled on the ground. The miracle he hoped for did not come. No one was there to save him. Gazing at the kunai in his chest, Jiang Chen shook his head in resignation. Who would have thought I, Jiang Chen, would die at the hands of such a nameless fool? What a pity for my shinobi career. This is a true farce. His vision blurred, and Jiang Chen closed his eyes helplessly. At that moment, his heart raced, plunging him into an abyss of darkness. As a thick white mist surged toward his heart, he felt the wound in his heart gradually healing, even his injured heart beginning to mend. Clang! The kunai clattered to the ground, creating a crisp sound. Jiang Chen's eyes widened in shock. What is happening? Why does this darkness feel so familiar? What on earth is going on? Before Jiang Chen could react, an extraordinary sensation enveloped him once more. An inexhaustible power surged through his body. Akin to a parched sponge being immersed in the ocean, his strength was not only restored but seemed to amplify infinitely. Astonished, Jiang Chen was ecstatic over this unexpected turn of events. Help! Help! Amidst Jiang Chen's elation, desperate cries for assistance echoed nearby. He turned to Suzume. Ensnared by the sand, her hands raised in a futile attempt to shake off the grains that clung to her, her expression marked by profound agony. As the sand continued to accumulate, it enveloped her form, leaving her nearly entirely covered. The rotund figure and Lan Chuan lay sprawled on the ground. Terror etched across their faces, retreating as if their souls had fled. Zume, spotting Jiang Chen rising, extended her delicate fingers toward him. Blood trickling from her lips as she whispered, "Save me." The pitiful sight of her suffering was etched into Jiang Chen's mind, conjuring memories of her earlier resolve to rescue herself. With a resigned sigh, he thought, "Very well, I owe her nothing, but I shall repay this debt." In a blink, Jiang Chen vanished, appearing like a specter. With a forceful strike, he dispersed the encroaching sand that threatened Zume. She lay on the ground, exhausted, her breath ragged as she gazed up at him, tears glistening in her eyes, whispering, "Thank you." Irao's brow furrowed, his gaze fixed on Jiang Chen, his body trembling slightly before a smile broke free. "I want to kill you," he declared, and with that, 2 columns of sand erupted from the gourd at his back, hurtling toward Jiang Chen like twin torrents. Jiang Chen deftly sidestepped, now standing behind Iroro. "Iroro, do not be so hasty. I have matters to attend to. Shall we duel once I am finished?" The sudden appearance of Jiang Chen left Iroro stunned, his eyes wide in disbelief. He stood still, the sand swirling around him. Drawn back into the gourd. "Do not keep me waiting too long." His icy words hinted at Iroro's intense anticipation. Kanjiro observed Iroro with mounting anxiety. "Iroro, how excited you are to wait for this man." Handed, pulling at Kanjiro's sleeve, whispered, "Let us distance ourselves. I have never seen him so animated." Jiang Chen is indeed formidable. With a smile gracing his lips, Jiang Chen turned toward the rotund figure and Lan Chuan. A mechanical voice resonated in his mind. "Ding. Congratulations. You have shocked Iroro, earning 20 coins and 20 sword intent. Current progress. Stage 2, 305, 1000. Stunned, Jiang Chen halted. Realizing Iroro's formidable strength had earned him rewards the likes of which he had never received from the system before. With a renewed sense of anticipation for the duel ahead, he approached the 2 trembling figures. Their faces paled as fear gripped them. In a chilling display, Jiang Chen loomed before them, an aura so imposing it rendered them quaking. They knelt before him, begging for mercy. "I was wrong. Please, do not kill me. I will give you the heavenly scroll. I forfeit the exam." The rotund figure wailed, tears streaming down his face. "Brother Jiang, I too have erred. As long as you spare my life, I can offer you wealth." Lan Chuan's complexion was ghostly pale, terror consuming him. Jiang Chen shook his head, a bitter smile crossing his lips. Such pitiful creatures were hardly worth his effort, yet this time was different. He needed to reclaim what was rightfully his. Grasping the rotund figure's arm, he exerted a sudden force. Crack! The sound of breaking bones echoed as the rotund figure howled in pain, resembling a wailing specter. "Was it not your arm that wielded the kunai against me?" Jiang Chen's cold voice seemed to seep into their very veins. The 2, instinctively aware of their prior actions, trembled in fear. "Huh. At least you 2 possess some awareness, but that does not prevent me from incapacitating you further." Crack! Crack! 2 more bone-snapping sounds followed. leaving them writhing in agony upon the ground. Now, our grievances are settled, but we must tally the interest. With a powerful kick, Jiang Chen struck the rotund figure's left arm, the force shattering it as it flew several meters away, landing with a thud. The rotund figure collapsed, blood gushing forth. This sight horrified Lan Xuan. Jiang Chen seemed a demon, mercilessly executing his wrath without hesitation. In a frenzy, he prostrated himself before Jiang Chen, but to no avail. Jiang Chen delivered a crushing blow to Lan Xuan's left knee, the impact akin to a falling boulder. Crack! Lan Xuan's knee shattered, leaving him incapacitated and convulsing on the ground. Jiang Chen's gaze bore down on the two, his murderous intent palpable. Same, lying on the ground, gazed at him in terror, as if facing a true demon. Kanjiro swallowed hard, his heart racing with fear. Jiang Chen is as ruthless as Iroro, cold-blooded and merciless. He is a true killer. Handed. Equally alarmed, murmured, "This Jiang Chen is more brutal than Iroro. He tortures rather than simply killing. This is beyond cruel. How can such a being exist in Konoha? He is a demon." At this moment, a shared dread gripped them. As war loomed, they understood the imperative to avoid engaging Jiang Chen, lest they meet a dreadful fate. Handed nudged Kanjiro's arm, earnestly stating, "Kanjiro, if I encounter Jiang Chen, please, end my life before he tortures me." Kanjiro, momentarily taken aback, stammered, "Why would you ask that? We should never cross paths with him. Do not worry. If we do, I shall forfeit." Iroro, unlike the others, trembled with excitement at the prospect of another battle with Jiang Chen. Observing the pale-faced Lan Xuan, Jiang Chen placed his foot upon his face. "You, boy, may linger here and await your demise. Know this, provoking me is the gravest error of your life." With that, he approached Same, casting a glance at her trembling form. "I spare you solely due to your earlier intervention. If you wish to survive, take those two worthless fools and exit the examination grounds." Departing from Same, Jiang Chen smiled as he faced Iroro. "Well then, my affairs are settled. Let us commence." Iroro's pupils dilated, excitement flooding his features as he roared. Countless grains of sand erupted from the ground, like a myriad of chains, hurtling toward Jiang Chen. Unfazed, he remained rooted in place and swung his arms. As the sand and earth surged around him, Jiang Chen struck with decisive force. Boom! The sandstorm was swiftly shattered. As the relentless torrent of sand battered against him, Jiang Chen's arms flailed through the air, creating countless phantoms. Debris of mud and sand lay scattered around, gradually forming a mound beside him. Jiang Chen's evasive maneuvers, employing his physical techniques to counter the sand, stemmed from a newfound awareness of his body's secrets. Just moments from death, he had distinctly sensed a transformation within himself. It seemed that, in terms of strength, he had ascended to another level. Jiang Chen speculated that this might be attributed to the advancement of his sword intent to the second stage. Thus, he sought to test the limits of his physical prowess. The swirling sandstorm could not hinder Jiang Chen. Nevertheless, Gaara persisted in employing his technique. The fact that Jiang Chen could solely rely on his physical skills to withstand Gaara's sand was indeed impressive. It seemed he remained oblivious to the peril he faced. No current genin could possibly surpass Gaara, Temari asserted confidently. As the sand continued to accumulate, Jiang Chen's patience wore thin. What was Gaara's intent? Was he going to rely on the same move indefinitely? At this rate, he would exhaust his chakra without inflicting any harm upon me. Yet, just as Jiang Chen grew increasingly agitated, the surrounding sand suddenly coalesced into one massive form, swiftly encasing him. To his dismay, Jiang Chen realized he was ensnared within Gaara's sand coffin technique. This was an unscrupulous act devoid of martial ethics. The competition was supposed to be a contest, not a death sentence. Yet, Gaara had underestimated him. The sand enveloped Jiang Chen completely. Gaara extended his right hand, forming it into a claw. "Sand coffin," he exclaimed, and the mass of sand abruptly constricted. With a muffled thud, Gaara frowned and murmured, "It appears that killing you is not as simple as I had hoped." As his words faded, Jiang Chen's silhouette gradually emerged on the ground not far behind Gaara. Gaara's expression transformed into one of exhilaration. He had utilized Earth Release to evade. But what would come next? Suddenly, two streams of sand latched firmly onto Jiang Chen's feet. The unending waves of sand surged towards him like colossal oceanic tides. Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall. Jiang Chen quickly formed hand seals, conjuring a wall of earth before him. The sandy waves crashed against the earthen barrier, halting their advance. Earth release, Earth Dragon. A smile crept across Jiang Chen's lips as a massive earthen dragon erupted from the ground, roaring fiercely as it lunged towards Gaara. Temari and Kankuro gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "Is this the technique a genin should possess?" The great dragon engulfed Gaara in a single bite, the tremendous impact cleaving him in twain, a gruesome sight indeed. "Gaara! Gaara!" Kankuro and Temari shouted in alarm. The earth dragon collided with the nearby mountainside, producing a deep, resonant boom as it shattered into fragments, scattering dirt and debris that tainted the greenery below. The sand flowed continuously, obscuring any trace of Gaara. Kankuro's eyes widened in shock as he called out Gaara's name. Temari trembled, collapsing to the ground, her lips quivering in disbelief. How is this possible? Jiang Chen's expression remained indifferent as he sighed deeply, suddenly exerting force. With a resounding crash, the sand binding him was shattered. "Gaara, if you've had your fun, it's time to show yourself. If you die this easily, it would be rather dull." As his words echoed, Gaara's figure gradually materialized from the flowing sands. The grains above him cascaded like water. "Both of you be quiet. If you don't wish to die, then stay far away." Gaara's icy voice rang out. His merciless gaze locked onto Kankuro and Temari. "Are you going to use that technique?" Temari's voice was laced with exasperation. "Silence. No one can dictate my actions. Just get out of my way." Gaara's eyes widened, accentuated by his ominous dark circles, causing Temari to tremble uncontrollably, nearly collapsing. Kankuro steadied Temari, frowning as he quietly urged, "Temari, we should leave. Don't stay too close." Gaara turned to face Jiang Chen, his excitement palpable as he bared his teeth in a savage grin. "I will kill you here. Only in your death does my existence find meaning." Observing Gaara's current state, Jiang Chen could only sigh in resignation. While his cold demeanor was undeniably striking, Gaara's attitude at this moment was rather insufferable. Jiang Chen had no intention of defeating Gaara here. Moreover, the present Gaara held little significance. The true challenge would arise when he had become the Kazekage. Currently, they were still on different levels. "Hey, Gaara, I don't wish to prolong this. Why not save our contest for another time?" Jiang Chen maintained a relaxed demeanor, only serving to infuriate Gaara further. "I want to kill you now." Gaara laughed maniacally, fully aware that he was about to transform. Jiang Chen, not wanting to create too much commotion in the forest of death, gradually tightened his grip on the wooden sword at his back. "Hey, Gaara, I never intended to draw my sword against you, but you leave me no choice. I have no time to waste here. Farewell." As he grasped the ordinary wooden sword, a myriad of emotions swirled within him. He never anticipated that just as his sword intent had ascended to the second stage, he would wield a wooden sword to test its power, truly amusing. Temari, witnessing Jiang Chen clutching the wooden sword, widened her eyes in shock and tugged at Kankuro. "I don't think it's safe to stay here any longer." "Why?" Kankuro asked, puzzled. "Jiang Chen is challenging Gaara with that wooden sword. It's a blatant provocation. I'm concerned Gaara might become enraged and go berserk." Temari's voice trembled, fully aware of Gaara's temperament. Anyone who provoked him would face annihilation, especially someone like Jiang Chen who had consistently taunted him. "Haha, Jiang Chen, how far do you want me to hate you?" Jiang Chen ceased his chatter, positioning the wooden sword before him, as dark, ominous energy coiled around it. Within mere seconds, the wooden sword transformed into a menacing blade. What on earth is happening? It was merely a wooden sword. Why does it now resemble such a terrifying weapon? Kankuro exclaimed, utterly bewildered by the sword's transformation. "Is this magic? Or an illusion? How astonishing!" Temari clung to a tree, staring at Jiang Chen in disbelief. When Jiang Chen's sword intent was at the first stage, the system had indicated that it merely rendered sword techniques invincible. It could not achieve the realm of both sword intent and killing intent being unparalleled. Now that it had ascended a stage, to what extent could his killing intent reach? His eagerness to test it was palpable. With a roar, Jiang Chen unleashed the killing intent that enveloped his entire being. In an instant, it spread like a tempest, forming invisible ripples. "Haha, it seems the system is quite commendable. The sealed killing intent, and now I can unleash it at will. I wonder if releasing it will require further expenditure to seal it again. Surely, the upgrade hasn't rendered the seal obsolete." Jiang Chen was not particularly concerned about the 100,000 Rio. He merely felt it was somewhat wasteful. With that amount, he could enjoy a few delightful excursions. Haha. As Jiang Chen's killing intent brushed against Kankuro and Temari, their world was suddenly engulfed in darkness. In that endless void, Ghostly figures loomed in the distance, rendering them utterly incapable of resistance. This overwhelming aura of a powerful foe was something they had only experienced from their father. Even the cold-hearted Gaara could only instill a sense of atmosphere-induced fear. It was inconceivable that mere killing intent could evoke such terrifying intimidation. With a thud, Temari and Kankuro plummeted from the tree, the intense pain jolting them awake. They staggered to their feet, staring at Gaara and Jiang Chen. Unlike the two, Gaara appeared increasingly exhilarated, saliva beginning to drip from his mouth. This is bad. Gaara is about to transform. Before the lethal aura reaches a certain intensity, it merely serves as a psychological shock. If a person loses their rationality, even the most formidable killing intent will not instill fear within them. And now, Gaara has lost his sanity, consumed solely by the desire to slay Jiang Chen. Furrowing his brow in confusion, Jiang Chen murmurs, "My murderous intent can instill fear even in the Nine Tails, yet Gaara shows no reaction whatsoever? Is this not a manifestation of my second-tier sword intent? How embarrassing." It seems he must resort to attacking Gaara, despite his reluctance to do so. Beep. Dear brother, have you considered utilizing the marketplace function? You can purchase techniques to manifest sword intent illusions. Jiang Chen is left utterly speechless. How can the system begin to market products now? Shouldn't he reaching the second tier come with complementary skills? Wasn't he previously all free? Why are there charges now? Ahem, my dear brother. Why must I pay for skills now? You used to provide them for free. Dear brother, once your sword intent ascends to the second tier, you will completely exit the novice-free period of the swordsman system. Henceforth, all actions will incur a fee, including new skills. At this moment, Jiang Chen feels numerous dark lines appear above his head. This is the epitome of unscrupulous commerce. Initially, they allow you to use freely, but once you upgrade, they begin to impose various charges. How is this any different from deceptive sales tactics? Brother, it seems you have become increasingly mercenary. Once accustomed to it, you start charging for everything? Chapter 77. Illusory Moon Slash. Gaara falls victim. Dear brother, do not act coy after reaping the benefits. Do you realize how much the system has allowed you to flaunt? If showing off required taxation, you would have long since lost your undergarments. Faced with this retort from the system, Jiang Chen coughs a few times and refrains from further discussion. Why argue with the system? The truth is undeniable. He has no grounds to dispute. Remaining silent is the wisest course of action. I will purchase the skill for the sword intent illusion. Beep. Congratulations, host, for successfully purchasing the intermediate illusion slash technique, namely the illusory moon slash and blossoming petals slash. A sum of 200,000 taels has been deducted. The transmission of these techniques to your mind is now complete. Thank you for your patronage. Following the system's operations, Jiang Chen firmly grasps the utilization of the two illusionary slashes in his mind. However, witnessing the loss of 200,000 taels brings him a pang of regret. Nonetheless, the techniques are undeniably impressive. Very well, let us practice on Gaara. Observing Gaara's right arm gradually morph into the form of Shikaku, Jiang Chen calmly positions his wooden sword above his head. With his right hand gripping the wooden sword towards the sky, he extends his left index finger in front of him. The wooden sword slowly circles around him in a clockwise motion, leaving numerous afterimages, resembling an invisible clock. Boom. With a sudden downward strike of his right hand, the wooden sword, accompanied by countless afterimages, converges into a single line, akin to the effect of a myriad of swords returning to their origin. In an instant, Gaara's eyes widen, astonished as he stares in Jiang Chen's direction. Above Jiang Chen, the sky darkens progressively, and myriad waning moons emerge, illuminating the boundless night sky. The waning moons continuously shift and spin, causing Gaara's eyes to grow increasingly bewildered. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen's figure gradually vanishes into the darkness, becoming an ethereal presence. Gaara's south body freezes in place, fixated on the countless waning moons, utterly devoid of combat readiness. Jiang Chen retracts his wooden sword and glances at Gaara, saying, "Farewell, Gaara. Should the opportunity arise, I shall seek you out for a proper duel." With that, Jiang Chen leaps towards the trees, discarding the excess earth scrolls on the ground as he departs. The scene leaves Kankuro and Temari in stunned silence. Just moments ago, they witnessed Jiang Chen's residual sword, the Dark Night, the waning moons, and the myriad swords returning to their origin effects, yet they saw nothing more than him wielding a wooden sword. They could only watch as Jiang Chen gracefully departed, while Gaara remained motionless. What on earth transpired? Could it be that Jiang Chen employed some technique to bind Gaara? Temari looks curiously at Jiang Chen's retreating figure, choosing not to voice her thoughts. After all, a formidable expert like Jiang Chen is far more terrifying than Gaara. Only a fool would attempt to stop him. It seems Gaara has fallen victim to an illusion. Can swinging a sword also induce illusions? I've never heard of such a thing, Kankuro muses, stroking his chin. Temari turns to Kankuro, pressing further. Could one use a sword to release an illusion? Gaara should be able to free himself. What could have occurred? Kankuro shakes his head in resignation. You truly have been startled into confusion. How can you not understand? Gaara was preparing to unleash Shikaka's power. How could he break free from an illusion? He is still unaware that he has been ensnared by one. Enough of this. Let us go and free him from the illusion. Temari nods and approaches Gaara's direction. Smack! Kankuro suddenly grips Temari's arm, exclaiming, use a clone. Approaching so recklessly could result in injury from Shikaka's power. Sure enough, when Temari's clone attempts to dispel Gaara's illusion, Gaara mistakes it for an enemy and sends it flying with a single strike. However, this action jolts Gaara from his murderous excitement, allowing him to regain his composure. The three continue their journey towards the central tower. Throughout, Gaara remains silent, internally regarding Jiang Chen as the individual he must challenge. Departing from Gaara, Jiang Chen reflects on Gaara's dazed expression following the illusory moon slash. He cannot help but chuckle. He never imagined that a swordsman could wield illusions, and he anticipates future opportunities to enhance his illusions. As long as his sword intent continues to ascend, reaching the level of Tsukuyami is not beyond possibility. At this moment, Jiang Chen is filled with determination, vowing to seize every opportunity to accumulate shock value. However, in this death forest, that seems increasingly meaningless. Orochimaru will not pursue Naruto and Sasuke. There is no need for him to confront Orochimaru. As for the snake, should he truly wish to repel him, it would require considerable effort. Moreover, his identity would be questioned by many. It is best to adhere to the original plan and follow Hinata. Jiang Chen once more extends his perception, resulting in astonishment and laughter. After upgrading to the second tier, his perception has doubled, allowing him to sense a significant portion of the death forest. Inuzuka Kiba leads the way, his companion Akamaru squinting happily with a wagging tail. Hinata follows closely behind. The 12-year-old Hinata appearing even more beautiful, her figure beginning to take shape. Shino trails behind, insects crawling across his face, while others flit about, returning to him. Around them, Shino has already deployed reconnaissance insects, ready to relay information within a kilometer radius. Their group has gathered the necessary scrolls and thus sees no need to engage in unnecessary battles, swiftly avoiding others as they make their way to the central tower. Suddenly, Shino halts, his body trembling slightly. Wait, let us change direction and move quickly. Hinata turns around in shock. Kiba furrows his brow, staring at Shino. What's wrong, Shino? Shino, cold sweat trickling down his face, stammers. There's a high-speed individual behind us, and in an instant, the insects were crushed. Do you understand what I mean? Kiba's expression turns ashen as he sniffs the air repeatedly, but the distance is too great for him to detect any scent. He knows Shino's character well. He is not one to speak lightly and would never lie. Hinata, we must leave now. Trust Shino, let us change direction swiftly. Without hesitation, the three alter their course, avoiding the path they had just taken. Shino, what manner of person could crush the insects? Hinata inquires with curiosity. Indeed, this question is one that you is also eager to unravel. Regardless of how swiftly one might flee, the force of impact should not be sufficient to extinguish the life of such a diminutive creature. The trio weaves through the trees, with cold sweat trickling down Shino's forehead. I am unaware of this individual's identity, yet it is evident that they are no ordinary character. The velocity of this impact is unlike anything I have ever witnessed. What? How can mere genin possess such extraordinary speed? Could it be that it is Sensei Akamichi? As they hurriedly continue their journey, the three engage in fervent discussion. Shino wipes the cold sweat from his brow and utters words that deepen their shock. This speed, I dare say, even Sensei Akamichi could not attain. Chapter 78. Jiang Chen emerges. Astonishing Shino's declaration struck like a thunderclap. The two trembled with apprehension. Setting aside the identity of this individual, it is crucial to recognize that the forest is filled with candidates. If such a formidable character truly exists, will the upcoming examination not become a mere playground for their prowess? At such staggering speeds, escape would be utterly impossible. The trio heightens their vigilance. Shino releases an array of insects and sets numerous traps in anticipation of the terrifying pursuer. Shino, is that person approaching? Ya inquired anxiously. At that moment, his primary concern was whether this enigmatic expert had set their sights on the three of them. Unbeknownst to them, I had just unleashed my insects at the previous location. Should he draw near, I will be alerted immediately. We must hasten our departure. I can only hope those traps will delay him momentarily. Impressive, Shino, for having devised such a multitude of strategies. Ya chuckled heartily, while Hinata gazed in admiration at Shino's composure. Suddenly, Shino's complexion turned ashen. Had it not been for his glasses, his eyes would have surely widened in terror. What is it, Shino? He's coming. He is heading in our direction. And at an astonishing speed. He should catch up to us in mere minutes. What? The two exclaimed in alarm. Ya's worst fears materialized. He had never anticipated that this mysterious expert's target was indeed the three of them. Akamaru whined mournfully. Shino, do you think he could be an accomplice of those we defeated, come to seek vengeance? Shino remained silent, halting the group as he steadied himself, adjusting his glasses. He spoke with calm authority. Do not flee. I have set 5 traps, and he has effortlessly dismantled 2 within a minute. If his objective is us, there is no way we can escape. Shino was right. Fleeing was futile. Engaging him directly was the wiser course of action, was it not? Shino nodded gently and continued. Addressing Hinata, I will prepare traps here. You use your Byakugan to ascertain his village and mentally prepare yourself. Hinata nodded solemnly. Shino and Ya began to set traps and strategize, awaiting Hinata's findings. After a prolonged silence, they noticed Hinata blushing and bowing her head shyly. What's the matter? Hinata? Ya inquired, leaning closer with curiosity. Shino adjusted his glasses, peering to the right. Woof woof. Akamaru barked atop Ya's head, prompting a smile from him as he turned to the same direction. I see. It's Naruto and the others, isn't it? How fortuitous. At that moment, Ya grasped the reason for Hinata's flushed cheeks. Naruto, spotting Hinata, eagerly waved his hand, while she, with her head bowed, blushed like a ripe apple, unable to respond. Do not approach anyone outside your team recklessly. We are still in a competitive phase, Sasuke admonished, blocking Naruto's advance. Yet Naruto paid little heed. Confident that Hinata bore no ill intentions towards him, he proudly approached Naruto and Ya, exclaiming, Have you gathered the scrolls? Baka, we've had them for ages. As the two groups met, Ya and Naruto immediately engaged in a verbal sparring match. However, Shino's brow furrowed in concern. The mysterious figure had vanished without a trace. Stop dawdling. We must make haste to the central tower, Shino urged, pulling Ya away from Naruto, while Hinata quietly approached Naruto, murmuring, Naruto-kun, do your best. After speaking, she turned and walked away, her cheeks still aflame. Watching them depart, Naruto's expression fell, and he fell silent. To pretend to have the scrolls when we don't. How ridiculous, Sakura grumbled. Jiang Chen, lurking in the shadows, observed Naruto's foolish antics with a smile, murmuring, Keep pushing forward. Only through challenge can one grow. Your path is yours alone, and I shall take my leave. With that, Jiang Chen departed, stealthily advancing towards Hinata. It seems Shino has caught on to my presence. Could it be the insects? It appears time has come for me to reveal myself. Whoosh. As Hinata and the others made their way to the central tower, Jiang Chen suddenly materialized before them. Ya and Shino, already gripped by fear of Jiang Chen, held no favorable sentiments towards him. Ah, little Hinata, it's me. Jiang Chen extended his hand with a broad smile. Jiang Chen. Hinata beamed, her smile brightening the atmosphere. Ya glared at Jiang Chen, while Akamaru whined anxiously. At that moment, Jiang Chen's murderous intent was sealed. As long as he refrained from intentionally releasing it, others would remain unaware. Akamaru's continued barking was merely a reaction to the chakra emanating from Jiang Chen, capable of discerning strength based on one's chakra signature. Listening to Akamaru's trembling barks, Ya's face paled further. What did you say? Jiang Chen is extraordinarily powerful? Upon hearing Ya's words, Shino furrowed his brow, cautiously releasing his insects. Enough, Shino. I harbor no ill will towards you. Withdraw your insects. They are of no threat to me. Jiang Chen approached Hinata with a relaxed demeanor. At that moment, Jiang Chen stood at 170 centimeters, towering over Hinata, who was merely 148 centimeters, gently ruffling Hinata's hair. He said, "I'm so relieved you're safe. I've been chasing after you for quite a while, haha." Boom. Jiang Chen's casual remark sent chills down Shino and Ya's spines. Shino's expression grew grave. He alone comprehended the true might of the mysterious individual they had encountered earlier. According to Jiang Chen's words, could it be that the formidable figure was indeed Jiang Chen? Ya quickly connected the dots, and with Akamaru now trembling in fear, it was evident just how powerful Jiang Chen truly was. Jiang Chen, were you the one who had been tailing us all along? Are you the swift, mysterious expert? Hinata blinked her large eyes, awaiting Jiang Chen's response. Shino and Ya swallowed hard, their nerves taut as they awaited a definitive answer. Jiang Chen, momentarily bewildered, questioned, "What mysterious expert? What have I done?" He wore a confused expression. "I've been following you, concerned for your safety, haha." Jiang Chen scratched his head, realizing that in his eagerness to pursue, he had neglected to moderate his speed, leading them to perceive him as extraordinarily fast. Shino swallowed hard, his hand trembling as he adjusted his glasses, contemplating in shock. If that figure was indeed Jiang Chen, just what caliber of strength does he possess? Previously, I believed his prowess to be at the level of a chunin, yet it seems I have underestimated him. Could he have been at the level of a jonin all along, perhaps concealing his true abilities? Chapter 79. The Confrontation with the Sound Ninja Trio. Haha. Jiang Chen chuckled awkwardly, exclaiming, "Why do you all look at me as if I am a monster?" The trio merely swallowed hard, falling silent. Since Jiang Chen denied it, who among them would dare to press further? Except for Hinata, the other two felt a palpable fear even in conversing with Jiang Chen. With Akamaru trembling in fear, Kiba could no longer remain still, continuously signaling to Shino with his eyes. Shino clearly discerned that this enigmatic figure was Jiang Chen, alleviating the worries that had plagued him. "It is getting late. We should head towards the central tower before nightfall." Hinata, Kiba. Kiba nodded vigorously, eager to depart immediately. Hinata, however, gazed longingly at Jiang Chen, her large eyes filled with reluctance. "All right, you all go ahead. I will keep my distance of no more than a kilometer. I trust no one would dare to harm you," Jiang Chen said to the trio with a gentle smile. His words flowed so naturally, without any hint of pretense. Kiba found no strangeness in this. Had those words come from Naruto, he would have argued vehemently, berating him in the process. Yet, spoken by Jiang Chen, they held an undeniable weight of conviction. With such a terrifying presence as Jiang Chen, who would dare to harm Hinata, risking their own demise? Hinata, oblivious to the underlying tension, felt joy at the thought of her brother Jiang Chen protecting her from behind, nodding enthusiastically, her small hands clenched in delight. As the three sought to evade Jiang Chen, they had not significantly reduced their distance from the central tower, instead wasting precious time. As before, Kiba led the way, the trio maintaining their formation, while Jiang Chen trailed behind at a distance of less than a kilometer. "Wait, someone is coming, retreat." Akamaru whimpered, prompting Kiba to shout, "Byakugan." Hinata activated her Byakugan, revealing the three sound ninja hidden within the trees ahead. "We need to circumvent them. They are not to be underestimated," Shino whispered, as insects crawled restlessly across his face. The trio prepared to turn back to avoid confrontation. Hey, since you've come this far, why leave now?" One of the ninjas, his head wrapped in bandages with only his left eye visible, spoke. Draped in a long, broom-like cloak, he was Toshi, the leader of the sound trio. His companions, Kin and Saku, positioned themselves in front of Kiba and the others. "Hand over your scroll, and you may leave unharmed," Saku sneered, looking down at the three. Kiba snorted in disdain, ignoring Saku's taunt. If he were faced with Jiang Chen or Gaara, he might have backed down, but against these sound ninja, he saw no reason to yield. "And what if I refuse?" Kiba challenged. "Refusal means I must kill you," Saku laughed, leaping into the air, hand outstretched to strike Kiba. Kiba glared up at Saku, baring his teeth. "I don't have time to waste with you. Fong over Fong." Kiba and Akamaru transformed into two whirling gusts, charging towards Saku. "You've got some skill, but is this all you've got?" Saku retorted, unleashing a powerful sound wave from his palm, creating a chakra-like pressure that repelled Kiba's attack. Bang! Kiba's assault was thwarted and instantly rebounded. The two whirlwinds halted in midair before plummeting to the ground. Kiba and Akamaru landed on a branch, wiping a trickle of blood from their mouths. "TCH, he can reflect attacks?" "Shino, it's your turn." Without a word, Shino summoned forth a swarm of insects. Sako looked disdainfully at Kiba perched on the branch. Just a kid, and you think you can defeat me? You should know your own limitations. Shino, watch your back, Kiba shouted. Toshi rolled up his sleeve, revealing a porous armor on his right arm, and suddenly smashed it down towards Shino's rear. Bang! In an instant, Shino's body was enveloped in a swirling mass of insects, forming a defensive wall known as the insect wall technique. Bang! Toshi's armored strike collided with the insects, scattering them in all directions. Yet, Shino felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, though he had withstood the attack. He was still struck by the reverberating impact of Toshi's assault. Shino fell from the tree to the ground. Umph, even trash like you has the audacity to act tough. Truly overestimating your capabilities. Toshi observed Shino's fall, his gaze shifting towards Hinata, preparing to attack, but Kin interjected, raising her hand. I'll handle this little girl. I want to see just how powerful her Byakugan really is. No sooner had she spoken than she appeared beside Hinata, accompanied by the sound of jingling bells. Unleashing a flurry of attacks, Hinata activated her Byakugan, and the two engaged in a graceful exchange of strikes, two beautiful women locked in combat. Toshi, dismissive of the duel, shifted his attention back to the fallen Shino. Just then, Shino transformed into a mass of insects, disappearing from sight. In the blink of an eye, a tempest of insects surged toward Toshi from behind. What? Toshi exclaimed, taken aback, but before he could react, the insects enveloped him. Bang! Bang! With several loud crashes. The whirlwind of insects scattered. Toshi, panting heavily, glared at Shino, his expression sharp. You, kid, are undoubtedly the strongest among them. I will get serious now. The two danced between branches, their sonic waves preventing Shino's insects from closing in, while Toshi, fatigued from defense, found himself unable to launch a counterattack. Their exchanges reached a stalemate. Kiba, on the other hand, found Saku's sound wave attacks and rebounds rendered his straightforward physical techniques ineffective, repeatedly knocked to the ground. Yet, he remained defiant, grappling fiercely with Saku. Hinata and Kin's clash had become less about flair and more about raw physicality. However, under the influence of the bells, Hinata found herself completely suppressed by Kin. Without her Byakugan, she would have surely succumbed long ago. Kin sneered, "You're quite the pretty little thing. But your hair lacks the quality of mine. Otherwise, you'd be stunning." Hinata ignored Kin's taunts, remaining unfazed. "You little brat, even speaking to you infuriates me. I'll carve a few marks on that pretty face of yours, haha," Kin exclaimed, drawing a kunai, preparing to strike at Hinata's face. At that moment, Jiang Chen had been perched on a tree, observing the battle unfold for quite some time. He refrained from intervening, believing it unnecessary. He simply wanted them to gain some experience. Hinata, distracted by Kin, suddenly lost her balance, tumbling from the tree. Kin followed suit, leaping down with her kunai poised. Rushing towards Hinata. "Die, you little brat," she shouted, thrusting the kunai toward Hinata's face. Just then, a powerful aura of deadly intent surged forth, paralyzing Kin in place. Her body trembling uncontrollably. Chapter 80. I never strike women. Hey, this is just a game. If it weren't for my principle of not harming women, you would have been dead the moment you laid a hand on Hinata. Jiang Chen's voice echoed like a ghost in a canyon, deep and resonant. Like Kin, everyone present froze, trembling as they turned to face Jiang Chen. No one dared to take another step, even if they wished to flee. They found themselves rooted to the spot. This overwhelming aura of menace had sent shivers through their bodies. Before their eyes, a massive shadow loomed, casting a dark veil over their forms. Akamaru cowered in Kiba's arms, whimpering in terror. Kiba's forehead glistened with cold sweat as he stared at Jiang Chen, trembling, whispering, "It's here again, this feeling. I felt it the first time I encountered Jiang Chen, but it's even more terrifying now. I can't stay here for another second. I must leave." Kiba struggled to rise, but no matter how hard he tried, an invisible force held him firmly in place, rendering him utterly unable to move. The insects within Shino, initially attacking Tors, had now retreated entirely within him, restlessly stirring. Shino summoned all his chakra to stabilize the creatures inside, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. Tors and Saku recognized Jiang Chen. Their minds flooded with memories of their first encounter when he had dispatched them effortlessly, leaving them trembling with dread. Faced with such an overwhelming aura of menace, they no longer had the capacity to continue fighting, their only thought being to muster every ounce of strength to move even slightly. Like Kiba, no matter how hard they tried, Their limbs trembled uncontrollably. Damn it. Why did I have to encounter this guy? Is he truly a genin? This terrifying killing intent is unbearable. The 5 individuals present were engulfed in an abyss of terror. Yet Hinata stood up, her cheeks flushed as she gazed at Jiang Chen, softly uttering, "Jiang Chen and I-san." Observing the state of those around her, confusion reigned in her mind. Unbeknownst to her, Jiang Chen's killing intent had been directed solely at the 5 of them, leaving her untouched. Having elevated his sword intent to the 2nd level, he could freely control the target of his killing intent, rendering others unaffected. Hinata, unaware of this, only saw her companions paralyzed as if under a genjutsu. Jiang Chen approached Hinata slowly, bending down gently to ask, "Did you hurt yourself, little Hinata?" She shook her head, for the tree was not tall, and the ground was soft with grass, causing her no harm. "Good, as long as you're fine. If anyone bullied you, Jiang Chen and I-san will take revenge for you." With that, the smile on Jiang Chen's face abruptly vanished as he slowly advanced towards Qin. Qin's beautiful eyes trembled, her body quaking with fear. "You said you wouldn't harm women, didn't you?" At that moment, her only thought was survival. Resisting was the last thing on her mind as she recalled Jiang Chen's words. Jiang Chen seized Qin's hair with one hand, coldly stating, "I did say I wouldn't strike women, but that does not extend to those who bully Hinata." Releasing his grip, he delivered a swift kick to her abdomen. Bang! The force sent Qin flying several meters, crashing heavily against a tree. Gasp! She spat blood, her eyes rolling back as she collapsed to the ground. One kick. A lethal blow to Qin. Jiang Chen's strike exemplified terror. He raised his gaze to Saku, who stood trembling beside Kiba. Saku's body shook violently, fear rendering him nearly incapacitated. "Next, it's your turn." As soon as the words left his lips, Jiang Chen vanished from sight. When he reappeared, it was beside Saku, his palm pressing down on Saku's head. Bang! He slammed it into the ground, causing the earth to erupt around them. Saku's eyes rolled back, his body going limp. One strike, a fatal blow to Saku. Kiba watched Jiang Chen's grim visage, his own body shaking uncontrollably, invoking fervent prayers to all deities. Thank heavens. If this person were an enemy, I would rather not be a ninja than encounter him. He is utterly terrifying. Jiang Chen turned his head, locking eyes with Tors, who nearly wet himself in fright. He had just begged for mercy when an intense pain shot through his right arm. Bang! The porous armor was crushed in an instant by Jiang Chen's powerful grip. Writhing in agony on the ground, Tor's single eye bulged with blood vessels, convulsing uncontrollably. Jiang Chen discarded the remnants of the armor, towering over Tor's, pointing at Hinata. "Little brat, remember that woman over there. To provoke her is to provoke me. If you wish to live, you know what to do from now on. This time, I spare you. But should there be a next time, there will be no mercy." Each word from Jiang Chen was like a dagger piercing Tor's heart. How could he possibly refuse? Despite the pain, he nodded fervently. Jiang Chen's killing intent surpassed even the fear instilled in him by Orochimaru. What right did they have to disobey? After resolving the matter with the 3, Jiang Chen withdrew his killing aura. Kiba and Shino sighed in relief, hastily wiping the sweat from their foreheads and drawing closer to Jiang Chen. "Thank you for your assistance." "Thank you." They both expressed their gratitude, their charming smiles bringing immense joy to Jiang Chen. Hinata gazed at Jiang Chen with a smile in her eyes, causing a jolt of surprise in his heart, as if he were completely enchanted by her innocence. Little Hinata is simply too adorable. How fortunate I am to be in the world of Naruto with such a lovely little sister. Indeed, having a lowly sister is what I desired most. After this incident, Jiang Chen's bond with the 3 grew stronger as they proceeded towards the central tower. Inside the monitoring room of the central tower, Azuki and the examiners were engrossed in discussion as they observed the screens. The strength of this group in the Forest of Death exam is truly remarkable. "I still find it hard to believe," one remarked. "It's been quite some time, and no other teams have arrived. It seems this group is undoubtedly unmatched. Particularly that one with the gourd. I have checked. The one with the gourd is Gaara, the one with the fan is Temari, and the one with the ghostly face paint is Kankuro. Gaara, such a distinctive name. I wonder who will arrive at the central tower next." As they debated, a Chunin sitting by the monitors shouted, "They're here. It's Hinata and her team. The heiress of the Hyuga clan? Wait, why are there only 4 of them? Who is the one with the wooden sword?" Azuki turned to the screen, his expression darkening. "That's Jiang Chen. A participant granted special approval by Lord 3rd Hokage to join alone. I didn't expect him to pass the exam so quickly. Azuki, you seem to harbor a dislike for Jiang Chen, don't you? Someone teased. Mind your own business. That guy is infuriating. Possessing mediocre strength, yet receiving special approval from the Hokage. As he spoke, Azuki pouted, clearly displeased with Jiang Chen, especially recalling his own plans thwarted. He felt rage boiling within him. Originally, he had given Jiang Chen 2 scrolls to make him a target, intending for this special individual to face some hardship. Yet, here he was, arriving at the central tower without a scratch. Gazing at Jiang Chen on the screen, Azuki mused. Could he have borrowed the Byakugan's scouting ability? I heard he is Hinata's brother, officially recognized by the Hyuga clan. TCH, it's probably because he has a heroic grandfather. Azuki's heart was filled with imbalance, primarily stemming from his anger at Orochimaru for abandoning him. Now, seeing Jiang Chen garner attention due to his grandfather, he felt a twinge of bitterness. And that was all. Hey, did you all see? Gaara is standing up, glaring intensely at Jiang Chen, his expression furious and trembling. What on earth is going on? Interesting. Have these two clashed before? That shouldn't be the case. How could neither side be injured? Azuki also examined the screen, shock evident on his face as he looked at Gaara. This furious demeanor indicated that Jiang Chen must have provoked him, yet how was Jiang Chen unharmed? Treating Gaara so nonchalantly? Was he not scared at all? Kiba and Shino had fled from Gaara, yet Jiang Chen stood firm, refusing to evade. Within the monitoring room, several ninjas began to speculate on the matter between Jiang Chen and Gaara. Meanwhile, inside the central tower, Jiang Chen cast a glance at the monitors above, ignoring them, and smiled at Gaara, playfully winking his right eye. Gaara's eyes widened in disbelief, and if it weren't for Temari and Kankuro holding him back, they might have clashed again. With the conclusion of this exam, the third round officially commenced. The third preliminary match referee, Moonlight Gale, is here. Ahem. Allow me to elucidate the rules of the third budget match. The budget match is a one-on-one combat event. The contest concludes only when one party is defeated or concedes. Moonlight Gale, coughing incessantly, surveyed the crowd. However, upon spotting Jiang Chen in the corner, his expression abruptly froze. With this fellow present, it is hard to predict who would be unfortunate enough to face him. Surely, no one would stand a chance against him. Ahem. Let us proceed with the announcement of the battle roster. The names on the electronic display flickered rapidly, and as the results were revealed, the ninjas began to enter the arena. Jiang Chen stood aloof, uninterested in the earlier matches. In the fourth match, Jiang Chen faces Torshin. Naruto dashed to Jiang Chen's side. Fist extended, grinning widely. Nissan, do your best. Hinata, with her petite lips pursed and wide eyes fixed on Jiang Chen, echoed. Nissan, do your best. Jiang Chen ambled toward the arena, exuding an air of nonchalance. Kanjiro, observing Jiang Chen's entrance, trembled slightly as he remarked, encountering that guy is truly unfortunate. That one-eyed fellow will surely be obliterated in an instant. Gaara, his expression neutral, muttered darkly, trash. Merely destined for annihilation. Ahem. Are you ready? Then let the contest begin. Moonlight Gale's gaze remained fixed on Jiang Chen, and with a drop of his right hand, the match was officially underway. The elite ninjas, unfamiliar with Jiang Chen, were eager to ascertain the prowess of this ninja, specially sanctioned by the Hokage. Yet, the subsequent scene left them utterly astounded. Hey, referee, I forfeit. Torshin raised his right hand, his gaze clouded as he dared not look at Jiang Chen. He had no desire to engage in combat with Jiang Chen. It was no longer a matter of competition, but rather a question of survival. Torshin had experienced Jiang Chen's terror firsthand. Only a fool would willingly descend into that abyss a second time. What is this? Not even a fight, and he forfeits? Murmured the spectators, their intrigue piqued. Jiang Chen wore an innocuous expression as he exited the arena. Ahem. The next match features Hinata Hyuga versus Neji Hyuga. Glancing at the battle roster, Jiang Chen approached Hinata and softly said, Little Hinata, if you cannot prevail, there is no need to endure. If you sustain serious injuries, I shall have to eliminate Neji. Jiang Chen's words, though calm, left Hinata profoundly shaken. She believed wholeheartedly that Jiang Chen would act on his words. The match between Hinata and Neji was a duel of gentle fist techniques. As a burgeoning genius, Neji adeptly wielded the Byakugan and gentle fist. The two engaged in a series of exchanges, producing harmonious sounds with each clash. After several rounds, Hinata suddenly knelt, unable to muster her chakra. Neji, retracting his Byakugan, bowed and said, Lady Hinata, your chakra points have been sealed. I do not wish to harm you. Please concede. His words were not harsh, Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction. It appeared that saving Niji's father, Hayashi Hyuga, had alleviated any animosity within Niji. He was not a cruel individual. Despite being from the branch family, Hinata remained deferential towards the main family. Now, with all her chakra points sealed, Hinata had no chance of victory, rendering any further struggle pointless. Nevertheless, she trembled and stood up, declaring, "I will not betray my words. This is my ninja way." Struggling to rise, Hinata's gaze remained fixed on Naruto. Jiang Chen furrowed his brows, his heart aching for little Hinata's injuries. He could easily conclude this duel, but he needed to evade the crowd's scrutiny. Witnessing Hinata's suffering, Jiang Chen hesitated no longer, suddenly unleashing an aura of killing intent. However, this intent was directed solely at Niji. Boom! Niji's gentle fist halted abruptly in midair as he gazed in terror. Despite Niji's formidable strength, he could not continue fighting against Jiang Chen's overwhelming killing intent. Trembling, he looked towards Jiang Chen, who now resembled a deity of death. As he prepared to speak, he heard Jiang Chen's voice through the killing intent. "Silence. Did your father not tell you about the demon blade saving him? Do me a favor. Do not continue to harm little Hinata." Niji stood in shock. Having heard of the demon blade saving his father, he was aware that Jiang Chen was the grandson of the demon blade. However, he had not anticipated Jiang Chen's power to convey words through sheer killing intent. This was an extraordinary level of strength. Niji retracted his Byakugan, unable to continue his assault on Hinata due to Jiang Chen's presence. Moreover, with Jiang Chen's words, he dared not disregard them. Chapter 82, Danzo Must Die. Hinata's body had reached its limit. Even though Jiang Chen had prevented Niji from attacking her further, she collapsed due to cardiac distress. The ninjas rushed forward. Concerned for Hinata's condition, Jiang Chen looked at Hinata lying on the stretcher, his heart breaking, glaring fiercely at Niji. A single glance caused Niji to avert his gaze, unwilling to meet Jiang Chen's eyes. This was, after all, a contest, and Jiang Chen could do little. He exhaled deeply and headed toward the exit. "Ni-san, where are you going?" Naruto's voice called out. Without turning back, Jiang Chen waved his hand and declared loudly, "I forfeit the upcoming matches." As his words fell, the third Hokage and the others stood frozen in place. The third Hokage took a deep breath, sighed. Just like his grandfather, truly an unpredictable character. One wonders what he is thinking. Lord Hokage, Jiang Chen should have secured first place. Is it not a pity for him to leave? Moonlight Gale turned and inquired. He understood Jiang Chen's power well. Both privately and publicly, he felt Jiang Chen should not forfeit the upcoming official matches. Observing all the competitors, Gale did not believe anyone could defeat Jiang Chen, not even the formidable Gaara. Let him be. I once promised him that I would respect his wishes, no matter what he chose. The third Hokage watched Jiang Chen's retreating figure, shaking his head in resignation. The elite ninjas were all intrigued by Moonlight Gale's remarks. What could have led Gale to be so confident in Jiang Chen's abilities? Was Jiang Chen truly at such an impressive level? For all those unfamiliar with Jiang Chen, this question lingered in their minds, refusing to dissipate. Gaara's eyes widened, his thoughts consumed by his confrontation with Jiang Chen in the forest of death. He trembled and murmured, "What the hell is that guy trying to evade?" Naruto stood rooted, unsure of what to say as he regarded Jiang Chen's back. Jiang Chen exited the central tower, gazing up at the sky. Orochimaru's arrival in Konoha. Danzo, that scheming rogue, must surely be aware of it. What dealings has he engaged in with Orochimaru behind closed doors? His eyes suddenly sharpened. For Jiang Chen, Danzo was the most irksome person, bar none. Until now, he had refrained from confronting Danzo, fearing he could not evade his ocular techniques. But now, with his sword intent upgraded to the second level and his resistance to ordinary illusions enhanced, his strength had significantly improved. He unfurled a scroll, unsealing the demon blade and grasping it in his hand. Bathed in sunlight, he slung the demon blade across his back and selected a skull mask from the system shop. Although this mask did not compare to the demon blade's mask, it would suffice for concealing his identity. Another reason he chose this mask was that it bore a striking resemblance to Ichigo Kurosaki's mask. He simply adored it. Donning the mask, he directed his gaze toward Danzo's location, coldly sneering, "Danzo, today marks your demise. If I cannot defeat you, then death is my only recourse." Jiang Chen was acutely aware of Danzo's capabilities, possessing 11 Sharingan and the cells of the first Hokage in his right arm. He could wield the secret techniques of the Uchiha clan, transforming unfavorable battle scenarios into mere illusions. His right arm could also utilize would-release techniques, such as the explosive roots and the violent gun tree, all of which were formidable offensive jutsu. However, these were not Jiang Chen's primary concern. His greatest fear lay in Danzo's Kodo Amatsukami. If he entered a state of illusion unprepared, the consequences could be dire. Thankfully, Danzo lacked the pure bloodline of the Uchiha clan. Otherwise, the situation would have been truly precarious. In any case, this battle marked the first time Jiang Chen felt uncertain about his chances of victory. He recalled the conversation he had with the third Hokage a few days prior. The third had informed him that Danzo intended to recruit him into the Root organization, but had declined on the grounds of Jiang Chen's youth and recent graduation. Although this matter seemed trivial upon reflection, it was clear that there was an ulterior motive at play. As a mere newly graduated genin, why would Danzo, that old rogue, want him in his organization? It was not hard to imagine that Danzo had likely stationed someone to monitor him, even going so far as to secretly surveil him during the Chunin exams. Just how much did Danzo know of his true strength? Regardless of his intentions, one thing was certain. He had allied himself with Orochimaru. This was something Jiang Chen could never forgive. Furthermore, Danzo had covertly attempted to assassinate Shisui and had failed to eliminate Kakashi, all for the sake of obtaining his Sharingan, selfishly willing to kill his fellow villagers. Such greed was truly astounding. As Jiang Chen approached the entrance of the Root organization, he muttered with fierce determination, "No matter what, I shall slay this scoundrel." Utilizing his agility, he concealed himself in the shadows, relentlessly seeking Danzo's location. He encountered two members of the Root organization along the way, swiftly dispatching them. Had Orochimaru already intervened in this exam? Leaning on his cane, Danzo closed his eyes and inquired of the Umbu member kneeling before him. Has he made his move? Yes, Akatsuki reported this to the third Hokage, but he chose not to halt the Chunin exams. Foolish. He is digging his own grave. Remember, regardless of what transpires, if Orochimaru faces the third, do not engage. You are no match for him. If you spot Kabuto, inform me immediately. Danzo continued, his eyes still shut and his expression devoid of emotion. What of Jiang Chen? He fought Gaara in the Forest of Death, but no victor emerged, and he has been carrying a wooden sword. What? A wooden sword? Danzo opened his eyes, a flicker of astonishment crossing his face. Indeed, a wooden sword, and he has managed to control Gaara. In the Central Tower's exam, the Sound Ninja conceded, leaving us unable to ascertain Jiang Chen's techniques. Continue to track him. We must thoroughly understand his abilities for future plans. With a swift motion, the subordinate vanished from sight. Jiang Chen furrowed his brow, listening intently from his concealed position, murmuring to himself, this scoundrel is indeed colluding with Orochimaru, and he is tracking me? What could he possibly be plotting? Just as Jiang Chen pondered this, Danzo's voice resonated. He discarded his cane and turned his gaze towards Jiang Chen's direction, rolling up his sleeves and declaring, since you have arrived, come forth. Jiang Chen was taken aback. When did this scoundrel realize I was here? With no choice left, he leaped from the shadows, positioning himself several meters away from Danzo. Since you are aware of my presence, why not have your subordinates surround me? Danzo laughed heartily. If they could handle you, would you have reached this place so easily? It appears I must take matters into my own hands. Now, what say you, Jiang Chen? Boom. Jiang Chen's head felt as though struck by a boulder. This scoundrel not only knew he was hiding, but also recognized his identity at a glance. Chapter 83. Jiang Chen battles Danzo blindfolded. You possess some wit to deduce my identity. Jiang Chen was genuinely astonished. Danzo's expression remained eerily calm. Child, do not think that just because your grandfather was a hero, you can act with impunity. You dare to approach me with the demon blade? Do you take me for a fool? Ding. Congratulations, you have shocked Danzo, earning 40,000 gold and 40 sword intent. Progress, stage 23451,000. Jiang Chen blinked in surprise. Danzo appeared quite composed, yet he was evidently taken aback. Haha, this scoundrel feigns calmness while clearly startled. It seems you are not a fool. I shall be candid. My purpose for coming here is to eliminate you. Now that I have committed to this course, I fear not your knowledge, for the dead cannot divulge secrets. Danzo smiled as he unwound his bandages, laughing heartily. The illustrious hero with the demon blade speaks such absurdities. I know not your true intentions in saving Konoha, but it seems today you merely wish to usurp the title of Hokage, though you have done Konoha a service. I must act in accordance with justice. Jiang Chen's heart trembled. Danzo was indeed privy to his motives. Yet, What was with this nonsensical talk of justice? Had Danzo lost his mind to speak so piously? Listen, I believe you have misconstrued my intentions. I have no interest in the position of Hokage. I simply have an affinity for this village. Do not feign righteousness. Today, you shall meet your end. With that, Jiang Chen vanished from sight. Bang! When he reappeared, the demon blade was poised above Danzo's head, ready to strike down. It was nearly at its zenith. Danzo's body suddenly split in two. Yet a plume of smoke erupted forth. Jiang Chen frowned, rife with suspicion. He had not seen Danzo perform any hand seals. When had he created a clone? He scanned his surroundings, his pupils dilating in sudden realization. No way. Could this scoundrel have been a clone from the outset? I've fallen into his trap. Wind release, vacuum wave. The sound erupted, and an attack akin to a scythe's sharpness surged towards Jiang Chen's back. His form flickered as he wielded the demon blade, unleashing a cycle of air. Bang! A resounding crash echoed as Jiang Chen stood unyielding. The vacuum wave failed to inflict any harm. Jiang Chen scoffed. You think a mere wind release can harm me? What a delusion. Yet before Jiang Chen could react, Danzo unleashed another jutsu. Wind release, vacuum great sphere. Danzo expelled a high-pressure wind ball from his mouth, akin to a rocket, hurtling towards Jiang Chen. This technique could obliterate an enemy in an instant, showcasing tremendous power. Boom. The wind ball whistled as it relentlessly bombarded Jiang Chen. To use such a jutsu here is truly embarrassing. How much contempt do you hold for the name of the demon blade? Jiang Chen held the blade behind him, enveloping it in demonic energy. One sword style. Great shockwave. Boom. Bang. A powerful shockwave radiated from Jiang Chen, centered on him. The wind ball collided with the shockwave, producing a deafening roar. The underground space of the root organization trembled as stone bridges shattered and rocks crumbled. Had it not been for the sturdy skeletal supports, the entire space might have collapsed. Clap, clap. Danzo applauded, a grin splitting his face as the bandages on his right arm began to unravel. Very well. You managed to withstand my wind release. No wonder you are the man who cleaved a meteor. Yet your ambitions will not come to fruition. For the sake of Konoha, I shall eradicate you here. As Danzo's bandages fell away, the Sharingan in his right arm became visible, a sight both chilling and awe-inspiring. The visage of the first Hokage was etched into his shoulder. Though Jiang Chen had anticipated this from the beginning, witnessing it firsthand still left him somewhat shaken. Is he about to utilize the Sharingan? The child is intriguing. In that case, I too must unleash my ultimate technique. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and retrieved a black cloth from his pocket to blindfold his eyes. With a smile, he remarked, "It has been a long time since I have taken anything so seriously. I wonder how long you can endure. Once you perish, no one will be aware, and all your sordid underground schemes will vanish without a trace." Danzo let out a low snort, his voice raspy as he said, "Do you think that by covering your eyes, you can escape the gaze of the Sharingan? How naive. If you cannot see, how will you battle me? Relying on your hearing? Truly childish." Wind release, shuriken. Danzo infused the shuriken with wind chakra and swiftly hurled it toward Jiang Chen. The shuriken spun rapidly, emitting a fierce sound. Bang! Wherever the shuriken struck, the rock split cleanly in two, yet the stones showed no signs of shattering. The cut was remarkably smooth. It was evident just how sharp the wind shuriken was. Before the shuriken could reach Jiang Chen, Danzo produced a kunai, holding it before his mouth. Wind release, vacuum blade. He exhaled the wind chakra, elongating the kunai into a blade of wind. Whoosh! Danzo leapt into the air, raising the kunai as if it were a mountain descending upon Jiang Chen. With all this noise, let's see how you evade. Danzo utilized the sound of the wind shuriken to create a powerful distraction, aiming to disrupt Jiang Chen's hearing and seize the opportunity to strike with the vacuum blade. Jiang Chen remained motionless, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth in the face of such an onslaught. Baka, do you think I rely on my ears? I rely on my perception, fool. With a swift motion, Jiang Chen wielded his ghostly blade, dancing with an invisible speed. Clang! The sounds of the shuriken colliding with the ghostly blade rang out sharply. In an instant, over a dozen shuriken were sent flying, scattering around Jiang Chen like deflated balloons. Danzo's vacuum blade descended with the force and momentum of a tiger pouncing, aiming straight for Jiang Chen's head. Jiang Chen calmly swung his blade, creating a windstorm that met the vacuum blade head-on. The two weapons clashed above Jiang Chen's head once more. Clang, clang, clang. Danzo furrowed his brow, unable to comprehend Jiang Chen's effortless defense. Despite his relentless attacks aimed at Jiang Chen's blind spots, they were all easily deflected, and Jiang Chen's breath remained remarkably steady. Suddenly, Danzo retreated over 50 meters, stabilizing himself as he muttered in shock. How is it possible for him to block so accurately with his eyes covered? This is truly uncanny. Ding. Congratulations, big brother. You have once again astonished Danzo, earning 40,000 currency and 40 sword intent. Current progress bar, second stage 385,1000. Jiang Chen smiled as he positioned the ghostly blade before him, pointing it at Danzo. You need not be so astonished when you meet your demise. I shall inform you why, so that you may die with understanding. Haha. With his eyes closed, the Jinjutsu of the Sharingan proved nearly ineffective against Jiang Chen, leaving Danzo momentarily at a loss. Shaking his right shoulder, he adopted a serious expression. There is no choice. I must resort to it. Chapter 84. The Awakening of the Mysterious Power Within. Jiang Chen's perception allowed him to see all that transpired around him with extraordinary clarity. Danzo's expression was equally apparent to him. Did this fellow intend to use wood release? As long as he maintained his distance and avoided the root's explosive burial, he would be fine. Danzo was acutely aware of the technique he was about to employ and had already planned to keep his distance. In that case, let us employ this technique. One sword style, Black Dragon Slash. Jiang Chen raised his ghostly blade, his right arm's muscles bulging as he brought the blade down. Boom. A massive black dragon slash materialized in an instant, roaring like thunder as it engulfed Danzo. Bang. The speed was incomparable. Danzo's figure was consumed by the black dragon, and he let out a pain wail. The giant dragon collided with the rear rock wall, exploding upon impact. The wall was pierced, and Danzo's body hung limply against it. Slowly descending, Jiang Chen exhaled deeply, preparing to remove the cloth from his eyes. It was all over, but just as he relaxed, a colossal tree trunk suddenly emerged from the ground. Jiang Chen's brow furrowed in alarm. Oh no, he used his Anaji. Jiang Chen had been careless. He had not realized that Danzo activated his Anaji at the moment Jiang Chen launched his strike. What he didn't expect was that Danzo had anticipated this move from the beginning. This time, Danzo not only did not underestimate Jiang Chen, but he also devised a plan to counter the attack. Jiang Chen had to admit that it was indeed a wise decision. However, it was too late. Danzo had seized the opportunity, unleashing the wood release, root burial. In that moment, a massive tree sprouted from the ground through Danzo's right arm, swiftly engulfing both Danzo and Jiang Chen. At this moment, the second eye on Danzo's right arm began to close. This indicated that he had used Izanagi to transform the damage he sustained into a dream. Jiang Chen, meanwhile, was about to be swallowed by the wood release. In such a brief span, with such a sudden assault, Jiang Chen found himself unable to evade. Thud! The tree enveloped Jiang Chen, plunging him into immense darkness as the wood release pierced his body, rendering him disoriented and in excruciating pain, gradually robbing him of consciousness. Danzo's figure began to materialize. At this point, the second eye on his right arm was entirely shut. He brushed off the dust from his body, exhaling a sigh. Truly, the ghostly blade is remarkable. Although I have yet to ascertain how you maintain your youth, I will gladly claim your corpse upon your demise. I will undoubtedly uncover the secret to immortality. Laughing heartily, Danzo gestured behind him. Come forth, you lot. The evidence of Jiang Chen's invasion of the Root Organization has been recorded, yes? Several masked members of the Root Organization knelt, nodding solemnly. Lord Danzo, we have completed the recording as per your instructions. There were 2 casualties within the Root Organization. Danzo slowly wrapped his right arm, speaking softly. Carry those 2 corpses to the higher-ups of Konoha and report that Jiang Chen attacked the Root Organization, having colluded with Orochimaru. He only succeeded in passing this exam with Orochimaru's assistance. Furthermore, after being discovered by the Root Organization, he joined forces with Orochimaru to kill 2 members. And now he is engaged in a fierce battle with me. I hope the higher-ups will send Hiruzen to assist. Understood? Yes. Whoosh. The 3 individuals vanished in an instant. Racing toward the higher-ups of Konoha, Danzo gazed excitedly at the massive tree before him, breaking into a wide grin. Your demise will grant me the secret to immortality. Your worth has been more than sufficient. Now, the shame of betrayal will erase your name, and even the ghostly blade will be forgotten. That which once captivated me is nothing more than this, ha. Danzo recalled the time when the ghostly blade saved Konoha, shaking his head. Before I confirmed your identity, the name of the ghostly blade remained sacred. But now that I know who you are, your secret of eternal youth ignites my desires. If I can obtain an immortal body, The position of Hokage in Konoha will surely be mine, haha. At this moment, Danzo was completely consumed by the visions he had conjured. Endless darkness continued to devour every cell of Jiang Chen's being, leaving him in a state of unconsciousness, devoid of pain, akin to a lifeless corpse. Gradually, Jiang Chen seemed to experience a familiar sensation once more, the heart of origin, lost in the forest. Boom. Jiang Chen felt his heartbeat suddenly accelerate, and the wood release that pierced his body began to merge with him, as if he were a black hole, consuming the massive tree into his very being. The tree began to shake violently, and in an instant, it was as if a river were flowing into the sea, submerging within Jiang Chen's body. Tuanzong stared in astonishment, his eyes wide open, as the scene before him surpassed all his expectations. What on earth was happening? This was bewildering. Tuanzang's body recoiled, his head shaking in disbelief. What had transpired? How could wood release have entered his body out of thin air? What was the very composition of Jiang Chen's physique? At that moment, Jiang Chen's body floated in midair, gradually descending. His blood had congealed, and the wounds were visibly healing at an astonishing rate. The consumed trees had vanished without a trace. Tuanzang's eyes widened in shock, rendered speechless by the spectacle. Jiang Chen slowly opened his eyes, sensing an anomaly within his body. His heartbeat quickened, as if the frozen power within him was awakening bit by bit. Akin to a specter stirring within, it writhed restlessly, welcoming every single cell within him, a sensation so peculiar, akin to his cells soaking in warm water. The exhilaration was irresistible, as if the specter within him was the very thing he craved. Yet, he felt acutely that this specter was colossal, with his cells merely scratching the surface of its vastness. Nevertheless, the power he felt was unprecedentedly formidable. He had no inkling of what this was, nor any means of discovering it. "Brother, are you there?" Jiang Chen called out to the system in his mind, hoping to glean something useful. "I'm here, brother. What do you need? I sense I've absorbed an immense power within me, but I have no idea what it is. Can you help me investigate?" "Certainly. You can utilize the body detection feature for 300,000 currency per use. Would you like to proceed?" Jiang Chen was momentarily at a loss for words. It seemed everything required expenditure now, which was quite frustrating. Nevertheless, he decided to confirm the usage. "Understood. 300,000 currency deducted. The system will now analyze the anomalies in the host's body. During this process, you will be in a protective state, impervious to harm." At this juncture, Tuanzong regained consciousness, observing Jiang Chen's unthreatened demeanor and bellowing furiously, "You brat. I don't know what tricks you're pulling, but if you're not dead, I'll ensure you die once more." With that, he thrust a kunai fiercely toward Jiang Chen's neck. Chapter 85. The Advent of the Tree Realm, Tuanzong's Self-Detonation. A resounding boom echoed as an invisible protective shield enveloped Jiang Chen. Tuanzang's attack was swiftly repelled, the kunai spinning away into the air, causing his arm to tingle from the impact. What was happening? What kind of ninjutsu was this? Tuanzong gazed at Jiang Chen in astonishment, filled with doubt. Detection complete. Congratulations, host. You have awakened Sage Chakra. The absorption progress of Sage Chakra by your cells is at 10. Due to your body's insufficient strength, you can no longer absorb the Sage Chakra C. The system's words exceeded Jiang Chen's imagination. What did this mean? A Sage Chakra C? Did he truly possess a Sage Chakra C within him? Indeed, brother. Although I am uncertain how you came to possess this Sage Chakra C, it is precisely due to its existence that wood release was absorbed upon entering your body. Jiang Chen was utterly dumbfounded. Learning to condense natural energy on Mayaboka Mountain had been a daunting task, yet now he found himself with a Sage Chakra. Moreover, it existed in the form of a C. This was simply unfathomable. Brother, with this change, your cells are transforming into Sage cells. Meaning once you absorb Sage energy to 100, you won't need to enter any so-called Sage mode. You will inherently embody Sage mode, with an inexhaustible supply of natural energy. This was nothing short of perfection. Jiang Chen recalled his previous experience entering the Lost Forest. His current situation was undoubtedly related to that day's events. Unable to contain his inner fervor any longer, Jiang Chen slowly opened his eyes, fixing his gaze on Tuanzong. The bandages on Tuanzang's face had unraveled, and he stared at Jiang Chen in disbelief. A smile crept across Jiang Chen's lips as he suddenly clapped his hands. Would release secret technique, Advent of the Tree Realm. At that moment, the ground trembled, and moments later, trees erupted from the earth, uprooted as if by some unseen force, a vast forest materializing beside Tuanzong. Tuanzang's gaze flickered, his eyes wide open, barely able to believe the reality before him. The forest rapidly formed, long vines striking towards Tuanzong like water serpents. With a leap, Tuanzong attempted to escape this binding. Yet, just as he soared into the air, the vines ensnared him first. More than 10 vines tightly bound his body midair. Jiang Chen's gaze was as cold as death, fixating on Tuanzong. Tuanzong's right Sharingan suddenly spun, unleashing a powerful Genjutsu. In that moment, Jiang Chen transformed into a specter of death, utterly unfazed by the illusion. To clarify, Genjutsu is a mental attack where the user conveys their spiritual intent through the senses of sight, hearing, touch, smell, and taste, placing the target in an illusory state. In essence, it disrupts the target's chakra, inducing a state of confusion. Sage mode continuously gathers natural energy to generate sage chakra. Thus, when a ninja in sage mode is subjected to Genjutsu, the newly generated sage chakra restores their chakra to normal, breaking the illusion. No matter how powerful the Genjutsu, it cannot ensnare a sage mode user. This is why Uchiha Madara rarely employed Genjutsu against Senju Hashirama in their numerous battles. At this moment, Jiang Chen possessed 10 units of the Source of the Heart, ultra-pure sage cells, constantly absorbing natural energy. Thus, Genjutsu had no effect on him. Jiang Chen leaped into the air, the ghost blade poised behind him, an aura of murderous intent igniting in his eyes. One sword style, Lion's Song. Jiang Chen's figure soared through the air alongside the strike. Bang! The moment he landed, the blade returned to its sheath, and the deed was done. The vines were severed. Plummeting to the ground, Tuanzong, having just employed Genjutsu, found himself without the time to use his Anaji. In an instant, the gash over a meter long across his body split open, blood erupting like a fountain. His crimson form crashed heavily to the ground, eyes wide in shock as he stared at Jiang Chen. With a thud, Tuanzong's right arm spun through the air, landing before him. Gazing at the arm and Sharingan he had worked so hard to acquire over the years, Tuanzong's eyes widened in resignation. Although he could not fathom how Jiang Chen had revived or acquired would release, at this moment, all doubts became utterly meaningless. He had lost. Catastrophically. With a final surge of defiance and dignity, Danzo let out a roar and activated the 4-symbol seal. Jiang Chen had anticipated this move. He donned his mask and swiftly departed the scene. However, just as he stepped outside, 3 members of the Root organization obstructed his path. Jiang Chen frowned slightly. Those who wish to live, step aside. I do not wish to slay the innocent. Despite his warning, the Root members showed no inclination to retreat, advancing towards him instead. With a fluid motion, Jiang Chen struck out with his right hand, instantly incapacitating all 3. Thud, thud, thud. They collapsed to the ground, unable to rise. As they watched Jiang Chen make his escape, one of the individuals wearing a tiger-striped mask shouted, "Jiang Chen, you traitor of Konoha, you shall not leave so easily." The words pierced through Jiang Chen like 1,000 arrows, causing him to halt in shock and turn to face the trio. "How do you know my identity?" he demanded. You conspired with Orochimaru, attacked the Root organization, and sought to defeat Konoha. Your confrontation with Lord Danzo was recorded, and we have already sent the footage to the higher-ups in Konoha. Know this, Jiang Chen. Your movements have been exposed. Even if you kill us, you cannot escape the confines of this village. The man's words reverberated in Jiang Chen's mind like thunderclaps. He understood now why Danzo had spoken so grandiloquently earlier. His actions had already been documented. Jiang Chen was branded as an accomplice of Orochimaru, while Danzo, having discovered the secret, aimed to exploit Jiang Chen's vulnerabilities to usurp the position of Hokage. Danzo's oratory had coincided with the beginning of the recording, conveniently obscuring the fact that Jiang Chen was the infamous Demon Blade, a truth Danzo desperately sought to conceal. Yet, these were merely Jiang Chen's speculations. Should anyone learn that the Demon Blade was indeed Jiang Chen, chaos would ensue. The legend of the Undying would draw countless covetous eyes. Jiang Chen gazed at the 4 portraits carved into the distant stone wall, letting out a resigned sigh. Perhaps it was time to leave Konoha for good. With the higher-ups now in possession of the recording and the news of Orochimaru's infiltration, any attempt at justification would be futile. The situation was likely far more complex than it seemed. How unexpected it was to find himself in such a predicament. He shook his head in resignation, observing the scattered leaves on the ground, and gently closed his eyes. He had arrived in Konoha filled with dreams, determined to protect Naruto and Hinata. Yet he found himself ensnared by the treachery of that wretched Danzo. The village and the people he once cherished were now becoming places he could no longer freely enter. Within the Hokage's office, the third Hokage was summoned urgently. The three high-ranking officials scrutinized the recording before them. The third Hokage took a deep drag from his pipe, closed his eyes, and sighed. I do not believe Jiang Chen would commit such an act. I hope we can deliberate on this matter further. Tsunade glanced at the third Hokage. You cannot let your fondness for Jiang Chen cloud your judgment. If he had no such intentions, why would he associate with the rude organization? Why engage in a duel with Danzo? How can you explain this? The third Hokage was at a loss for words. These were indeed unexplainable circumstances. Just then, a member of the root organization rushed in, kneeling before them with trembling voice. Hokage-sama, Lord Danzo. He has been killed by Jiang Chen. 3 Umbu members are severely injured. What? Mito Gate Yen, Tsunade, and the third Hokage rose in unison, exclaiming. Mito Gate Yen glared at the third Hokage, shouting, Third, this is your trusted ally? He has killed Danzo and severely injured our members. A mere newly graduated genin possesses the strength to defeat Danzo? What was he hiding his power for? Indeed, Orochimaru's appearance during the Chunin exams coincides with Jiang Chen's attack on Danzo, significantly weakening Konoha's strength. What reason could there be to believe Jiang Chen is not colluding with Orochimaru? Tsunade's expression was filled with anger, but then she paused, a new thought occurring to her. Though his grandfather, the Demon Blade, once saved Konoha, that is his legacy. The fact remains that Jiang Chen has plotted to assassinate Danzo, and for such a dangerous individual, I propose we designate Jiang Chen as an S-rank rogue ninja and issue an immediate pursuit order. He must not be allowed to roam freely in Konoha. Their words were stark evidence against Jiang Chen, and no matter how much the third Hokage wanted to believe in him, he could not ignore the opposing opinions. Very well. Let it be so. Jiang Chen will be classified as an S-rank rogue ninja. Gather Konoha's elite Jonin and Umbu to pursue him. Upon discovery, they are not to engage him alone, but report back to me immediately. Understood. With that command, the ninjas vanished. Thus, the news of Jiang Chen becoming a wanted man spread swiftly throughout Konoha. Kakashi gazed at the sky, closing his eyes and sighing. What are you thinking, Jiang Chen? Why would you choose this moment to confront Danzo? You remain as inscrutable as ever. The third Hokage stood in the office, hands clasped behind his back, staring out the window at the sky, exhaling a long plume of smoke. Demon Blade, in the end, I never had the chance to recognize you. Even now, I do not understand why you chose to come to Konoha as Jiang Chen. If only I had the opportunity to call you brother and share a drink. Jiraiya sat by the river, gazing up at the clouds. Jiang Chen, child of destruction, is it truly so difficult to alter fate? I shall continue to hold faith in you. On this day, the news of Jiang Chen killing Danzo and becoming an S-rank rogue ninja resonated throughout Konoha. Coincidentally, the Chunin exams were underway, leading to an increasing number of people becoming aware of the matter. Gaara stood atop a rooftop, illuminated by the moonlight. His eyes filled with rage. Jiang Chen. His expression grew more ferocious as he clutched his head and roared in fury. In the Hyuga household, Hinata squatted at her door, clutching her small legs tightly, burying her head in her knees, murmuring, Brother Jiang Chen, will I ever see you again? She understood the implications of being an S-rank rogue ninja. Jiang Chen would be hunted by Konoha, making it impossible for him to live in the village again. The thought of ever seeing him again felt utterly hopeless. She hugged her knees tighter, burying her head deeper. Just then, a pair of warm hands rested gently on her head. Slowly, Hinata lifted her gaze to see Jiang Chen before her, her eyes watery and swollen. Brother. In an instant, she leaped into Jiang Chen's embrace, holding him tightly. Jiang Chen tenderly stroked her hair, speaking softly, It's all right. I'm merely leaving Konoha. I won't be gone forever. One day, Brother Jiang Chen will return. No more tears, okay? Hinata slowly lifted her head, tears streaming down her cheeks, her pouty lips betraying her distress, evoking a surge of affection. Brother, is that really true? Jiang Chen smiled and nodded, softly replying, Of course. How could I deceive you, Hinata? Take good care of yourself. I will return. And it will be a grand return. Jiang Chen gently placed his hands on Hinata's shoulders, bending slightly to continue. Now, I must go. Remember my words. Become stronger. Hinata nodded vigorously. Jiang Chen took a step back, vanishing from sight. Hinata followed a few paces, her outstretched hand halted in midair. Looking up at the night sky, she bit her lip, declaring, I will strive to become stronger. Brother, I will wait for your return. As he departed the Hyuga household, Jiang Chen's gaze fell upon Naruto's home. It was now past 9 in the evening, and the lights in Naruto's house were dimmed. Naruto was likely training with Jiraiya. Jiang Chen wondered if he was aware of the unfolding events. Pushing open the door and stepping into Naruto's room, he found it in disarray, littered with debris. Jiang Chen opened the refrigerator. The refrigerator housed quite a few cartons of milk, and Jiang Chen carefully examined a bag of milk in his hand. Upon checking the production date, a faint smile crept onto his lips. Chapter 87, Parting Ways. Indeed, Naruto had adhered to his word. None of the milk had expired. How amusing it was to see this little fellow obeying, avoiding expired milk. Jiang Chen returned the milk to the refrigerator, shaking his head with a smile. Creak. At that moment, the door to the room swung open. Naruto's bulging eyes fixed on Jiang Chen, momentarily rendering him speechless. After a few seconds, he lunged at Jiang Chen like a madman. Brother Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen chuckled and gently pushed Naruto aside, smiling as he said, "Go wash your face. You are drenched in sweat." Naruto grinned widely, standing before Jiang Chen. "Brother, I thought I would never see you again. Today, the perverted sage said you had become a rogue ninja, and that you could never return to Konoha. Is that true?" Jiang Chen nodded slightly. "Yes, Jiraiya-sensei is right. I won't be able to return to Konoha for a while. But trust me, brother, I will return one day. I believe in you, brother." Jiang Chen smiled as he stood up and walked towards the door. "Take good care of yourself and become stronger. Protect Konoha well until I return." Naruto met Jiang Chen's resolute gaze and refrained from trying to persuade him to stay. A man should embody the spirit of a man. "All right, brother Jiang Chen. I promise to become stronger, strong enough to protect anyone." Jiang Chen smiled as he stepped outside, cautiously making his way to the gates of Konoha. Bathed in the moonlight, the village appeared vividly before him. However, it was curious that there were no guards at the entrance, not even a shadow. Jiang Chen stared at the gate in confusion. What is going on? How could there be no guard at all? Closing his eyes, he sensed two figures leaning against a large tree in the forest beyond the village, while another figure perched on a tree at the village entrance, intently watching the gate. A smile broke across Jiang Chen's face as he looked towards the nearby treetop. Striding confidently out of the gate, he called out loudly, "Kakashi, are you here to capture me?" Kakashi appeared from the branches, his right eye smiling as he leapt down. "What a joke. How could I ever be here to catch you? Here." He handed Jiang Chen a small bottle of sake and continued. "I won't ask or care about your reasons for killing Danzo. I just want to share one last drink with you. You don't need to say anything. Let us drink." Recalling the joyous times spent talking and drinking with Kakashi over the years, Jiang Chen felt an immense sense of relief. They opened the bottle together, raising their hands to drink under the moonlight. With this final toast, they parted ways. "Hey, when you return next time, remember to bring some good sake for me." Jiang Chen turned to look at Kakashi's smile, shaking his head and waving his hand. "Don't worry, I will." Jiang Chen leaped forward, not avoiding the person ahead. Hey, you're leaving without even saying goodbye." The voice of the third Hokage rang out. Jiang Chen was aware that the absence of guards at the entrance was the third Hokage's arrangement, and he knew the third was not there to apprehend him. However, he was astonished to realize the third Hokage had discovered his identity as the Ghost Blade. Did Kakashi reveal this to him? Jiang Chen steadied himself and turned to face the third Hokage. "Hokage-sama, you must be mistaken. I am Jiang Chen, not my grandfather." The third Hokage took a deep drag from his pipe and sighed heavily. "All right, there's no need to pretend anymore. From the first time you appeared as the Ghost Blade to assist with the affairs of the Land of Lightning, I had already suspected your true identity. While I do not know the method by which you maintain your youth, that is of little importance to me." Jiang Chen felt a twinge of embarrassment. "Hokage-sama, how did you discover it back then?" The third Hokage chuckled. "You were so careless in your actions, not even changing your shoes. And with that striking silver hair, who else could maintain such a quality at 50 years old? Initially, I thought you were merely using your grandfather's name. However, I gradually realized the truth. You are indeed the Ghost Blade from 50 years ago." Jiang Chen was taken aback. It was no wonder the third Hokage had risen to such heights. His attention to detail was remarkable. "All right, since you figured it out, I must admit it. As for why I still appear so young, that I cannot disclose." The third Hokage smiled, putting away his pipe. "That is unimportant. I believe you have your own reasons, and I trust that the village holds great significance for you. Therefore, I hope you can join the Akatsuki as a spy." A smirk tugged at the corners of Jiang Chen's mouth, but his expression quickly turned grave. "I will join the Akatsuki, but not as a spy. I intend to find an opportunity to eliminate them all, including Uchiha Obito." Boom. The third Hokage's eyes widened, and his body trembled slightly as he gazed at Jiang Chen. You say Uchiha Obito is still alive? How do you know this? Jiang Chen shook his head. The ninja world is never filled with peace. As long as there exists profound hatred, true peace will forever elude us. It's not that Uchiha Obito truly exists. As long as there is endless hatred, a second Uchiha Obito will arise, will it not? Sarutobi Hiruzen. With that, Jiang Chen fixed his sharp gaze on the third Hokage. This was the first time he had referred to the third Hokage by name. The third Hokage stood frozen for a moment, but a smile quickly returned to his face, making him appear remarkably relaxed as he laughed heartily. Well said. I can finally converse with the Ghost Blade without reservations. I've been waiting for this day, but it's a pity there's no sake. Jiang Chen exhaled deeply, fixing a serious gaze on the third Hokage. Listen, I will eventually return officially, walking through this gate into Konoha. But until then, you must stay alive. The past cannot be changed, but the future can. With that, he leaped onto a branch, turning back to say, when you grow old, you must accept it. Don't try to act tough, or you may lose your life. After saying this, Jiang Chen departed, heading towards the next individual. He glanced back at the aged face of the third Hokage, a wave of melancholy washing over him. Third Hokage. Perhaps this truly is the last time. There are things Jiang Chen could do, and some he could not, and such matters are dictated by fate. Despite being aware of all the events surrounding the Hokage, knowing that Orochimaru would attack Konoha, and that the third Hokage would ultimately sacrifice himself, he understood that the will of fire in Konoha would never extinguish. This legacy would remain unbroken. Even though he knew so much of the storyline, he was uncertain of what the future held for him. His future was filled with uncertainty. Currently, he was still a good person, yet he could not guarantee he would not fall into darkness. Whether his future would lead him to become a hero or a demon remained an enigma to him. Lost in thought, a familiar figure came into view. Jiraiya leaned against a large tree, slowly opening his eyes as he awaited Jiang Chen's arrival. Chapter 88, Parting with Jiraiya. Hey, where are you in such a hurry to go? Jiraiya's head emerged slowly from behind the tree, presenting a nonchalant demeanor. A smile broke across Jiang Chen's face. The more Jiraiya exhibited his humor, the warmer Jiang Chen felt inside. This was his genuine mentor waiting for him. How could that not bring him joy? Jiraiya-sensei. Haha. I didn't expect you to be here. Ahem, I might not be able to help you find my sister anymore. In fact, I've been deceiving you all along. She is not actually my sister, haha. Jiang Chen scratched his head, wishing to express many thoughts to Jiraiya, yet for some reason, he could only utter those words. Perhaps this statement encapsulates the essence of what I wish to convey. The simplest and most unadorned words often hold the truest sincerity. Haha. I have known this from the very beginning, yet this is of little consequence. Jiang Chen, speak frankly, where do you wish to go? What does Konoha mean to you? Jiraiya opened his eyes, his gaze transforming into one of calm sharpness, tinged with a hint of anticipation as he regarded Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen exhaled deeply. Teacher, I cannot deceive you. I plan to join the Akatsuki. I have my own thoughts and objectives, and I hope you will refrain from inquiring further. Please do not involve yourself with the Akatsuki. That wretched place is mine to handle. Jiang Chen pursed his lips, a weighty smile gracing his face as he turned to gaze at the brilliantly illuminated Konoha. He continued, as for the village, I cannot fully comprehend what it signifies. All I know is that it is home to those I wish to protect, friends with whom I wish to share a drink, and elders whom I respect. I cannot bear to leave, and it is precisely for these reasons that I will eliminate Danzo. Jiang Chen leaned closer to Jiraiya, bowing deeply as he earnestly said, Teacher Jiraiya, promise me you will never seek me out in the Akatsuki. As for this village, I assure you I will return with honor. I have declared this to everyone, and I will uphold my word. Upon finishing, Jiang Chen lifted his gaze to Jiraiya's cheek, closely observing the visage he so admired. His heart was a tumult of emotions, a smile adorning his face as he lowered his head. He was uncertain of what actions Jiraiya might take, nor did he know if his choices would earn his teacher's approval. Just as he wrestled with his thoughts, Jiraiya extended his fist before Jiang Chen. No need for further words. When you return, we shall continue your training in sage art. Your previous attempts were utterly lacking. Don't you dare claim me as your master upon your departure. With Jiraiya's playful banter, Jiang Chen grinned, extending his fist to lightly collide with Jiraiya's in the air. All right. Next time, I shall astonish you all, he exclaimed. I will certainly master sage art, haha. Little brat, you have a long way to go. They both laughed heartily. their expressions devoid of any sorrow associated with parting. This only added a touch of warmth to the scene. Jiang Chen withdrew his fist, fixing a determined gaze upon Jiraiya before bowing once more and departing from the spot. Under the moonlight, Jiang Chen's figure grew distant. Jiraiya watched Jiang Chen's retreating silhouette, his smile gradually fading. I hope this world is forever devoid of any children of destruction. As for the so-called outcomes of hatred, I trust both you and Naruto will provide me with satisfactory answers. A few days later, Jiang Chen emerged from an unfamiliar village, gazing at his reflection in the river and inhaling deeply. Ha! Indeed, I am growing increasingly handsome. This visage is simply delightful. Jiang Chen slowly rose, closing his eyes to behold the sky. Suddenly, a kunai hurtled towards him from behind. Sensing the imminent danger, Jiang Chen sidestepped, wiping the river water from his face with his left hand while his right index finger deftly pierced through the kunai's ring. The kunai was effortlessly captured. Spinning rapidly in his grip, Jiang Chen shook his neck and flicked the water from his face, his eyes suddenly becoming piercingly cold as he swung his right hand. The kunai was swiftly propelled back in its original trajectory, hurtling towards the forest. Without glancing back at the forest, he let his hands drift through his hair, exhaling with a countenance as tranquil as water. Clap, clap. The sound of applause resonated from within the forest. A sharp, cutting voice broke the silence. Impressive. No wonder you are a rogue ninja of Konoha on par with Mr. Itachi. Your skills are indeed formidable. Jiang Chen gradually turned, his gaze falling upon a man clad in a black, cloud-patterned robe, the attire of the Akatsuki. The man had deep blue hair and a visage reminiscent of a shark, with sharp teeth and golden irises. The ring bearing the character for South adorned his left ring finger, while the headband of the Hidden Mist village bore a scar, a weapon wrapped in bandages resting on his back. This was none other than the second wielder of the sword Samahata, Kisame Hashigaki, one of the legendary 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Jiang Chen recognized him well. A faint smile graced his lips as he called out, if it isn't Kisame Hashigaki from the 7 ninja swordsmen, has the Akatsuki sent you to hunt me down? Jiang Chen's tone grew more menacing. Kisame bared his shark-like teeth, his eyes narrowing as he replied, not quite. I am here on behalf of the Akatsuki to extend an invitation for you to join us. Would you be willing? Jiang Chen's dismissive gaze incited Kisame, sire. You know of Mr. Itachi's association with me. That's quite impressive. However, there is no need for him to come personally to relay a message. With that, Kisame slung Samahata over his shoulder, excitement gleaming in his eyes as he continued. I'm merely delivering a message. Whether you join or not is entirely your choice. If you refuse, it merely gives me a chance to stretch my legs. Jiang Chen furrowed his brow, casting a sidelong glance at Kisame before closing his eyes to sense his surroundings. Not far within the forest, Itachi Uchiha observed the unfolding situation from a tree branch. Jiang Chen understood all too well that he was being underestimated, at least by Itachi, who had not deemed it necessary to reveal himself. Kisame, if you and Itachi can defeat me, I shall join the Akatsuki. If not, the matter is settled. However, I advise you to let Itachi face me. His words were delivered casually as he continued to wipe the river water from his face, maintaining an air of nonchalance. Kisame's eyes widened in disbelief as he retorted, Hey, little brat, are you a bit too arrogant? You really don't need Mr. Itachi to handle me. I am more than sufficient. Jiang Chen tilted his head, casting a disdainful look at Kisame while shaking his index finger in disapproval. You are not worthy. With that, Kisame ceased his idle chatter, launching himself forward with a powerful leap, his feet striking the ground as he rapidly formed hand signs. Water style, water dragon bullet technique. A colossal water dragon materialized, surging forth from the river with ferocity, roaring towards Jiang Chen. Chapter 89. Kisame versus Jiang Chen. As the water dragon barreled towards him, Jiang Chen remained unmoving. With a resounding crash, a massive earth dragon erupted from behind him, rising as if a furious dragon god, roaring to meet the water dragon head-on. The tremendous collision of the two forces sent a shower of mud and debris cascading down like rain. Kisame furrowed his brow in surprise, inwardly marveling. I didn't expect this guy to form hand signs as swiftly as Mr. Itachi. It's nearly impossible to follow. This could prove interesting. As the muddy deluge fell from the sky like a torrential downpour, Jiang Chen formed hand signs with remarkable speed. Water style, great waterfall technique. Chakra coalesced in his throat, and he unleashed a massive sphere of water that surged toward Kisame. Kisame halted abruptly, hastily forming his own hand signs. Water style, great shark bullet technique. In an instant, he conjured an enormous shark-shaped water bullet that shot forth. Boom. Splash. The two colossal water spheres collided, erupting in a spectacular explosion akin to two fish bursting apart. The powerful water vapor radiated like fireworks, sending splashes soaring to heights of over 10 meters, transforming the ground beneath them into a shimmering carpet of water that reflected their every movement. Seeing Jiang Chen engage him with water style filled Kisame with a mix of excitement and anger. How dare he underestimate me by using my own technique against me? Yet, it was precisely Jiang Chen's arrogance and undeniable strength that exhilarated Kisame. He leaped high into the air, declaring, water style, exploding water shockwave. He gathered chakra in his throat and unleashed a torrent of water that cascaded downwards, forming a lake-like expanse. Since Jiang Chen wished to contest him in water style, Kisame was more than willing to indulge in a game of water. The magnitude of this water escape technique has entirely transformed the landscape here. Towering waves, several dozen meters high, surged towards Jiang Chen. It seems that conventional earth techniques will no longer suffice. Thus, let us try this. Earth style, earth flow wall. A thunderous roar ensues as the ground beneath Jiang Chen trembles violently, and moments later, a towering earthen wall rises from the earth, reaching several dozen meters in height. Jiang Chen stands atop the swiftly ascending wall, significantly elevated. The formidable water blast from the ghost shark is thwarted by this massive cliff, causing no harm to Jiang Chen whatsoever. The battle between the two has transfigured this realm into a vast cliff and a lake that plunges several dozen meters deep beneath it. Jiang Chen stands atop the precipice, hands behind his back. The ghost shark, wielding the great sword Samahata, hovers above the lake, its shark-like eyes glaring at Jiang Chen. Hey, little ghost. It's quite intriguing that you possess such an array of ninjutsu at such a young age, and your chakra reserves are immense. However, to engage in a battle of chakra consumption with me seems unwise, haha. With that, he slaps the water surface with one hand, conjuring 4 vertically leaping water sharks that soar into the air, descending towards Jiang Chen. Observing the approaching water sharks, Jiang Chen scoffs disdainfully. What would happen if these sharks, which split upon physical attack, were subjected to flames? Fire style, great fireball technique. A fireball with a diameter of 7 meters erupts from Jiang Chen's mouth, hurtling toward the airborne water sharks. Boom. Hiss. In an instant, the water sharks are vaporized by the fireball, forming a dense mist. Jiang Chen dismissively spreads his hands. Is that all? Do you have anything more formidable? The ghost shark snorts, charging across the water with great speed, brandishing Samahata, poised to strike at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen shakes his head in resignation. Fool, if ninjutsu cannot triumph over me, do you truly wish to engage in swordsmanship? That would be tantamount to courting death. Very well, since Itachi has yet to make an appearance, I shall not indulge you any longer. Let us conclude this swiftly. Jiang Chen draws the ghost blade before him, the malevolent aura surrounding it gradually coalescing. The ghost shark, observing the black flames encircling Jiang Chen's ghost blade, ponders quietly. Almost forgot that this little ghost is also a swordsman, and I hear he possesses exceptional swordsmanship. His grandfather was reputed to wield a ghost blade. How fascinating. From a distant tree branch, Itachi gazes at the ghost blade in Jiang Chen's hand, captivated by the terrifying aura emanating from it. The ghost shark rapidly closes the distance to Jiang Chen. Samahata's severing slash. The enormous sword Samahata is swung from below, sweeping horizontally towards Jiang Chen's shoulder. An overwhelming force generates a whistling sound as the air is sliced. Bang! Jiang Chen positions the ghost blade against his shoulder, and the two blades collide, producing a tremendous clamor. The surrounding air is affected by their strikes, Jiang Chen's silver hair billowing in the wind, exuding an unparalleled charm. The lake beside them ripples violently, creating a cacophony akin to crashing waves against the cliff. Jiang Chen smiles effortlessly, appearing remarkably composed. The ghost shark stares in shock, unable to fathom how Jiang Chen, with such a physique, could not only effortlessly block his strike, but remain utterly unperturbed. What astonishes him further is the overwhelming fatigue and numbness coursing through his hands at that moment. With wide eyes, he hesitates to withdraw Samahata, leaping backward, creating a distance of several meters between them. What level is this guy at? That last strike left me feeling so sore. It's simply inconceivable. Is this the strength one would expect from a 14 or 15-year-old child? The ghost shark gazes at Jiang Chen, dumbfounded, struggling to accept this reality. Ding! Congratulations, big brother, for shocking the ghost shark, earning 70,000 coins and 70 sword intent, with the progress bar at Stage 2, 415-1000. Jiang Chen nods in satisfaction. Initially, he did not wish to prolong his engagement with this opponent, but now it seems that playing a bit longer could yield substantial sword intent, a worthwhile endeavor. Jiang Chen points at the ghost shark, teasingly saying, "Hey, don't be so eager. I haven't had my fill of fun yet. You wouldn't dare to refrain from attacking, would you? If you choose not to engage, I shall be forced to strike first." With that, Jiang Chen holds the ghost blade suspended in the air, the malevolent aura cascading around him. His hand rises, and the blade descends. Buzz. With a full-force horizontal sweep, a colossal slash hurtles towards the ghost shark. The ghost shark's eyes widen, unable to evade in time, raising Samahata in a desperate attempt to block the strike. Bang! The slash collides with Samahata, producing a thunderous sound reminiscent of a clap of thunder amidst a downpour. A mouthful of blood escapes the ghost shark as he is sent hurtling backward. Flung by the sheer force of the strike, Samahata falling from his grasp, its bindings completely shattered. The sword spirals through the air. Whoosh! Bang! It crashes heavily to the ground, the deep blue blade now fully visible, adorned with barbs. The ghost shark's mouth flaps open and closed, writhing in agony. Having underestimated Jiang Chen's strike, the ghost shark failed to employ any technique to defend himself. Now he finds himself propelled several dozen meters, colliding with the trees of the forest behind him. His cloud robe lies in tatters, a searing heat surges within his chest, and he coughs up blood. Wiping the blood from his lips, the ghost shark gazes at Jiang Chen with astonishment. Chapter 90. Defeating the ghost shark, Itachi makes his entrance. Little ghost, I truly underestimated you. You are indeed someone worth my effort to vanquish. Ding. Congratulations, big brother, for shocking the ghost shark once more, earning 70,000 coins and 70 sword intent, with the progress bar at Stage 2, 485-1000. Ding. Congratulations, big brother, for shocking Itachi Uchiha, earning 100,000 coins and 100 sword intent, with the progress bar at Stage 2, 585-1000. The system's voice reverberates in Jiang Chen's mind, prompting waves of exhilaration. What? Even Itachi is astonished? Truly, Itachi is remarkable, bestowing such a bounty of sword intent. At this moment, Jiang Chen, through his heightened senses, perceives Itachi's position. Itachi has descended from the tree branch, his right hand pushing aside the collar of his cloud robe as he approaches. It seems that Itachi is preparing to take action. How thrilling. Ding. Congratulations, big brother, for triggering the third task. Become a member of the Akatsuki organization. Completion of this task will reward you with 200 sword intent, 20,000 coins, and a free body examination card. Jiang Chen stands stunned. Since the second task was issued, there has been no response. The system's second task was to become a ninja, yet he has undeniably ascended to the rank of genin. Why has the system remained silent? Initially, he believed that by achieving recognition, he would fulfill the task, but he had forfeited the Chunin exam to eliminate Danzo. Logically, he should have failed the second task. Why is there a third task now? Does the system anticipate his defection from the village? This is illogical. Hey, little brother, what is the meaning of this? Why has there been no resolution for the second task, and suddenly a third task appears? Ding. Dear brother, your second task is indeed not considered completed. The system has determined that your graduation is classified as abnormal, thus no resolution has been granted. Jiang Chen is utterly speechless. How could his graduation be deemed abnormal? Was it not merely because he feigned ignorance of the shadow clone technique, leading to the third Hokage's special approval? Is that truly abnormal? I see. So, you truly lack conscience. You could have informed me. You never inquired. So it's not my fault. Brother. Once again, Jiang Chen finds himself at a loss for words. The system's reasoning is sound. He has never asked this question, so he cannot blame them. Ahem. Very well. I shall not argue with you. Pray tell, why is the third task to make me a member of the Akatsuki organization? Did you know from the outset that I would become a member? Not exactly. The system autonomously formulates mainline tasks based on the host's current developmental trajectory. If you had not become a traitorous ninja, then as long as you successfully become a nin, your second task would be considered complete, thus triggering the third task. Jiang Chen exclaimed, that makes sense. Accepting this outcome, he was taken aback by the system's astonishing notifications. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered a random task. If you can compel Itachi to unleash his Susanoo, you will receive 1 healing pill and 1 charm pill. These rewards are items that do not exist in the shop and cannot be purchased directly. Today, the system's actions left Jiang Chen utterly astounded, with consecutive settlements and tasks appearing. Was it perhaps a means to console him for leaving Konoha? The healing pill was likely a remedy for injuries. But what did the charm pill entail? The charm pill is a potion obtained through random tasks, one of the 10 forbidden drugs. It can only be acquired through random tasks. The host may use the charm pill on a woman, instantly making her fall in love with him, wholeheartedly devoted. The system's explanation resonated clearly in Jiang Chen's mind, leaving him stunned. This charm pill was simply extraordinary. Was it not as easy as summoning any woman he desired? However, host, the charm pill cannot be used indiscriminately. If it encounters a woman with strong willpower, the host will suffer a backlash, developing feelings for her and losing control over personal emotions, leading to severe consequences. Jiang Chen cursed under his breath. Such a perilous item seemed rather useless. All right, you've been quite impressive today, my brother. For now, I must handle the matters at hand. As Kisame retrieved his enormous sword, Samahata, his gaze transformed into one of ferocity. Samahata flying chain slash. Before Jiang Chen could react, Kisame extended the sword's hilt by more than 10 meters, bending it like a chain as the blade twisted toward him. This sudden assault caught Jiang Chen off guard. This guy had no sense of martial ethics, launching an attack without hesitation. As the approaching Samahata drew ever closer, Jiang Chen shut his eyes, and with chakras surging, he suddenly opened them, electric currents flickering within. One sword style, thunderclap flash. At the instant Samahata was about to strike him, his figure transformed into a streak of lightning, vanishing in an instant. When he reappeared, it was as if a beam of light had suddenly emerged in the darkness. A white lightning bolt appeared behind Kisame, as a white figure dashed past. Jiang Chen positioned himself a dozen meters behind Kisame, his sword gleaming menacingly in the sunlight. With a resounding clash, the sword gradually returned to its sheath. Kisame spat a mouthful of blood as a gash over a meter long appeared on his body, blood gushing forth. He collapsed heavily to the ground, gasping for breath as blood pooled beneath him. Although he had not perished, he was unable to rise. In this duel, Jiang Chen emerged victorious. Kisame, panting heavily, watched as dust swirled around him. I can't believe I lost to such a little brat. Now I understand why Mr. Itachi warned me to be cautious of him. A mere genin possesses such terrifying strength. Jiang Chen rose to his feet, glancing sideways at Kisame, his gaze fixed on the approaching footsteps from the forest. Ding! Congratulations, brother. You have once again astonished Uchiha Itachi, earning 100,000 Ryo and 100 sword intent. Current progress, stage 2685-1000. Uchiha Itachi observed the exhausted Kisame on the ground, astonished as he looked at Jiang Chen. Itachi had been closely monitoring the news from Konoha and was well informed about its happenings. Yet even so, the speed of Jiang Chen's recent strike surpassed his expectations. In his view, Jiang Chen's speed rivaled that of the Raikage. As sunlight illuminated Itachi's face, he finally stood beside Jiang Chen. This was Jiang Chen's first encounter with the legendary Uchiha. With exquisite features, pronounced tear troughs, and deep, three-tomo Sharingan eyes, he epitomized the image of a cold, perfect male deity. Itachi regarded Jiang Chen calmly and spoke softly. You are strong and exceptional. However, being overly outstanding is not necessarily a blessing. Exceptional power can lead to isolation and arrogance, even if one initially receives admiration and adoration. Jiang Chen, perhaps you are experiencing this as well? Chapter 91. Itachi and Jiang Chen. As Jiang Chen listened to Itachi's usual philosophical musings, he exhaled deeply. Itachi was indeed the same as ever, his demeanor cold and his words laden with wisdom. Jiang Chen stepped forward to face Uchiha Itachi. I feel that at my age, I still pale in comparison to you. I cannot claim to be exceptional. However, I do not consider myself arrogant. I merely persist in what I believe to be right, and nothing more. With a resigned sigh, Jiang Chen reflected on Itachi's impressive accomplishments, graduating from the Ninja Academy in merely a year at age 6, awakening his Sharingan at 8, becoming the youngest to participate in the Nin exams at 10, joining the Umbu at 11, and becoming an Umbu captain by 13. Such accolades were the mark of a genuine prodigy, far beyond Jiang Chen's reach. especially when he considered his own circumstances. Itachi remained expressionless, opening his cloak once more. Jiang Chen, I think it might be more fitting to refer to you as Kisame's blade. Itachi's tone remained calm. The Akatsuki organization is truly remarkable. They possess such detailed knowledge. Jiang Chen smiled, acknowledging Itachi's presence. Since Itachi had appeared before him, Jiang Chen had avoided direct eye contact in order to evade Itachi's Tsukuyami. During his battle with Danzo, he could act without restraint because Danzo lacked Uchiha blood, and although he possessed Shirsue's eyes, any jutsu would be significantly weakened. However, the situation was different now. He was facing Uchiha Itachi, a true member of the Uchiha clan, a once-in-a-century genius. Jiang Chen did not believe he could evade Itachi's Tsukuyami. In that fleeting moment, Tsukuyami could be completed before his Sage Chakra could even counter the illusion, and the time within Tsukuyami was entirely under Itachi's control. As long as he fell victim, the torment he would endure in reality would merely last an instant. This was an existence that was virtually unsolvable unless he possessed extraordinary willpower and conviction. Jiang Chen and Itachi faced each other, Itachi observing the battle between Jiang Chen and Kisame. Although Kisame had not exerted his full strength and had been careless in his defeat, Itachi still recognized Jiang Chen's prowess in ninjutsu, particularly in swordsmanship. Continuing to engage in ninjutsu battles with Jiang Chen would be futile. Only through powerful techniques could they swiftly determine the victor. Kisame had already squandered too much time, and Jiang Chen's capabilities had exceeded both their expectations. Had Itachi known from the outset that Jiang Chen possessed such strength, he would never have allowed Kisame to face him alone. Now that the organization's leader had summoned him, there was no further room for delay. Itachi extended his right hand, revealing a ring marked with a crimson character. I believe it is pointless for us to continue this ninjutsu battle. It is time to reveal your true potential. Otherwise, you will face a crushing defeat. Jiang Chen scoffed. Isn't that obvious? From the very beginning, I have been in serious mode against you. I am not fool enough to take this lightly. Do not underestimate the foundation of a sword master. Whoosh. As skilled fighters clashed, the confrontation was imminent. Just as Jiang Chen unsheathed his sword, Itachi's figure blurred and vanished from sight. Jiang Chen closed his eyes, attempting to sense the surrounding environment. To his dismay, he realized his perception was still inadequate. Once combat commenced, he could not instantly expand his awareness. Suddenly, he furrowed his brow, swinging his sword and executing a wide, horizontal slash. The blade, infused with boundless demonic energy, swept through the air behind him. As Itachi utilized his body flicker technique to appear behind Jiang Chen, the sword sliced through the air. Itachi thrust a kunai, the metallic clash resonating with a thunderous explosion. Bang! The tremendous force startled Itachi, and before he could react, Jiang Chen executed a sideways slash. Once again, a formidable and tempestuous technique surged forth, colliding with a resounding clash of kunai and scythe. Jiang Chen could not help but marvel. It is often said that Itachi is frail and ailing. Yet his physical prowess is undeniably formidable. Had another person wielded the blade in those moments, they would have been thrown back by the sheer force of the impact. Itachi Uchiha's martial skills are indeed impressive, as legend suggests. At the tender age of 5, he could accurately concentrate chakra into a singular point, manifesting tremendous strength akin to Tsunade's. He had once shattered a colossal boulder with this technique. Jiang Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. Truly, Itachi is a god among men. Remarkably versatile. One cannot afford to grant Itachi a moment to retaliate. The advantage must be seized. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen leapt into the air, positioning the scythe overhead and executing a vertical strike. The ominous aura of the blade surged with an unparalleled ferocity. One blade style, great shockwave. The tremendous area of effect materialized swiftly, resonating with a deep, thunderous sound. The shockwaves reverberated through the ground, shattering rocks into ashes, while the river boiled violently, erupting like water on the verge of boiling. Within the tumult of vibrations, winds howled, dust swirling, obscuring the scene within the chaos. Itachi stood beneath the epicenter of the shockwave, unable to evade. No matter how swift he might be, there was no escaping this onslaught. Itachi, it seems. It is time to invoke Susanoo. Jiang Chen showed no mercy. To hold back against Uchiha Itachi would be an act of cruelty towards oneself. Even with his utmost effort, victory was not assured, let alone with hesitation. As the shockwave crashed upon Itachi from above, He recognized the futility of evasion, yet he stood firm, gazing at Jiang Chen and remarked, "Impressive, this slashing shockwave is potent. It is no wonder that Kisame fell to you." Bang! The shockwave instantaneously crushed Itachi's form, engulfing him in the overwhelming force. What is happening? Is this not the real Itachi? Could this be the technique of the Rinnegan, the shifting technique? Only 30 chakra? This cannot be. Jiang Chen was momentarily stunned. If the two opponents he faced were merely substitutes created by the Rinnegan's shifting technique, then his elaborate maneuvers would indeed be a great surprise. However, just as Jiang Chen felt a sense of loss, Itachi's figure suddenly transformed into a wisp of white smoke, dissipating within the shockwave. It was a shadow clone. Where's the real body? Jiang Chen hastily expanded his perception, but due to the constraints of battle, his awareness could not extend far. He was utterly unaware of Itachi's true location. Before he could ponder further, a shadow appeared behind him within his consciousness. Jiang Chen's mind was in disarray. This is truly troublesome. He is clearly preventing me from discerning his actual position, denying me any perceptual gaps. Has Itachi seen through my perceptive abilities? He was astounded. Without the luxury of time for contemplation, Jiang Chen executed a 180-degree swing of the scythe. Bang! Their weapons clashed in the air, the dull sound of metal colliding reverberating once more. Due to Jiang Chen's formidable strength, Itachi was sent soaring through the air. Chapter 92. Itachi vs. Jiang Chen. The powerful recoil caused Jiang Chen to descend rapidly. Itachi swiftly formed hand seals with one hand. Fire release, great fireball technique. Seizing the moment while Jiang Chen held the scythe in his right hand, Itachi unleashed his ninjutsu. One must admit, this was somewhat excessive. Jiang Chen could not form hand seals with one hand. Casting them after discarding the scythe would be too late. There was no choice. The only thing he could execute without hand seals was a singular thought in his mind. Jiang Chen hurled the scythe forcefully to the ground, its razor-sharp edge embedding itself 7 parts into the stone. Clap! With a resounding clap of his hands, he shouted, "Wood release! Wood wall!" Instantly, a shield crafted from numerous wooden vines erupted from the earth, rising before Jiang Chen. The powerful fireball collided with the wooden shield, producing an intense din. Flames scattered like blossoms in the wind, cascading down, igniting sparks upon the shield. Jiang Chen landed safely. The falling embers resembled a rain of fire before him. He reached out, swatting them away with his palm. Clap! Clap! The embers that rained down upon him were swiftly dispersed like flies. Gradually, he approached the scythe. Positioning it before him, the black blade once again enveloped in ominous energy. Jiang Chen drew the scythe upward, akin to lighting a lantern to gaze at the moon, and suddenly struck the void. One blade style, gale slash. Boom. The blade strike surged forth like a mighty hurricane, scattering countless debris in its wake, violently crashing toward Itachi's position. Jiang Chen had previously employed this technique to cleave through the dense mist, leading to Zabuza's defeat in the forest. The tempest roared like a rampaging demon, leaving desolation in its path. The earth was uprooted, waves of dust rising, and vegetation was torn from its roots, flying through the air. Faced with such a formidable area attack, Itachi's gaze sharpened, his eyes widening in alarm. Boom! Itachi was engulfed by the gale slash, vanishing without a trace. Jiang Chen did not open his eyes. Instead, he focused his perception to ascertain Itachi's precise location. He understood that the one struck was merely another clone. After several seconds, a smile crept across Jiang Chen's lips. With a clap of his hands, he invoked, "Wood release! Birth of the world tree." Countless trees burgeoned from the ground, their branches twisting like serpents, splitting the earth as they emerged. Jiang Chen's smile broadened as he slowly opened his eyes. Before him lay a corner of Itachi's cloud-patterned robe, ensnared within a cocoon of entwined vines. "Uchiha Itachi, did you not anticipate this? I had already sensed your presence underground. Now your limbs are ensnared, and you must concede. Kisame lies grievously wounded. You too are trapped, and yet you have yet to invoke Susanoo. What will you do now?" With his entire body ensnared by vines, even his eyes covered, this was Jiang Chen's countermeasure against Itachi's Jinjutsu. "Is that so? I can see that you are formidable, perhaps unmatched in Konoha. However, before you take my life, I wish to pose a question. What is the peace you speak of?" Jiang Chen was taken aback. Even at this moment, Itachi dared to jest with him? Peace? The village? Yet another clutch question. Can we not be serious? What peace can there be when I have become a rogue ninja? I only wish to pursue what I believe to be right. As for peace, it is of no concern to me. The mention of this topic stirred anger within Jiang Chen. To him, all he desired was to protect those he cherished. As for the reasons behind his actions against Danzo, while disdain may have played a part, the primary motivation stemmed from a momentary impulse, lacking a worthy opponent to challenge. This was the truest reflection of Jiang Chen. Driven by the desire to grow stronger, he sought to confront even mightier foes, and thus, the challenge posed by Uchiha Itachi was exhilarating. Regardless of whether he acknowledged it, this battle was one he had longed for. Yet, unbeknownst to Jiang Chen, as he grew increasingly powerful, the changes within him remained unrecognized. Indeed, you cannot embody that light, Itachi remarked, and Jiang Chen's brow furrowed in fury at his words. He had always stood for justice. How could he not embody that light? He had saved Hinata and Naruto, rescued Zabuza and Haku. Was there any aspect of his actions that did not reflect righteousness? Itachi, I hold great respect for you, but that does not grant you the right to preach to me. With all I have done for Konoha, how can I not be seen as its light? The so-called justice you speak of is merely your own definition. The slaughter you justify is but a reflection of your personal desires. Yet, you remain oblivious to the darkness you have embraced. Everything you do is driven by your own selfishness rather than true justice, and your blade is filled with the thirst for battle. Upon hearing Itachi's words, Jiang Chen was rendered speechless. He had never contemplated such notions. However, regardless of what Itachi said, Jiang Chen felt those sentiments were misguided. They did not stem from his own desires. Jiang Chen glared at Itachi, who stood immobile, and rebuked. I did not come here to listen to your sermons. If you wish for me to join you, provide me with the reasons and the means to do so. With that, Jiang Chen's eyes blazed with fury as he positioned his ghostly blade behind him. One sword style, lion's song. With those words, the ghostly blade and Jiang Chen's figure flickered, slicing through the air. Bang! Countless vines were shattered, falling to the ground like splintered watermelons. The sound of wood splintering filled the air. Slowly, Jiang Chen opened his eyes and sheathed the ghostly blade, sighing. To think you could not activate Susanoo even at your end, how surprising. Sayonara, Itachi. Jiang Chen rose, yet anxiety gnawed at his heart. In his memory, Itachi should have activated Susanoo to block this strike, but perhaps it was beyond his capability. Jiang Chen's mind was in disarray, flooded with images of Itachi. Before his transference, he had idolized two figures in Naruto. The first was Itachi, and the second was Jiraiya. To him, Itachi epitomized the archetype of a cold and handsome hero, dashing in appearance, profound in speech, burdened with responsibilities that few adults could bear. He had slaughtered his entire clan for the sake of his brother and village, embodying an irreplaceable image of a good brother. Conversely, Jiraiya represented the pinnacle of a revered teacher. Jiang Chen sighed deeply, unable to fathom that the man he had revered throughout his life would perish by his own blade. It felt like a tragic resolution. He slowly turned, intending to catch one last glimpse of the man he admired, for this man had instilled in him boundless aspirations. Dust swirled around them as blood flowed beneath the clouded robe. The shattered vines lay atop Itachi, bloodied and battered. Itachi closed his eyes, his face pale and ghostly, a faint smile gracing his lips. Witnessing this tragic scene, Jiang Chen's heart was a tempest of confusion. He could not discern whether his actions were right or wrong. Itachi's words echoed incessantly in his mind. Suddenly, a pair of crimson eyes appeared within his consciousness, those of the Sharingan. Chapter 93. Jiang Chen is ensnared by Tsukuyami. Jiang Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. He immediately recognized the owner of those eyes. It was Uchiha Itachi. Suddenly, the scene before him shattered like broken glass, crumbling into fragments. Jiang Chen's body trembled slightly as he widened his eyes. Was all of this an illusion? How could this be? He had clearly closed his eyes, and with his 10 sage cells, he should be immune to Genjutsu. Moreover, this was not Tsukuyami. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Jiang Chen stood there, bewildered. Itachi's figure gradually emerged from the woods, leaving Jiang Chen frozen in shock. As the scene shifted, Jiang Chen realized he had fallen victim to an illusion, Itachi's formidable Genjutsu. Though not Tsukuyami, it was utterly inescapable. Yet, he could not comprehend when he had been ensnared by the illusion. He had kept his eyes shut since Itachi's emergence. Reflecting on their earlier confrontation, Jiang Chen's pupils dilated in sudden realization. The previous duel had involved shadow clones, not Genjutsu. Could it be that the substitution technique he had used earlier was the cause? Perhaps Itachi had concealed himself in the forest, casting the illusion as they locked eyes with the vines? Indeed, he had underestimated the situation. At that moment, countless crows materialized in the air, gradually forming Itachi's silhouette. Itachi hovered above, gazing down at Jiang Chen, stating, "It is your strength that breeds such arrogance. You cannot blame yourself, for many fall into this trap. If you cannot embody the light, at the very least, do not succumb to darkness." Jiang Chen, irritated by Itachi's lecturing, thought, "What light and darkness? I have not even turned dark yet." If he truly had, with his formidable strength, he would have obliterated Konoha long ago. Why had he not acted until now? Jiang Chen glared at Itachi with indignation. "I will not turn dark, nor will I attack Konoha, Itachi. If you wish to defeat me, release the Jinjutsu. After all, such illusions cannot kill me. If you doubt my words, feel free to attack and see for yourself." Jiang Chen spoke with unwavering confidence, piquing Itachi's interest. Without further ado, Itachi advanced a few steps and swung a kunai towards Jiang Chen's arm. He did not intend to kill Jiang Chen, nor did he aim for the heart or neck. After all, the organization's order was to bring Jiang Chen in to join Akatsuki, and from his perspective, he was reluctant to slay Jiang Chen, for he saw boundless potential within him. The kunai swiftly darted towards Jiang Chen's arm. Bang! Jiang Chen's figure swayed, narrowly evading the attack, blocking the kunai with his blade. Itachi's eyes widened in shock, his expression reflecting profound astonishment for the first time. Ding! Congratulations to the elder brother for astonishing Uchiha Itachi for the first time with a Jinjutsu-affected ninja, earning 100,000 currency and 100 sword intent. Current progress, Stage 2. 785-1000. What was happening? Hadn't he already astonished Itachi twice today? Furthermore, did being caught in a Jinjutsu not hinder him from coming out? Replying to the elder brother, this does not affect the outcome. Although you can only earn shock points for the first 2 times, certain first-time triggers can yield additional shock points. Hey, little brother, can you rapidly alter my chakra flow to break the Jinjutsu? Hehe, I cannot. As a system, I cannot perform any actions that violate regulations. I can only offer reminders, but cannot intervene. Brother, I am quite generous. I will remind you this time. But you will encounter Tsukuyami next. Farewell. As Itachi leaped, his expression quickly regained composure. How could Jiang Chen block an attack while ensnared in a Jinjutsu? That eluded him entirely. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. Flames erupted from Itachi's mouth, scattering in all directions like shurikens. The flames, controlled by Itachi, rained down upon Jiang Chen's position. He sought to discover how such flames, dispersed in all directions, could be evaded without auditory cues. Jiang Chen sensed the peril of the multitude of flames and instinctively swung the ghostly blade. His fierce strikes acted as a natural shield, providing an alternative form of absolute defense. Clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing resonated continuously as Jiang Chen deflected the onslaught of flames with his ghostly blade. Not a single injury was inflicted. Itachi was utterly astounded. In that moment, he comprehended Jiang Chen's capabilities. Though ensnared in the Jinjutsu, Jiang Chen's body was not under his conscious control. All reactions stemmed from instinct. Coupled with Jiang Chen's agility and top-tier swordsmanship, no matter how much he attacked, he could not harm him in the slightest. It seemed he could only resort to Tsukuyami. Observing Itachi's prolonged silence, Jiang Chen's lips curled into a smile. What's wrong? Did I not speak the truth? Even ensnared in a Jinjutsu, I can still thwart your attacks. Jiang Chen was supremely confident. His ability to sense danger was unparalleled. And with his sword intent upgraded to Stage 2, his physical capabilities had improved significantly. Even if he were to face Might Guy in the 8th gate, he would have confidence in evading his strikes. But just as Jiang Chen reveled in his unique abilities, a pair of terrifying Sharingans suddenly appeared before him. This is bad. It's Tsukuyami. Despite Jiang Chen constantly recalling the words of the system, it proved to be of no avail. Ensnared within an illusion, even if he wished to close his eyes, he found himself unable to control the illusion that enveloped him. The passage of time resembled the frames of a film, unfolding within this world. Indeed, Jiang Chen received treatment akin to that of Kakashi, for all illusions inflicted torment upon his body without ravaging his emotions. Both Itachi and Jiang Chen understood this well. They were acutely aware that the scenes they witnessed were mere fabrications. Regardless of Itachi's attempts at manipulation, Jiang Chen remained indifferent. thus subjecting him to an endless cycle of pain. Only this pain was genuinely tangible. Bound and repeatedly assailed by the agony of knives, he endured one cut, then another, until he lost count of the countless stabs. Time, however, remained unchanged. In the realm of Tsukuyami, Itachi uttered a proclamation without striking Jiang Chen. You are merely a selfish individual, pursuing your desires at the cost of others. Your notion of justice is utterly worthless. One phrase, one strike. A wave of piercing pain reverberated in Jiang Chen's ears, relegating all of his past actions to mere self-indulgence. The agony and brainwashing words echoed incessantly in Jiang Chen's mind. In the world of Tsukuyami, it perfectly encapsulated the notion of time dragging on painfully. Thus, Jiang Chen endured what felt like 10 days, while in reality, it lasted but an instant. Gasping for breath, he knelt on one knee, the world around him returning to its previous state. I never expected that, despite such torment, you could maintain your clarity without collapsing. Remarkable. Chapter 94. Reversal, the blood mist slash of the netherworld. Jiang Chen inhaled sharply, teetering on the brink of mental collapse. Yet, he was sustained by an indomitable voice. Suddenly, he lifted his head, his gaze piercing like that of the Grim Reaper, gritting his teeth and laughing maniacally. I will not fall. Even in a game, I refuse to lose, let alone my life. His grotesque visage sent chills down Itachi's spine. It was a countenance not befitting humanity, akin to a phantom. Jiang Chen's smile morphed into something sinister as he bellowed, My life is mine alone. Not even the King of Heaven can claim it. If I must perish, I will do so fighting until my last breath, not succumbing to fear. This formidable willpower left Itachi astounded. Such an indomitable spirit transcended the limits of humanity. Jiang Chen was the first to maintain such resolve even while ensnared in Tsukuyami. Itachi's eyes widened in shock, rendered speechless. Even the system itself was taken aback, exclaiming, Brother, you possess the strongest willpower of all the hosts I have encountered. Congratulations. Due to your extraordinary resolve, you may attempt the ultimate technique of the swordsman system, the blood mist slash of the netherworld. Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback. He recalled the system's prior caution against using this technique, deeming it the most powerful. What is happening? Wasn't it said that this technique cannot be utilized? Brother, it cannot be used because it summons vengeful spirits from the netherworld. This technique is immensely powerful and possesses a voracious ability to consume. If the host lacks sufficient restraint, their consciousness and soul will be devoured by the blood demon of the netherworld, resulting in their demise. Are you implying that my willpower is sufficiently robust to wield this technique? Indeed. Generally, this technique requires a mastery of sword intent at the 4th level or above to control, but your willpower may suffice. Would you like to give it a try? It is quite formidable. Jiang Chen's laughter grew increasingly terrifying, his face alight with excitement. It seems Tsukuyami is not as formidable as it appears. Since your true form stands before me, I advise you to activate Susanoo soon, or you may not survive. With that, his gaze turned fierce as he fixed it upon Itachi. A potent aura of murderous intent surged forth, evoking terror within Itachi. Blood trickled from Itachi's right eye, and the tomo transformed into a kaleidoscopic Sharingan. As he opened his right eye, dark flames materialized before Jiang Chen, yet they merely enveloped a phantom. When Jiang Chen reappeared, he was already behind Itachi. Itachi's expression shifted to one of shock. His Sharingan could not keep pace with Jiang Chen's speed. Has he finally revealed his true strength? Did he not take this seriously from the very beginning? With a ghostly blade, he swung downward. The sound of impact echoed behind Itachi, forcing him to activate Susanoo to defend against the overwhelming strike. The manifestation of Susanoo managed to withstand the ferocious blow. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the spontaneous task. Itachi has activated Susanoo. You have gained a healing pill and a charm pill. A smile crept upon Jiang Chen's lips as he fixed his deathly gaze upon Itachi. Now, you shall experience the might of the ghost blade. He positioned the blade before him, and a surge of ghostly energy erupted. Moments later, he transformed into a fearsome specter from the netherworld. Blood mist slash of the netherworld. Boom. The specter erupted into a burst, enveloping the space in a crimson mist that cascaded downwards. Itachi gazed in horror at the ghastly blood mist, the air thick with the stench of blood, and even the sky turned ominously dark. He looked upwards, his instincts warning him that the next attack would descend from above. A wave of oppressive death energy weighed heavily on his heart, inducing profound discomfort. He realized he had vastly underestimated Jiang Chen's strength, which had transcended even that of a Kage. Surely, Jiang Chen's entrapment within an illusion and his defiance against Tsukuyomi were deliberate. At this moment, he understood that he might not withstand the forthcoming strike, yet he had no time to act. In awe, he exclaimed to Jiang Chen, "Incredible! Crack! Rumble!" A formidable claw from the netherworld hurtled downwards. Unlike lightning, this was a strike from a vengeful spirit. Boom! The claw collided with Susanoo, causing it to tremble violently and begin to fracture. This strike can actually shatter Susanoo? How is that possible? Bang! Both the strike and Susanoo vanished simultaneously. Itachi gasped for breath, blood trickling from his lips, and in shock, he uttered, "You have won. You are truly strong." As Susanoo dissipated, the crimson mist began to settle upon Itachi. He looked up at Jiang Chen, his pupils widening in astonishment. Jiang Chen's eyes glowed crimson, resembling a demonic entity. His blood-red gaze fixated upon Itachi, emanating an eerie resonance. Ah, this bloodthirsty sensation is exhilarating. Jiang Chen's ghostly blade gradually turned blood-red, and he suddenly swung it into the air. Boom! In an instant, the mist transformed into countless slashes. Puffed! Itachi coughed up blood as his cloak was shredded by the onslaught, leaving countless lacerations across his body. Darkness enveloped his vision as he collapsed to the ground. As the blood mist dissipated, the ghostly blade reverted to its original appearance. With a final clang, Jiang Chen sheathed the blade, his demonic red eyes returning to their natural state. Approaching Itachi, he whispered, "The ghost blade derives its name from its ability to summon spirits and capture souls. This blood demon slash has truly ignited my fervor. The thrill of slaying almost overwhelmed my control. Itachi, were it not for your Susanoo's protection, I would never have dared to use this technique against you." Taking a deep breath, Jiang Chen continued, "After all, I hold a deep admiration for you and have no desire to kill you. To be candid, this is the first time I have encountered such a technique, and I am quite satisfied with its power." Jiang Chen sat cross-legged beside Itachi, contemplating his next course of action. "Brother, come forth. Open the shop and see if there are any healing pills available for purchase." "I am present, brother. The marketplace does offer potions for healing wounds, yet none surpass the efficacy of the healing elixir. Did you not possess one just moments ago? You could administer it to him." Jiang Chen bellowed, incensed. "You just stated that this elixir is unattainable. Why would I squander it? Am I made of money? Hurry and check for me." "Understood." Query results: Super Healing Water 10 taels, Advanced Healing Water 5 taels, Super Inner Pill 20 taels, Advanced Inner Pill 10 taels. Which would you prefer? How am I to know which is superior? Assess Itachi's injuries and inform me of the most suitable option. Received. Deducting 5 taels from the host. Target assessment in progress. Why are you deducting money? Jiang Chen was so furious that he nearly spat blood. Suddenly recalling the system's earlier statement that there would be no free services after Stage 2. He finally understood and ceased his inquiries. Chapter 95, Astonishment. The fourth task beep. Assessment complete. The target's physical condition is severely compromised. Immediate application of super healing water is required for external injuries, while super inner pill will address internal wounds, but will not offer a complete cure. Shall I proceed with the purchase? Jiang Chen furrowed his brows. Acutely aware of Itachi's frail state, it was indeed as dire as he feared. Faced with the prospect of spending 30 taels for treatment, he hesitated not at all. For him, healing Itachi was paramount to gaining entry into Akatsuki. A mere financial expenditure was trivial. With the system's completion of the transaction, super healing water and super inner pill materialized in Jiang Chen's hand. The super healing water was a small vial of red liquid, not much more than the volume of standard eye drops. The super inner pill appeared as unremarkable as any traditional Chinese herbal pill. Hey, brother, with Itachi's condition being so grave, is this really sufficient for his treatment? Simply expose his chest and apply the potion directly over his heart. The potion will permeate his body and rapidly heal all external injuries. Do you think it's sunscreen that requires application over the entire body? Oh, by the way, brother, if it were necessary to apply it all over, would you even do so? Get lost. Apply it yourself. Quit being so cheeky. Jiang Chen cursed at the system in his mind, perplexed by its unusual mischief today. Hey, brother, be honest with me. What has gotten into you today? Huh, brother. This is all due to your extraordinary performance earlier. Having served numerous hosts, I must say, you truly stand out. You are the most formidable individual I have encountered among all hosts. In his mind, the system halted its speech. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, fully grasping the system's implication. So, you find me special and hold me in high regard, do you? Now tell me truthfully, how long did the others survive that you've assisted? Do you truly wish to hear the truth? Is that even a question? Of course, I want the truth, otherwise. Why would I be engaging in this lengthy conversation with you? Jiang Chen opened the super healing water, slowly parting Itachi's clothing. His hands trembled slightly, feeling oddly uncomfortable about his actions. In terms of looks, he was no less than Itachi, and the recent confrontation had already showcased his prowess. Why then? Did he feel so uneasy? Hey, brother, is this your first time stripping someone down? Though this is a male, does it not evoke a unique sensation? In his mind, Jiang Chen kicked the system. Shut up. Enough of your nonsense. I'm a man who prefers women. Don't misinterpret this. Brother, I must confess. The system's parameters are fixed. However, those who choose the max-level swordsman path have never completed the fourth main task. Thus no one in this world has survived beyond 2 years. Boom. The system's words struck like a thunderclap. Jiang Chen's hands trembled, causing him to tear Itachi's clothing in shock, eyes wide as he gazed at the system. What do you mean? No one can surpass the fourth task? What does that imply? He was utterly stunned. He had chosen the max-level path. According to the system's prior explanations, different routes entailed different tasks. So why had no one been able to complete this fourth task? What could it possibly signify? Suddenly enlightened, Jiang Chen exclaimed. Is it that as long as one chooses max level, regardless of the host's path, the fourth task remains identical? The system fell silent, as if the entire world had become eerily quiet. He had hit the nail on the head. The system's silence indicated the correctness of his deduction. The fourth task was indeed the same for all, an immediate task upon issuance. A task with a current mortality rate of 100%. Jiang Chen's mind was in utter disarray. Had he known from the outset that choosing max level would lead to such a fatal task, he would have never made that choice. Even if he had leveled up gradually, he could have avoided this path with a mortality rate of 100%. Upon reflection, were it not for his lack of ambition, completing the initial tasks set by the system would have been remarkably easy. It was entirely possible he could have perished within a month of awakening, falling victim to the fourth task. Was this system not akin to a covert executioner? No wonder it had seen so many hosts. Brother, I have spent considerable time with you, and I do harbor personal sentiments. However, my programming is rigid and unchangeable. Setting that aside, I offer you a suggestion. You need not save Itachi. As long as you refrain from joining Akatsuki, the fourth task will not present itself. Brother, I have shared all I can with you. I have been quite generous. Jiang Chen chuckled coldly, fully aware that the system's words were sincere. Perhaps these were sentiments it had seldom expressed. Being stuck on the third task was akin to being free from a time constraint, allowing him to live joyfully in this world. Jiang Chen exhaled deeply. He believed that even so, the situation would not be so straightforward. Tell me honestly, what consequences will I face if I do not complete the third task? The first 3 tasks do not impose any temporal requirements, nor will you face annihilation from the system. However, failing to complete the fourth task will forever bar you from advancing to the fourth stage of sword intent. Jiang Chen forced a smile. Ah, my dear brother, this explains why you mentioned that no one can achieve the unparalleled stage. No wonder you were so tight-lipped about it. You truly are something else. Since you chose not to divulge the reason then, why share it now? Jiang Chen curiously inquired. Recalling that when he had broached this topic with the system previously, it had been adamant about keeping the secrets of the universe. Could it be due to insufficient rapport? Brother, you cannot fault me. At that time, you had not yet earned my complete admiration. After all, I have served many hosts. And if I were to share with everyone, it would breach protocol. The system's reasoning was sound. This was reality. Brother, it is only today that I have truly come to respect you. The notion that even death cannot claim my life embodies a spirit of defiance against fate. And even the system is awed by such gallantry. Jiang Chen remained silent, the vial of super healing water suspended in the air. This is my first time sharing so much with a host. Now that you are aware of the path ahead, will you still attempt to save this individual and complete the third task? Upon hearing the system's words, Jiang Chen gazed at Itachi before him, a bitter smile forming within his heart. Chapter 96. The Art of Illusion. Jiang Chen's emergence as the vial of medicine rotated in his hand. Green liquid dripped onto Itachi's body. Drip. As the potion made contact with Itachi's skin, It instantaneously absorbed into his flesh. The body of Itachi continuously emitted white steam, and his external injuries were healing at a visibly rapid pace. The blood from the wound coagulated and began to restore, while the beating of his heart grew increasingly robust. Remarkable. Haha. Upon uttering this phrase, the system vanished from his mind. Jiang Chen's expression hardened, his gaze fixed upon the setting sun at the horizon. If I remain stagnant, forget about defeating Kagaya Tsutsuki. Even Madara would be beyond my reach. How could I ever hope to save the world? How could I return to Konoha with dignity? Rather than living a meager existence, I would rather boldly stake everything on this gamble. If I succeed, I shall transcend to the next level, continually striving to become the strongest, to emerge as the hero of this world. If I fail, death is the worst that could happen. Death is not to be feared. What is truly terrifying is lacking the courage to confront it. The efficacy of the super healing potion was unparalleled, a true elixir for treating external wounds. After a brief interlude of several minutes, Itachi's body returned to its former state, and he slowly opened his eyes. Jiang Chen leaned against a nearby tree. Oh, you've awakened? Itachi noticed the tattered state of his clothes and lowered his gaze slightly. Why did you choose to heal me? Surely there must be some conditions attached? Jiang Chen gradually rose, a smile gracing his lips as he replied, I cannot befriend someone of your caliber without secrets, can I? He dusted off his clothes and continued. You are exceptionally intelligent and a commendable brother. I propose a trade. You witnessed my strength earlier, and like you, I hold great affection for Konoha. Therefore, I ask you to take me back to the Akatsuki. I promise to frequently visit Sasuke. What do you say? Itachi gently closed his eyes. Taking you back to the Akatsuki is my duty. There is no need for a trade. Your willingness to accompany me is a privilege. With your strength, I cannot forcibly take you away. With that, Itachi turned to leave. Huh, you're leaving just like that? Jiang Chen awkwardly extended his hand, staring in Itachi's direction. As Itachi walked away, he remarked, Follow me. I need to bring Kisame back. Too much time has already been wasted. Jiang Chen exhaled deeply and trailed behind Itachi. How utterly lacking in charm. You approach everything with such a cold demeanor. Truly the ice god Itachi. Upon reaching Kisame, Itachi bent down to lift him onto his back. Let us go. Jiang Chen hastily blocked Itachi's path, his demeanor growing exceedingly serious. Here, take this pill. It will alleviate your injuries. Though it won't cure you, it will help you endure for a while. Itachi looked at Jiang Chen, remaining motionless. Hey, Itachi, this pill is quite valuable. If you wish to prolong your suffering until Sasuke finds you, feel free to refuse. Are you afraid I might harm you? At the mention of fear, Itachi's brow furrowed slightly. He accepted Jiang Chen's pill, swallowing it calmly before setting Kisame down. Wait. Jiang Chen furrowed his brow, questioning what Itachi was doing. Itachi found a stone, sat cross-legged, and quietly closed his eyes, resembling a meditative state. Jiang Chen then realized, glancing at the ring in Kisame's hand. In the Rain Village, within the Akatsuki's base, Itachi's illusion appeared. Pain's illusion stood in the center, facing away from the others, as the illusions of the remaining 7 members materialized one by one. Hey, I just finished a mission. Can I have a moment to rest? What is it now? Haydn appeared lethargic. Be quiet. You've been rambling all this time. Kakuzu glared at Haydn, turning to Pain to continue. If there's something to discuss, do it quickly. I'm eager to exchange for money. Pain turned around, his eyes lowered. Itachi, what happened to Kisame? Itachi sighed heavily. He was defeated by Jiang Chen and cannot come to. The others widened their eyes in astonishment, beginning to murmur. Jiang Chen, that grandson of the Demon Blade. Isn't he just a CH-nin? How could he be so formidable? Hey, as expected, the immortal me is more suited to handle swordsman. True art cannot be defeated. Pain's expression shifted from surprise to calm. Could it be that he underestimated him? No. Itachi shook his head nonchalantly, declining to elaborate further. So, has Jiang Chen been brought under control? Will he join us? Itachi did not directly answer Pain's inquiry, merely stating the outcome. At that moment, a vacant position beside Itachi manifested an illusion. The figure had long flowing hair and wore ordinary clothing, not the Akatsuki's robe. Everyone gasped. Even Itachi widened his eyes at the apparition. Upon seeing the ring on his hand, everyone understood. It was clearly Kisame's ring. Hey, you didn't kill Kisame, did you? Haydn grinned with excitement. Interesting. Scorpion stared intently at Jiang Chen. Your attire is utterly devoid of artistry. Hearing the crowd's bewilderment, Jiang Chen burst into laughter. All conversation ceased as everyone turned their attention to him. Jiang Chen's expression abruptly transformed into one of indifference. Kisame's strength is not worth my time to kill. If any of you believe you possess the strength, feel free to challenge me. I wouldn't mind facing two at once. Boom. Jiang Chen's words detonated like a torpedo in water, instantly igniting the fury of all present. Little brat, you clearly do not comprehend your own insignificance. Ignoble fool, I shall make you experience my supreme artistry. Such arrogance would surely displease Lord Jashin. Enough. Silence. Pain interjected. Jiang Chen, I hold great admiration for you. You have slain Danzo and defeated Kisame. I recognize your strength. Come, join the Akatsuki alongside Itachi, and let the world experience Pain. Pain's eyes widened with palpable excitement. Jiang Chen waved his hand. I am willing to join your Akatsuki, but first, I must have a match with you. If you agree to a duel, I will consent to join. Rest assured, this duel will be merely for show. How does that sound, Leader Pain? The others felt their anger rekindle, perceiving Jiang Chen as a thorn in their sides. Pain laughed heartily. Fine, we shall discuss this when you arrive. Now, I have an important announcement. Everyone is to return to the base immediately. There is a critical matter to attend to. No complaints. You are dismissed. Pain's illusion vanished, and the others followed suit. Jiang Chen gazed at the ring in his hand, his brow furrowing. Mr. Itachi, this ring is quite splendid. I like it. If I join the Akatsuki, will I also receive one? When you arrive, arrangements will be made. First, return the ring to Kisame. Itachi offered no further explanation, and Jiang Chen had no choice but to replace the ring on Kisame's finger. Following Itachi, they headed toward the Akatsuki base. Jiang Chen understood the significance of this ring. It served as a medium for Pain's teleportation technique. As long as a member wore the ring, they could use chakra to manifest together through an illusion. There were only 10 of these rings, and no extras. Otherwise, there would not have been a vacancy after Orochimaru's departure. That empty ring had remained unfilled. Likely one of the reasons for the pursuit of Orochimaru. Chapter 97. The first mission. Are you truly planning to face Pain in single combat? Jiang Chen and Itachi walked along the path when Itachi suddenly spoke. Jiang Chen smiled, finding it quite rare for Itachi to initiate conversation. Just a jest. If I were to challenge Pain before officially joining the Akatsuki, it would be nonsensical, regardless of the outcome. My aim is to intimidate the others. Seeing Itachi remain silent, Jiang Chen's gaze grew fiercer as he glared ahead, asserting, the pretense of challenging Pain is one thing, but should anyone else dare to challenge me, I shall undoubtedly sever them. In Itachi's eyes, Jiang Chen was a complete madman, consumed by thoughts of combat and slaughter. Yet this did align with the characteristics of most Akatsuki members. They were all warriors. The two arrived at the entrance of a cave. A massive boulder obstructed the entrance, adorned with a sealing scroll. Itachi swiftly approached, extending his right hand to perform the unsealing hand signs. The seal instantly radiated light. Boom! A resounding noise echoed as the boulder slowly lifted. The two entered the cave. Pain's phantom had been awaiting for quite some time. Adorned in a black cloak with orange short hair, his face and body were pierced with black rods, serving as receivers for accepting and transmitting chakra. His terrifying Rinnegan fixated on the two individuals before him. How slow! The first words spoken were laced with complaint. Given the state of this battle, it is only natural to waste some time, Itachi remarked calmly. Pain scrutinized Itachi's battered form and ragged attire before turning his gaze to Jiang Chen, who bore no visible injuries. Welcome to Akatsuki, Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback. What is the meaning of this? Wasn't a duel promised? Why the warm welcome upon arrival? Hey, Pain, since you arranged for me to join the organization, why not do so with sincerity and engage in combat with me? In your current form, how can you hope to fight me? Jiang Chen was not one to shy away. He truly had no fear of Pain when it came to a confrontation. Haha, I can certainly agree to that, but before we proceed, you must demonstrate your capability to join Akatsuki, Pain intoned in a deep voice. Capability? Does defeating Hoshigaki Kisame not count as a demonstration of strength? Jiang Chen had little concern for power struggles. He was confident he could best anyone in Akatsuki. Not quite. I believe you misunderstand the prerequisites for joining Akatsuki. Beyond extraordinary strength, there exists a symbol, our rings. Currently, there are 10 rings in Akatsuki, with one still in the possession of Orochimaru, yet to be reclaimed. Your first task is to retrieve Orochimaru's empty ring. Should you succeed, you shall officially become a member of Akatsuki. What say you? Pain's gaze was fixed on Jiang Chen, filled with anticipation. Jiang Chen never expected to be assigned such a daunting task immediately upon his arrival at the base. Defeating Orochimaru was not the challenge. The true difficulty lay in persuading him to return the ring. Moreover, Orochimaru's lair was shrouded in mystery and ever-changing. If it were so easy to locate, Scorpion would not have expended such effort in search of him. Is it not somewhat excessive to assign such a task to a newcomer when even you cannot find Orochimaru? Jiang Chen protested. Haha, if even Itachi and Kisame cannot best you, I hardly believe Orochimaru poses a threat. Are you declining? Pain chuckled, his words tinged with a hint of menace. How intriguing. Jiang Chen allowed a faint smile to escape. I would never refuse. The challenge is what makes it enticing. I accept this task and shall return with the ring. Excellent. First, I must enlighten you about Akatsuki. We established Akatsuki to shatter the cycle of peace and endless conflict. Thus we require the power to obliterate a nation in an instant. Only by inflicting genuine pain upon this world can we suppress the horrors of war and lead it towards stability and peace. This power lies within you and the tailed beasts. Moreover, you will enjoy ample rewards and the thrill of battle as a member of our organization. Unbound by the constraints of a village, you may indulge in the bloodshed and combat you could not previously partake in. Do you understand? Jiang Chen sighed inwardly, realizing Pain was deeply indoctrinated. He even sought to indoctrinate him. All right, Pain, I understand. As long as there is combat and wealth, I am in. After all, I have severed ties with my village and require resources to survive, as well as the joy of battle. Jiang Chen exclaimed with a laugh. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's response, Pain nodded in satisfaction. Good. Off you go. I will await your return. This is the unsealing technique of the stone. Once you bring back the ring, the seal will be lifted. Jiang Chen nodded and departed the base with a smile. Pain then turned his attention to Itachi and Kisame, who was now sitting up, shaking his head and grinning wickedly. That little brat really packs a punch. Itachi, I never imagined you would be bested by such a young one. Now that you are awake, you should not leave me to bear the burden alone, Itachi replied, his brow furrowed coldly. The kid is formidable. I wanted to listen to your conversation to gather more information about him, yet you two remained silent throughout. Listening to their exchange, Pain leapt down from the stone. His brow furrowed. Are you suggesting Itachi was also defeated by Jiang Chen? Itachi remained silent, simply closing his eyes. Kisame stood, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and replied, Indeed, Jiang Chen's strength has reached an almost monstrous level. Pain's gaze lowered to the massive stone outside, his mind swirling with new thoughts. Within Konoha, the scene of battle between leaf and sand ninjas unfolded relentlessly. Cries of anguish, the clash of metal, and a thick stench of blood permeated the air. In the village's forest, Gaara activated his sand coffin technique, awakening Shikaku, who began to wreak havoc. Naruto's summoned Fukasaku was currently engaged in combat with the One Tail. Within the four purple flames formation, dense trees filled the entire space, obscuring the view within. At this moment, Jiang Chen had arrived at the village's border, still a considerable distance from Konoha. The border was unguarded, and Jiang Chen understood that the war had commenced within. He feared he had arrived too late. The narrative of the Hokage often revolved around the growth of the 12 ninja warriors of the leaf. Jiang Chen had no intention of disrupting this development. He simply wished to retrieve the ring before Orochimaru could escape. Presently, this was the best opportunity to capture him. Jiang Chen quickened his pace toward the Leaf's arena. However, as he approached, he witnessed the dissolution of the four purple flames formation, revealing the sound for escaping from the ENBU. Jiang Chen's brows furrowed. A step too late. The barrier has fallen, meaning Orochimaru has already retreated underground. Standing atop a roof, Jiang Chen heightened his sensory perception. He could clearly see the situation below. Any form of ninjutsu merely utilized a medium for escape and for snakes. That medium was the earth beneath. You shall not escape. Chapter 98, Slaughter. Bloodthirst. It's Jiang Chen. Quickly seize him. The ENBU shouted in alarm upon spotting Jiang Chen atop the roof. With swiftness, dozens of shuriken were hurled at him. Jiang Chen slowly opened his eyes. And at the moment the shuriken made contact with his body, countless afterimages appeared from his right hand. Bang, bang, bang. Each shuriken was effortlessly swatted away as if they were mere flies. The ANBU members stared in shock at Jiang Chen's display. Did he just swat away shuriken? Is that hand made of iron? Is this the power that can defeat Danzo? Ding! Congratulations to the elder brother for astonishing 6 ANBU members, earning 60,000 Rio and 60 sword intent. Current progress, Stage 2, 845-1000. Well, this visit has not been in vain. I can still grind for some experience. Jiang Chen leapt into the arena, where 6 ANBU members surrounded him. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, he maintained an expression of utmost calm. The reason he was not anxious to search for Orochimaru was that he had already discerned Orochimaru's location through his heightened senses. Approximately 8 kilometers to the northwest of the village, Orochimaru, with his hands incapacitated, leaned against a large tree, enduring excruciating pain, while Kabuto tended to his wounds. He would not be escaping anytime soon. Jiang Chen, too, was in no rush. Spending time in the leaf to accumulate shock value was an appealing choice. More and more ANBU, Chunin, and Jonin encircled Jiang Chen, each one resolute in their intentions. Jiang Chen, in collusion with Orochimaru to harass Konoha and slay the 3rd Hokage. You are unforgivable. Today, we shall risk our lives to apprehend you. One ANBU member proclaimed confidently. Jiang Chen glanced at the ninja, who approached wielding a katana. At that moment, he sensed the demon blade stirring with an insatiable thirst for blood, its pulse resonating with an insistent urge. Kill. Bloodthirst. More. Jiang Chen's brow furrowed. He had never encountered such a sensation before. What on earth was happening? Suddenly, Jiang Chen recalled something, his eyes widening in realization. The blood mist slash of the phantom ghost. Yes, that was it. It was this very technique that had fully activated the dark energy of the ghost blade, leading to an insatiable thirst for blood. What terrified Jiang Chen even more was that it wasn't just the ghost blade. His own blood was boiling intensely. A voice deep within echoed repeatedly in his ears. Kill. Kill. Blood. Jiang Chen's body began to tremble uncontrollably, his eyes tightly shut, transforming him into an eerie figure. A few members of the Umbu in front exchanged glances, whispering, he must be in some sort of predicament. Let's take the opportunity to eliminate him. Go. The 6 individuals, understanding each other's intent, swiftly drew their shurikens and hurled them at Jiang Chen, followed by their rapid advance, brandishing their katanas as they charged at him. Stop! Halt! Kakashi's voice rang out, calling loudly into the arena. Kakashi, you go assist. I will handle this. Understood. Be careful, guy. With me here, there's no problem. Kakashi nodded with a smile and dashed towards the arena. However, Kakashi's shouts fell on deaf ears. The 6 continued their reckless assault. You are no match for him. Do not throw away your lives. Kakashi shouted again, as he unveiled his left eye, the 3-tomo Sharingan fixated on Jiang Chen. What unfolded next left him utterly shocked. Just as the shurikens made contact with Jiang Chen, he abruptly ceased trembling, his blood-red eyes glaring at the assailants. In an instant, the ghost blade was unsheathed, sweeping through the air. Get down! Kakashi screamed with all his might, for in that brief moment, utilizing the power of his Sharingan, he understood that Jiang Chen was about to unleash a deadly strike, one that would surely encompass all around him. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted as dozens of shurikens were instantly sliced apart by this strike, splitting in midair. The 6 unsuspecting Umbu members were ruthlessly cleaved in half. Their tragic fates beyond description. Blood gushed forth in an instant, spilling onto the blade of the ghost blade, which gradually absorbed the crimson liquid. The ferocity of the strike reverberated through the air like a shockwave. Thanks to Kakashi's warning, the surrounding elite ninjas dropped to the ground, narrowly avoiding disaster. When they dared to glance back, they were met with sheer astonishment. The towering cliffs surrounding the arena bore deep gashes, as if carved by a masterful blade. It was known that the arena's stone walls were crafted from special materials impervious to ordinary weapons. Yet, Jiang Chen, with a mere strike, had rendered them in such a state. Including Kakashi, all present trembled in fear at the sight of the gashes, overwhelmed by a sense of dread. Even Might Guy, who was engaged in battle with the Sand Village ninja, stared wide-eyed at the scene unfolding in the arena. Coupled with the instant demise of the 6 Umbu, the spectators were left utterly speechless. Ding! Congratulations to the host for shocking all the elite ninjas and Umbu members in the arena, earning 200,000 Rio and 200 sword intent points. The progress bar is now full. Congratulations to the host for upgrading sword intent to the 3rd level. With a current progress of 451, 000. Ding. The host's killing intent, perception, physical abilities, and resistance to illusion techniques have further enhanced, awakening the 5-element/flame slash. From this day forth, the host's regular attacks will be imbued with fire, and fire-related slashing techniques can be purchased from the shop. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the ultimate technique, Blood Demon Dragon Slayer Slash, with a requirement of 4 levels of sword intent. At that moment, Jiang Chen felt a surge of power coursing through his body, the previous thirst for blood now intensified by this upgrade. Haha. Such a marvelous and fervent sensation filled him with exhilaration and rage, prompting him to howl at the heavens, his voice echoing like a specter. Boom. A formidable killing intent enveloped the entire arena, causing the already trembling ninjas to shudder even more, retreating in terror. Before them stood a blood-red demon towering in the sky, its body dripping with crimson, as if every drop of blood were their own. Kakashi witnessed this scene as well. He summoned all his chakra to withstand the onslaught of killing intent. With his formidable willpower and Sharingan abilities, Kakashi did not tremble like the others, but stood his ground. Glaring at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, you have changed. The Jiang Chen I knew would never commit such slaughter. In just a few days, how have you transformed into a demon? He stared at Jiang Chen, his gaze filled with not just anger, but also profound sorrow for his friend. In merely half a month, Jiang Chen's transformation had exceeded all Kakashi's expectations. Chapter 99, The Empty Wine Bottle. The once righteous Jiang Chen had now morphed into a murderous fiend. Was this still the friend with whom he once shared cups of wine? Kakashi gritted his teeth in anger. Answer me, are you still Jiang Chen? Jiang Chen did not respond, his blood-red eyes glancing at Kakashi. I am still myself. No matter when or where, I know what you wish to say. Think what you will. I will only be true to myself. The ghost blade pulsed violently, resonating with Jiang Chen's inner turmoil. Kill him. Do not listen to his prattle. I crave blood. Jiang Chen furrowed his brow fiercely, grinding his teeth as a chilling voice escaped him. The onlookers were horrified. To them, this was not a battle against a man, but a confrontation with a demon. There was no chance of victory. Kakashi-senpai, flee. Jiang Chen has become a demon. If you do not run, you will lose your life. Spoke a junior Umbu member who had once been under Kakashi's tutelage. Kakashi shot a furious glare at the individual, scolding, be silent. Do not speak. He understood Jiang Chen's current state. As long as the Umbu and ninjas lay silent on the ground, Jiang Chen would disregard them. However, should he attract Jiang Chen's attention, it would mean certain death. Jiang Chen's gaze shifted to the junior Umbu member on his left. Upon meeting Jiang Chen's blood-red eyes, the youth felt paralyzed with fear. Unable to even contemplate fighting, the mere act of looking at him filled him with dread. He instinctively began to retreat, swallowing hard. Had it not been for the mask obscuring his face, his expression would have epitomized terror. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Jiang Chen vanished, reappearing next to the Umbu Jr. Jiang Chen's right hand grasped the youth's mask. Crack! The mask shattered instantly, its sharp edges slicing the young man's face, drawing blood. Jiang Chen, stop! Do not kill him! Kakashi shouted, desperately approaching Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was killing as casually as one would drink water. If Kakashi did not intervene, another bloodbath would ensue. With the third Hokage's remains still fresh, how could he allow Jiang Chen to massacre the village of Konoha? Jiang Chen cast aside the Umbu member and turned toward Kakashi. Kakashi found himself at a loss. He knew Jiang Chen had succumbed to the frenzy of slaughter. Whether this was truly Jiang Chen's intent was uncertain, but he could not allow it to continue. Aware of Jiang Chen's strength, he felt utterly powerless. Relying on force would be futile. He could think of only one solution. From a distance of several meters, he produced an empty wine bottle and held it before Jiang Chen's eyes. The bottle was devoid of any liquid, entirely empty. The crowd was momentarily taken aback. What was Kakashi attempting to do? Given Jiang Chen's current strength, even the third Hokage would likely be no match for him. What significance could an empty bottle hold? Doubts swirled in the minds of the other ninjas. Yet, just as their confidence waned, Jiang Chen's blood-red eyes widened in realization, and scenes from half a month ago, when Kakashi had bid him farewell, flashed before him. The moon hung high in the sky, casting a warm glow as the scene of shared drinks beneath its light clashed violently with the raging blood coursing through Jiang Chen's veins. His blood-red eyes gradually faded, and the tumult of his heart, along with the pulse of the demon blade, became more stable. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Chen awoke from his recent frenzied state, plagued by regret over the images of slaughtering the Umbu. These actions were never his true intention. Yet, what had transpired could not be undone. At this moment, Jiang Chen had transformed into the bloodthirsty demon of Konoha, an undeniable fact that could not be altered. His expression darkened, but after a few seconds, he managed to compose himself. Kakashi-senpai, do not obstruct me. I must leave at once. Was this some sort of jest? As a ninja of Konoha, one could not simply let the enemy go without a fight. Despite their friendship, Jiang Chen stood as an adversary to Konoha. I'm sorry, but I cannot allow you to escape, even if it means facing death at your hands. With that, Kakashi leaped behind Jiang Chen, swiftly forming hand seals in midair. Fire-style, fireball jutsu. A massive fireball, nearly 10 meters in diameter, plummeted towards Jiang Chen. Gazing up at the descending inferno, Jiang Chen snorted disdainfully. This was mere child's play. Such jutsu could hardly shake him. Nonchalantly, he swung his blade, executing a crescent strike. Boom! The powerful flame cleaved into a crescent arc. Rising from the ground, the half-moon flame collided with the fireball. Bang! The fireball burst apart like a watermelon in midair, scattering flames everywhere. Before Kakashi could react, the flame strike was upon him. In a moment of desperation, Kakashi utilized the shadow clone technique, propelling himself away from the impact. Spectators watched in awe, witnessing the extraordinary display. Was there truly such a miraculous strike in existence? That blow seemed devoid of any formal technique, yet it unleashed such tremendous power. The uproar in the arena captured the attention of both Konoha ninjas and those from the Sand Village, all astonished. Their gazes fixed on Jiang Chen as if he were a monstrous entity. Ding! Congratulations, you have shocked all ninjas present, earning 100,000 Rio and 100 sword intent points. Current progress, level 3, 145,1000. Kakashi landed, bewilderment etched across his face as he stared at Jiang Chen. Upon hearing the system's voice in his mind, Jiang Chen felt a surge of joy. He had nearly completed his experience grind and was ready to depart. However, just as he contemplated leaving, the demon blade in his hand pulsed violently once more, awakening the raging blood within him. Frowning, Jiang Chen seemed to grasp a profound truth. Ever since he summoned the Grim Spirit, drawing his blade would invariably summon powerful demonic entities. Transforming the sword back to its original form, fixated solely on bloodlust and slaughter. This, he realized, was the true nature of the demon blade. Yet, at this moment, Jiang Chen could not fully suppress the overwhelming fury coursing through him. He had no choice but to refrain from using the demon blade for now. He picked up a katana from the ground and addressed Kakashi. Kakashi-senpai, I know you will not let me leave easily, so I shall not hold back. Upon hearing his words, everyone understood that Jiang Chen was about to engage Kakashi, though they were puzzled as to why he would switch weapons. Was he truly intent on slaying his mentor? Such an outrageous act could only be committed by a beast, betraying his village, killing the Umbu, and now aiming to eliminate his master. Jiang Chen was undoubtedly the most heartless creature ever to emerge from Konoha. The onlookers murmured in hushed tones, fearful that Jiang Chen might overhear. Yet, he paid them no mind. What did their misjudgment matter? He would pursue his own path, regardless of their perceptions. Chapter 100. The bond of the blade's back. Kakashi stood rooted in place, fully aware that he would be unable to withstand Jiang Chen's impending assault. A bitter smile crept upon his lips. Who would have thought he would meet his end at the hands of a friend? Jiang Chen enveloped the katana in demonic energy. Poised before him, one sword style, lion song. Boom. Jiang Chen's figure flashed past, a powerful killing intent piercing through Kakashi's body. Gush! Blood poured from Kakashi as he collapsed heavily onto the ground. Clang! The sound of metal hitting the ground echoed as Jiang Chen discarded the katana. Leaping towards the nearest spectator stand, he resolved to leave and pursue Orochimaru. His time here had been excessively wasteful, and the experience he had gained was nearly sufficient. Seventh gate, shock gate. Open. A powerful blue chakra surged forth, and while still in midair, Jiang Chen glanced at Might Guy, who was not far away. Guy was enveloped in a boiling blue chakra. Boom. The ground beneath his feet shattered as Guy's figure vanished. Launching himself towards Jiang Chen with the might of Konoha's dynamic entry. With immense force, Guy's foot, imbued with blue chakra, aimed at Jiang Chen's head. The sheer power seemingly capable of obliterating it instantly. Bang! Jiang Chen raised his arm to shield his face, his body propelled backward. He landed steadily at the edge of the spectator stand, fixing his gaze on Guy. "Teacher Guy, must you also endure a strike before you relent?" Guy stood firm, his left hand behind his back, his right palm facing inward, exuding an air of unwavering confidence as he proclaimed, "There is no way I will allow you to leave so easily." Jiang Chen glared at Guy, his expression predatory. Under normal circumstances, he might have entertained a playful spar with Teacher Guy, but time was of the essence. "I'm sorry, Teacher Guy, but I have no time for games." Against Kakashi, he felt assured of victory, yet with Guy, he genuinely feared that the 8th gate might be opened. Should that occur, Jiang Chen, with his current sword intent at level 3, would indeed be at a disadvantage. He had to halt Guy before he could unleash the 8th gate. Clapping his hands together, Jiang Chen invoked, with style, Birth of the Deep Forest. In an instant, the entire spectator stand was enveloped in layers of dense trees, rapidly reaching out for Guy. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Chen made his escape from Konoha. The area surrounding Teacher Guy was now a verdant thicket, entirely sealing him off. Guy stared in shock at the encroaching trees. This individual could even wield the first Hokages with style. Who exactly was he? He exerted every ounce of strength to sever the encroaching vines, realizing that had he not opened the 7th gate, he might have been ensnared by this technique. Turning to survey his surroundings, he found that the sand ninjas were all ensnared by the wood style, none escaping unscathed. Ding! Congratulations, you have shocked my Guy, who opened the 7th gate, earning 50,000 Rio and 50 sword intent points. Current progress, level 3, 185,1000. Guy recognized that Jiang Chen had escaped, and pursuing him would be futile. He turned to Kakashi in the arena, releasing the 8th gate and leaping to his side. "How is Kakashi? Let me see your wounds." Guy anxiously began to inspect Kakashi's injuries, having witnessed the ferocity of the strike. He could scarcely imagine how deep the wound might be. He even feared that Kakashi's life might be at an end, which is why he had furiously opened the 7th gate to intercept Jiang Chen. A few people hastily pulled aside Kakashi's clothing to assess his injuries. If Kakashi's wounds were severe, there would be little hope for recovery. Yet as Kakashi's injury was laid bare before them, everyone was left stunned. The wound was wide, but had penetrated less than half a centimeter into his body. While blood flowed freely, it was merely a superficial muscle injury, not life-threatening. One of the swordsmen, a ninja, gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "That was the back of the blade." When Jiang Chen struck Kakashi, he used the back of the sword, and Kakashi must have been knocked unconscious from behind, rather than being cut down. Upon hearing this explanation, the crowd began to murmur. This suggests that Jiang Chen harbors feelings for the senior Kakashi. Otherwise, he would not have shown such mercy. I believe that is indeed the case. Given Jiang Chen's current strength, if he truly wished to kill Kakashi, it would be as effortless as breathing. Killer Bee stood up, addressing the audience. "Quickly take Kakashi to the medical room and assist the ninjas in the village." "But, Senior Kai, everyone here is an elite from Sunagakure. What will happen if we all leave? There is no need for support here. They are all trapped." Kai pointed towards the audience and continued, "Additionally, inform the other ninjas to apprehend all these Sunagakure ninjas." "Understood." The crowd echoed in unison, their gazes now fixed on the audience. Just moments ago, their focus had been solely on Kakashi's life and death, completely oblivious to the situation on the platform. Now, witnessing such an imposing wood release, they were left in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. Just how powerful is Jiang Chen to command even the first Hokage's wood release? Is he still merely a genin from Konoha? What could possibly drive someone of his caliber to come to the Leaf Village? What is even more perplexing is that Jiang Chen possesses strength surpassing that of a Kage. Yet he spent 2 years in the Ninja Academy, miraculously without anyone noticing his extraordinary abilities. This is simply unfathomable. This is no feat achievable by a mere 12-year-old. What could this enduring patience possibly be for? Several individuals began to take a keen interest in Jiang Chen. Outside Konoha, amidst a dense thicket, Kabuto supported Orochimaru, who was riding upon a green serpent. Orochimaru's brow twitched, his arms hung limply as he panted heavily, his eyes filled with murderous intent and hatred. However, as the two contemplated how to heal Orochimaru's arms, the serpent suddenly halted. "Hey, little green, why have you stopped? What is the matter?" Kabuto frowned, tapping the serpent on the head, visibly displeased. The serpent flicked its tongue nervously, trembling as it stammered, "There are people ahead." Kabuto glanced forward but saw no figures and cursed, "So what if there are people? What are you afraid of? Keep moving. Yet, no matter how Kabuto urged, the serpent refused to advance. Orochimaru, already in a foul mood due to his incapacitated arms, was infuriated that the serpent would disobey orders simply because of some unknown presence ahead. Are you defying my command as well? Huh. Orochimaru's tone turned menacing. Nevertheless, the serpent preferred to defy Orochimaru's orders rather than proceed. Just as Orochimaru and Kabuto were about to strike the serpent, a figure appeared amidst the branches. Kabuto and Orochimaru looked on in astonishment, their eyes widening. Silver hair, the color of the demon blade, a handsome visage, and an overwhelming aura of killing intent. It was none other than Jiang Chen, the rogue ninja of Konoha. Chapter 101. A single punch. Kabuto rose, having witnessed Jiang Chen's prowess during the Chunin exams. At that time, he had only found Jiang Chen's taijutsu remarkable, but was later astounded to learn that he had killed Danzo. However, even so, Kabuto and Orochimaru did not fully grasp the extent of Jiang Chen's abilities. Killing Danzo could have been a mere ambush after all. You are Jiang Chen, correct? We met during the Chunin exams. What is this? Are you blocking the way? Kabuto smirked, adjusting his glasses with his right hand while placing his left behind his back, his chakra scalpel fully prepared. Orochimaru paid no heed to Jiang Chen, viewing him merely as a child, perhaps slightly stronger than Kakashi. Without the powerful Sharingan of Uchiha Itachi, he was just a talented individual relying on taijutsu and swordsmanship. The legendary Sannin would certainly not fear such a child. Blocking the way? Huh. You seem to have misunderstood the concept. I am not blocking your path. I am here to reclaim something. Hand over the ring, and I will grant you your lives. Refuse, and I will kill you. As he spoke, Jiang Chen's smile turned sinister, exuding a terrifying aura akin to a specter. How amusing. I didn't expect such arrogance from a mere child. Orochimaru chuckled, his serpent-like eyes fixated on Jiang Chen. You need not intervene, Lord Orochimaru. I shall handle this. Kabuto raised his right hand to obstruct Orochimaru, continuing, please, allow me to take care of it. He crouched down, patting the serpent's body, angrily commanding, move. Eliminate this brat. With a loud roar, the serpent remained frozen in place, trembling in fear. Kabuto's frustration boiled over as he berated the serpent. The serpent was not foolish. It recognized Jiang Chen's presence, the very same individual who had caused great turmoil in the Dragon Cave and had bested the formidable Shinya. Even though the appearance was different, the aura and scent remained unchanged. The weight of this individual surpassed that of Orochimaru. For the serpent, it preferred to thoroughly offend Orochimaru than to incur Jiang Chen's wrath. My apologies, Lord Orochimaru, Lord Kabuto. With a resounding thud, a powerful Byakugan manifested beneath Orochimaru and Kabuto, causing the serpent to autonomously retreat to the Dragon Cave. With the serpent's departure, the two fell to the ground. Kabuto was nearly driven to madness, while Orochimaru's expression darkened with fury. Jiang Chen smiled down at the two fallen figures, taunting, is this the summoned creature you two called forth? You didn't even attempt to fight before fleeing? Such mocking words ignited Kabuto's anger. He leaped into the air, retracting his left hand, both hands enveloped in chakra. Jiang Chen immediately recognized this as Kabuto's chakra scalpel, a technique that concentrated chakra in the hands, capable of slicing through any part of the body for medical purposes. It could also be employed in combat to sever an opponent's muscles and meridians, even functioning as a weapon. This was an offensive skill of a medical ninja. If struck, the opponent's muscles and nerves would be severed, rendering them incapable of fighting. Although the attack was formidable, it posed no threat if it did not land. Orochimaru stood beneath the tree, observing the imminent confrontation. He acknowledged Kabuto's strength. Although Jiang Chen's taijutsu was impressive, if Kabuto seized the opportunity to sever muscles and meridians, Jiang Chen would be swiftly defeated. Let's see how you deal with a ninja who counters taijutsu. Kabuto cackled, his eyes radiating contempt. Jiang Chen reveled in the disdain directed at him, his heart brimming with joy. Only when an enemy underestimates oneself completely does the sudden retaliation bring about the greatest shock. As Kabuto swung a hand toward Jiang Chen's arm, Jiang Chen's figure flickered, leaping backward. Boom! The strike landed squarely on a branch, producing a crisp snapping sound as a 20-centimeter branch was cleaved in two. This scalpel is truly formidable. If I were to be cut by it, I would surely meet my demise. Jiang Chen stood 6 meters away on another branch, his expression one of astonishment. Your taijutsu is commendable, but all you can do is evade. The moment I strike you, your muscles and nerves will be severed instantly. A taijutsu-oriented ninja like you is no match for me." Kabuto grinned, revealing a derisive smile. However, before he could finish speaking, a sudden pain surged through his abdomen. Orochimaru's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the unfolding scene. At that moment, as Kabuto spoke, he had failed to perceive Jiang Chen's movements. The speed had escalated beyond his ability to capture. Boom. Jiang Chen's fist connected with Kabuto's abdomen, the latter crying out in pain. Propelled several dozen meters away before crashing into a tree, finally coming to a halt. Spitting blood, Kabuto struggled to raise his head. Gazing up at Jiang Chen perched on the branch above, the pain coursing through his body was all-encompassing, and his internal organs had sustained significant damage. At this moment, he was engaged in a desperate attempt to save himself. Were it not for his innate self-healing abilities, remaining conscious would be a near impossibility. Yet even so, his body was utterly immobile. Jiang Chen retracted his fist and shook his head in resignation. "What did you just say? I am a taijutsu-type ninja? Allow me to enlighten you. Taijutsu is my weakest skill. However, defeating you is merely a matter of 1 second, should I so desire." Jiang Chen's declaration, coupled with his formidable punch, left Orochimaru and Kabuto utterly astounded. Kabuto couldn't help but express his astonishment repeatedly. Is this the strength expected of a genin? To be instantaneously defeated? Was this guy concealing his power during the Chunin exams? To think I was vanquished in a single blow. It appears Jiang Chen is no ordinary character, a descendant of the demon blade. How could I have underestimated him so? Orochimaru extended his long tongue, licking his lips as he glared at Jiang Chen. Ding! Congratulations, you have shocked Orochimaru and Kabuto, earning 100,000 coins and 100 sword intent points. Current progress, 285,1000 for third stage. It seems this shock value is rather effective. Now, I shall astonish Orochimaru once more. Jiang Chen gazed down at Orochimaru, spreading his hands as he spoke. Truth be told, I have no interest in killing you. I merely wish to reclaim the Akatsuki ring, nothing more. You wish to join Akatsuki? Did Pain send you to retrieve my ring? Indeed, prior to my arrival, I devised 2 plans. The first, to subdue you and have you personally escort me to retrieve the ring. The second, to eliminate you both and search for the ring at my leisure. Orochimaru let out a low, chilling laugh, his eyes wide as he bellowed. You should consider a third option. What if you die at my hands? Upon finishing his words, Orochimaru abruptly widened his eyes, casting a jinjutsu upon Jiang Chen. However, in that fleeting moment, Jiang Chen smiled. Even Tsukuyami cannot affect me. Do you truly believe a mere jinjutsu can subdue me? That is a gross underestimation. Your hands are rendered useless, making you no match for me. Even if your hands were whole, you could not defeat me. Chapter 102. Jiang Chen vs. Orochimaru. Oho. If you genuinely possess the ability to subdue me, I might consider leading you to the ring. It holds no value for me, provided you have the capability. Orochimaru summoned the Kusanagi sword into his mouth, his neck elongating as he lunged at Jiang Chen with the blade. Jiang Chen stood his ground, producing a kunai to defend himself. Clang, clang, clang. The kunai and Kusanagi sword clashed repeatedly, and despite Orochimaru's relentless efforts, Jiang Chen remained effortlessly composed, not moving an inch from the branch. Change your tactics. You cannot win like this. With a sudden burst of strength, Jiang Chen sent Orochimaru's Kusanagi sword flying. Orochimaru retracted his neck and retrieved the sword, glancing towards Kabuto's position. Steam was emanating from Kabuto's abdomen, indicating that his body's repair process was nearing completion. Jiang Chen, you are indeed a genius. However, there exists a reason you cannot triumph over me. Jiang Chen scoffed, pondering that had he not been mindful of the subsequent developments, he could have obliterated Orochimaru long ago. What reason could there be? If a reason were necessary, it would simply be that he chose not to kill him. Nothing more. Oh, pray tell. Jiang Chen replied with intrigue, curious to hear what Orochimaru would claim as the rationale for his supposed invincibility despite his incapacitated state. Kabuto. Orochimaru glared at Kabuto, who at this moment had nearly completed his bodily repairs. Although he could not continue fighting, he was still capable of movement. Understanding Orochimaru's intentions, Kabuto realized that his master required his assistance to perform the summoning technique. The recent heavy injuries had left Kabuto preoccupied with repairs, rendering him oblivious to the confrontation between Jiang Chen and Orochimaru. It was unexpected that Jiang Chen could force Orochimaru to resort to summoning. The risk of summoning the Great Serpent was considerable, especially as Orochimaru lacked his hands. The serpent, known for its volatile temperament, could easily rebel at this juncture. Despite his inner turmoil, Kabuto complied obediently, assisting Orochimaru in executing the summoning technique. As a thick fog enveloped them, Orochimaru and Kabuto ascended into the air. Orochimaru grinned widely, declaring, "Do you understand now, Jiang Chen? You lack summoning techniques. That is the reason you cannot defeat me." Jiang Chen had anticipated a profound revelation. Yet the explanation was disappointingly mundane. Not only could he summon Gamabunta, but even if he refrained from summoning anything, he did not believe the Great Serpent would pose any threat to him. As Orochimaru and Kabuto's figures rose higher, they towered over the forest, their massive forms eclipsing the treetops. The colossal, blue-striped body of the Great Serpent emerged before Jiang Chen, its fierce gaze and impressive horns exuding a commanding presence. "You fool! Orochimaru, what business do you have summoning me?" The resonant voice of the Great Serpent echoed through the air. Orochimaru's expression turned icy as he replied flatly, "If you eliminate the individual before us, I shall grant you any condition you desire. Is that true?" "Indeed, now go." Their brief negotiation concluded. The Great Serpent surveyed the surroundings, yet found no formidable adversary in sight. Logically, a summoning should involve confronting another summoning beast, yet it appeared there was nothing to challenge. "Hey, where's my opponent? You expect me to face nothing? Great Serpent, he is over there, on that branch." Kabuto pointed towards Jiang Chen. The serpent narrowed its eyes, bending down to peer in that direction. As its gaze landed upon Jiang Chen, the Great Serpent's eyes widened in shock. It recognized the familiar scent and the ominous black blade. "It cannot be. This is the demon blade that wreaked havoc in the Dragon Cave." The Great Serpent was paralyzed with astonishment, trembling in midair. Had it not been a cold-blooded creature, it would have surely been drenched in sweat by now. "Ah, long time no see. I thought who it was, but it is the Great Serpent." Jiang Chen stood upon the branch, extending his right hand in a friendly greeting. However, upon witnessing the Great Serpent's immobility, Jiang Chen's smile faded, his expression turning menacing. "Are you considering a fight with me, little Great Serpent?" Such a seemingly innocuous statement felt like a life-threatening ultimatum to the Great Serpent. Engaging in battle could very well mean the end of its life. "Cough, cough, no. I would never dare to fight you." The Great Serpent's voice now resembled that of a timid child. Its serpent eyes darted upwards, angrily cursing, "Orochimaru, you wretched fool. If you dare summon me before this individual again, I shall be the first to devour you." Orochimaru and Kabuto, perched atop the Great Serpent's head, exchanged awkward glances, utterly bewildered by the unfolding situation. Even little Qing, fearful of Jiang Chen, could not comprehend why the Great Serpent cowered before him like a child before its grandfather. Such a bewildering spectacle was beyond their understanding. Jiang Chen leapt down from the branch, tilting his head to gaze at the Great Serpent, and shouted, "Hey, are you truly here to confront me? If you are, then make your move quickly. I have matters to attend to. If not, I advise you to leave while you can." Hearing Jiang Chen's words, the Great Serpent quickly began to ingratiate itself. No, I was just leaving. Bang! Yet another cloud of smoke erupted, and the Great Serpent vanished without consulting Orochimaru's opinion. Orochimaru and Kabuto were once again left astounded. "Ding! Congratulations. You have shocked Orochimaru and Kabuto once more, earning 100,000 coins and 100 sword intent points. Current progress, 385,1000 for third stage." Observing the increase in shock value, Jiang Chen shook his head in exasperation. It seemed that this time the shock value was not as substantial as anticipated. It was hardly impressive. With the Great Serpent's complete disappearance, Orochimaru's summoning technique had lost all significance. "Jiang Chen, have you ever been to the Dragon Cave? How could you possibly locate that place? What have you done to the Dragon Cave?" Orochimaru glared furiously at Jiang Chen, his eyes filled with resentment. It was nothing serious. Just a mere act of severing Shinya, which had frightened those little ones. "Enough of that. Do not summon any spirit beasts, for none would dare confront me. You might as well relinquish the attempt. Do you have any trump cards left?" Jiang Chen observed Orochimaru with keen interest, then glanced at Orochimaru's crippled hands and continued, "Oh, forgive me. I forgot that your hands are incapacitated, rendering you unable to utilize the impure world reincarnation. Perhaps if you could summon the former Hokage, you might engage with me in a few exchanges. Orochimaru remained silent. If it weren't for his disabled hands, he would genuinely wish to use the impure world reincarnation to battle Jiang Chen, for this young man was undeniably arrogant. Kabuto, having deeply perceived Jiang Chen's prowess, lowered his head and said nothing. By the way, I am not one to force others against their will. If you truly believe you can, once your hands are healed, you may challenge me to a duel at any time. However, at present, might you be inclined to hand over the ring? Or do you still harbor doubts against me? With his hands crippled, Orochimaru was unable to summon any beast, thus devoid of any hidden cards. Yet, he was reluctant to part with the ring. Casting a knowing glance at Kabuto, understanding the cue, Kabuto swiftly threw a smoke bomb. Chapter 103. Acquiring the ring, taking advantage of the smoke bomb. Kabuto and Orochimaru leaped away, their bodies gradually sinking into the earth. Jiang Chen burst through the smoke, and when he finally spotted the duo, only Orochimaru's head remained above the surface. Orochimaru smiled back at Jiang Chen. Regrettably, I cannot give you the ring. You are quite impressive. Perhaps we shall meet again under more favorable circumstances. With that, he vanished completely from sight. The two had used the cover of the smoke bomb to escape underground. Observing their disappearance, Jiang Chen remained unfazed, a smile creeping onto his face as he remarked, sinking into the ground? Are you perhaps overestimating your strategy? With a clap of his hands, Jiang Chen declared, would release. Birth of a dense forest. Instantly, the ground began to crack, and trees surged forth from beneath, rising majestically. In mere seconds, the newly formed forest unveiled itself. Just as Orochimaru and Kabuto had burrowed underground, they were thrust back to the surface by the multitude of trees. Ensnared tightly by the vines, unable to move, Orochimaru's eyes widened in shock as he beheld Jiang Chen's flawless execution of wood release. How could this be? Does he possess cells of the first Hokage? But how could he achieve this? Jiang Chen approached the forest, observing the immobile Orochimaru and Kabuto. Why the hurry to leave? I haven't yet retrieved the ring, and your departure would leave me quite embarrassed. Orochimaru-senpai, I hold you in high regard. Do you truly wish to impose hardship on a junior? Orochimaru glared at Jiang Chen, his gaze brimming with fury. To reclaim the ring and kill me is the Akatsuki's command, is it not? Today, you have succeeded. Proceed as you wish. At this moment, Orochimaru was unwilling to relinquish the ring, even at the cost of his life. Indeed, Orochimaru-senpai, you are correct. The Akatsuki's order is indeed to kill you and retrieve the ring. However, why should I heed Pain's command? I only follow my own directives. Jiang Chen's words piqued Orochimaru's interest. You wish to join the Akatsuki, but do not heed Pain? Then why accept this mission? Orochimaru's tone noticeably softened, for he had little respect for the Akatsuki, and Jiang Chen's disregard for Pain intrigued him greatly. I joined the Akatsuki out of curiosity. Being a rogue ninja, I needed a place to reside. Unlike you, Orochimaru-senpai, I do not relish the study of forbidden techniques. I simply wish to pursue what I enjoy, without overexertion or complexity. As for following Pain, that is out of the question. I shall do as I please, and no one else's words will sway me. As he spoke, Jiang Chen positioned himself on a branch opposite Orochimaru, continuing, as for you, I never intended to kill you. I merely wish to retrieve the ring. For possessing it is a prerequisite for becoming a member of the Akatsuki. Should you prefer death over surrendering it, I shan't kill you. Once your hands are healed, we may spar again to reclaim the ring. Jiang Chen's words were casual and straightforward, imbued with a sense of doing as one pleases. Orochimaru laughed heartily. Jiang Chen, I admire your character. That worthless ring serves me no purpose. I can give it to you, but I hope you can assist me with a small favor. What favor? Speak freely. After handing over the ring, I request that you ensure the Akatsuki ceases their harassment towards me and no longer pursues my life. If you can fulfill this, I shall lead you to my base and present you with the ring. What say you? Jiang Chen, upon hearing this, felt elated, for this outcome was indeed the most favorable. Certainly, I agree to your terms. Should anyone dare to pursue you thereafter, I shall annihilate them, including Pain. With that, Jiang Chen smiled at Orochimaru, as if sharing a light-hearted jest. Orochimaru and Kabuto were momentarily stunned, but it was only for an instant before a smile broke across Orochimaru's face. If previously he had been skeptical of Jiang Chen's abilities, he now fully believed in his strength and audacity. Very well, then follow me back to the cave, and I shall return the ring to you. It is settled. The two reached an agreement, and Jiang Chen drew a kunai to sever the vines restraining them. The trio proceeded to Orochimaru's base in search of the ring. Orochimaru's base lay concealed deep within the forest, entirely devoid of any signs of human presence. Orochimaru and Kabuto led the way, with Jiang Chen following closely behind. The dimly lit passage was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by a few flickering lights. Jiang Chen curiously surveyed his surroundings, entirely unconcerned about any traps Orochimaru might have set for him. Although Orochimaru was a villain, he was not the sort to engage in petty treachery. Such underhanded tactics were beneath him. Upon entering a room, a ring inscribed with the character for void lay prominently on the table. Orochimaru picked it up and handed it to Jiang Chen, murmuring, "This ring has long been idle. I have never worn it. Since it holds no value for you, why not simply offer it to the Akatsuki?" Jiang Chen inquired with interest. "While it may be of no use to me, it is of great significance to the Akatsuki. Why should I grant them such a boon?" Orochimaru, as expected, was still Orochimaru, fully aware of the ring's value, yet unwilling to return it. Such was his character. Jiang Chen accepted the ring, carefully examining it. The character for void was strikingly apparent, and beneath the name lay a yellow background. Intriguing. Yellow corresponds to the concept of void. Does this imply that death is void, and void is form? How absurd. Well then, thank you. With that, Jiang Chen made no further delay and departed the base. Orochimaru watched him leave, while Kabuto felt utterly bewildered. Orochimaru had never compromised simply because someone was powerful. Why, then, did he show such deference to Jiang Chen, even going so far as to part with the ring? Orochimaru-senpai, I do not understand why you chose to give the ring to Jiang Chen. Orochimaru gazed in Jiang Chen's direction, a low chuckle escaping his lips. You fail to comprehend. Jiang Chen is no ordinary being, and pain will never be able to control him. With someone like him in the Akatsuki, who can predict what the future holds for the organization, perhaps Pain will find himself in a world of trouble due to Jiang Chen's inclusion. In light of this, the pleasure in allowing Jiang Chen to join far outweighs the mere act of retrieving a ring. It is infinitely more entertaining. Kabuto, being an astute individual, grasped Orochimaru's sentiment and, upon reflecting on Jiang Chen's character, readily arrived at a conclusion. Jiang Chen's strength has grown to a level where no one in the Akatsuki organization can rival him. Such an individual, who does not submit to the Akatsuki, becomes a ticking time bomb. A mere disagreement could lead to a violent confrontation. Thus, Jiang Chen is indeed a volatile element within the organization.